I was muted. I was muted on my mic. Oh, never mind.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's stream. I am BB and this is your streamer host Dae, and we all hope you are having a great day today. Except Era. Most of all, Era. Sorry I misspoke. But you are on a thin line here.
Okay. So, anyway, thank you, BB, for taking over the stream. He's thinking. He was thinking. You know what? I'll let him finish his thought. Finish your thought, BB. I'll let him continue the intro.
We are doing good today. I had to wake up Dae and now we are sharing a bologna sandwich.
Good, good. What to do with the rest of my points? Really? Whatever shall you do, Kira? Hopefully not. You're doing that, you know. Honestly, I feel like I went on longer than a minute because I didn't have the timer up because I was too into making that. Oh, do this. What is this? Tell me, what would you like for your custom command, Jack? I'll go ahead and turn it off because I think I'm going to do just like one per stream. I don't have that setting put in yet. You want me to do that, Jack? You want me to put in another wiener quote? Jackie has. Y'all want them wieners? So no wiener? Ah, how dare. But also, while you're thinking of that, I just wanted to go ahead and thank everybody for 76 followers. We exceeded our goal. I think it was like 2 days ago, and I was like, should I say something now or should I wait till stream? So I waited till stream. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for all your pumpkins to them now. Ooh. Okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. What do you want the... Do you want me to just do like exclamation point pumpkin or... Let's go there. Yeah, hell yeah. So I want to go ahead, hurry up. Oh my gosh, I have to do so many things at once. Okay, first off, let's start a new goal. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. 90, no, we're going for the big 100 right there. I like to do increments of 25. So we're gonna go ahead. Oh, let me put in a little quote. There we go. Start goal. There we go. A new goal. Let's go. It's just over the horizon. We're almost there. The big triple digits. Okay, now the custom command. I was so surprised because it happened like after I ended the stream too. I got like I think 3 other people follow me. And I was like, what? Where did y'all come from? Dae on his way to the 100 squad. Yeah, I gotta catch up to everybody. I gotta carry all my 100 buds to the squad and be like, look, I did it. Okay, where? It's just been so long since I've had to make a new one. Where the hell do I do the commands? Is it this one? Yes, it is. Okay. Add command. Okay. Exclamation point pumpkin. Unsurpassing me first jack now. I am like so far away. You got. Goddamn. Maybe from rating? Maybe. So it was very. Yeah, wow. Where did you all come from? But yes, thank you all so much. Alright, let me paste this in here. Alright, and confirm. There we go. BB streams today, yeah. Okay, so now if we put in exclamation point pumpkin. There we go. Now that there is Jack's custom command. Listen, we have like 3 custom commands now. Ooh, we're gonna have like a whole massive commands here soon. I like having them like as little Easter eggs, like nobody really knows until somebody uses it. Make my points bug. Take that, Kira. You can't shut me up forever. It's perfect. Good. I'm glad you like it, Jack. Alright, I'm gonna take another bite of this bologna sandwich. But yeah, so we are playing our life today, as per usual. We're definitely going to finish up Cove's Step 3 route. But if we have time, we'll probably try to finish the whole route altogether, so that next week we can focus on Derek's route. We only got 2 steps left in. I got distracted. We only got 2 steps left, along with the epilogue, and then there's just 2 parts of a DLC we gotta do. A super secret DLC that nobody knows what it is. Oh, goddammit, mute is once a stream. Yes, it is. Actually, I didn't mean for it to be once a stream. I thought I put in a time. Let me see. Wait, that's not it. What the fuck? What's my channel points? That's what I want. I wanted it to be like epilogue. Yeah. Listen, I didn't mean for that to be once a stream. I wanted at least some funny memes sometimes. Do I really have it only once a stream? No, it's 30 minutes. You can try again in 30 minutes, Kira. Fucking mobile Switch is so ass. Yeah. It do be. Like, come on, Twitch. You can't have all these problems. You gotta pick one. Pick a struggle. Kira likes to bully not just me, I see. Well, Kira likes to bully everybody. Kira is a menace. As she should be, though. Alright, let me go ahead and get my streaming manager up, and then we can go over to the gaming page. Not just bully, just troll. You bully Shaggy. What's the difference, Kira? Explain. What am I doing here? Live. There we go. Stream manager. Yes. I took a handful of struggles I'm safe from Kira so far. Oh, so far. I don't know. We'll see about that. I don't think anybody is safe from Kira. Okay, let's go ahead and switch on over. This. Why bully me? I don't do shit, but just try to be entertaining. Trolling is funny. Bullying is constant. I see. Interesting. Alright, let's get your fudge sundae up. BB. Wow, fudge sundae and a bologna sandwich. Wait, that's fruity. No. That's just called sundae, that's it. Alright, let me... I'm holding something, but not the sundae, apparently. God, there's so many assets here. I just want to move this one. There we go. There's your sundae, BB. I hope you enjoy it, and it's very delicious. Delicioso. I'm brain farting. No money. So many, but still not enough. It's never enough. Alright, you can enjoy...
Thank you for the Sunday, Jack.
The sundae, and I will enjoy the bologna sandwich. I don't have to share anymore. I was like, hurry up and making it while the waiting room was going. And everybody else was talking about lunch. It's like, I need my lunch, even though I just woke up, so it's technically breakfast. But you know what? Bologna for breakfast? More likely than you think. Alright, let's get started. Continue. Alright, you got 2 choices left, buds. I will let you pick. If you don't want to pick, we can flip a coin and leave it up to chance, too. Voting and charity. Charity, alrighty, that's a pretty good one. That's a good choice. Alright, let me put my sandwich to the side. Cove pushed himself to his feet from where he had been bent down in the sand, stretching out his back and groaning softly. Oh, me. Tired breath slipped past his lips as he wiped his brow, looking out over the shore. It looks great. You stood beside him, joining in the surveying of the sand that almost seemed to sparkle beneath the midday sun. The two of you had been out on the beach since sunrise, cleaning up and down the beach looking for various debris, and the work had paid off. Using a hand to shield your eyes from the blinding rays, you glanced across the way where the other volunteers from Orko were gathered. They were easily recognizable by the high-vis vests they wore. Yes. It looked as though everyone was about ready to wrap things up for the day. I'm happy to see it in a better state. I'm exhausted. I'm just glad it's almost over. You did great, Cove. You did great. Affirmations. You did great, Cove. The beach looks better than I've seen it in ages. I couldn't have done it without you. And the other volunteers, too, obviously. No, it was all me. You're supposed to just compliment me, Cove. Gosh. We did a pretty good job, didn't we? You shared a smile, relieved to soon be able to take a break, but feeling proud of what you had accomplished. Cove placed his hands on his hips, a pleased grin pulling at the corners of his mouth as he admired the work you'd both done. You have begun to realize during your time volunteering for the organization how seriously Cove took his service. It was easy to see that it was something important to him. You felt equally as invested and always gave it your best effort. You enjoyed the work, but mostly wanted to have a good time. Miranda was right. You volunteered because it was a good reference. I'm only here for the resume. You didn't want to be there, but you didn't know how to turn it down. Listen, I've had, like, situations where people offered me to join things, and I didn't know how to turn it down, so I did it anyway, so... This might be accurate, but no. Here, we are giving it our best efforts. It's for the ocean. It's for the environment. Also, I did take that sippy that was redeemed earlier. I took it just now, too. I don't remember if I said that or not. I have to hydrate. So much speaking today. It was important that the ocean you grew up with was protected. It had always been a big part of your life, and you felt that the least you could do was give back to it in some way. It's been a good year so far. It's crazy to think that's already time to push the big event. You let out a big breath, thinking about the formal dinner that Orca organized every year. Being a completely fundraising-focused event for large donors, it was crucial for the organization projects in the year to come. We given it full effort, hell yeah. You had to be over 18 to attend, so this was your first opportunity to actually see it in person. All you had heard about it so far was that it was a prim and proper occasion with speeches and everything. Oh my gosh, a little bougie event. You didn't know what else to expect from it, as you weren't a part of the group who had planned the evening. Before the big night came around, the volunteers would have to sell the tickets for it, and that's where you'd be helping. I'm so excited to go, I'm nervous about the event. I don't even really want to go. I'm curious about the night. You shrugged. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, no. I thought the stream was crashing. I was afraid for a second. Okay, yeah, we're excited to go. It's a little party. Big events, scary. Yeah, they are scary, but you know what? As long as the goers do not perceive me, I'll be okay. Just let me sit in my corner and eat my food that is provided. You rock back and forth on the balls of your feet as you thought of the glitz and glam of the evening. Cove nodded, but something about his smile seemed strained. I'm glad you are. You're not. I just don't feel excited about attending a super formal meal with proper etiquette and stuff, you know? He threw his arms out to the side, making a bit of a show at how ridiculous it seemed to him. I've got sand all over my room and only one nice shirt, and I go barefoot pretty much everywhere I can. I'm gonna be so out of place. And you also wipe your hands on your pants when you do it instead of using a napkin too, so how will you survive? I should normalize the introvert corner. So the introvert corner is amazing. I love the corner. Just let us sit in our corner and don't worry about us. Right, I bet you'd rather stay out here. I don't want to have to worry about manners. You can make it work for one night. Doing something that fancy will make it fun. Yep, you'll definitely seem out of place there. Yeah, you're gonna be really out of place. Everybody's gonna be staring at you and judging you. That's very helpful. Very supportive. Let's see. Well, I also don't want to worry about manners. I mean, y'all know me. I don't have any manners. I'm burping y'all's ears all the time without mercy. So, what if they have more than one fork like in the movies, and I have to pick the right one? What am I supposed to do then? Oh yeah, that's right. Some places they like use multiple forks. There's like a salad fork and another fork. Isn't it like 3 forks they have? $1 million deal idea right there. Yeah, we love the introvert corner. The introvert corner where we worry about which fork to use when we're eating. You groaned at the thought, dragging your feet through the sand while Cove chuckled at the thought. A small beeping noise came from Cove's pant pocket, and he pulled it out and glanced at the screen. It's the organizers. They've sent a text to the group. Time to call it a day here. Oh, cool. Cove tucked his cell away eagerly, turning to you. Let's head over and drop the trash bags off at the trucks. Then we can drive back and join the ticket team. We've got to be there pretty soon to relieve them. With a stretch of shore this long, the plan was to switch places with the other team who had been pushing the tickets for the fundraising dinner halfway through. It would be a full day of work, but it was Orca's largest event of the year, and all hands were on deck to make sure it was a success. You raise your hand to high five, you nudge your shoulder against Cove's. You started pushing Cove on the back to move forward. You ran off. You started to walk. I chose the small fork no matter what. It's nice. Yeah, there's just like that thing where when people like hate using like the big spoon when like they eat cereal too. Like that's me. I always have to pick like the little spoon to eat my cereal with. So you know what, the small fork would also probably be a safe choice as well. I don't know what it is, but something about tiny utensils it just hits, you know. Okay, but you know what? I'm running. See ya, Cove. We gotta go. You galloped down the wide open shore, sparing a quick glance back over your shoulder to make sure Cove was following. He was. You clear the trash bags spread along the way together, heading across the beach to hoist them into the trucks before heading off to the next job. Cove slipped his warm hand into yours and intertwined your fingers, running back to the car side by side. I'm there like dragging him. It's like, we gotta go, man. It scratches all the right parts of my brain. Exactly. You love Tiny Fork. You drove back to your neighborhood, and making your way to the shopping street was fairly quick, though Cove stressed a little about being late. Luckily, he was able to find a parking spot nice and close to where you needed to be. You jumped out of the car and quickly went towards where you knew the group would be. Finally reaching the stall that was set up to sell tickets, you stopped for a moment to catch your breath. That was quite the flurry of activity. It would be your job for the rest of the afternoon to help sell tickets for the fundraising dinner, and looking around the street, you saw that there were plenty of potential buyers out today. That would hopefully help to move the tickets along. The stall itself was simple, a portable table with a few plush sea animals as decorations and a banner stuck across the front. Can we keep the plush sea animals? Maybe I take and not give back? Mayhaps? There were 2 volunteers who were, oh my god, my voice cracked, who were already packing up and getting ready to head up to the beach. They gave both of you a friendly smile as you arrived. Hey Cove, Dae, how'd things go at the beach?
Not bad.
It was good. The place is looking great. We're looking to get a 2-for-1 when it comes to you guys. Cove cleared his throat awkwardly from beside you, and you notice his cheeks flushing pink. Here we go again. You laughed it off. That's right. That's us. You felt your own cheeks get hotter? Their teasing rubbed you the wrong way. No, that's right. That's us. Listen, we are a 2-for-1 deal, so enjoy the deal. We love a deal here. We're joined at the hips, some might say. The volunteers chuckled and packed up the last of their stuff, and Cove seemed to relax a little more. The volunteers made room for you and Cove behind the table, while they circled around to the front of it. Thanks for coming in for a shift. We'd better make this quick so we can head off to the next place. No problem. What do you need us to do? We own it. We do. You nodded and gave a small smile to show that you were listening. Oh, that's me. It's like, it's just smile and nod, just smile and nod. Whether I'm listening or not, you'll never know. One of the volunteers handed you a clipboard with all the details needed to sell tickets, while the other tossed a set of keys to Cove, which he caught with ease. Those are for the money box and supply kit. Make sure to keep them on you at all times. Aside from handling the cash for the tickets, there's also a form on the clipboard for the guests to fill in their info. That way we know how many tickets we've sold and who will be attending the event. In my throat. There's a small script beneath that if you get stuck on for what to say, and that's about it. Pretty simple, huh? I think we've got this. Yeah, you say that, but like, it's simple. It's like, but I'm not a salesman. I don't want to talk to people, so that's gonna be a little something. Satisfied that you knew what you were doing, the volunteers said their goodbyes and started walking away, leaving you and Cove to manage the stall alone. The keys jingled in his hand as Cove waved them off before he stuffed them into the pocket of his pants for safekeeping. We'll bring in a lot of money. Have fun at the beach. Once the volunteers were out of sight, Cove dropped down into a chair behind the counter with a sigh. We made it here just in time. It's cool we traded places with nothing happening. They might have been late getting to the cleanup duty. He leaned back in his seat, getting fully comfortable in the space, and gave you a small smile. I ain't standing, no way. I'm lazy. Give me on my chair. You're a bear from the woods. Sales is not the strong suit. Exactly. What am I selling here? Dirt? Leaves? That's mine. It was just a simple plastic chair that squeaked when you sat on it, but it gave you a good view of the street. We've got things under control. I was so stressed about getting here. Things could still go wrong. I'm glad this work lets us at least rest in one place. Oh yeah, that's true. Some jobs won't let you sit down because they think it's lazy, even though you're standing on your feet for 8 hours a day. Like, isn't that so great? You rubbed at your eyes tiredly. You returned his smile. Yeah, we got this. Optimism. Branches? I mean, if there's a consumer for it, then I'll give it to him. Look at how well we did with the beach cleanup. I'm sure this will be a piece of cake. Cove grinned wider, his gaze pleased as he smiled at you. I like the way you think. Cove rummaged around the station a little, picking up a soft toy orca and holding it up in front of his face. You had to admit that it was pretty cute, with its big bulging eyes and oversized flippers. I want it. That reminds me of my cousin. Oh, what? What does? So I'm eating the rest of my bologna sandwich. He was kind of security at his job for a while, and they had him stand in the same spot the entire day, and he wasn't allowed to check his phone, sit down, and move too far from that spot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, some jobs, that really sucks. Like, you can't do anything, you just have to stand there and vibe. That'd be awful. Listen, I'd be fired real quick, but because I'd be sitting down on the ground. And he could only take breaks if someone could cover for him. Oh, and I bet that was hard to get somebody to cover for him, I bet. Because everybody else is probably trying to get people to cover for them, too. Which most couldn't, because they had to be wearing all black. The dress code. Does he still have the job, or did he quit? If he's still in it, I wish him good luck, but if he quit, good for him. I'll get you a better job than that, goddamn. No, he went back to stock after, like, a month of hating it. Good for him, you know? I don't blame him. my job isn't too awful. I am on my feet pretty much the whole 8 hours I'm gone, but there are moments where we can get like a little moment to like sit down for just a little bit. But still not much. Like, our job requires us to be on our feet, so it gets tiring. I've got like a couple more bites of this sandwich and then I'll continue. Oh no, so not to go off topic, but I eat my bologna sandwiches in a kind of strange way. Strange, and then I've never heard anybody else eat it this way, except for one person, which was kind of strange itself. But what I do with my bologna sandwiches is I eat along the edge till there's no crust left, and it's in a circle. And I flatten the bread down, and I just keep eating it around in a circle until there's like only like one bite left. And if there's a dog nearby, I'll give him the last bite, but if not, I'll just still eat it. Like, I don't know why I do that with bologna sandwiches. Maybe it's because they feel more solid that I can do that with. Like, if it's a sandwich, like a turkey sandwich with like lettuce and stuff, like this is all with these like ingredients and components on it that'll just like slip out. Bologna thick though. I feel like I used to do something similar, except I would remove the crust. Oh, so you wouldn't eat the crust, you would just like peel it off. I like crust. I've always been a crust kid. Okay, there's no doggy around. She's downstairs. I won't yell at her to come all the way up here for just one bite of bologna. She'll be like, you should have given me half the sandwich for that. Yep, I hate how it feels. That's so strange, because I can't really relate, because I like the crust. I like that. I don't know what it is. I guess I don't really know why people don't like crust, to say why I like it. Like, I like pizza crust, I like the bread crust. It's all good. Alright, one last sip. Okay. So let me throw this plate away, actually. There we go. Alright. Now back into this. Setting it back down on top of the table, Cove moved on to check out the rest of the stall, finding a cooler stashed beneath the table. When he pulled it out and opened the lid, you could see that it was filled with half-melted ice cubes and about half a dozen bottles of water. Hydration! Grabbing one of the plastic bottles, he unscrewed the cap and took a long drink. He watched the condensation running along the side and onto his fingers. So? Do you want one? Cove set his water on his side of the table before pulling out another, holding it out towards you. Yeah. Gimme. Thanks. After opening it up, you took a drink and let out a satisfied sigh. You hadn't realized how thirsty you had been, and it was always good to stay hydrated. Exactly. Maybe it's just the type of bread I get, but it always feels so flaky. I mean, that could be it. It's not as solid as like, why are you flaking apart? Just stay together. Interesting. The two of you got settled in easily and took the chance to look. Oh no. Okay. And took the chance to look over the paperwork on the clipboard. Cove joined you, leaning over your shoulder to get a better look. Seems like pretty standard stuff. Watching you play this game makes me want to make a visual novel so badly. Right? Oh my gosh, I've had an idea for a visual novel for so long, but I have not put in the effort to do it yet. But I want to learn. I want to learn someday. Any clippers? No. No, there's no clipper. Nothing happened. Nothing happened that you need to clip. I don't know what you're talking about. He muttered, and you nodded quietly. It had general info about the event and the work you need to do at the stall, as well as the amount of tickets sold thus far, and the number remaining. Cove tapped a finger on the counter as he read quietly over the notes, muttering a few things now and then that you didn't fully hear. He seemed content to be there, and you were sure that the afternoon would pass by quickly. When he glanced out towards the crowd and made a small sound, you followed his line of sight to see that a potential supporter was on their way over to the booth. You psyched yourself up. You were feeling anxious. It was hard to do customer service. No. Customer service. You have so many burp clips. I do. I know. It's gonna be like A burp compilation of me someday. It's cause I have no mercy. I just let it out. I've done it. Listen. I do this in real life and to my friends outside of stream as well. I'll do it. Nah, Jack. Jack's gonna post and be like, look at this disgusting bear, and their animated burps. It's cause I drink tea. And I drink it so fast too. But I just never stop. It's a habit I can't break. Okay, you tried to relax for a bit. This is gonna be a pain. You quietly continue checking over the papers. I want to check over the papers. You do the customer service. But I mean, I only hiccup. Yeah. Okay, you can have the hiccup compilation. I'll have the burp compilation. Okay, let's see. You know what? I hate customer service. It wasn't always easy for you to do things like this, especially when those things required talking to strangers, but you had to remind yourself that you were doing it for a reason. Taking a deep breath, you made eye contact with the customer and gave them a small smile. Time passed as the two of you manned the stall, and as people approached, your sales pitch would either have them asking for a ticket or two, or heading off and mumbling, maybe next time. All in all, you managed to sell a decent amount of tickets, and you could tell the co was happy with the outcome. As an afternoon drifted along, 6 p.m. arrived. Time to pack everything up and head home for the evening. Your work with Orca was far from over, but right now there was only one thing left to focus on: attending the actual event. Ooh, bougie. The days continued on in a normal flow, and before long, the night of the Orca fundraising dinner was upon you. It was early evening, and you were in your room getting ready as the minutes ticked closer and closer towards the time you needed to leave. You want some privacy, so you had locked away yourself in your own. You wanted some privacy, so you had locked yourself away on your own. Liz was helping you pick out an outfit. Co was on speakerphone. Liz was helping you get ready while Co was on speakerphone. Ooh. Which one we want? We want Liz helping us. We want Co on speaker. We want both. We want both. What's? I always quote this like meme in my head, but I don't know how to say it. What is that? Not both meme. But what's like the Spanish for it? Because it's from like a, what do you call it? Like a, it was for a commercial, I think, for like a taco shells. So they had a girl speaking Spanish, and she said, "Why not both?" I don't know. Okay, stop giving me the English sentence. Give me the Spanish sentence so I can say it. Why don't we have both? I'll just have to do it in English. Okay, but both of them? Alright, why don't we have both? Oh my god, he is in spirit. You're currently in the midst of picking out an outfit, which Liz was helping you with, while Co gave his input from the phone. Of course, Co couldn't see any of the items you and Liz were choosing between, but he was trying to help all the same. He's like, I can sense from the vibes that this shirt that you have in your hand is not the one. Put it back. The event had strict guidelines, and you wouldn't be let in unless you were dressed to code. Oh, I hate that. That meant having to find a truly professional outfit, but one that you were also happy with. I don't think such a thing exists. Professional outfit and happy with? Not for me. Unless it's t-shirts and basketball shorts is considered professional, I don't think I'll ever be happy with an outfit that's so stuffy. You're happy to have the chance to dress fancy. You wanted to be practical about it. You weren't happy about having to dress up. Jumpsuits, those exist. I've never worn a jumpsuit before, actually. Maybe I should try it out. Let's be practical. It was going to be quite a long evening, so you wanted to make sure you were dressed comfortably, while still sticking to the letter of the code. Your nose wrinkled in thought as you rifled through the options, silently weighing the pros and cons of each.
That's fine.
You don't need to get too into your head thinking about the look, but you do need to hurry up and pick something. Whatever you go with, it'll be great. Oh, aren't you helpful, Liz? Don't push me, Liz. Thanks for talking it through with me, Cove. I never thought I'd see the day when Cove would encourage me to wear something formal. You laughed a little, you shook your head. I gotta make my character in one... Oh, yeah. For your next outfit, you could wear a little jumpsuit. That'd be cool and quirky. You start on your third model while you're still finishing up the second model. I know male jumpsuits exist, but I don't know how good they look. Actually, let me look. I've seen male rompers before, and those look pretty nice. Male jumpsuits. Those are overalls. Those are not jumpsuits. Oh, they don't look so bad. They don't look very fancy, like professional, but I guess that's because of like the color. I mean, if you like accessorize it up, I think it could like fit the vibe. But these guys are just wearing like plain jumpsuits. I mean, this guy has that all buttoned down, showing off his abs, but I don't think that's meant for a professional setting. Or maybe it just depends on where you're going wearing it. Yeah, they don't look so bad. I wore jumpsuit to my sister wedding. Oh yeah, make sure they aren't overalls. Yeah, that's the first picture I saw. I was like, that's an overall. That is not a jumpsuit. I wore a jumpsuit to my sister's wedding. I felt on top of the world, as you should. Jumpsuits are pretty nice. Yes, I never thought I'd see the day Cove Holden would encourage me to wear something formal. A quiet chuckle came from your phone, and you smiled at the sound. Yeah, this is really a once-in-a-lifetime event. Taking a deep breath to refocus yourself, you looked over the options one last time. It was time to decide on an outfit. And quick! Speed round! You chose a dress. No. You chose a button-down shirt and pants. Possibly. You chose a blouse and pants. No. I don't like blouses. You chose a button-down shirt and skirt. Maybe. You chose a blouse and a skirt. No. Okay. Probably pants. I feel like I need to gear myself up to wear skirts. I really do. It's like once every 10 years. Shirt and pants. Liz nodded in approval, clapping her hands together satisfied. Apparently, we're making some progress. That sounds like it'd be totally fine. I'm wearing the same type of thing. Oh my god, we'll match. I hate skirts and dresses. Over time, I've kind of like warmed up a little to skirts. Not to the point where I would wear one willingly, yeah, but I do think about it sometimes. Like, oh, this outfit would look nice if there's like a cool skirt with it, but you know. But like I said, I haven't warmed up to it yet. Maybe someday. But dresses, I don't really like either. Sitting in front of your mirror, you quietly assessed your outfit. You thought about adding an accessory or two. Yeah, accessorize. Gosh, don't go be a plain Jane. Get some accessories. And need a little something extra to finish it all off. Rummaging through the rest of your wardrobe, you picked out what you needed to complete your outfit. Ooh, a nice little necklace. Turning back to the mirror, you let Liz drape your best necklace around your neck and clasp it together at the back. A bracelet, a watch, ooh, a belt. You slipped a belt around your waist and fastened the buckle, nodding at your reflection in approval. A pair of earrings, well, I mean, I damn wear earrings, so. They are pains to go to this bathroom. Yeah, it's true. Gotta hike it all the way up. It's easier to make things go down than they come up. You hurried to put on a pair of earrings to match your outfit, aware that time was running short. An anklet! You had to quickly remove your shoes to slip on the anklet before stepping back into them again. A hat? No, I don't really wear... Well, I've been wanting to get into wearing hats again, but I just haven't made the commitment yet. A button, a vest, no. A tie, nah. A shawl, no. I think that's good. I think that's everything. I think the vibes are there now. I think we're looking pretty snazzy. And with that, you decided to apply makeup? No, I don't really do makeup. I'm ready to go. Finally, you were dressed. It had all come together. Okay, I just gotta change my shirt and then I'll be at my car. I'll see you in a minute. When you looked at Liz again, she had a goofy smile pulling at her lips. What? What do you have to say? You look very nice, Dae. Thanks. You twisted around your outfit excitedly. I do look good, don't I? Now you're talking like our moms. You blushed and smiled at the compliment. And I do look good, don't I? Thank you. You admired your reflection in the mirror, happy with the outfit you picked out. Liz wiped a pretend tear away from her finger, sniffling dramatically. Oh, precious Dae. You're really all grown up. It happened in the blink of an eye when I wasn't even looking. She chuckled to herself, nudging you towards the door. Time to get downstairs. Your very official, though still kind of baby, boyfriend awaits. My baby boyfriend. You carefully headed down the stairs and into the living room where your moms are waiting for your appearance. Oh no, they're putting on a show here. Just walk in like a runway model. Have you guys seen how like some models walk down the runway? Runway? Goddamn. They look so intense, like they're about to like approach you and like murder you. Just staring down. Cove is baby girl. He is baby girl. He's like the babiest of baby girls. As you entered, they both stood from the couch and came over to you, smiling broadly. You look so wonderful, Dae. And very mature, too. I know, right? They continued to coo and fuss over you until you managed to brush them off. Ma took Mom by the arm and held her close, the two of them admiring you proudly. You enjoyed the attention? No. Thank you, you sighed dramatically. I already got this from Liz. You wonder why they're making such a big deal. I'm just wearing good clothes. They're like, oh my god, you're not wearing your t-shirts and basketball shorts for once. It sighed dramatically. You were going to be running late if you didn't get going. Liz came over to you and smirked, as if she was reading the very thoughts in your head. You'll have to get used to this one day, Dae. You're the baby of the family forever, after all. Oh no. It's just like real life. Ma came in to give you one last hug, and before you knew it, another pair of arms were wrapped around you. And then a third. Both Mom and Liz giggled as they hugged you tight. We hope you have so much fun tonight. We won't wait up for you. Stay out as long as you need. You're old enough now. The last wave goodbye, you left your family and approached the front door. It was time. It's time to go. Let's ride. Stepping out into the night, you closed the door behind you gently and looked out across the street. There he is! Cope was standing there in the street. His eyes met yours immediately, as if he had been watching your house for the moment you would come out. He smiled bashfully. Hey, Dae. Hey, stranger. I barely recognize you. You took the chance to check over his outfit as he walked across the way to meet you. It was formal for sure, though it didn't feel overly posh. It made sense for him, and it was honestly a sight for sore eyes. He was always beautiful to you. Oh damn. I'm swooning. With a growing smile, he stepped closer, his cheeks running all the way down to his neck.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming with me, and for dressing really nice for this. Your outfit, it's just... perfect. I am a bit of a fashionista after all. His gaze traveled downwards to take in your full form, and... he leaned in only inches away from your face to whisper in your ear, his warm breath tickling your skin. I like the ankle bracelet. Your cheeks went hot, and you bit down your lip to keep from smiling too much. Oh my god, he's not flustered about it. He's confident about it. He's like, I like that. Instead of going, oh, why are you wearing that? He's grown. Just wait till he notices the anklet. Exactly. He's noticed it, and he's confident. The character development. Yeah, oh my gosh, you've grown so much, Cove. When did you change so much into this, what is it? Like this, oh gosh, I can't even think anymore. I can't think of a word for like non-flustered man. Grown but still can't cuddle, I know. That's true. Put that confidence into cuddling and then we'll talk. I wear it for you. I thought you might appreciate it. And it is a special night. Cove squeezed his eyes shut and you peered at him adoringly as he mumbled to himself. Okay, there it is. There's the Cove we know. Oh my god. He moved away from you a couple of paces, running a hand over his face in exasperation. He had tried to play it cool, but couldn't keep it together. That's what it was. When did he become a man that could play it cool, but he still ain't? He almost tricked us, but he's still the same Cove. You started to wonder if it was a good idea after all. Cove acting like that was killing you, and you hadn't even started the trip to the dinner yet. It took a great amount of effort to focus your thoughts and react to his overall assessment to your look. Thank you. You felt shy of it. You look amazing tonight. Damn, Cove, you're so hot right now. You said flirtatiously. Oh my gosh, I can do better than that. Alright, damn, Cove, you're so hot right now. Cove hung his head, red face in embarrassment after that. He wrapped his arms around his torso bashfully as if trying to protect himself and the outfit from further teasing. Come on, Dae. You laughed at the reaction. Then he shook his head, glanced back towards the garage, and throwing a thumb over his shoulder, spoke. We should probably get going. Wouldn't want to be late to such a grown-up event, right? Yeah, let's go. You headed over to Cove's car together, hopping in and strapping on your seatbelts. You were on your way. The event was being held at a place you had never been to before. You brought up the location on your phone to help Cove navigate there. It took some time to find the right address, and once there, you were met with the task of finding a parking spot. Parking spots. We hate to see it. Though you were on time, it seemed like everyone else had already showed up and claimed the spaces. Eventually you found a suitable place before realizing that it required payment. Cove covered the amount, taking a ticket from the machine and leaving it on the dashboard of the car. Despite the small holdup, you managed to ultimately make it to the event and confirm you were on the guest list before being shown into the dining area. Oh my gosh, imagine we walk up and they're like, sorry, there's no Dae Ursa on the list here, you'll have to go. It's like, but I'm an Orca member. No, sorry, you're not on the list. Let me see that list. I just scribble my name on there. I am now. I wonder if anyone was there to try that before. Oh, I just wrote my name on the list. Let me in. Cove whistled low as he looked around, taking in the extravagance of the room. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the entire place was decked out with beautiful oceanic displays. You were stunned yourself. It was extremely high class, even more so than you had already expected. It's so nice. That's the best looking event I've ever been to. It's way too frilly for me. It's so overdone. Could be worse. You didn't call it frilly. I don't see no frills here. I see some shiny things here. Best looking event. He was parted in a wondrous smile as he took in the decorations and the guests all dressed to the nines. Cove met your eyes with a similar look on his face. You got the impression that he felt the same way about it all. The sound of your names being called out echoed over the din in the room. When you looked around, you recognized a couple of the organization leaders looking your way. They approached you both in greeting, giving you a welcoming smile and a hello. Cove, Dae, we're glad to see you could make it, especially after all the hard work you've done to help make this night happen.
Of course.
Really, I wasn't gonna miss it. Hi, you say that as if we had a choice, you joked. I wouldn't miss it either. Hello, I'm thrilled to have made it. You gave a soft nod. You say that as if we had a choice. You grinned as the leaders laughed at the jest. Even Cove smirked from beside you. Well, thank you for being part of the team. You're our best power couple, that's for sure. You're always welcome to participate in more activities when they come up. Cove let out an awkward, breathy laugh and rubbed at the back of his neck. Me and the boyfriend would be happy to. Cove shrugged then, eyes darting around the place with an awkward look.
So...
I guess we should talk to more people. There isn't much else to do at an event like this. No, Cove, let's just go to the introvert corner. We don't have to talk to people. Let's see, I think this corner, over on the left here, by that, oh, what is going on there? Like, up, what? I'm looking at the wall in the back. There's like, can you guys see my mouse? I can't remember if you guys can see my mouse. Yeah, you can see my mouse. What is this? Is this like a tapestry? And not an actual aquarium? Oh, it's like a projector or something, okay. Like, but this is like a nice corner that we can stand in and not have to interact with anybody. I think that's pretty good. I guess not. You found your way into groups of people who were standing around chatting with some light music played in the background. Servers with large silver trays were gliding between the guests, offering drinks and canapes. Cove approached various people as you wound your way through the guests. He managed broaching new conversations well. You were enjoying talking to so many different people, but both guests and members of the organization alike, and found yourself enjoying the company. The sound of a microphone crackling came from the podium at the other end of the room. Someone who you assumed must be the host for the evening was asking everyone to sit down in preparation for the meal and speeches. You and Cove looked for your table, finding it easily enough by the little name cards that were placed delicately beside the napkins. A few others joined you at the table, though they weren't anyone that you recognized. The host was still speaking as people were settling, starting off the speeches by giving a welcome to everyone attending. She went on to provide some more information about Urka, which you suppose was for the guests who weren't a part of the organization, and the purpose of the fundraiser tonight. And for those of you that don't know why you're here, this is what's going on. Urka's goals, as she explained it, were to aid in the conservation and restoration of the oceans and beaches. There were many people who had helped to make the group as successful as it was. When she read off a list of several volunteers who worked on making the event happen, Cove's name was one of the first to come up. His chest puffed out in pride at that. Your name then came up a little further down the list. You were smiling from ear to ear at the mention. As she continued on to thank the large donors for the event, you checked over at Cove. He was still grinning happily to himself and tapping his fingers over the tops of his knees, pretty pleased to have been mentioned by name. You laughed quietly as a reaction. You rolled your eyes. You were excited for him. You could relate to that feeling. You tried to keep focus on the speech. I'm excited for him. Our boy worked hard. He should be recognized for all his efforts. He had worked so hard to make this event happen. It was the least that he deserved. While the host continued speaking, multiple servers dressed in black were setting the first course of the menu in front of the guests. One of the servers set down a plate in front of you, and you thanked them quietly before looking over the dish with interest. You recognized the dish as a simple Caesar salad. The host quickly wrapped up the end of her speech, thanking everyone once more for inviting you all to begin your meal. Anyone who had included a special dietary note when signing up for the event received a vegan or vegetarian version, and there were also small baskets of bread set around the table. I eat both are for me. Cove wolfed down his salad before munching into a red stick, quickly devouring that as well. I hope the next part comes out soon, and is bigger. You could hear him mumbling to himself as he reached over for another piece of bread. He glanced around the table, and you followed his line of sight with curiosity, noting that everybody else was still eating the salad. Stopping his hand mid-air, he quickly pulled back and rested it on his lap without taking another breadstick after all. Ooh, see the salad, yeah. Well, I can relate to Cove. Oh my gosh, I mentioned this before on stream, but I also eat really fast, like before anybody else. And I always feel kind of awkward, like getting more food while everybody's still like on like their first one. So I feel that, Cove, but no, you get that bread. If you're hungry, you gotta eat. It was clear that he was starting to feel unsure of himself, and he looked a little out of place here. He folded his arms and turned away from them to you. Hey, did you like the salad? It's too small. I'm still pretty hungry. Yeah, me too. His gaze remained purposefully tunneled on you, as if he was trying not to even think about what the rest of the table might be doing. You gave Cove a pat on his head. You made silly faces at the other guests when they weren't looking. You picked up a breadstick and gave it to Cove. You discreetly flipped off the other guests. You sat there quietly, feeling uncomfortable yourself. Now here, take it. It's okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you can have another breadstick. I mean, that's what they're set there for. Cove spoke gently as he took the bread from your hand, looking choked up by your reassurance. It's just a breadstick, Cove. It's okay. You don't need to start crying in the middle of the event. Oh my god, you give me a breadstick. He munched away on it happily, seeming much more at ease. It wasn't much longer until the main course was arriving, and the various chicken, steak, and veggie dishes were being served throughout the room. An array of scents wafted through the room, making your mouth water. I chose chicken. A plate of perfectly roasted chicken and vegetables was set in front of you, with a delectable pale gravy. Cove had gone for the steak, and once he started to dig in, he was completely absorbed by his meal. You're gonna choke if you keep inhaling your food like that. It's not that deep. Yeah. You kicked him under the table teasingly. You put a hand on his thigh under the— oh, whoa. You flicked something at him while he was off guard. You focused on your own food. I kick him under the table. I just with full force. Nah. You couldn't resist a little teasing while he was distracted. Your arm reached forward out of view of everyone else, hidden by the heavy tablecloth. You let your fingers lay to rest on the center of his nearest thigh. Cove stopped eating immediately, and his elbows banging against the top of the table in shock as his face slowly turned red. The table next to him rattled from the impact. When it settled down, he spoke creakily without moving to face you directly. Yes? What did you want? Nothing. Is something the matter? His flustered frown deepened. Dae, you should probably— his voice trailed off quickly. You got the impression that he was about to ask you to stop, but he didn't really want you to. He kept your hand where it was for a little longer, giving his leg a gentle squeeze until he cleared his throat and leaned in closer to you. You probably, shouldn't keep doing that right now. What? What am I doing? I don't know what you're talking about, Cove. Fine. It was a shame it had to end, but you were content with how long he had let you keep your hand where it was. Gosh, can't even put a hand on my own boyfriend. He gets so flustered. When you returned your hand to your own lap, Cove let out a small sigh of relief, continued eating again, though at a slower pace as he was still distracted from the event. Hey, at least he won't be choking now. Dinner eventually ended, and last of all was dessert. A lemon sorbet that had been partially dyed blue. Ooh. The mix of white with bold streaks of blue made the little scoop look like a ball of roaring ocean waves. The effect was very pretty, but the serving size was small. Perhaps it was the price to pay for artistry. You turned to Cove to find him pouting a little at the size of it. But nothing was happening, Cove, I know. I stand next to him and he's already flustered. Digging into the dessert, it took only a few bites to polish it off. Again, the other people around the table had barely even begun eating. An unimpressed air settled over him as he sat back in his chair, sipping at his water unhappily. You should appreciate what you got. Now that's mean. You laughed at his moping. You sure are, big baby. We can get more dessert later. You cleared your throat. You a baby. You prodded him in the arm, laughing quietly. He looked up at you sheepishly, embarrassed to have been caught sulking over such a thing. He fumbled for a defense. It was just really good, that's all. And now it's gone. But okay. With a slight grin, he shrugged to show that he was really fine. You want a bite of mine? You scooped up a spoonful of your sorbet and offered it to him, holding a hand beneath it to avoid any drips. His eyes widening as he eyed the dessert hungrily, surprised by the offer. Recovering quickly, he leaned forward over the table, lifting out of the chair a little as he ate the treat from your spoon. As he sat back, humming happily with his mouth full, you couldn't help but smile at the sight. Cove swallowed the faux ocean and let out a satisfied sigh. Even though it wasn't that much more, the simple fact that he had gotten more hit the spot.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You thought back on the way he used to be so terrified of sampling food that was yours, and now he hardly batted an eye. Cove said, "Oh, free food is free food. I'll take it," as he should. It was always amazing when you were stuck with how he'd grown and how he stayed the same. Another person from Orca got up on stage to make a speech as everyone was nearing the end of their meal. They spoke mostly about the individual projects that the organization was working on and their plans for the near future, as well as encouraging anyone who was interested to consider volunteering. Cove bent forward over the table with his chin bounced on a hand, listening attentively to the words. As they came to a conclusion and everyone gave them a round of applause, Cove caught your eye and smiled. You wondered what would happen now. Ooh. And then the lights dimmed. A couple of spotlights came on, projecting a waterlight effect around the room. The guests gushed over the ambience, and you looked around with wide eyes at the ripples in the walls. The DJ that had previously been playing some soft mood music in the background announced that the floor was open for dancing, slowly turning the volume up so it drifted through the space. When you glanced at Cove, his eyebrows had shot up, and he mumbled quietly, "Huh, I didn't know there would be dancing. I guess it makes sense now that I think about it." Time to bust the move. He gave an awkward laugh as you both watched as people rose from their seats. It was clear now that many of the donors were couples. A small crowd had started to form on the dance floor, and the DJ played a romantic song to get everyone started off. "Now play the cha-cha slide. I request the cha-cha slide." All this slow dancing BS. I want the cha-cha slide. I'm good at that one. It tells you exactly what to do. Cove let his gaze float over the small sea of guests who were moving onto the floor, his hands twisting in his lap as his lips pulled into a tight line. And then, with a breath and the lift of his hand, he turned to you. "Well, wanna dance with me?" "Of course I do." His face lit up. You could tell even beneath the dim light. Cupid Shuffle, Cotton Eye Joe, come on, give us some classics, yeah! Accepting Cove's outstretched hand, you rose from your seats together and stepped out onto the floor. When you had found a spot for yourselves amongst the other guests, you turned and faced him, standing close. Cove gave you a small smile as you looked up at him. He seemed a little nervous. "I don't know how to dance. Not for real." He admitted with a slight squeeze to your hand and a sheepish look. You gave him a reassuring grin and nudged a little closer to him still. "That's okay. I know." With his familiar face full of affection, he let go of you and raised his arms to slide both of his hands behind your neck. He just starts choking me. You wrapped your arms around him in response. Together, you gently swayed to the music, moving your feet in time to the delicate beat. It was nice just being here like this, in each other's arms. You didn't have to worry about whether you knew the right steps or not. There was always a way to make it work between the two of you. Cove leaned his head in near to yours, his forehead so close to yours that they had almost touched. His breath was warm as he let out a contented sigh, tickling your skin. "You really do look so good tonight. You're such a stunning person. You cleaned up your pretty well yourself." The confidence is returning. He chuckled softly as you took a second to admire him, running your eyes down the front of his chest. "Have you had a nice time? I hope you did." "Yeah, I have. I came here with you, so obviously. I was having a pretty bad time until right now. Well, I've had worse nights." Oh my god. "Well, how is this for an answer?" His eyelids fluttered closed as your lips met in a soft kiss, and when he pulled back, he smiled at you gently. His bright eyes stayed locked on yours, studying you with unmistakable adoration. "Thank you for staying. You're still here, just like you promised you would be. Where am I gonna go?" Your heart felt light as you continued to sway whilst holding your most beloved person. So glad to be able to share a moment like this with him. His smile suddenly tilted unexpectedly. You couldn't guess the thought that crossed over his face. "Hey, Dae." "Yes?" His voice a gentle whisper. He let you in on his small secret. "A secret. Tell me. You know I like to complain about things so that other people can stress me out, but it's nice. Coming here with you tonight didn't make me feel bad. Not even a little." Your lips parted at the words, old memories rushing back to the surface of your mind. It was like your very first formal party together, the summer soiree at the country club. In an instant you were 13 years old again, sitting on a grassy hill in a dark golf course with your neighbor. It was an experience you could never forget, where it felt as though there were no one else in the world, and where he made you feel like there was no one else in the world he wanted to be with more. That was the night Cove tried so hard to enjoy with you, but had been plagued by his anxieties despite it all, and now... Cove, I'm so glad. You began to tear up happily. It was probably the water thing at this party that put you at ease. You're speechless. Yeah, it was probably the vibes. You need to default to humor when feeling emotional. You nodded towards the coral centerpieces on the tables, as the ripple of the lighting cast everything in a watery blue glow. Oh my gosh, calling me out, needing to default to humor when feeling emotional. Listen. It's my coping mechanism, and I get to pick it. Cove's hand caressed the back of your neck, making you feel truly treasured. Even though I still get like that sometimes, when there's other stuff in our lives that's too much for me to deal with, being with you, that's not one of those things. You make it so easy to do. You make me happy, more than happy. When I'm with you, I feel safe. His voice wavered ever so slightly, his feelings getting the best of him. I want more than anything to be able to do that for you. He broke on the last words, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Cove, there's no tears on the dance floor, bro. Fucking lies, bro. Can't even cuddle with us, let alone lay in the same bed. Fucking just ripping into him. You want to cry on the dance floor? I'll give you something to cry about. You already have. You wiped away his tears, you know, quietly. I'd always be there for you, I promise. Another kiss. Closing the gap between you, lean in and press your lips to his. His hand moved to cup the back of your head as he kissed you deeply in return. Then he pulled back slowly, his smile never leaving his face. A lot has happened, huh? You nodded faintly. You weren't sure if you meant just today, this summer, or your entire time knowing each other. But it didn't really matter. It was true either way. I will never let him live it down. Never. Thinking back on the years that you and Cove had been neighbors, it was difficult to even try to reflect on it all at once.
I'm so glad.
I'm glad we ended up here. He gave you a soft look and you beamed, knowing that could also mean many things, but from his tone, you were certain he didn't only mean here, at this event. It was more than that. There's nowhere else I'd rather be, so am I. I think we have to tell your dad thanks. You're amazing. Couldn't even speak. He took out happily the two of you in the long adventure you've been on. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. You loved him. Fully and completely you did. His smile widened and he pressed his body against yours, pressing his head into the crook of your neck, stroking the back of your head with his fingers. You tightened your grip on him and let your head fall against his shoulder. As the night drifted on, you held each other tight, swaying to the music as if you were the only ones in the room. Cove was at a loss for your words for a long time, enjoying the feeling, but you didn't mind. You were enjoying it too. The party eventually started to wind down, and at last, it came to an end. Everybody else in the dance floor just kind of looking over at us like, oh my god, guys, get a room. What are they doing over there? Having an emotional moment? It's supposed to be a dance party. When the main lights turned on, you blinked against the brightness of them, making sure you still had Cove in your sights. One final speaker came up to the podium on the stage, thanking all the guests for coming and wishing everyone a good night. It was bittersweet to see it come to a close. Your time with Cove here was precious. At least the memories could be brought with you. We can't get one because Cove will leave. No. Here out we go. Don't never leave, Cove, please. Giving the space one more look, you walked together with Cove out to the parking lot. The other guests were doing the same, so you got stuck in a bit of a crowd. Though Cove was so tall you could always see him, and it was easy enough to not to get separated. The parking lot itself was quite big, even more noticeable now with fewer cars blocking the view. It took a little while to actually locate Cove's car across its expanse. Eventually, you found it. The two of you bundled inside the vehicle and buckled up. The trip was quiet, as you both silently reflected back on the experience. The event had been the biggest night of the year for Orca, and now it was all over, just like that. Outside your window, the surroundings soon became familiar, and you found yourselves back in your neighborhood. Cove pulled the car into his driveway and put it in park before letting out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. Yeah. After climbing out of the car, you walked slowly down the road, Cove coming over to stand beside you. You stopped in the middle of the street, right between your house and his, and turned to him, finding him in the process of opening his mouth to speak. Strangely, he clamped his lips together, as though he had suddenly thought better of it. You also stay quiet? That was quite a night. Good night, Cove. Thank you for taking me tonight. This is kind of awkward. Well, that was quite a night. Cove let out a breathy laugh, nodding in agreement. Yeah, it was. Good night. Needing to be close again before the night ended, you pressed your lips against his in a gentle kiss. He smiled as you separated, running his fingers over the side of your face. Good night. With a last wispy smile, he leapt towards his front door. Figuring you shouldn't linger in the street for much longer, you crossed the remainder of the road and did the same. When you reached your house, you pulled out your keys and stuck them in the door, trying your best to be silent about it. Opening the door with a crack, you turned back and looked at Cove from over your shoulder. Your eyebrows lifted in surprise to see he was doing the same, holding his front door open, but waiting for you to go inside before he did. You shared an amused smile before you both stepped into your own houses, locking the door behind you. It was quite late, so everyone else was already asleep. As quiet as a mouse, you tiptoed up to your bedroom and changed out of your formal clothes into your pajamas. Now that you were finally home, you were exhausted. You brushed your teeth and got ready for bed in the darkness, before crawling under the covers and letting out a heavy breath. It was still strange to think about how that was it. The build-up to the event had felt like so much. Now it was completely behind you. Your mind was busy with rapid yet muddled thoughts as you faded closer and closer to sleep. As unconsciousness creeped up on you, you felt more content. It was a big deal, but there would be more in the future. You could accept what it had been, and you could dream about what you'd get to experience next. Honk shoe, honk shoe. Oop. And then you were taken away from dreams, right back into reality by a sound. Your eyebrows pinched together, fully unprepared to be part of the waking world again. The day was over, and it had been an eventful one, but you heard another noise. It was a tapping. Your eyes flew open. The window. There was a tapping that came from your window. Cove Holden. You went over to let the guy in. You extracted yourself from your bed, yawning. You stretched your arms and then made your way to the window. There was another tap right before you arrived, and you pulled it wide open. Cove was indeed there. You had not been surprised to find Cove awkwardly crouched on your window ledge. However, you were taken aback to see that he was a little overdressed. Cove hadn't changed out of his formal clothes. You also noticed that he was perched clumsily. You didn't know if it was because he was trying to keep his fancy clothes clean or if he felt weird about something. His body was too stiff and awkward. Even given that Cove was normally all thumbs, he looked off balance, significantly more than usual. Cove smiled sheepishly. Hi, Dae. Hi. Cove, why are you here? How come you're dressed like that? It's nice to see you, Romeo. Have you looked at a clock? It's too late for this. You remained silent. It's nice to see you, Romeo. You moved aside and let him climb inside. He cautiously stepped down by stretching his legs over. Strangely, he didn't use his hands for support. It was clear to you now. He was holding something. Oh, what do you think he's holding? What do you think he got? What do you have? What do you have? He was safely on his feet. He briefly checked out his clothes, twisting around to see the back of his pants. He caught you looking and shrugged. I did go home after the event, but I knew I wasn't going to be able to settle down, so I just walked back out. A flower? Maybe. I needed fresh air, and time away from everything. He paused for a moment and braced his clasped together hands where you could see them. But then something happened, and well, so I have something I want to show you. It's a knife. Cove grinned like a child and gently unfurled his fingers, not being able to keep you in suspense for even a minute. Carefully sitting inside was a tiny yellow light. It blinked off and then on again. A firefly. Delicately, he moved his hand closer so that you could see the creature better. They're back. Closed his eyes, his smile now faintly illuminated by his insect companion. Remember the first time I caught one? I always will. I could barely manage anything because of that neon pink cast I was stuck with all summer. You were still stunned by what was happening, but couldn't help snickering when Cove did. It was thanks to you that I finally held a firefly in my own hand. You're welcome, Cove. Honestly, I didn't think I'd see them this year. I don't know why, it's just they were kind of late, and I guess I've been worrying about a lot of stuff lately. He fucking kills us. You could tell that the firelight gently lifted his spirits. He seemed at peace, and he wanted to share that with you. The fact that his first thought after discovering the fireflies was to come over and celebrate the joy with you made you suddenly feel very cherished. Cove opened his eyes, but he looked away, not meeting yours.
It's nice.
It's really nice, I think. Even if the fireflies disappear for a while, it doesn't mean they're really gone. They'll come back. I can see them again. You smiled. Technically, fireflies aren't even gone. They're just eggs and larvae. You waited for him to continue. There actually isn't a wedding, it's just a funeral. What? A funeral DLC win. You waited for him to continue. Cove looked at your face, his smile now fragile. It makes me think about the two of us. We're together, then we say goodbye, then we're together again. Day after day, year after year, and even if our time apart gets longer, that doesn't make it forever. Dae, I'll always be there, whenever you want to see me. You were so in love with him. There was nothing else you could think then, and he needed to know. You were so happy to be with him. He needed to know that. You quietly said his name. Whoa. Are we dropping the L-bomb? Should we tell him we love him? Or that he makes us happy? Or just nothing? If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Exactly. Where's my fucking ring? Let me get up. Crack my back. Although I will say, even if we don't say this to him now, something else might happen. Oh, drop it? Okay, I'll just drop it. We're gonna drop the L-bomb. I was just gonna say we didn't do it now. There would be an opportunity later, but yeah, we can do it now. Your heart started to pound in your ears, and all you could hear was blood rushing. You looked at Cove and found yourself fixated. The only thing you were aware of was your rapid pulse in him. It was as if your entire relationship was playing over in your mind, every step that led you here. Everything from the first night you met, to how you started as little kids who were good friends and grew even closer, to the first time you saw fireflies together, to the first time he snuck in your room, then to every other moment you shared, all of it came back to you. Cove was like, "You good, bro?" Cove's expression had turned curious as you left him waiting, wordless. He tilted his head in question. His lips parted to speak, but you went first. "I love you." With your confession, the world stopped for a second. Cove froze. You've been talking with him for years now. It ain't awkward. Exactly. Then, as if your words had turned a faucet, tears began to fall down Cove's cheeks. He silently mouthed something, but you couldn't make out a word. Cove? You stepped closer and closer, removing the distance between the two of you. He covered his mouth with a hand. He must have forgotten about the firefly resting there, and it flew off into the night with a twinkle. Oh, imagine he accidentally put the firefly in his mouth. He uses his other hand to shakily reach over and interlace his fingers with yours. He gripped you tightly as he started sobbing harder. "Oh no, don't cry." He's like, "I actually fucking hate you." I know, wipe your tears away. Gently, you took your free hand and wiped his tears away. I love you again. Tasty snack. Yeah, fireflies. Yeah, I had a feeling it would go like this. Can you tell me? Oh no, don't pressure him. It's okay. Cove removed the hand from his mouth and used it to hold the back of your head. He brought your face to him, bending his neck down to be closer to your level, and your foreheads brushed together. His voice trembled. It cracked, and it shook. This was raw, straight from Cove's heart. "I love you." He closed his eyes tightly and repeated himself, but now he could say it firmly. "I love you." His aqua eyes sparkled when he opened them again. Fresh tears poured out with an outburst of emotion.
Sorry.
"Tay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't get it together. It's just, I tried so much to love you quietly, secretly, and that being it. But I really wanted you to feel the same. I wanted you to love me back. I wanted to hear you say it. I just kept thinking, what if you didn't? Maybe what I felt was too much, and I didn't know how to handle that. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to put any of that on you either. You weren't doing something bad. Everything you do is right and wonderful.
Always like this.
It wasn't your fault I had to be like that. I'm just like that. He just be like that sometimes. I love you, bitch. I ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch. We are dating? What do you mean quietly? I know. It's like, Cole, we've known each other for 10 years and we are dating. Also, you're not very quiet about it. He leaned in closer, hiding his face from view, his lips trailing over to your ear. He whispered, "But you love me. You love me." He moved his head back as his forehead was centered on yours, and then he closed his eyes. He shook. The hand still held was trembling. "Oh my god, you love me." It's like, Cove, we're dating. What do you mean? Why are you so shocked? We were the ones that... I was the one that smooched you when we were like... What was it? 13? You think I'm doing this just for shits and giggles? Did I review this? He moved his head back, so his forehead was centered on yours, and then he closed his eyes. He shook. The hand you still held was trembling. "I am so sorry. I'm really always like this." I'll shut up. You pulled him into you, kissing his lips. He returned it desperately. I don't understand this man. Maybe my brain is too logical thinking about it. Goddamn, I don't understand this man. I know. He's just a quirky guy with some quirky thoughts. You pulled him into you, kissing his lips. He returned it desperately. Cole managed to bring a fragile smile onto his face. He was still shaking, but there was something decided about him now.
I love you.
"Oh my god." He repeated it more, as if to make up for all the times he didn't let himself say it before. As he spoke, his tears dried up, and his breathing became more even. The reaffirmation helped him calm down. "Thank you for telling me." Cole's smile was bolder, even as his voice wavered, and he ducked his head with a childish shyness. He clearly fought against getting emotional again. His watery eyes, his mussed hair, the tears still drying on his cheeks. He loved him so much. "I need to tell you, you've always been lucky, haven't you?" "Oh, you're so lucky to have me loving you." "I'm so happy to have done it." "You're welcome. It was only the truth." "I love you, bitch." Cole found the size of your face, but moved his thumb down to softly brush your lips. It was exciting. He wanted to keep touching you, and you wanted that too. Oh my god, here we go. It's time to get spicy. Another kiss. You began to pull Cove into a kiss, and he welcomed it. Both of his hands cradled your head gently. He was full of sweetness for you, and eagerly you took it. It didn't take long until he shyly parted. His face was a little red. Will he not back away this time? We'll see. We'll see. Cove beamed at you, and then kissed you back once more. A brief but solid statement of his affection. I kissed all over his face. You moved your face over to his cheek and gave it a nice smooch. He smiled and then planted another on the tip of his nose. You kissed across his forehead, moved on to gently brush your lips against his eyelids and then the corners of his mouth. He made small pleased noises and wrapped his arms around your lower back. He pressed himself even closer against you. I bite his neck. You nuzzled up against him. You could hear his breathing pick up. You kissed across the exposed part of his neck. He made a quick gasp and let it out as a long sigh. While you busied yourself over his neck, he reached down to stroke your thighs. Oh, whoa. We literally almost got spicy before. What do you mean about not knowing we loved him? Yeah, that's true. So, you had me pinned down on your bed, and you think we didn't know? Oh my god, Kobe. Listen, it's like the wedding day. We say we love him. He's like, oh my god, you love me? Like, Kobe, we're literally about to get married. Why are you so oblivious? Why are you busy? You know what? Aggression. Against the wall. Then you stepped forward with purpose and pressed your hands against his shoulders. You kept walking. His eyes widened, but he let you lead him, taking back at the prompted. Kobe squeaked when he made contact with the wall. You stared up into his flushed face. This man, I swear. Kobe's body was tense being in such a position, but you knew with complete certainty that it wasn't in a bad way. You could feel one of his knees rubbing against the inside of your leg encouragingly. You ran a hand through his hair. You stayed close to him and used one hand to comb through his hair. He leaned into your hand when your fingers got deeper into his strands. Kobe tilted his head and brought his mouth to yours. Your lips delicately touched, too brief and slight to be a true kiss, but enough to be exciting. The slight touches were because he was also using his mouth to mumble something, although you couldn't make out any clear words. Cove, you said it hushed, under your breath, and then brought your lips to his ear and repeated yourself longingly. Cove. Cove. God, he is legit a tall golden retriever boy. He is. A golden retriever dog. A shiver went through him and his grip on you tightened. He had to, with the way his knees almost buckled. Alright. That's all you get. You took a step back from him and tried to settle your pounding heart, your pulse, your breath. Cove. It took a few deep breaths to focus again. He did the same, leaning his head back and covering his eyes with one hand. He was as red as he could be expected, definitely bashful, but honestly, he looked plenty pleased. You couldn't help thinking about how happy you were to be with him, how you were certain you wanted to spend your life with him, how you were certain you wanted to spend your life with him, and you told him as, oh, whoa. And now he freaks out. And we kind of pulled away on our own. I was like, let's give him some space to do that. Okay, are we telling him we want to spend the rest of our life with him? Say it, okay. I hope we get to spend our whole lives together. Oh, he's like, oh, another attack. Kobe's expression crumbled again. He wasn't able to tamp down the newest wave of emotion. His eyes watered once more, and he took a few heavy breaths. I hope so too. We'll be together always. Have a place of our own. And a kid? And kids? Also pets. Also a pet. With just the two of us. Oh, oh god, this is a lot to think about. You know what? Also pets. And maybe a kid. Don't you think so? His eyes widened at the picture you were painting. Cove seemed more than a little overwhelmed. Being a dad, the idea of it intimidated him. I'm sure you'd be a great father, Cove. Pass, yes, both. Cove wasn't able to find the words. Instead, he squeezed his eyes shut and nodded resolutely. Your heart lifted. He was anxious, but he wanted a family with you. Whether it's a human child or animal children. A family is a family. You felt warm being able to talk about this openly. You liked to imagine the life you could have together, and now you could do it with him. He rubbed at his scarred arm bashfully. You know, I thought having to grow for real was going to be so hard. I didn't know I could even could. But you... Well, maybe it won't be that impossible.
So...
I mean, I better make sure it's not, huh? I'm looking forward to it. Finally, he was able to laugh softly. The tears were nothing but salty remnants on his cheeks. He brightened up as if finally able to process the absolute joy of tonight in full. You felt good too, and took a little more time together to simply exist in the new dynamic you had stepped into. Cove looked into your eyes with a soft, slightly shy expression. There was hope in his smile. You want to go to the hill with me? I bet there's still fireflies. Hell yeah, let's go! Cove brightened. He was practically bouncing at the thought of a secret excursion before he suddenly became bashful.
So...
How should we leave? We could try the door. We don't have to do the window thing, but maybe that'd bother your family? Bill chuckled at how awkward it would be if your mom, or worse, Liz, saw you going on a midnight firefly catching trip. You'd be sure to avoid that. Through the window! Let's go through the window. Cove nodded in understanding. You grabbed some shoes and readied yourself for an adventure. You were glad that there was no way you'd run into another soul outside. Cove would be way overdressed and you were still in your jammies. It's a power couple. You let Cove go first. He stepped back onto the ledge as you carefully followed. You shuffled along, and soon you reached the garage. You planned to use the fence from there to reach the ground. Cove shakily climbed down to the fence and held it tightly with a death grip. He hesitated for a moment and then let himself fall to the ground. He leaned against the fence and projected hushed words up to where you were waiting.
Are you okay?
Do you want help? Yeah. You got to the edge and let Cove spot your descent. He grabbed you, but about halfway down, and brought you to rest firmly on the ground. To the wall! To the... Just my balls. Cove gave you an encouraging smile, but neither of you risked speaking yet. You briskly snuck behind the house and up to the old white poppy hill. And Cove was right. The entire hill was lit up, insects twinkling here and there with their pale yellow light. Cove let out a contented sigh, finally able to relax in full. He strode further up to the hill to better enjoy the view. You walked along as well, letting yourself be surrounded by the twinkling display. Then without warning, Cove plopped onto his back. He paid no mind to smacking his formal attire on the grass. He put an arm under his head and stretched the rest of his limbs out. He was clearly getting quite comfortable in the dirt there. I lay down. You sat down first and then fell back. You could see the stars when you looked up at the night sky. Oh my god, can we snuggle? He was warm in contrast to the chilly ground. Cove cuddled closer in turn, tucking his arms up near your shoulders. I wonder if Dad will be mad about the grass stains. He jerked at the collar of his shirt. He didn't sound concerned, just idly curious. At least they're dark. If you're lucky, you won't be able to tell. His smile bent a little, and it went silent between you. The only sounds were the rustling of bugs in the breeze, and the faraway crashes of waves on the sea. You couldn't help but reflect on what happened only a brief time earlier. Between this and your room, this almost felt like a different world. Oh, now he can cuddle. He just needed us to tell him we loved him. He needed to know, because apparently he didn't know. And before he was like, oh, we can't cuddle. I don't know if you love me or not. I can't cuddle with someone that doesn't love me back. Like, bitch, we were dating. We, like, make out every, like, other scene. Like, what are you talking about? Was it even real? What happened between you two? You could almost be convinced that it wasn't, and that you had never actually stopped dreaming. You stole a glance at Cove. He caught you and blushed. That little reddening reassured you. Cove remembered, same as you. What you had was real. Continue watching fireflies. You wanted to catch some fireflies. You asked Cove if you wanted to catch fireflies. You challenged him to rolling down the race down the hill. You asked Cove to dance with you. Ooh. Oh, what do we want to do? Do we want to catch fireflies? Do we want to do a race? Or do we want to dance again? Want to do a little dancey dance? Party at the Poppy Hill with the fireflies. Too many options, I know. Should I get a number randomizer? I can do that. Here, let's see. Number picker. Yeah, number picker. They're all so good. Okay, so pick a number between 1 and 3. That works. Yeah. So 1 will be fireflies, 2 will be the race, and 3 will be dancing. Alright. It's 1. Okay, we're gonna catch fireflies. Easy. It'd be kind of a waste if we were out here and didn't try to catch fireflies. Let's do it. Cuff turned his head towards you with a bent grin. I think that sounds like a plan. You smiled at each other, and Cove rolled his fancy sleeves up. Then he clambered up to his feet, full of bug-catching enthusiasm. You got up and brushed off your clothes. A pesky blade of grass tried to stay stuck onto your back. With simultaneous nods of your heads, you both ran around the hill trying to take hold of the flying creatures. Every so often, one of you would succeed. Like the children you once were, you would race over to the other to show off your catch. What had actually changed? The fireflies were as bright as ever, and you laughed together the entire time. The hour grew late, and the fireflies mostly dispersed, until only a few stragglers remained. Then even they blinked out of sight, leaving you alone with Cove and your thoughts. Cove stole a second to release the words that had been filling his head during the quiet. I love you, Dae. You felt a great deal of happiness. Cove's expression was completely open, honest, and full of sincerity. He meant every word. He truly loved you. No matter how much it didn't seem real yet, it was. It felt as though this was the night that would never end, but you knew it. Would have to, all too soon. You were only grateful to have been a part of it. These were moments to truly treasure. You never let yourself forget them. Core memory unlocked. We did it. We told Cove we loved him. And apparently that was a surprise for absolutely no reason. Goddamn Cove. Listen, Cove, I love you, but damn. It's driving me crazy. In multiple ways. I love you, but you're a fucking dumbass as well. Oh, wait, what's that one quote? You're stupid. I like that in a man. He's like a himbo. But alright, we got one last event left. It is boating. I wonder what's going to happen in this one. I don't know. I can't tell. It's a mystery. Did I already save? Yes, I did. Okay. Let's do it. You perched at the kitchen island, whiling away the minutes until your sister joined you downstairs. There was quite an adventure planned today. Lee was coming down near the Sunset area as a part of what she called a little trip. Apparently she thought how nice it would be to go on a private boat trip this summer to celebrate graduation and everything. What might have been an idle dream for most people turned into reality in Lee's hands. You've been invited along for the ride by your best cousin. It was kind of insane she could make that happen. You were eagerly anticipating the adventure. It'd be great to see her. The idea of being on a ship worries you a little. You were pretty mellow about it all. Adventure! It wasn't every day that you got to ride on a proper boat, let alone a private one. You were excited to get out onto the water and see the ocean from a fresh angle. You weren't the only one who was heading out on the trip. Liz was coming, of course. Your moms had been invited, but they hadn't been able to find the time to squeeze it in. And so the trip would only involve the kids of the family, a term that had stuck despite all three of you being adults now. Mom would have joked about cramping your style, but there was apparently plenty of room on the ship. Lee had been more than happy for you and Liz to bring other friends along if you wanted. Have we even seen her at all in this step? We did briefly in the beginning of the step, before we got into the events. We had a phone call with her, so we only saw like the top of her, like her head, like collarbone up pretty much. So we did see her, but just briefly. She hasn't been here until this step, I think. Yeah. We'll see her again. But the trip out to Sunset Bird, then even further out to where Lee and the boat would be, just wasn't feasible for most people. Not many folks lived close by. There was naturally one person around who would always be there for the ride, Cove. You're just about to meet up with him outside. Lee had been glad that you told her he'd be able to come along today. Just as you were thinking about your cousin and her plans for the day ahead, your phone sprang to life. Glancing at the display, you saw that the incoming call was from Lee herself. You answered it without pause. Oh, we're seeing her now. See, there she is. She got some nice long hair, some gorgeous earrings. Hey. Hi. She dove straight into the topic. The trip meetup. You could hear the thrill of excitement in her voice. I'm here now and everything is all set. All you've got to do is show up and we'll be off. Woo! She spoke quickly, animated by anticipation. Hooray! You echoed her enthusiasm. Great! Can't wait to see you. Liz and Cove are definitely still on board too, right? Yeah, wonderful. There's still a bit of time before you're due to set off. Is there anyone you want to extend a last-minute invite to? No need to keep the guests this sparse now. It's not like we'll be bumping into anyone else to join in when we're out in the middle of the ocean. Well, there's this new guy in the neighborhood I like. There's a new guy around. I think you might like him. No one really comes to mind when I want to be there. Let's bring Baxter along. Ooh, you better invite him then. Sure, I'll see if we can squeeze the sudden boat trip into his busy schedule.
Talk to you later.
I'll let you go. If I have to if I want to see you here in the flesh. She uttered the last words dramatically, making them sound more like a threat than a statement. Laughing, you shook your head. Lee chuckled along down the phone. Bye, Lee. Bye. Now that your attention was free, you looked over to the stair to see if Liz had emerged yet, but there was still no sign of her. You figured you might as well go out and see if Cove was ready in the meantime. Besides, you needed to stop by Baxter's place to invite him along. Liz would catch up, you were sure. You called up the stairs to let her know the plan. You sent her a text on the updated plan. You left her to... Nah, I'm screaming. Liz! I'll be outside! Okay. With that, you hopped off the chair and headed out the door. A sunny day greeted you, shielding your eyes with a hand you admired the sky. It looked good weather for heading out onto the water. That was something. You heard your name called and turned automatically. Cove was the source of the call. He was sitting halfway between his own house and yours. He waved at you as he walked over. You waited for him to join you. You took a step in his direction. You ran over to him. You ran over and threw your arms around him. A death hug. You tore across the street and pounced on him, wrapping him tightly into a hug. The wooden gasp you knocked out of him turned into a chuckle halfway. Hi. Well, look who it is. Ready to go? Cove nodded easily, blinking languidly in the sunlight. Then his mouth curved into a gentle smirk. First jet skis, now a boat. What aquatic transportation device is up next for us? My money's on a submarine. Oh, no. No submarine, please. You laughed. It had been an adventurous summer for sure. Cove grinned, pleased that he'd amused you. Cove glanced away, chewing his lip with consternation. Is it really okay for me to come? Uh-oh. You snorted with laughter, recalling Lee's openness to any and all friends and acquaintances, but the troubled look on Cove's face ended your mirth. Of course it is. You're always invited, remember? Cove rubbed the back of his neck, frowning as if trying to work it out for himself. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This is a really ritzy trip, and Lee's your cousin, not mine.
I mean...
The two of us, me and Lee, are friends, maybe, but it's not like we've ever hung out on our own. I'm kind of worried I'm going to be out of place. Well, guess what? We're bringing another guy that's going to be out of place, so you're not alone. You both can stand in the introvert corner. There's no way to be left out, Cove. She wants you there, I promise. Cove, you're so difficult. Cove, oh my gosh, you're a mess. Don't you want to go on a boat? Look, I'm concerned. But you're not going to get left out. And that's thanks to you. Well, of course. His voice was affectionate, with particular emphasis on the final you, like it was the star of the collection. Cove managed a small smile. The worry hadn't lifted from his rigid shoulders, but you could tell that he was attempting to project a little more confidence. I'm gonna go. Don't worry. Good. You were satisfied with that. Ah, and I meant to tell you, I'm gonna be inviting Baxter too. I've got to check if he... Oof. I've got to check if he's in now before we run out of time.
Huh?
Really? Cove was stunned. He hadn't been prepared for any extra surprises. He shook it off, however. Alright, looks like this isn't already gonna be awkward for me. He was joking, mostly. I'll wait for you here. Okay, Cove, I'll see you in a bit. You strode over to the condo Baxter was staying in and rang the doorbell. Open up, bitch! Hitting the button had you recall the time Liz, dared you to once right before to ring this very bell and ding-dong ditch the mean old people residing here. You hadn't been up to the challenge, especially seeing how upset they'd made Cove for no reason whatsoever. It had been a tactical retreat, you told yourself now. There was no winning with people like that. Before old memories could claim you, the door slid open. Baxter looked out, his head tilted in interest.
Nice to see you.
What a nice surprise. He folded his arms over his chest, leaning casually against the doorframe. Is there something I can do for you? Yeah, get on the boat. Baxter, get on the boat. Want to head out on a boat ride with my family and Cove? We're taking a boat trip right now. Are you on board? So the thing is, we're going on a sort of trip now. You can come if you want. I guess you could come if you want to. But are you on board? His eyes widened only briefly before resting back to his usual languorous expression. It was either impressive show of restraint or Baxter's life involved more impromptu boat trips than yours. Crap, get in the car!
I can do that.
I'd love to. What, you didn't have plans already? No, seriously, that's great. To your surprise, Baxter's mouth curled into a little smirk. My schedule is always open for an improved itinerary. I'm flexible, remember? Oh. He was not only agreeing to come on the trip, but apparently canceling some other plan in order to make it happen. Baxter was certainly something. He's like, I'm gonna go with my friends. Thanks for keeping me in mind. I think this is going to be fun. He slipped outside. After securing the door behind him, he swept out an arm and indicated for you to lead the way. The first stop was to collect Cove. He was waiting, as promised, where you left him.
Good afternoon.
Cove, good to see you. Hi. There was still no sign of Liz. You took the opportunity to bring Baxter up to date on the plan for the day. He took in your words with interest. Only a minute or two more passed before the door to your house finally opened, Liz framed within it like a portrait. Unlike you, she had no need to shield her eyes with a hand in order to protect them from the sun's bright rays, as her hat was performing the job admirably. Spotting you, she headed straight over. She smiled warmly at you and Cove as she approached. Her attention then promptly turned to the group's new addition. It's nice to see you again, Baxter. His eyes closed as he bowed his head in a nod ever so slightly. And the same to you. Living on the same street had given Liz and Baxter the opportunity to get to know each other over the course of the summer. Though she'd spent less time with him than you had, you anticipated that she wouldn't object to him tagging along on the trip. I asked him to join us today. Just as you expected, Liz didn't have much of a reaction to the change of plans. She merely raised her brow. Oh? I feel like you and Lee will become fast friends, Baxter. You laughed, having thought the same thing yourself. Baxter smiled politely. With that, your little group piled into the car. It had been decided in advance that you'd all be heading over in Cove's car. Then you set off for the journey down the coast to where you'd be meeting Lee. You wound down the California shoreline with sparkling ocean waters on the one side and craggy cliffs on the other. The world blurred by until eventually you made it safely to the large harbor. It was a far grander scale than the one near Mr. Holden's shop. Boats 2, 3, even 5 times larger could fit. A yacht? We got yachts out here? Liz took charge from there, calling up your cousin to guide you the rest of the way. Lee did her best to explain where precisely the boat was docked. Given that she was doing it without seeing where you were and that it was an area she was only slightly familiar with herself, she did a pretty good job. It took a bit of fumbling, a little retracing of steps as your cousin and your sister had different definitions of orange. That was rusty brown, Liz had protested. Before too long, you heard her voice calling you, not from the phone in Liz's hand, but over the wind rolling off the ocean. Searching for the source of the sound, you found her on the prow of a ship, jumping into the air and moving frantically for your attention. You'd arrived. Lee dashed from the bow over to the gangway, where you boarded one by one. Hi everyone, I'm so glad you got here okay. And there she is. We get to see her in person now. Thinking back and making a visual novel, I think I would make a horror one or something. Ooh. Well, what kind of horror one? What do you have in your thoughts so far? Or do you want to keep that a secret? In case you actually want to start working on it. She's still short, she is. She's just petite and dainty. I think back when I was interested in making a visual novel, I kind of saved this like program that I wanted to try doing, like suspenseful. Okay. Like a suspense horror. Do you have any ideas for like a first concept for a story so far? Maybe. Oh, that did not sound good. Where did I have it though? I don't know. It was. I think it was like this. Oh, no, that's a game. Never mind. Oh, what the program? I'm looking for it. Because I think it was like the same program that Doki Doki Literature Club was made with. Or at least that's what was like kind of promoted on it. No, that's not it. I had it bookmarked. Is it? No, that's not it either. Oh, is it in my bookmarks? No. Where is it? Is it in here? Oh, it's right here. Okay. It's called RenP, I think. It's a visual novel engine used by thousands of creators around the world that helps you use words, images, and sounds to tell interactive stories. Yeah. I thought Doki Doki was on here, but maybe I don't know. Maybe they pretended it was on there. RenP, like, I can send you the link here. I'll send it to you on, Discord. Where are you? There we go. Alright, there we go. I have sent it. I must look it up. I sent you the program. Also, do I sound quiet, by the way? Do I sound okay? I may or may not have... I had a little birdie tell me I sounded a bit quiet. Nope, you're fine. Okay. Just making sure. But alright. Let me continue. But yeah, that's what I don't know how I found that. I thought it was Doki Literature Club that they tried to promote, but it was not. Either way, it's a visual novel engine. So yeah, you'll have to play around with it and tell me how it is. Because I was going to try it out, but then not, like I said, I got distracted by other projects. But I hope it works out. Oh, let me close my random number generator. Okay. You could tell, even if she'd said nothing, her bright grin as she saw you all spoke loud and clear. Ahoy, Captain Lee. You smiled at her, you waved, you gave your cousin a high five, you squeezed her in a side hug, you give her a full-on hug. Or a side hug? I hate side hugs, they're so weird. I have a person that whenever they see me, they side hug me, and I just hate it. It's like, please, don't. You wrapped both arms around her and pulled her pulled her tight against your chest. Squealing, Lee returned the hug just as tightly. After greeting you, Lee turned to look over the faces of the others who'd be joining you on your ocean voyage. I've been getting interested in text-based games again because I used to make things in Twine for class. Ooh, nice. I've never heard of Twine before. I only side hug Mel. Yeah, the person that side hugs me, I'm not very comfortable with either way, so I just don't like it. But it's different when it's like your girlfriend. It's very nice, yeah. After greeting you, Lee turned to look over the faces of the others who'd be joining you on your ocean voyage. Her attention was immediately pulled to the only one in the group that she'd not met before. Greeting, she approached him.
My pleasure.
I'm Lee. I'm so excited to meet the mysterious man new man on the block. Oop, tea. Just a little bit of tea. Something not like, well, maybe I'll have to tell you tea later. It's just not a person I'm comfortable with in general, with like hugging and stuff like that. It's like, we ain't close like that, you know? Like, there's some tea there. It's a bit lukewarm tea. Not necessarily cold, but yeah. Well, I'll have to tell you another time. I'm Lee. I'm so excited to meet the mysterious new man on the block. Yeah, I read that. Damn it. Ah, fair. Yeah. What a coincidence. I was looking forward to meeting a gracious host for the day.
To be honest.
But I must confess, I'm not that mysterious. I'm rather open. I do hope that doesn't come as a disappointment. Not at all. I can appreciate forwardness. Welcome abroad. Aboard. Whatever. With that, she glanced over at the others.
Thank you.
Lee, thanks again for taking us on this lovely trip. Cove hovered awkwardly behind you and your sister. Even with Liz's broad sun hat, he was too tall and the group too small to hide effectively. He made fleeting eye contact with Lee, then looked away. Hi, thank you for letting me come. The boat is cool. He chuckled nervously. Abroad, shut up! Aboard! He chuckled nervously. Lee smiled, entertained by his bumbling phrasing. Welcome abroad. We're gonna go head over to Europe now. Hi, Cove. She giggled as she spoke, unable to hide her amusement. Cove lowered his head. You patted his arm reassuringly. You stood in front of him like a shield. You couldn't help but smirk at his reaction. You rubbed the bridge of your nose. You folded your arms. Pat, pat. We're all gonna have a good day. You don't have to laugh at. No, she's not laughing at him. Cove's little game of hide and seek is pretty funny. He didn't say anything. But yeah, she's not laughing at him. Cove smiled weakly at you. His face flushed. You could tell that he appreciated your show of support, but was still embarrassed about needing the help. The floor seemed to give beneath you. As Lee whooped with delight, you realized that the ship had pulled out into the water. It had been so steady while it was moored that you temporarily forgotten you weren't on solid ground. Now as the boat rocked beneath your feet, there was no doubt you were truly setting sail. The little group dissipated into chatter, or headed over to the railings to watch the ocean. You were ruffled by the breeze, which seemed stronger out on the water than it was back on the shore. The floor continued to rise and fall, reminding you of standing in a bouncy house while others jumped. It was refreshing. You were curious about how this trip would go. You felt unsure but tried to ignore it. It was scary. You were hit with nausea. No, it's refreshing. I've been on a boat in some form of fashion plenty of times, but I don't think I've ever experienced, like, boat nausea, like seasickness, you know? I guess I'm lucky like that. It was refreshing. Oh, there we go. Did I do something in the background? Okay, no. Well, my game was kind of like fucking around a little bit. As you let your surroundings truly sink in, you thought today was shaping up to be memorable. You were glad that you'd been able to join Lee on this trip. We can really get the party started now. Oh, wonderful. What did you have in mind? Well, the word hung in the air as your cousin stalled. It was clear she didn't have something immediately in mind. Let's go deep diving. No.
Time to find the food table and dig in.
Exactly. You know, that's a better idea, BB. I agree with that. No deep diving. Just food. Listen, I've already been terrified enough of Subnautica. I need a break. The next time we play Subnautica, I'm gonna have to go into the Aurora and fight a Leviathan. Cove's eyes sparkled as he piped up. Can we get out of the boat? Like go swimming around the deep ocean? No, Cove, no, not the women in the deep ocean. Sometimes you'd swear that the boy was part merman, the way he was continuously drawn to the water, but Liz immediately quashed the suggestion. Now, your tone left no room for debate. Baxter chuckled, combing a hand through his hair. I prefer to stay on board too.
Sorry.
It's not that kind of boat trip. It isn't supposed to stop anywhere. If someone did end up off the water, the captain would call the Coast Guard on us. Have you scanned a ghost leviathan yet? No. No, and I don't think I will. Stab it with a knife. I don't know if the knife's gonna actually help. Why will we swing? LOL, no ocean. No. We don't even get to go on the ocean. Cove's shoulders slumped at the resounding rejection. That's disappointing. Suck it up, Ko. We'll still find something fun to do, Ko. No way am I getting... You didn't comment on the decision. It was already made. We'll still find something to do. Truthfully, there isn't that much we can do on the boat that we couldn't technically do back on land. Not to take trips with my father on our boat. He always spends the time deep sea fishing. I'm not much of a fisherman personally. Activities that could also be done while not on a boat sound excellent to me. Visibly bolstered by Baxter's support, Lee smiled warmly at him. Huh, my dad also takes me fishing sometimes, though we do it on the docks by Dad's shop. I'm not good at it either. I've been fishing before. I don't think I'm very good at it either, but you know what, it is what it is. Baxter snickered, his expression warm as he looked at Cove. He appreciated the delicate attempt to relate, especially with how standoffish Cove normally was with him. That's the fate of sons with their dads, apparently. How lucky we won't be doing that now. Yeah. Liz nodded. There's nothing wrong with some non-nautical themed activities. We could play a party game for all I care. Yeah. Party time! We'll play a party game. You saw her brow furrow for just a moment as she mentally conjured possibilities and smoothed out as one came to mind. Oh, what about the one where something is written down and people give clues and one person has to guess what it is? Sure, I say I play a party game and I stand by it. Who's guessing first? Me! How about a rock, paper, scissors to decide? We could have an arm wrestling contest to choose. I don't care. You waited for someone to speak. Ooh. We could do rock, paper, scissors. I was supposed to say arm wrestling, but since there's like 5 of us, that might be a little bit awkward, but I don't know. Rock, paper, scissors. Those blinked at you as you made your suggestion. Liz's expression was skeptical. And how would we decide who took turns for that? The game that is supposed to decide who's taking the first turn in the game was we originally decided to play. Lee snickered, batting a hand in the air to brush away these minor details. Don't be like that, we'll make it work. It's a good idea. More games equal more fun. Together you agreed on an order to go in for this set of games, and the mini competition was on, with Lee and Liz facing each other in the first round. Liz was triumphant in that first game. The next challenger was Baxter. He and Liz went up against each other, and Baxter emerged victorious. Now he was waiting to see who he would go against in the next round. Meanwhile, you were gearing up for a round against Cove. The winner would be Baxter's opponent. Cove stared at you with narrowed eyes. The minigame might only be a bit of meaningless fun, but Cove meant business. You took your positions facing each other as the others watched on. You raised a hand, curled into a fist, just as Cove did the same. On 3. Cove frowned, focusing intently on your hand as if he might predict what shape it would make. 1, 2, 3. You picked... rock. Fuck! At the call of 3, Cove turned his hand over and fanned out his fingers. He'd gone for paper. Cove wins! Fuck you, Cove! How could you? Cove punched into the air, parrying the victorious gesture with a single proud laugh. He got the better of you today. But Cove's celebration abruptly cut off as he refocused on the new challenge ahead. Cove hadn't truly won yet. He gave his final opponent a look of steel. Baxter approached, and Cove's pose stiffened with every step the monochrome newcomer took. Oh my god. Don't call him that. It's so... the monochrome bastard. Cove's transparent bristling brought a sympathetic smile to Baxter's face. I can concede if this isn't fun anymore.
No.
No, we have to do it. You can't just let me win. I'm having fun. The frazzled assertion wasn't as convincing as Cove seemed to think it was, however Baxter accepted hesitantly. Alright. He then tilted his head, and his smile angled with it. Good luck. Good luck to you. He's so serious. The two young men raised their fists for the last game. The countdown began, and Cove threw out paper, covering Baxter's rock. You did it! It was over. Cove stamped his feet in rapid succession before following it up with a fist pump using both arms. Yes! Whooped loud boldly for the entire ship to hear. Cove was absolutely beaming. He won. Congratulations, I'm so proud of you. Wow, you're not just Cove holding, you're Cove golden. Hell yeah. Boo, I was robbed. You're so goofy. I was robbed.
Way.
No, you. Damn, Co. No way. You, you lose fair and square. I deserved this. Lee shot Cove an amused thumbs up as Liz chuckled in disbelief. The actual game hasn't even started and he's already getting like this. Baxter applauded politely, smoothing over Liz's interjection. Good game. Cove continued to smile wildly, the other contributions not even reaching him in his blissful state of victory. Hey, you know, you've gotten rusty with your party game skills. What? Excuse you? He's coming at me now, damn! It's just rock, paper, scissors! Liz lightly slapped his shoulder for that comment. He chuckled repentantly. I don't even get to, like, retort anything. I just have to accept it. I'm sitting in an introvert corner now. Damn. I guess I'm not such a party animal after all. With a devious grin, Liz picked up a pen and notepad from the bar counter. She twirled the glittery pen with her fingers. Lee clarified the rules after Cove raised a wavy eyebrow. Random words would be written down and folded up to give to another player. When it was someone's turn to be a guesser, they would show everyone else the word, but couldn't look at it themselves. The other players had to help the guesser figure out what the word was without saying it directly. Each person was allowed to say only one clue. After all the hints were given, then the guesser would have to decide. It's fucking rock, paper. I know. Listen, I was just trying to have a party game here, man. Cove. Cove was about to be like, "You're a fucking loser," and throws me overboard into the ocean. Lee gave each guest at the mini party a piece of paper from her notepad. It was surprisingly thick lined paper with a little starfish printed at the bottom. Oh, hell yeah. She scrounged around to find more writing implements. She managed to dig up a short pencil with an old jelly grip on it, a ballpoint pen with a logo you didn't recognize, and a purple crayon. Baxter had a nice pen with him already, so he respectfully passed on Lee's offer. She turned to you. Okay. Here, pick one. I want the crayon! Of course! You pulled the crayon from the fan assortment of options Lee had presented to you. Yes! The crayon was a lot thicker than what you were used to. It smelled like kindergarten with a hint of those restaurants that used to give crayons with their kids' menus. After the random selection of words were determined and the papers were passed around, it was time to start. Right. I guess we know who's going now. Cole flipped open his paper and showed it to the crowd. He kept his hand on the back of the note so he couldn't see the word even if light shone through it. Oh, that would not be me. I ain't gonna lie. I'd be like, oh, what's the word, guys? Huh, I wonder, as I'm like kind of leaning towards the light to try to like read through it. I listen, I don't cheat, but when it comes to things like that, it's like, oh no, well, I wonder what the word is. I'm like holding it right up against the sun. We can't even see the word. I can't. In blocky, wobbly text, you read the word potatoes. You pursed your lips together as you thought what you could say. Stack. Lee. Liz turned her head with an incredulous expression while Lee continued her thought. She jumped up, pointing right at the paper Cove had in his hand. You put them in a sack. Cove blinked at Lee, deeply confused. Lee smiled back, full of confidence that he would come to understand eventually. It's the major vegetable you use in croquettes. I don't know what that is. Really? I know what that is. Baxter was earnestly taken aback, as if Cove had just said he never had toast before. Maybe we should change that. There has to be somewhere in this town that serves them, right? Maybe. Let's clear her throat, saving Cove from having to respond beyond his frown. And it's that Mr. Toy with different faces and things. Cove tilted his head, utterly baffled at the different directions that everyone had taken. What? What's a Mr. Toy? Liz simply shook her head at his lack of understanding. It was your turn to try. They're brown and lumpy. They are sweet versions and regular versions. It's a very common starchy root vegetable. Cove, forget the croquettes. French fries. My mom loves them mashed, and Mom thinks it's bland. You shook your head. Listen. French fries. You gave him a look, sending the answer right to him while filling in the blank Baxter had left. Potatoes! Or a singular potato? Yeah. You're right, yeah. Cove repeated again with a bright, beaming grin. Potatoes! Cove was so cute sometimes. You couldn't help but feel happy, too, over his victory joy. He held his hand out to you for a celebratory high five. You gave him a fist bump, and you just gave him... Oh! You're gonna leave him hanging with just a thumbs up? No. Smack his hand. Wah! You slapped his hand with a satisfying smack. He nodded, still looking ecstatic. Thanks for the hint. I don't think I would have gotten it without that. You're welcome. Progress. Now let's go again. Baxter fished his paper out from his ripped pants pocket and presented it to the group. Loopy handwriting spelled out the word slide. Oh, kids like it. It's for kids. Kids? Lee bounced enthusiastically, holding out a hand to indicate the short height of children. Baxter nodded slowly. All right. He doesn't know what a child is. It's at playgrounds, but not really small ones usually. The playground around our neighborhood doesn't have it, if you've been there. He shook his head, still perplexed. Unfortunately, I have not. Dang. You've been to playgrounds before though, right? Baxter paused to think on it. He shrugged.
Maybe?
In my elementary school, I did have recess, but we had sports fields more than traditional playgrounds. For some reason, it's hard to picture you as a little kid. Well, I'd rather you not imagine that, so it all works out. Ko placed a finger on his cheek as he puzzled out the game's conundrum. He tapped his face absentmindedly. It's slippery. You can't really walk on it. That doesn't mean people haven't tried, though. Slippery? Every clue lost Baxter even more. He had no idea what the word could be. You sit on it and then go down. It's tall and long, and you have to climb to the top. You can go on it one way, but can't really get up the other way. Baxter the cha-cha slide? The cha-cha slide? Oh, slide? That's it, slide! Hell yeah, the cha-cha slide returns. Baxter's floundering confidence returned in full force to the broad grid.
Excellent.
I got it? He flipped the paper over and traced his finger across the word. He smirked at it. Thank you very much for the tip, Dae. Liz patted you on the arm with approval. Nice one. You had the magic approach that time. God, everybody else is like giving like the most busted ass hints over here. I'm just like hand feeding them the answer. You put them in a sack. It's a that's French fries are made out of it. Okay, you unfolded the paper given to you, careful not to peek until you showed everyone. Liz leaned in closely with a thoughtful hum. As soon as Lee had a chance to read the word, she jumped up. Dog! There's a popular type of dog sometimes called that. Oh. It's where scientists... Oh, I know what it is already. It's where scientists do experiments and stuff.
Yes.
Sometimes it's a secret location. Liz gave Cove an edged look. She probably thought it would confuse you. It can be used for photos as well. Oh, type in your guess. It's a lab.
Good.
That's it. Wow, what? Those were much better hints. What were y'all doing before? Is it because I'm your bias? They're biased with me, so they're like, okay, we have to give them easy hints. It's totally not because I'm stupid, is it? Yeah, I didn't remember what it was before. I'm not sure. I don't think it's randomized for each playthrough, so I think it's like the same answer each time. But I didn't remember what it was until they said the hints. You got it. Yeah, you nailed it. Everyone cheered. Liz gave you a round of applause. You looked at the paper and in neat, tidy writing, you saw the word lab printed. Woo! You were thrilled that you got it. That round was a total victory. We should definitely keep this ball rolling. Suddenly the boat tipped forward before rocking back harshly. The ship must have gone over a bigger than usual wave. Liz held onto her hat desperately. Lee laughed at her immediate death grip. You never know what'll happen on the high seas. He chuckled too. Watch out, Liz. You wouldn't want to lose such a nice topper. You felt a burst of nausea come over you. You started to feel really freaked out about being in the middle of the ocean like this. Ooh. I'll save. I don't want to be a part of it though. You don't want to lose such a nice topper. You only chuckled together while Liz stuck up her nose. However, your sister was now smiling and her hold had slackened. The game continued with Liz and Lee taking their turns. It was such a good time that you all decided to play a few more games. Liz turned out to be the best guesser, although that could have been because you knew her well enough to give her the relevant hints. Lee had to stop herself from answering on the first clue she was given, but no one really minded. All in all, everyone was glad that Lee had suggested the game. Oh! Lee shot you a grin. Why don't we have some drinks? There's a bar on the ship. Oh my god, we're gonna get drunk on the sea! Cope tilted his head in disbelief. Lee continued blithely.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff behind the counter. I bet one could make whatever they can think of. That sounds like an interesting challenge. There's lots of different juices and stuff. I think I've seen even strawberry puree and pineapple. The carrot juice sounds interesting. So, it's a juice bar. Yeah? Liz laughed and tapped Lee on the shoulder. You just said bar, Lee. I think you gave the wrong idea. Oh, sorry for the disappointment, Co. No alcohol is provided by the ship. That's probably required, considering the group they've got today. I'm not disappointed by that. I didn't want to get drunk on a ship. I'm a little disappointed. Baxter, your alcoholism is showing. Lee breezed past that misunderstanding as though it hadn't even happened. I was thinking we could mix them up and get something special. Anyone interested? Cole thought about it, intrigued. Liz smirked, recognizing the potential for chaos. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. It'll be a dream, trust me. So, who wants to make drinks? It was your idea, why don't you do it? I've mixed drinks before. If anyone else wants to try, this would be a great chance. I'm a gracious hostess. Ooh, I want to make drinks. Cove and I can make the drinks. Come on, Lee, you have to do it. I mean, I can do it. I'll make the drinks. Cool, you're gonna create something wonderful. I just know it. You wondered if you ought to ask for a request, but Lee hustled you off to the non-alcoholic bar. No one else followed. Lee gave a brief tour of selection in various compartments before she went back to the tables. She shouted a final message over her shoulder. Make sure there's enough for everyone. I'm just making a drink for me, actually. I'm chugging that pineapple juice. She waved, and then you were left alone with the juice. There was a fridge packed with cartons and various glass bottles of juice. Lee had placed a pitcher on the counter for you to mix things into. You stared at the options, trying to see just what you had to work with. There were a lot of choices. You reached into the fridge to take out some juice. You grabbed... Okay, a pineapple. What else do they have, though? Apple, orange, pineapple, mango, grape, cranberry. Oh, I got cranberry juice. Oh, pineapple and coconut. Oh, okay. Do they even have coconut juice? Oh, they have coconut water. That could work. Yeah, they have also strawberry, mixed raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry juice, carrot juice, papaya juice, pomegranate, and coconut. Okay. But thank you for the sippy, Shaggy. I'm gonna go... Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and go grab another drink real quick. So I'll be back. Actually, I don't have to do that. I can stay on call. Never mind. On call, on stream. I'm not in a call. Well, I guess technically I am. Alright, I'm getting me a drink. Behave, I can't see chat. Hello, Sam. She's just down, laying in her cage. Okay. Sippy, sippy. The microwave is nearby, so my headset might cut out. There we go, more tea. Take a sip. Delicioso. I hope you're ready for more burps for the for the rest of the stream. Got me my nice homemade sweet ass tea. Okay. Pineapple and coconut water. Hi, Shaggy.
I
Paul.
like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain.
Oh, do you? Do you like pina coladas? Getting caught in the rain. Okay, so we have that. Would anything else really go with it? And that's all. With your juice done, you set out some glasses and poured out some for everyone. Hey, everyone! Come get y'all's juice! The group got up from the lounge chairs they had been sitting on and came to fetch their drinks. Everyone picked up a glass and took a sip. Liz squinted. She took a large swig of juice. She smiled. That's kind of odd, but really in a good way. I agree. It's some nice work. Yeah. He noticed he took another slow sip.
Oh.
It's refreshing. They like pina coladas too. The little juice experience was a good time as far as you were concerned. Contentedly, you all stood close together, some still holding their juice cups. Lee's eyes scanned the group and she giggled. This is so much nicer than having to rely on regular phone calls to catch up, right? Before anyone could respond, Lee's eyes widened. The corner of your mouth pulled into an amused smile. Not that I don't enjoy our chats from afar, just more fun to actually be here together.
That's fine.
We understand, and yes, this is a fantastic little party. Happy graduation, Lee, Dae, and Cove. That was followed by more cheers in celebration of your high school careers coming to an end. Lee even lifted her glass to toast to it. When it fell down, your older sister had one more comment to add. And no one even had to fight over who gets to use the home phone. Hell yeah. Lee threw her head back in thunderous laughter. The smile widened on your face. I remember that. All the times Elizabeth here was trying to push me into being less Gabby. She needed me to just stop so she could call her other friends instead. Hey, many teens have a too cool for family phase. Liz's smile wavered. She crossed her arms, but then her eyes slid over to you. But I do recall Dae being equally as difficult about keeping hold of that phone. Hey, if I didn't stand my ground, I probably never would have seen that phone. Besides, I'm the younger kid. I had to have learned it from somewhere. You're the influence here, Liz. You're the problem, not me. Liz shook her head and chuckled. Fair enough.
You're welcome.
Yeah, luckily, it's all a-okay. I forgive Liz for being a teenager. That got a hearty laugh out of Liz. You caught a quiet snicker out of Cove, too. At least Dae kept me up to date on what was happening in Sunset Bird those difficult days. I never knew what wild things you were going to fill me in on next. We leaned in merely a step closer. The mischievous look in her eyes had me preemptively bracing for whatever she was going to say next. Like when you tell me all about your tween romance moments with Cove. Lee! Don't expose me in front of everybody! Cove hung his head with a sigh. Even if Liz had briefly been the target, things always came back to teasing him in the end. But there was a small bashful smile underneath his embarrassment. Chuckling, Liz gave him a kind of pat on the shoulder. I couldn't wait to fill you in what was happening. Hey, I had to tell somebody what was happening day to day with these people. Liz really missed out on this meaningful conversation. Oh, wow, that's like kind of going too far there. I had to tell somebody. Liz and Cove shot you odd looks. They were both trying to sift through their memories for what other things you must have told Lee. You couldn't help but laugh. It definitely is always fun to say in the neighborhood loop. And Lee drank the rest of her juice down to the very last drop. She made her way over to the table by Cove and set her cup down. Actually, Cove watched Lee as his mouth pulled into a lopsided smile. Making these juice concoctions remind me a lot of that smoothie business down at the mall. The one that lets you pick all the fruit that goes into it. That was a good place. Yeah! Yes, it was the best. Exactly what I was channeling when I came up with this idea. I'm glad you caught that finally. Sorry, I can take a while to get things sometimes. You all know that. Too true. That's an understatement. You're sure when you want to be. It's okay, Cove. You're good exactly the way you are. You meant it, and you hoped that your sincerity came across alright. Slowly, a warm smile spread across his face. So, Cove. She leaned towards him with a devilish grin. Do you still have that wind chime Dae totally got for you? Cove brushed off her teasing and gave her a self-satisfied look. Already knowing the answer, you could feel the tips of your ears redden.
Of course.
Oh my god. When he keeps the gifts you give him. The moment broke with the sound of Liz's quiet laugh. That was all it took to get Lee laughing, and soon after you were all soaking up the mirth of the moment too.
Well,
Though, all that aside, we shouldn't leave Baxter out of the loop either. Everyone followed her lead and turned towards the guest for this summer. His expression softened as he shrugged one shoulder.
I get it.
While it's true I wasn't here for these stories, I do enjoy hearing about them. It's nice to only listen sometimes. Cool. Really mature. Thank you. His gaze traveled from Lee to Liz, and then over to you. He sighed. My cousins aren't nearly as close in age as you are, and as an only child, I'm curious what kind of relationship this is like. Oh, I'm here with you. Only child solidarity. Lee nodded firmly to Baxter and then shot Cove a serious look. He crossed his arms. Alright. Only child solidarity. Oh my god. They're ganging up on us. They're ganging up on me and Liz. A genuine smile lit up Baxter's face. Lee clapped her hands together, pleased at the united front created. Sharing the same wavelength, you and Liz turned your faces to give one another a look. Not breaking eye contact, she reached over and put a hand on the top of your head.
thanks.
That's one for you three. I'll keep, Dae. Thanks. Your siblings' stare shattered into laughter. The others joined in as well. The hours were spent chatting away, sharing stories and favorite memories as the boat drifted out to sea. As time slipped by, the sun hanging low in the sky signaled that it was time to set sail back to the harbor. The more boisterous atmosphere from earlier had settled into a blanket of comfortable relaxation. Liz and Lee were absorbed in conversation, lounging around on the deck couch. Baxter sat across from them, nodding along, and every now and then you could hear laughter coming from the three of them. There were always smiles. Cove had his arms wrapped around you. You had your arms wrapped around Cove. You and Cove holding hands. You and Cove were leaning against each other. You and Cove were saying, I got him in that death grip. Grinning, you leaned into Cove, happy to just simply exist in this scene. Cove placed one of his hands over yours, stroking the top of it with his thumb. The ocean breeze picked up, and you closed your eyes. When you were ready, you looked back to the deck and the faces of everyone you spent the afternoon with. You never wanted to forget that view. Then, looking out into the wide open ocean, you committed every bit of the moment to memory. You quietly thought to yourself, today has certainly been an adventure. Alright, another core memory. I guess these are all technically core memories, but here we go. It's the end of step 3. It's time to end summer. Are you sure you want to move on to the next step? Yeah. It is time. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room. A siren call in the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. She'd officially been accepted into her first choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see you all in person for... You flicked through the plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you'd next have the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together, as, however, the Holdens were tagging along too. Oh, where should we go? Should we go to the tropical place or the Chinese restaurant? Or should I flip a coin? I don't have a real coin here, so I'll have to use the Google one. Delicious. I feel it would be awkward to go to work. That's true. Oh yeah, that's right. We do work there. I forgot about that. Alright, we're gonna go to the Chinese restaurant then. Eating at the place of work. It was somewhere your family had always enjoyed going, ever since you and Liz were tiny. That long-standing connection made it a fitting location for a final meal before Liz and Lee set off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening that kind of epitomized the vacation feeling, and you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. While idly gazing at your room, you spotted a small cluster of unopened envelopes that must have been left for you by a parent earlier. You headed over to the table to flick through for anything of interest. As a child, any correspondence felt exciting due to its rarity. You recognize now that most of it was mundane, but you were checking any mail you got more regularly as of late. There was something you were expecting. You stopped at a crisp, white envelope, the logo proudly proclaimed to the center, a school you'd applied to. You took a deep breath and read it. You opened it instantly. You hesitated, worried about the possibility of bad news. Just open it. Rip off the band-aid. Rip through the envelope. You had to see what it was going to say, regardless of whether it was good or bad, as soon as you could. You pulled apart the glued flap on the front of the envelope and extracted the letter. Your eyes darted over the message, rushing past the pleasantries to get to the heart of the matter. The blood pounding in your ears deafened you to the world outside that was contained within these letters. Your heart skidded to a halt as you read your verdict. You'd been accepted! Yay! Bouncing on the balls of your feet, you pressed the letter to your chest as your excitement bubbled over. You had to tell your family right away. You'd make an announcement at dinner. You wanted to keep this news to yourself for now. You wanted Cove to be the first to know. Ooh, what do you think we should do? What is your verdict, everybody? Should we make an announcement, or should we keep it to ourselves as a secret? Or tell Cove first? Announce at dinner. Okay. You tried your best to finish getting ready yourself. For the dinner ahead, it was a strain. Your mind had only been half on the task before. Now that with the news fresh in your mind, it was a struggle to concentrate on anything else. You kept having to recall your thoughts away from the future and back to the present. Time was against you. Mom soon called from downstairs that it was time to go. You had to check the time, showed that you'd had 10 or at least 5 minutes left. You were wrong. You tore down the stairs, attempting to juggle your composure among the hurry and excitement. Your moms, who turned to greet you as you arrived, swapped silent, knowing looks. They couldn't possibly have figured out what happened, or so you hoped. As your moms, they were probably good at telling things without being told. You watched them, hunting for any further signs that they were on the case, but none came. For now, it didn't seem like they knew what was happening. Not exactly, at least, but things were definitely happening, and even if they didn't know for sure what you were cooking up, they don't know what you're cooking. Let me cook in secret. They could smell something in the air. I hope it smells good. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your moms, sitting in the front, were fine. You, Liz, and Lee were squished into the back, Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. But Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. You gave Lee a hand and she clambered out of the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went on to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably in your chair, your head held aloft as if buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family had settled down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to the evening ahead. Your drinks order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Mom waving an arm in the air it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him.
Hi.
It's great to see you. Glad you could make it. Hello, everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am. You came to the right place, then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom wouldn't have responded by making another comment. Liz had meddled over the years, but she still made a show of despairing of Mom's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten the year before, and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So, I've got some good news. Kira's making a trip out here tomorrow. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
That's great. Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
It's a shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are, having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, generally nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs, and back to the evening that was going so well. Chin up. Lee and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hands in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon. And speaking of, that's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat straight in his chair, face angled towards his son. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cope with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke. Well, it's just I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible. Cove's actually going to make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Oh, damn. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I looked out and got the best boy a dad could ever ask for. Dad. Cove blinkered his vision with his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to be anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy. Thanks. I was really lucky too. You're a good dad.
Aw.
Come here. Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cove's neck, pulling him into as close of a hug as the seating allowed. Damn it. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. You tapped on your glass with a fork, something you'd seen done in movies when people wanted attention. It didn't make quite the same noise, but possibly because your glass was a tumbler and not a champagne flute, but everyone looked in your direction anyway. I've got something to announce too. Of course. Lay it on us. I got my acceptance letter today. I'll be going to college soon. You what? When was that a thing? Oh, sorry. I didn't really want to talk about it before.
You're fantastic.
Well, nice day. I'm impressed. We should have known you had something up your sleeve.
Good job.
That's wonderful, sweetie. Ma rubbed you into a hug, her arms quicker than any lasso. You were thankful that you were sat next to her. If not, you didn't doubt that she would have dived over the table to reach you in her excitement. Hey, let me in on the hug. Your mom's pincered you in a hug, leaning from their chairs to squeeze you in tandem. Liz beamed at you from across the table. Good job, Dae. Lee didn't hide her excitement, clapping her hands in open delight.
Seriously?
That's amazing. You're gonna be amazing. Mr. Holden gave you a thumbs up.
Good.
Impressive. You're a good kid. The world's your oyster. Cove grinned at you from across the table.
Seriously?
That's amazing. That's incredible. You did it. Congratulations, Dae. Thanks. No, seriously, this is really big. This is really big, and you deserve it so much. Look around at the faces of the company here. You've been on this journey with everyone here for years, seen them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Cove was leaving his family home. Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting at hers. You were staying close, but it was clear you were all heading in different directions, to different destinations. Some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. Ooh. Do we want this to be wholesome and happy, or do we want a little bit of angst here? We could say our hearts swell with pride, we could say it was bittersweet, or we could say that it troubled us. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Give me a chance to get a sip. Bittersweet. Okay. You turned your head to the side, wistful, not wanting to spoil the evening with your troubles. You were glad that everyone was succeeding, but the idea of splitting up gave you a twinge of regret. These people have been key pillars in your life. Days ahead without them, no matter how bright and shiny, felt like a little empty. Like a theme park after closing time. Oh. Are we staying bitter or are we staying sweet? Wholesome or angst? It could go either way. Could just be that little bitter bitch. Angst. Alright. Your mind filled with the bitter part. Ko brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for the food and everything.
Sure.
Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. You wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You looked up at him, listlessly as he rose from his seat. You weren't sure if you felt like talking, but having an excuse to get some space didn't sound like a horrible idea, so you nodded. Take care. With his parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone as possible without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He hadn't admitted that was what this was about, but he didn't need to.
What's wrong?
Well, I was going to say something about all that stuff my dad brought up, but are you okay? He peered at you. You could tell his concern was earnest. You were being distant, and he had noticed. I'm fine. No, I'm not alright. Do I look okay? Why are you so worried? There's nothing wrong. Do I look like... I'm fine. That's a lie. Are you worried about things ending? He continued to look deeply into your eyes. All you could focus on was the aqua blue of his iris, the concerned crinkle of his eyelids. You know, I'm anxious about it too. What do you think, Cove? Yes, of course. You didn't say anything. I don't want to be like... These sound like such like aggressive answers. I don't want to say anything. You gave him nothing to go off of, but he could somehow still tell he wasn't far off. Ko's expression dropped. There was something horrified in his eyes and sorrow in his frown. Even when I'm not across the street anymore, you can always call or text. I don't care how late it is. We'll talk every day. I'll make sure we do. He clenched his hand around his wrist tightly. I don't want to lose what we have, Dae. His voice was quiet, barely a whisper. He paused to take you in, and then his voice came out louder but meek. This really matters to me. A lot. More than anything else. There was steel in his eyes, a rare firmness that you didn't see from Cove often. You continued to feel upset. Your feelings had been dragged out, and you had no chance of calming down now.
So sorry.
And I don't want to make you feel bad for bringing this up. Just, I don't know what I wanted. But I felt I had to say something about this. If not now, then when? Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed a nearby table of people were staring. Cove's outburst had attracted attention. The eyes on you just made things worse. You felt overwhelmed, smothered by everything going on. You couldn't handle this. I need some air. Alone. Cove seemed pained, but he didn't protest when you brushed past him and left the restaurant. There was nowhere else to go but out. You stepped out onto the sidewalk. A couple cars drove by on the main street, and the breeze hit your face. You took a few deep breaths now that the conversation was no longer suffocating you. You weren't quite sure what to do next. Gaining space had been the only plan. You patted your size on reflex and pulled out the spare key for your mom's car. Walking fast, you went down the sidewalk to the part of the street where your parents had parked. You remember going past a particular building on the way into the restaurant and managed to backtrack your way to the car without incident. You unlocked the car with a shaky push of the button. The headlights flashed. You pulled open one of the back doors and tucked yourself inside. You shut the door and the car beeped when you locked it again. While putting the key away, you switched it out for your phone. There were concerned messages from your family. Were you okay? Was something happening? Another text came in from your sister at that moment. You didn't respond to any of it and held down the power button. You looked back at your phone and stared at the black, blank screen. You could see part of your face reflecting back at you, and you dropped your phone on the seat. You couldn't help but feel frustrated. This was not how you wanted tonight to go. This was supposed to be a fun dinner. Celebratory even. But maybe that was part of the problem. You didn't know if the future was actually something to celebrate. Then you try to relax, empty your mind of worry, distract yourself, work through your emotions. Ooh. Save. Well, I guess we should try to work through them. Although, we shouldn't, you know, bury them down even further. You did your best to reflect on the situation and sort yourself out. A few minutes passed by. You breathed in the quiet. The car started to get warm, but you didn't feel like turning it on to get the AC going or roll down the windows. You wanted to text Cove where you went so he didn't worry. You wanted to text your family where you went so they didn't worry. You wanted to ask Cove to come see you. You just wanted to sit there. Ooh, what do we want? Should we text the family? Should we text Cove? Or should we just get Cove over here? Despite us kind of walking out during the conversation. Another sip. It's too big of a sip. I missed a little bit, so I don't know how the combo went. Well, pretty much, Cove was trying to, like, assure us that everything would be okay, that we'd continue to, like, talk to each other every day, and that we didn't want to lose what we had, but the conversation was kind of overwhelming us, so we just stepped out anyway. Take some air, and we kind of locked ourselves in the family car. So I can do it like a number generator. Yeah, oh, I'm gonna click this multiple times. Yeah, I'm not looking. Okay, it's 3. Well, I'm gonna do. We wanted to ask Cove to come see us. You picked up your phone from the cushion and pushed the power button. It took a minute to boot up. There were plenty of additional messages. You planned on checking out your family text later and tapped onto Cove's number first. You knew that you didn't actually want to be away from Cove. Sure, you needed some space, but that could only last so long before you wanted him with you once more. Hey, I need you. Could you come to my mom's car? Cove texted back quickly, almost instantly. Okay. That was a relief. Another message followed shortly after. I'm here. Huh? When you looked up from your phone and out the windows, nothing stood out as obviously Cove-shaped, and he wasn't easy to miss. You were ready to text him back when you saw a shock of green out of the corner of your eye. Cove stood up. He'd been sitting on the pavement, leaning against the car door. He straightened out and smiled carefully. He pointed towards the closest car door and raised his shoulders in a clear question. He wanted to know if it was okay to hop in. You nodded, not seeing the point of keeping him awkwardly outside. Cove walked around to the other side of the car, opposite of you. He put his hand on the door handle and pulled. He tried to open the door and obviously wasn't expecting it to be locked. He pressed the unlock button and he smiled after he heard the click. He sat down and then quietly closed the door behind him. For a moment, he faced straight ahead. His hands flinched when he got halfway through putting on his seatbelt before he realized that he wasn't actually going anywhere. Yeah, our boy he didn't want us to leave us completely by ourselves, so he hung out next to the car until we were ready. He dropped his arms and the seatbelt slithered back into the side of the car. Neither of you seemed to know what to say now. Eventually, Cove turned to face you. He seemed serious. Everyone cared when you left the restaurant. They all wanted to be here, but I promised that I'd look out for you. He gripped the side of his cushion and regarded his lap. Like Liz, she told me I better not be making things worse or I'd never be considered a trusted adult for the rest of my life. But yeah, everyone's here for you, even if it's just me in the car. I get it. Cove stared deep into your eyes. You noticed he had some redness around his. You can do it. We can do it. Dae, make a good life for ourselves. No matter how hard it seems, we can do it. He gripped your shoulders, and you knew that he was doing his best to project confidence. He wasn't sure about himself, but he was trying for your sake. You suddenly remembered a long time ago and a tiny little boy who had been scared of an unseen monster in the wind. Even though his small fist had shaken with fear, he'd still been as brave as he could because he'd known you were afraid. Cove had always done his best to be strong for you when you needed it. He definitely was not tiny anymore, but he was still taking care of you. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Cove. I'm not so sure. I know what you're doing. You don't have to. Thanks, Cove. He nodded. He seemed almost larger than life. There was something about Cove. He could bring out the best part of you. Cove then studied you from over his shoulder with a soft expression. He twisted his body to the side and held open his arms. You raised your eyebrow. Come on, I'm gonna hug you. You pulled yourself towards the middle of the middle seat so that you could reach him properly. You had to climb over one of his legs that he had resting across the seats. He turned so that he was completely sideways in his seat, back pressed to the car door, and made space in front of him for you. You settled down against him, and he leaned against his chest. You wiggled in to fit comfortably. He wrapped both of his arms around you and rested one of his cheeks on the top of your head. It was very snug. He kissed your forehead gently, and you relaxed into him. You breathed him in, the scent that was uniquely Cove, oceany and citrusy. He made you feel secure and precious. Despite the cramped backseat of the car, Cove was very comfortable, and his reassurance was nice. He was right here, and he cared. It was hard to dwell on the future troubles when he was doing his best to comfort you. Hey, Dae. His voice was calming, and his eyes were full of his fondness for you. His mouth quirked into a crooked smile. I have a great plan. We can just stop thinking about the future and all that. You had no idea what he meant. He didn't acknowledge your confusion and continued. I'll still get that little apartment you can move in too. I'll stay as close to here as possible and I'll get a new job on the shopping street. I'll sell pretzels. He lightly stroked your head as he spoke. On the word pretzel, he traced a loop-de-loop shape that you had a suspicion was supposed to be a pretzel. You could probably find a job there too. You could also sell pretzels. We'll be business partners. And then we'll do that forever. You'd never have to worry about what to do or where to go or letting lives change ever again.
So?
What do you think? You laughed. You laughed through tears. You smiled. You shook your head. You lightly swatted Cove's arm. You snuggled closer. What a wonderful plan. Yeah! Business partners for pretzels. You smacked him. He snorted. It's perfect. You're a genius. Cove, that plan sucks. There's no way we're doing that. Is it bad that I actually like the sound of that plan? You stayed quiet. You're a genius. Cove chuckled, appearing entirely too innocent. I'm pleased you agree. I can't wait. Pretzels and you. What kind of pretzels will we sell? We will have pretzels for our meals too. We better research the apartment would get well. I'd also like to perform on the shopping street. Oh, we do some little pretzel performances. That'd be nice. Oh, shaking things up, like salt being shaken on a pretzel. What would you do? I'll sing, dance of course, show off magic, dribble a basketball. I'll do performance art, I can draw, teach an animal to do tricks. Well, I'll just, I draw. Derek will be proud. It was fun not to be so serious for a bit, though soon Cove's tone changed. Dae. He started to speak but drifted off. All the sounds of the world outside were muffled and distant. In that space, in that moment, it really felt as though there was no one except you and Cove. Cove softly ran his hand up and down your arm. It felt reassuring. Finally, he was able to continue his thought. No matter what, you can count on me whenever you need something, or even if you just want it. We're becoming more independent, but you're never really actually alone in this world. I love you so much. Thanks. You know that word? Sounds like I'll never be rid of you then, huh? You joked. Oh, a kiss. You reached over and put your hand on his cheek. You stroked his face softly before you leaned in. With your kiss, you tried to pass along the adoration he made you feel. Cove responded easily and kissed you back with a smile. You parted and kissed a few times, wanting to stay close. You considered the thought of living with Cove in his tiny apartment in the pretzel plan, or just in general. Do you still want to have a life together, even if it's not selling pretzels? More than anything. I feel the same way. Cove beamed. You felt much better than you did 5 minutes ago. He was your ray of sunshine. Cove turned red but met your eyes. He was happy, even though his blush took over his face. I guess we should be able to head back without carrying the weight of all this. That's important, after all. He paused with a smirk. You anticipated a joke, or at least an attempt at one. Our hands will finally be free for other things, like eating our meal, so that'll be nice. Oh, our hands are free to eat Chinese food. Thanks, Cove. Yeah, it really will be nice. That's true. Our hands are free to do other things now. You silently nodded. Did not know you were such an optimist. Cove chuckled and scratched the back of his neck. I can look on the bright side sometimes. He smiled, pleased at how everything turned out. With that, you happily stepped into the world again. You made sure to grab your phone and the keys on the way out. Cove's stomach rumbled after you locked your mom's car back up. I feel like we're heading back just in time. Yeah. It was a short walk back to the restaurant. It felt like you blinked and then suddenly were retaking your place at the table. You felt nervous. You didn't want to explain what happened yet. Lotus took in your appearance with a grateful expression. To your surprise, she seemed alright with letting your disappearing act go. Thank goodness you're back, Dae. You have to back me up here. A hair elastic is called a hair elastic. It's a hair tie. Even just coming into the argument, you could tell they were just joking around. Neither Liz nor Lee was taking this thematic discussion seriously. It's a hair elastic. Lee's right. They're called hair ties. Thin, scrunchy. What about rubber band? You can use both terms. I know nothing about hair stuff, Liz. I would call it a hair tie. A hair elastic is too long. Traitor. Your mom's laughed, and you felt your discomfort subside a bit. Mom caught your eye. Are you alright, Dae? You nodded. Throughout the next few minutes, you found yourself drawn into different conversations, each one where everyone checked on you in their own way. The warmth of everyone's love comforted you. You decided to tuck this treasured feeling close to your heart. You wanted to remember it for a long, long time. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot, saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. You then had some extra time and decided to... try calling Jeremy. Alright. It had been a while since you got his number from Shiloh, but you never actually attempted to reach out again so far. You thought this might be a good moment to go for it. You had absolutely no idea how this conversation would go. The furious boy you know was very different to the resigned teenager you'd spoken to this summer. You waited for him to pick up, ready for whatever he sprung on you this time. Your first call ended unanswered, but you at least expected that much. Jeremy certainly ignored the unknown number. You redialed, waiting for him to pick up. After another extended dial tone sequence, the sound was finally replaced with a slow yawn. Hello? Hi. What's up, bull cut?
You're actually doing
Haven't you suffered enough? There was none of the fury which he'd rained down in the past, only bewilderment. I'm not suffering at all. I'm a glutton for punishment. You're so dramatic. I just wanted to see how you were doing. I'm a glutton for punishment. Why is this happening? You knew that he knew what led to this call. You didn't have to explain, and he proved that shortly after, with a real sigh. Whatever. Did Shiloh ever explain his lying self? Yeah, I've kept my distance. I would too if I could. The conversation came to a halt. Ask him a question. How's your best friend Fran doing? Is everything going okay with you? Were you up to anything interesting before I called? Been on any dates lately? Why are we calling you Jeremy? Why not? We're a glutton for punishment after all. How's your best friend doing? He's outside somewhere, sitting in a tree, sketching stuff and stewing on some perceived slight from earlier. So pretty good. You laughed. To your surprise, Jeremy piped up with a question for you. Are you that bored? Or do you honestly have some kind of interest in me as a person? I mean, I'm interested. You're an interesting person. Wow. Then you heard another yawn coming down the line. You first stop asking me why I talk to you now. You expected the call to end there. You even had your thumb hovering over the button to finish the call, but Jeremy's voice stopped you. I think it's weird where we actually talk to each other yet again. It makes no sense, but it's not worth having a problem with. Bye. Bye. With that, he hung up. It had gone better than expected, and there was a truth in what he said. Who would have thought that you would connect like this? Life was full of surprises. You didn't have a problem with it either. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in a blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that happened that day. You could see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. We're gonna sneak out to his room. He always comes into our room through the window. We're gonna do the same. If Cove could do it, then you didn't see why you shouldn't be able to. You made up your mind. As quietly as you could manage, you put on your shoes and slipped out of your room, closing the door behind you softly. Heading slowly down, you took care not to make the floor creak, especially the boards right by the bathroom. Those definitely squeaked. The stillness of the night made even the slightest sound seem so much louder to your ears, and you were very aware of your mom sleeping nearby. Upon reaching the bottom, you tiptoed towards the front door. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door and took a relieving breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street to Cove's house. The road was surreal at this hour, familiar and yet strange. It might have been eerie at another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. You attempted to find your way from the normal footpath to the side of the condo, but the limited light was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was Cove's, and luckily for you, it was on the first floor. Unlike Cove, you wouldn't have to do any building scaling. All you needed to do now was make it safely over the fence and pass the bushes without being caught or injured. We break our leg trying to sneak into his house. Sneaking closer, you glanced over the hedges towards Cove's bedroom window, finding it cracked open. Perfect. You wouldn't have to knock and worry about him not answering. Hoisting yourself up with ease, you cleared the fence and avoided the shrubs, then darted over to the window. You buzzed with a nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, having successfully made it all the way here unseen. Lifting the window up so it was fully open, you pushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbrush below. It was a little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple of plants, but you made it through with minimal noise. Once safely inside, you dusted yourself off and turned back to closed the window gently, with only the soft glow of moonlight and Cove's fish tank there to see the way. You gave a small wave to the special fish you got to name, Frank. Then, straining your eyes to the dark, you crept towards Cove's bed, barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. By the sounds of his soft breathing, you could tell that he hadn't heard you come in, and that small smile tugged at your lips. Ooh. You startled him with a loud noise, you poked him until he woke up, you nudged him gently, you whispered his name, you sat down on top of him, you left him to sleep and sat beside him. He's asleep! Yeah! It's nighttime! He's asleep! He wasn't out on nightly excursions anymore. How are we doing this? Are we gonna let the poor boy sleep, or are we gonna wake him up? Rudely, depending on which option we pick. Nudge him. Hey, Cove, wake up! After a couple of nudges, he sleepily blinked his eyes and mumbled something incoherent beneath his breath. Cove, I wanted to come over. Is that alright? He let out a yawn and rolled towards you, waking up just enough to understand the question, but not the full context. A faint smile appeared on his face. What? Yeah, I want you here. He reached for you, his arms wrapping around your neck as he pulled you towards him. When your foreheads touched, he gave a satisfied sigh. Then, as if totally unaware what he had done, he started dozing off again. Good night. You snickered quietly to yourself as you sat there. He could figure it out on his own, and after a few more seconds, he did. Wait, Dae? Yeah? Do you need something? He shuffled under the covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? A smile slipped onto your face as you finally registered your presence for real. Oh, why not? I gave you a kiss. Touching the front of his shirt, you gently pulled him towards you and met his lip with your own. He kissed you back softly before pulling back too quickly, looking a little flustered. Was that the whole reason? He hesitated before whispering the next part embarrassedly. Because you were horny? What? Fuck off, Cove. Is that why you're here? Because you're a horn dog that can't keep it in your pants? It's like, shit. I just wanted to kiss my own boyfriend. We broke in for a kiss. That's not the only reason. He gave a small sigh, but it held a great deal of affection. I should have known you'd do this one of these days. That's only fair. You let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. You thought maybe this enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. His hands shook where he held him in his lap. He was nervous. You sat beside him happily, waiting for him to speak first. You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. Can I stay the whole night?
Of course.
Hell yeah. You smiled, feeling relieved that he had agreed, and he grinned back. You could always count on him. I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's fair you get to do it too. Exactly. We're equals here. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. It looks like you might be getting the floor again. Okay, but there's no way I'm letting you— Yeah, that's right. We're sleeping in the bed, together. Here we go again. He rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rode it at the back of his neck. Now, as soon as you get into the bed, I want to share. Can you try to stay? I'll take the floor, I insist. I wouldn't mind if you took the bed. I appreciate you taking the floor. No, we're sharing. His eyebrows dipped. He was growing visibly nervous. It was to be expected. But after what happened last time, you've been waiting for another chance. You hoped he felt the same, and it seemed he did. Yeah. This time, we can share. You'll really stay? You won't leave to be on the floor? He nodded. Holding back your delight, you tried with a grin at his sudden resolve. We're gonna share the bed. You could hear the tremble in Cove's voice as he held his hands together to keep them from shaking. He let out a breath and shook his hands in front of him, mentally preparing himself. It's gonna be alright. His mouth set into a grim line, and he balled his hands into fists at his side, determined. It's not that serious. You felt nervous about it yourself. You were glad he was making the effort. You stayed calm. I'm glad he's making the effort. It's just sharing a bed. That's all. We're just trying to go to sleep here. It was an important step in your relationship, and he seemed to understand that. It only took a couple of moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? I'm definitely ready. Let's get cozy. He took another deep breath, and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after you. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cove tensed up beside you, so still he was barely breathing at all. You rested on your side and faced him, your eyebrows pinched in the middle as you watched him. He looked back at you deeply. Do you need more time? I can leave until you're more set up here. No, please don't go. I just want you to stay with me. Ever so slowly, he began to relax, his fingers tentatively brushing up and down your arm. His eyes shut, lashes fanning out over the top of his cheeks, and you still half expected him to run away like last time. But he didn't. He stayed right here where he was. You don't have to worry about me. Doing stuff like this isn't a problem. It's a process. You nodded understanding, even though he couldn't see it, giving him time to let his nerves settle. After fluffing up your pillow and getting yourself comfy, you stayed quiet. Eventually, his shoulders became less rigid. When his eyes opened, he smiled and turned his head towards you. Thank you for waiting again. As always. He laughed shyly, his soft eyes meeting yours through the dim light.
You okay?
Are you okay? Yeah, I am now that you're here. I'll always wait for you, Cove. It took you long enough, but it's fine now. It took you long enough, Cove. God damn. I am now that you're here. He let out a deep breath, relief written on his face. Yeah, I am. He shuffled closer, an inch at a time, and nuzzled his chin against the top of your head, wrapping his arms around your side. You grasped his shirt, you wrapped your arms around him. I wrapped my arms around him. Your fingers gently brushed up and down his back as you held him close. The room grew quiet around you. The only sounds to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling in the small space between you. Cove's heart was pounding, the thump of it rumbling through you as he spoke again softly.
That's...
You know, I'm not scared of you, right? It's just so many other things that scare me. I'm afraid of what-if hypotheticals. Hypotheticals? We know about hypotheticals on this stream channel that aren't actually real, but I think about it anyway, and of nebulous concepts of what things mean that I can barely explain even to myself. I'm scared of my own feelings and how much I feel them, and I'm afraid because tomorrow things will be different between us, but I'll be alone again. He held onto you tighter, his breath stuttering ever so slightly. It's normal right now to see you during the day and part ways at night, except for special exceptions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more. It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself move, to not take a risk, and to not know what I might be missing, but... He hesitated, and you reached up to brush a few strands of hair from his face gently, his eyes slowly fixing on yours. When did doing the easy thing get so hard? When it comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Honestly, when I see your face or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. But when I try, I hit a wall. It's just like I physically can't do it on the one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. And then on the other side, I absolutely can't stop myself from doing it. It never ends well.
I'm always like this.
I hate it. God, it's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed with the way I am, so I have no idea how you stand it. I'm sorry I'm so split when it comes to, romantic things. I do not want you to think you're rushing me when I know I'm giving mixed signals. And I don't want to miss out on being happy by being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. So basically what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you've never given up on me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. You don't give up on me either. You've been there whenever I really need it. It's who you are and I accept you. It's who you are, an indecisive bitch. Yeah, but you've always been there. His eyes closed over a little as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled. His heart finally relaxed into a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night, Dae. Good night. He leaned forward and kissed you tenderly, his hand gently moving to the cradle at the back of your head.
I love you.
Oh my god. I love you too. You were still smiling as you snuggled into him, getting as close as you could. Cocooned in his warmth, you easily grew comfortable next to him, feeling him ease into you as well. For long, your eyes were growing heavy and you drifted off into a restful sleep, side by side. He did it! He stayed in the bed! Finally! His biggest challenge, he has conquered. Good for him. Good for you, Cove. We're proud of you. The next morning, you woke up slowly from a comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining in through the window. Shuffling onto your side, you notice Cove still beside you in the bed, sleeping soundly. His arms continued to be draped around you loosely as he snoozed. He must have fallen asleep that way. You smiled, remembering the prior night. It had been nice to spend the night together, getting to be with him in a whole different way. You could definitely get used to it. So you quietly watched him sleep. You stroked his cheek gently. You ran a hand through his hair. You kissed his forehead. Ah, a kiss. Being careful not to wake him, you bent over and pressed your lips against his skin. He stirred a little in response, a small, sleepy smile appearing on his face. Then a loud noise suddenly startled you, and you snapped towards the sound of the source. So the sound. Ah, here he comes again! It was the door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden, smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to have noticed you straight away. Get your butt out of bed, sport. Mom's here. Oh. All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact, and he froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Well, that's not what I usually walk into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. Your mouth wordlessly fell open. Oh shit. Of course Cove would get away with sneaking into my room, and I'm the one who gets caught. Good morning, Mr. Holden. You pulled the blanket over your head. You scream. Of course, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. He breaks into my room all the time, and nobody catches him, but the one time I do it... Should I pretend I didn't hear that? Cove blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. Both you and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few moments, neither knowing what to say or do. Cove, who continued looking at his dad dozily, was obviously having a hard time trying to process the situation. Then his eyes widened. Dad? Cove scrambled on the bed and attempted to get to his feet, pushing the covers back off the both of you. Forgetting there was an overhanging ceiling above him, he shot upwards and hit his head on the wood. Ow! He flopped back down on his pillow, pressing a hand to his head and groaning loudly. Oh my god, it's just like... It's just like back in the RV. You left at the scene, you gasped in horror. Cove! You can only stare in shock at all of this. Cove, are you alright? And you reached out towards him instinctively. It was the second time that sharing a space with him had resulted in him hitting his head. Alright, listen, Cove. If we ever move in together and we get our own house, we can't have any overhangs on the bed, because if you wake up, you're just going to immediately hit it. It's just, if I had a quarter for every time that's happened, I've only had 2 quarters, but it's still weird that it happened twice. You felt really bad for him. Poor Cove. Cove, bud, are you alright over there? Mr. one step further into the room, his eyebrows furrowed in concern. He bent down towards his son. Yes, please just go. Okay, I'll leave. Cliff held his hands in front of him in a calming gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. He turned to make his exit, but stopped abruptly in the doorway, obviously deciding he had something more to say. I know we talked about this before, but I feel like now is one of those times to mention that I was barely older than you when I found out I was going to be a daddy, so... Just if there's anything you need to say or ask about, we're not getting a kid yet. Yet? Listen, there's too much information being spoken here. He let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying calmly, you know what, it's fine, we'll chat about this later. Kira's waiting. With that, he stepped back out of the room, giving the two of you one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. Goodbye. And once again, why is it always Mr. Holden that gets into these awkward situations with us? It always has to be him. Cove rubbed at his face before dropping his head into his hands and mumbling between his fingers. Oh my god. Oh my god. You pat him on the leg. Well, that was fun. You covered your face with your hands. That was so awkward. He groaned. It's cause he's sus. I mean, that's true. Sticking his nose in business he's not supposed to. He said nothing, and you got the impression he didn't appreciate your comment. With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over the closed door. Sorry. I guess we can't just hide in here now. I mean, we could. I mean, I could go back through the window and pretend it didn't happen. He gave you a sidelong glance, and despite his displeasure at the situation, a small smile quirked his lips.
Nice.
It's too bad. It had been really nice. I wish you could stay in here all day. You found yourself smiling along with him. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly and get yourself as ready as possible. Cole put his glasses back on before heading out to see Kira. Oh, there she is. Her knowing smile. Kira was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits with her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Ko froze. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear, even from there. Ko tried to look unimpressed, eyes narrowing over Kira's smug delight, though his face was already turning red and his mom hadn't even said anything yet. He squared his shoulders, lifted his head, and strode forward. He scored a punch her in the face. And your challenger has appeared.
Hey.
Hi, Mom. Hi, baby. And hello to you too, Dae. Her tongue cracked in her greeting, and then she just gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Ko frowned at that, and his eyebrows furrowed. Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know you already had guests. His frown wobbled as he became even more embarrassed by this moment. He couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. Well, it's not like anyone's surprised by this. I'm sorry. Hi. You don't have to laugh. You didn't say anything. Isn't anyone truly surprised, though? Kira laughed even harder this time. As it slowed, she brought a hand up to cover her mouth, but you both could still see her shoulders shake. Ko still looked mortified, but he shot you a stern look. All you could do was smile. Ko was still unable to say anything, other than his teeth biting into the inside of his cheek. He stood there frozen. Kira studied you both for a moment. It's okay. My not-so-little mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. Shelly tapped the tip of his nose. That got a tiny smile out of Ko. Despite being much taller than Kira at this point, he still seemed like a little kid in front of her. You released the air you were holding in your lungs, and then Kira's gaze locked onto you. You know, we were just about to go over to see Pam and Noelle. Are you two coming? Sure, I should definitely go back there. Ko chuckled at your phrasing. He stretched his arms out for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what happened.
Sounds good.
Great. Oops. We said it at the same time. Oh my gosh. Great, let's do it. It was then you noticed Mr. Holt was sitting on the other side of the room. He figured he must have been trying to create some space for everyone during that last conversation. You could tell he felt a bit awkward, but he tried smiling reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to Cove. Bud, do you want to get changed first? Cove looked down at his pajamas for a moment. He shook his head. Nah, we don't have to wait for that. Are you sure? It's only a trip across the street.
Don't worry about it.
Alright, besides, Dae's going in pajamas too. Fair point. Cove then leaned in closer to you. He grumbled quietly. And your moms are gonna figure out what happened anyways, so... Yeah.
Come on.
And away we go. With that decided, the four of you headed out across the street to your house. It felt strange waiting there while Mr. Holden knocked on the door.
Hello.
Hi there! Mom answered the door, and her expression brightened even more seeing Kira there. She moved to pull Kira into a hug when her gaze fell on you. Dae? Hi, Mom.
Huh?
When did you get out there? Why are you still in your pajamas? No reason. I mean, you know, I just wanted to go for a nice little morning walk in my jammies. It's very relaxing. You should try it sometime. Mom's eyebrow raised and she gave you a deep, examining stare. Meanwhile, you and Cove shared a slow side glance with each other. Side eye. Before you could answer, more heads popped into view around the doorway. Ma, Liz, and Lee were all chuckling. To be honest, I always assumed Cove had been the one sneaking around. He is! He is the one! I just did it once! Oh my gosh. I'm being labeled as a sussy baka. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and you had to look away. You noticed Cove's face was burning red again. It was a solid theory, Lonnie. Most likely they've both been breaking and entering. No, I just did it once, I swear. I wouldn't put it past my baby. He takes after his parents. You're right. I can't believe my Dae's been getting up to all that mischief, too. It was once. Mortified, Cove looked like he wanted to disappear, while the adults chuckled and discussed what you and him may or may not have done. Fortunately, they left the conversation there. Enough of standing around there. Come on in. Mom moved aside to usher the group in and guided them to the living room before anyone could get settled, and Mom spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We still have some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market.
Of course.
Yes, we were thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kira, but Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe, instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited, Kira clapped her hands together. Oh, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cove. Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting ready, everything ready. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. Eh. Ah. I'm dying. Thank you. Am I still okay? I might do it again. It's the bologna sandwich coming back to fight me. Ah! Stop. I'm dying. Okay, am I good? Can I continue? Ah, shit. Okay. Allergies strike. They do. Sandwiches had to be made. Water, sunscreen towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took some time to get dressed for the day. An hour later, both your family and Coves were walking down the old path to the beach. Let's go to the beach. Let's go get away. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there. The sight always filled you with wonder. Hey, Dae?
So?
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda, see if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? Wow, you had a good idea. He chuckled, his mouth put back into a bent smile. It had to happen sometime, even with Clifford's surprise Holden raising me. That had you laughing this time. You were already eager for your friends to join you there. Hey, Mom, Ma. They both stopped what they were doing and turned towards you immediately. You darted over to them. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Mom looked to Mom to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mom then shrugged glanced over to Mr. Holden and Kira, knowing that they had likely heard everything.
Alright with that?
Cliff, Kira, what do you two think? The more the merrier.
Okay.
Of course, they're welcome with me. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away, talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. And at that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started vibrating. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered the video call request. It was Derek! Derek! Hey, this is a surprise. I thought you disappeared. He's back. There he is! Nope, I have not. And I hope it's at least a good surprise. He's all grown up. He's not so much a short king anymore. A very good one. He chuckled at that, and your smile widened. So what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm of a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? Yeah. It's been amazing. There's been up and downs. It's been memorable, to say the least. I would have enjoyed them more if you'd been here. Yeah. Oh my goodness. There he is. He sighed deeply into the phone. You frowned, trying to imagine how the summer would have gone if things were different with him. Sorry, but if it helps, I was thinking the exact same thing about you. Distance sucks, huh? Yeah. Well, what about you? How's your summer been? You're beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? But you even more toned than the last time I saw you? Oh my god. Your only real struggle will be choosing which place to go, but I'll be desperate to have you. I wish you nothing but luck. Okay, they're all gonna want you. Totally. His chuckle turned into a sigh. You could hear his small smile when he spoke. I really hope so anyway. That would be amazing. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks, but I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great. My moms are too. Turn your attention back to your surroundings. You smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm up with my mom's right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. Let's go to drive home. Okay, Jack. Have a safe drive home. Uh-huh. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Dae. Have a heck of a day. Ooh. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So what's the verdict on those invitations? They're gonna come. Yes. Excited, you raised your free hand for a high five. Cove laughed and slapped your hands. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. While on the topic of inviting people to join, you realized there was someone else you could call as well. You had gotten Baxter's number earlier that summer. Alright, come on, bitch, come to the beach. Everyone else was going to be there. You didn't want him to feel left out. You sent him a text and hoped he'd show. After that, you made sure to mention what you'd done. No one seemed to mind. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and the soothing sea breeze. Morning swiftly gave way to the afternoon, and a very recognizable face came walking down to the shore. It was Baxter. He came. He pleasantly approached with a wave.
Hello, folks.
Hello there. I appreciate the invite to the party. Of course. You're welcome with us. We brought plenty of towels and food and sunscreen. Yeah, you're one of the neighbors. Kick back and relax with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Baxter's gaze moved over to you and Cove. He smiled. Hey, Cove. Good to see you. Hi. You waved from where you leisurely sat and Cove nodded. I'm glad you decided to come. So am I. We meet again. Yes, lucky for me. A few giggles escaped Lee as she watched Baxter. It was then that Baxter noticed the face he didn't immediately recognize from around the neighborhood. He turned up his charm even more for the introduction. Excuse me. I'm Baxter Ward. I'm sorry we haven't met before. Well, I'm not typically from around this area. Just visiting. I'm Cove's mom. Oh, I'll remember that. It's very nice to meet you. After that, Baxter spent some time getting better acquainted with everyone, and Terry Miranda arrived excitedly. The conversation shifted to what you all would do next.
In that case,
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
is that alright?
Could I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with this plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should be probably something But there should be whoa. But there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Yeah, not everybody's a sport jock, you know? Ooh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewelry. We could even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
What? Really? I want to make a necklace.
Right.
I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. I could do that. Nice.
Absolutely.
Impromptu crafting is my kind of party. I'd like to join too, please. I'll play volleyball. You looked at Ma, ready to jump into a competitive mode. She looked thrilled to have you on board. You know, I say I'll play volleyball, but in real life, I would avoid it like the plague. Oh my gosh, I think I've told this story plenty of times on here, but every time I would have to play volleyball, or any sport really for school, I don't know how. I don't know why it would happen, but the volleyball would always make contact with my head. Like, I don't even know how I do it. I don't even know why it keeps happening. Even like years later when I like played like a little bit of like it was volleyball but like with a bigger ball. I played it with like a group of people and it hit my head because I thought it was gonna go over me and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch this other person hit it so I can make sure I can like follow up if they miss, but nope, just bounced right on me. I get embarrassed every time. I don't know why my head's such a goddamn magnet. I'm gonna hope I'm gonna live vicariously through the game that I won't get injured like that. Cause goddamn, it happened one too many times. I hate it. But I think I would prefer trying that out than doing the jewelry making. Kira got up from the towel she was sitting on. She brushed some sand off her legs and then stretched her arms over her head. I'm up for a few rounds. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Anyway.
Alright, sports stars, you're gonna have to pick partners and then it's game on. Mr. Holden left the rest of you to deliberate and turned his attention to drawing a makeshift court in the sand.
Well,
She walked over to you and hooked her arm around yours. You laughed. I want to be on Dae's team. Aw, thanks, Ma. Alright, it'll be me, Ma, and me. Imagine, Ma was like, I don't want to be on a team with my own kid. Ew, gross. Mother, why? But no. We are loved by our parents, for once. I'm just kidding. That left Miranda to partner with Kira. She nodded firmly. Let's have fun. When Mr. Holden finished drawing the court, he went and fetched the volleyball from the various other supplies you all brought there. Excuse me. Sounds like we have our teams all set, right?
yes.
Good, good. Now get to your sides. Before you situate yourselves on one side or the other of the court with your partner, Mr. Holden tossed the bottom off. Since this was all Nolani's idea, I think it's fair she gets to serve first. Thank you, Cliff.
Yeah.
Woo, Ma! Show 'em who's boss. Go, Dae. Make them eat sand. Mmm, delicious. And crunchy. Probably tastes a little bit salty, too, from the ocean. You kicked a small heap of sand out of your way on the simple court, making her laugh. You turn back to Ma. Alright. Don't hold back. Make them eat sand, as they say. I wouldn't think of it. With that, Ma got into position and delivered a practice first serve. The game began. In the battle over the volleyball, both teams scored points. There wasn't a set amount to reach to end things, so it went back and forth for as long as everyone wanted to play. And the game went on for quite a while as everyone got into it, especially with the cheers and added commentary. Liz and Mr. Holden made the whole game better with their humor and wit. From a distance, the jewelry making group would also cheer when they heard shouts coming out of the court. On top of that, they would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. It wasn't until all of you were exhausted from the running, spiking, and diving that a truce was called. You enjoyed every moment of it. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Occasionally someone would head back to the houses to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun for a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty. There was always a new conversation to take part in, or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old Go Fish. Oh my gosh, all the money he's gonna steal from the gameplay. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it and your feet buried in the sand. Surely, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you and smiled. Hey there,
How
kiddo.
are you?
I'm doing great. Today's been amazing. Oh, they rapidly approached my location. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Dae. You grew up to be more than we ever could have hoped. Ah, thanks. It's only thanks to you two. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Mom continued lightly scratching your back. That means a lot, but I still think you're selling yourself short. You've always been a lovely person, and I'm so thrilled to know you. Your voice faltered, and you honestly couldn't imagine your life any other way. Ma lightly brushed some of your hair back and left a small kiss there. Ew, Mom. Don't kiss me. I'm so happy I got to have both of you as my moms. After that, all three of you were sitting there getting all sentimental. I don't know how we got so lucky with you and Liz. Ma reached out in front of you for Mom's hand. She gave it to her, and Ma squeezed it.
Of course.
Dae has a point. We must have done something right. Mayhaps. You stayed there quietly and contentedly, watching the sunset with your parents for a while, until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still mid-walking in your direction. We were talking, thinking we were going to take a walk down the shore. And if you want to come? Automatically, you looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced from you to Ma and smiled. That sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, it'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. I'd say yes across the board. What, across the broad? Abroad. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Cliff kept going forward but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again. Don't worry, we wouldn't leave you without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both your moms held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you each gave them each one, and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk, and she didn't resist. Becca, how are you today? I'm doing pretty good. Thank you so much for the sippy sippy. I'm doing pretty good. I'm thriving right now. I'm gonna take my phone with you. I gotta go get another drink to do the sippy sippy. I've been chugging liquid. Hydration is important. Walk down the stairs. Hopefully the microwave doesn't fry my headset again. But we're just now finishing up step 3 in... Ooh, I don't know if I'm going to sound okay or not. We're just now finishing up step 3. And I think we're going to be able to actually do some of the DLC today. So that's going to be exciting. Okay, I got my drink. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm alright, thank you. I'm glad you're doing alright. That's good to hear. Alright, here's the sip. Ah, sippy sippy. I'm gonna try to crack my back while I'm standing up too. But yeah, we're now in the ending part of step 3. So after this, we can do more of the epilogue. Very excited, because then we'll be able to start the new route next week. And get that going. And then I'll actually get to experience some new content with Derek's route, because I haven't played Derek's route. Although replaying Cove's route is very fun. I mean, I played Cove's route like multiple times. I can play his route any day. Ooh, yeah. Okay, let me sit down. There we go. Alright. Together as a family, you followed behind the others, hand in hand. We're having a little beach day with all the characters. So with our family, with Cove's family, and with like some of our friends too. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day, and the ever-approaching end of the summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish you could help clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here. Do you like the beach? I like the beach. I don't get to visit it too often, but I do like the beach. It's a very fun place. It's a vibe. The place is a vibe, you know? Do you like the beach? It's very hot though. That's probably like the one thing. I don't like the hot and I don't like the taste of ocean water. Disgusting.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held out a kind of depends on what beach. Yeah. Like, not all beaches are the greatest. But I always liked having vacations where we go to the beach and then going out on the beach after dark because not as many people are out there. And I don't know, it's just that, I don't know, it just like scratches a part of my brain that I really enjoy. It's a vibe, as I keep describing it. Like, I don't even know how else to describe it. It's just very calming. It's like there's no one else like screaming around. Yes, midnight swimming. Yeah. And even not just like swimming, but also just, you know, walking along the shore and seeing all the like the pools of water that had been left behind because the tide's so low. There was one time I was walking around and there was actually still a fish in one of the pools that was on the shore. It was kind of crazy. It was kind of crazy. Yes, it is very nice. Just like the sounds of the waves going. The smell of the salty air. The cool breeze. We love to see it. I've been kind of itching. I've gotten an itch that I kind of want to go back to the beach. But also I don't want to make the commitment on like planning a trip and going out there too. But I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. It's still summer, you know? I might, but perhaps I will till a bit more into like August or September to go out if I were to do so. So there's like less people around. But I don't know. Maybe someday. For now, I just live through the vibes vicariously in this game.
See you later.
Oh, wait. I think I pressed too far. There we go. Take care of yourselves, buddies. Bye. Oh, the high five. There, I gave you a high five. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cope as they went down the shore. Cope waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. Have a safe trip back. We will. Bye. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped up and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda while walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light as by shooting you finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip, left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bend. Dae?
Come on.
Hey Cove, could you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and the parents needed help. The nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. Only one trip, multiple trips are for pussies! Carry it all back in one trip. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Baxter carefully placed what he had been carrying on the ground. Thank you so much for helping with that.
Thanks.
No, thank you for allowing me to join today. You all shared with me. Helping to carry it back is the least I can do. Ma nodded, and the others started collecting their things from his pile. Baxter meanwhile stepped over to you and Cove. It really was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. His head tilted towards you, and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. You used your free hand to shake his, you waved goodbye instead, you patted his shoulder, you side-hugged him, you raised your hand for a high five. No, give me a high five. That's too formal. We're friends. It was tough because of how much stuff you were carrying, but you were able to free one of your hands enough to raise it. Baxter chuckled while you gave him a pleading, don't leave me hanging look. He gently slapped your hand, and your mouth pulled into a large grin. I think we did end up as good friends. I really enjoyed meeting you. Good luck in your next semester of school. No, we are good friends.
Glad to hear it.
I wholeheartedly agree, Dae. I enjoyed this vacation immensely thanks to you. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted from what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride. While it lasted, would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Excuse me. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Baxter sauntered away, completely and disappeared inside the condo to return his own things. His time with you and your family and friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. Afterwards, you looked back over at the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kira or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to the house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on your face. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right. Some of it belonged to the neighbors. We're stealing. Would you mind dropping it off now? Looking down again at everything you were carrying, you sighed. A teasing grin played at your lips. The Holdens is a long walk from here, though. Cove snorted and laughed next to you, making your grin widen. Mom chuckled and shook her head. You can hack it, and then you'll get to experience the joy of a job well done. You laughed happily and nodded. Mom smiled fondly. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you. Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Dae. Night. You caught up to Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kira and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey, it's nice seeing you again already, Dae. Her teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Thanks for getting that to us. You can put it here on that coffee table. Mr. Horn pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. Ko put his own things down on the floor just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over to where the others were too. Kira opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. Aww. Give me a hug. Without any hesitation, you went to Kira and let her pull you into a hug. You squeezed her back just as tight. Her hug was filled with affection, and you hoped that she could feel how much you cared about her too. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. You're welcome. Today was amazing. Kira eventually released you, but patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture. Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kira moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor, and not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Dae. So much. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. I'm really glad you're my neighbor. You're good people too. You hugged him. Goodbye, Mr. Holden. Oh man, too bad Jack's not here. Jack's gonna be like, fuck Mr. Holden. He's still sussy. I'm really glad you're my neighbor. Mr. Holden's brows furrowed with emotion. Your words really did touch him. Me too. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who you used to be, the 8-year-old he had asked to be his son's new friend, by bribing you with a $20 bill.
See you.
Hi, Dae. You smiled softly. And then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about all that. I'll put that stuff away in a few minutes. Right. I need to go do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open, taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home. You went into the road. He leaned his body against the doorframe, not following you out. So this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted. He shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Yeah, bye. Won't be long before you'll see me again. You offered him a small wave goodbye with one of your hands. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with one hand, his thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the request he was silently asking. He met you halfway as you smiled into the kiss. It was soft with longing, and your chest ached knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. I know the decisions. There's so many decisions to make. They're all equally important. Oh shit! I didn't save. No wait, I did save. This is still part of the the epilogue. Well, it's not epilogue, but you know what I mean. We could either blow him a kiss or we could run back and hug him goodbye. Waving? No. Good night? No, that's too boring. Shall we give him a kiss or shall we hug goodbye? I could get my coin back out. I could say back out, but I didn't have it open in the first place. Let's see. Coin. Flip. Oh, I'm not looking. It's already pre-flipping. No, I'll just flip it again. It doesn't matter. Okay, so let's make tails a kiss, and we'll make a hug. The hug a heads. Let's see. It's tails. Okay, we're gonna kiss him a goodbye. Give him a kiss. Cove reached out like he was catching it off to the side, and then he curled his fist to his chest, holding the kiss close. Your lips curled into a beaming smile. Oh my gosh, y'all know that Vine where it was? I'm pretty sure it was a Vine where the guy blew a kiss and the guy like, you know, grabbed it in the air just like Cove did, but then he like threw it into a garbage can. Imagine he does that. Fuck this kiss, I don't want it. I hope you'll treasure that forever. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. I'm bushed. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it's too late for this. Please and thank you. Ma put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
Alright.
I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and poked you into a side hug. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest dreams of you-know-who. Yeah. Lee ended that sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. I hope you have good dreams too. You hugged her back, you shook your head, you blushed, you laughed. I hope you have good dreams too. Lee's smile widened until it went from ear to ear. That would be a fantastic way to cap off today and start tomorrow. Here's to us, Dae. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever. Yeah, family forever. Thanks, Lee. You're really lucky. Lucky how? Jillian poked the top of her torso. Because you get to be my cousin. Lee giggled, smiling happily. Fine, you're right. I am lucky. Lee stretched her arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that, and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You just spun around to see Liz smirking. Nighty night. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away. Her gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. Just it's been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, little kiddo. Bye, oldie. Goodbye, senior citizen. Night. You gave her a small wave, but you didn't see it as she was leaving. That didn't matter to you, because what she had said to you was what mattered most, and you planned on taking it to heart. When Liz was out of sight, Mom started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up to bed too? I wanna relax. Desperately, you needed some time to decompress and clear your mind. You worried if you went off to bed now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night. Yeah, you can't just, like, flop into bed and hope the exhaustion takes over. You gotta, just lay down, just decompress from all of the activities that happened through the day. You know what I mean? Okay. Ma came over to you, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Alright, you do what you need to. I love you. When you were done hugging Mom pulled you into another hug. Their actions basically handed you off to the other, and had you laughing jovially. I love you so much. I love you too. Aw. Aw. Our disgusting child burping and saying they love us too. Wow. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt good to be so loved. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night. After that, your moms headed off towards their bedroom down the hall. You were about to turn to the other direction when you heard Mom's voice. And don't let the bed bugs bite. You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. It was a good rest, and all of your child muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up, planning on going to bed, when something out the window caught your eye. Oh, whatever could it be? What's out that window by that poppy hill? Your feet brought you right in front of the large window spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. Want to hang out on the hill tonight? Something inside you told you that this was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. Yeah. Ah, heart. You went over to the front door and stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the Poppy Hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. You even had the advantage of living closer. Listen, he's got long legs. But, like, 10 steps for him is like 30 for us. He's just that fast. Then again, and maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow Cove was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scale this horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing behind him on the crest of the Poppy Hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done on countless times since he'd first arrived, when you'd found him on this very same spot. Dae. He had officially broken the silence, the spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What do you think about when we've met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out, on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond, before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing your very bright green hair. Ko burst into a genuine laughter at your reply. I guess that's fair. It did kind of stand out. I mean, how many people do you know that have natural bright green hair? Like, I'm sure some people have bright green hair, but it's dyed. I don't know, maybe somebody out there's got natural green hair. You never know. Sighing a bit, you continued to reminisce about that first meeting. I also remember feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too. He ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke again.
I mean,
Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person? Was I annoying or mean or... Yeah, you're a pretty annoying ass bitch. I wanted to get to know you. I didn't know what that feeling were at the time, but I thought you were cute right away. No, I thought you were special somehow. I was just worried about you because you were sad. So sad. I don't really remember anymore. So many questions, I know. He's sort of trying to dig into this. Like, this incident that happened 10 years ago. What were you thinking? It's like, I don't know. I was 8. I was probably thinking about cartoons. I thought you were special. Ko brought a hand to his mouth, half hiding his self-conscious smile. His wavy eyebrows were raised in open amazement.
well,
Thank you for feeling that way. He scrunched his eyes closed, regretting his phrasing. That sounded weird. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm glad. Cope's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed and then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had were, well, considering what you were thinking, I came across a lot worse as a kid. You didn't like me?
no.
It wasn't first love at sight? Well, love at first sight? First love at sight? Love at first sight, that's what I meant. No, it definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I've ever been able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back then, when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again, and then suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I'd go over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed, and bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. A little? A little? Your teasing rolled easily over Cove, who laughed in reply. He looked off again, seeing clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that.
I mean,
Things didn't simply happen. That would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me, somehow, right? He sought affirmation in you, wavy brows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. Like you weren't just anyone. Some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. No, it turns out you were there for that. Though it does turn out you were there for that. You were trying to find me because something had sent you specifically to do that. I just didn't expect it to be my dad. I guess he knew more about what I needed than I thought. He chuckled, shaking his head as he shook off the thought. I kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again.
that's
I'd be back on my bed at home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. Thank you for the luck, Shaggy. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. And Cope beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never, ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. I'm so glad I met you. It's hard to believe it's been so long. Guess that makes me your dream come true. Oh, I am a dream that's came true. You've been joking, but Code not in agreement. You are. You exactly are. Oh shit. You weren't supposed to go along with it. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he'd felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me, and with Dad and Mom, it was the change we all needed. His eyes were going misty, so when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the person I love. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that they would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. Oh shit. I never want to lose you, Cove. You won't. You hugged him, you gripped his shoulders, you ruffled his hair, you kissed him, you teared up. A kiss. How many times have we need a kiss count in here. We've been making out with this boy a lot in this stream. He leaned into the kiss, his lips soft against yours. Cove sighed contentedly. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies which crowned this hill. Hey, Dae, I'm so grateful you were there, even when I wanted to run away. You didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever. You could just use your phone to check the time. You can still text your dad about what you're doing. You can still text your dad about what you're doing. I'm going to message my mom's. My mom might care, but I don't feel like telling them. You wanted to make sure you message your mom knowing what was happening. No, we don't need to tell them. It's okay. We just gotta nod. We have freedom now. We're adults now. We can do whatever we want. Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom he could. Are you going to lay in the grass now? Wow. How'd you know? You're predictable. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time there. I snuggle. You lowered yourself against Cove's side in the grass and wrapped an arm over his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cradle your face. Ah! Here comes the sun! The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone. It really was late. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn, however, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. Oh, I remember the days where I'd be awake throughout the night and then watch the sunrise. Because my sleep schedule was absolutely god-awful. There were days I'd be up for like a straight 24 hours before I went back to sleep. I don't know. I don't know if I could really do that anymore. I feel like I'd probably die. Mayhaps. But maybe not. I don't know. I don't really get much of the opportunities to try that anymore. I think the latest I've stayed up these days is probably about like 1 a.m. And that's about it. Even that, it feels kind of rough. Well, I don't know. But anyway, your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn. You know, he was a real riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. Ko then propped himself up on the backs of his arms and looked at you with the softest expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. Nah, I want to stay here. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Ko chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things. Like, really a lot. It has to end sometime. I know you're right. Since when were you okay with things ending? But does it really have to end though? Like truly? Yeah, I don't think there's anything either of us can do about that one. But we can stay if you want to. Ko smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. You situated yourself to be comfortable. Leaning to Cove, you kissed him. You teasingly asked him to marry you. You earnestly asked him to marry you. Ooh. Are we... Should we propose already to Cove? I mean... Oh, shit. And then I sucked my straw, but too funky. I am a speaker of the people, and I believe the people... The Pico? Pico? Pico's not here. The people. Cove, will you marry me? Marriage. It was such a big step to take, and yet it seemed so natural. You wanted to be with Cove. You needed him to be yours forever. You'd grown up together. First as friends, and now as partners. Cove would stick by you always. The two of you had moments where you spoke about your possible futures. You knew his feelings on marriage. Cove wasn't afraid of that commitment. Marriage would just be formalizing what you already were sure of. Marriage would make a dream of yours come true. Marriage would make Cove happy. You wanted to take control of what would come next. It's just like a formality of like what we already know. I want to say marriage is actually a dream, really, of mine. It's just like really setting that in stone, you know? There was no reason not to get it officially settled in your mind. You would be kidding yourself to pretend having Cove as your husband wasn't what you wanted. You loved Cove. You loved him so much. It was time to stop kidding. Cove? Your voice was full of excitement. Energy tingled up and down your spine. You could feel your heart start to speed up. Cove smiled a little, his eyes bright and full of interest. He leaned in closer as he waited to hear what you had to say. Ooh. Will you marry me? Marry me. Cove James Holden, you are the love of my life. I want to marry you. Cove, of course get married. It's nothing. Just, never mind. No, we can't say all that and not do it. We gotta be classic.
Yes.
Wow. I will. It's just immediate. Cove, will you marry me? Yes! Yes! Yes, I will! Oh, he cried. He buried his face in his hands immediately after that outburst. His bangs flopped down and hid the tips of his fingers as he hung his head low. Really? Oh, okay. That was easy. Wait, I haven't explained it all yet. Thank you. You're so wonderful. You're a stud. I haven't even explained it. You wanted to say more. You needed Cove to know exactly what he meant to you and why you thought marriage was the best step forward. You hadn't exactly rehearsed a speech, but you did have phrases and sentiments you wanted in this proposal. Cove was still unable to face you directly. He curled it in on himself, his back shaking, and you realized he was trembling. Are you crying? Are you a little baby? Cove's breath hitched, and he nodded shakily. You leaned closer to him and smiled softly at your Cove. Aw, your Cove. You got down on one knee. You picked a poppy to offer to Cove. You got on one knee and offered... Yeah, you did both. You wanted to get into position for your proposal. You knelt down, settled within the poppies. You glanced around for a second and plucked a delicate white poppy. You didn't have a ring yet, so this would have to do. You held the flower out to Cove. Cove? Cove's fingers twitched at the sound of his name. He spread them out only slightly, peeking back at you, adorably. Oh god. His voice broke on only those two words. Cove's eyes glanced out the poppy in your grasp. The flower swayed back and forth. Whenever it moved from the gentle breeze to the slight shake of your hand was anyone's guess. The dawn around you cast golden light on your black hair and peachy skin. Your gold eyes sparkled, and you hoped you could see the depth of your love for him as you looked up at him from down on one knee. This is actually happening. Cove let his hands fall to his sides. All attempts to hide were gone. He was ready to face you and the life you were offering to him. Let me not burp during this, goddamn. We've always been good friends. It made sense to have you there, for us to keep getting closer. You've always been my best friend, Cove. Our relation's foundation is unbreakable. We played together, laughed together, stayed together, from friend to boyfriend. To boyfriend? And now hopefully to fiance. You've always been my best friend. After all these years, it's only gotten better. I found you here crying because your life was about to be different, and now we're here again. You're crying for the same reason. It just feels right. You make me happier than anyone. Oh my gosh, there's so many good options. You're the most beautiful person in the world. You're the greatest support in my life. I never want to lose you. I love you. I love you, bitch. No, I have to stop. This is a serious moment here. I can barely even put into words what you mean to me. I may not have a ring, but I'm serious. Cove, I want to marry you. Do you want this too? Yes, Dae. I do. His voice cracked, but his answer was unmistakable. A drop of dew glittered on the poppy between you. Slowly, he reached for it, and you placed the flower in his outstretched hand with a smile. He held the stem tightly. Of course I want to marry you. I want to be married to you. Already. I wish you just were my spouse right now and we'd be together forever. Dae, you're the best thing in my life, and I love my life. It's wonderful and amazing. I don't need anything else. I don't want anything else. I can promise to stay together and never let you go. There's nothing else I could say. Thank you so much. For everything. He blinked away the tears and tried to wipe them away.
I love you.
I love you. I want to marry you. Ah! Knock him to the ground! Make out! You couldn't hold back any longer. You launched yourself at him and knocked Cove down on impact. He laid flat on his back, the white poppy swaying around him. His eyes were wide, but he smiled with an expression that was just so utterly Cove. As beautiful as he was, you didn't have the patience to only sit there admiring him. You leaned forward and kissed your fiancé. Cove grinned back from underneath you and kissed back enthusiastically. Cove nuzzled against your neck and kissed right where your throat met your shoulder. He kissed you again, a little higher this time, and kissed a trail that trailed all the way up to your cheek. He shook his head slightly, doing nothing to dislodge the smile on his face. He pulled you closer to him. Cove, I'm just happy. You felt the same, warm and satisfied. You could stay with him until the end of time itself. The two of you wound up snuggled up, tucked into the poppies, with Cove's chest as a pillow. You didn't even notice when you started to drift off. The last thing you could make out was the soft rumble of Cove's voice.
Tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. You blinked in the sunlight. You could hear the faint sound of seagulls in the wind. The day welcomed you. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of the blades of grass leaving lines into your cheeks. Dae. Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor, your only love, and your future husband, Cove Holden. He had made himself very comfortable, laying on his stomach with jewelry and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. It was the same poppy you had given him. He was keeping hold of it. You wiggled yourself into a sitting position and looked at Cove. He blushed as his eyes lingered on you. Are we still engaged? No. Of course we are. We better be, Cove Holden. I say so, fiancé. But no, we better be. Cove lit up, and he smiled giddily. He looked beautiful in his happiness, even with a random piece of grass stuck in his hair. I hope so. Cove looked up at the bright blue sky. He leaned back and watched one of the few fluffy clouds overhead. You could barely make out his whisper. I can't believe. It's real. You didn't know if he was talking to you or himself. You scooted closer and listened regardless. This moment, when we look back on it, it'll always be the time we got engaged. I can't see what the future is going to look like, but that's alright. We're going to be together for it, right? His voice grew in volume and confidence before he tilted his head at you for his question. You were equally certain. I wouldn't be anywhere else. He eyed the hill sprawling out before you, and down below, where the wild hill and the nature gave way to civilization. Your home and Cove's lay down at the bottom, neatly filled among the other houses in the neighborhood. We better go. We've got to let our families make jokes about us getting engaged basically as soon as we legally could. It's gonna be rough. Oh no, this is gonna be insufferable. I didn't even think of that. We could stay here a little longer. That'll only make it worse. They'll tease us about what they think we were doing. But hey, we'll have each other through the hard times. With your support, I can get through even my dad being my dad. It's a good thing that I'll have your back. We're never going to live this down. I love you. I love you too. Cove beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he'd worn when you first brought him here. It was brimming with love and hope. Come on. He offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. He slipped the poppy you used to propose safely into his pocket. I'm so glad. What we have now. It's not only in the past or something for this moment. This is something we'll all have, always. With that promise, the two of you made your way down the hill. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one who started, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with a nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There was something you had to tell them after all. Your life officially linked with Cove took its first step forward. There we go. And that's the end of step 3. Look at all these beautiful people that made this beautiful game. Good job, everybody. You made something truly beautiful. Well, I hope this song doesn't get me in trouble. I don't think it will, but... Ooh. I'll just talk over it. It's all good. But yeah, that's pretty much like where the main game pretty much ends. But we still have the DLC though. Voice acting. Yeah, they all are. There's James. Too bad he's not here. But there's his name. There's so many voice acting here. We'd love to see it. We love a voice actor. So many people put a lot of love and hard work into this project, and that is very nice. They truly made something amazing. Gosh, this game is such like a core part of me. I love it so much. Gotta throw this. There's so many supporters too. This is probably from the Kickstarter they had. Oh, the new Kickstarter for their new game. What is it? Now and Forever. Yeah, they have a new game coming out. Our Life Now and Forever, and the Kickstarter for it should be coming out, I think, in August or September, and I'm very excited about that. Y'all are going to see my name in the supporters list, because I am backing that to the max. Maybe, depending. But I'll definitely be back in the project. So yeah, if you guys enjoy this game and want to see more of their work, that is made by GB Patch Games. I can link the Twitter actually, so you guys can see, so you guys can get updates on like other games as well. I'll go ahead and just link it. Look at that. Beautiful people who made this game. Gamer. So yeah, feel free to give them a follow. Please and thank you. Mainly I'm put at the end of the stream. Yeah. Giving that credit where credit's due. There's so many supporters. Holy shit. A lot of people really excited about this game. I need to get more into the circle. Because it's kind of just been me just kind of like... what is it even called? Enjoying this game by myself. But I need to get into the fandom more often, you know? I don't really get too much into fandoms, but this one is like, I got to. I just have to, you know? But yeah, we still got the DLC to go through. I just want to let the credits go through. Because, you know, like, the credit where credit is due, after all. Thank you for playing. Yeah. In between. And there we go. We're getting into the next step. Very exciting. Next step, you know, like the epilogue, pretty much. But I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. We've been going for 4 hours, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm gonna get more to drink because I keep chugging this tea. And I might heat up some food to eat as well during this. So if you guys need a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break, you know, go stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, get some food yourself as well. Feel free to do so. So yeah, I will be right back in a couple minutes. And we will finish up this route. Very exciting, but okay. So we'll be right back. Be sure to behave yourselves in the chat here, because as you know, BB is always watching. Alright, I'm back. I hope everybody had a nice little break, and if you're still on break, I hope you continue to enjoy it. It's kind of funny, I got a water bottle, because I decided, you know what, maybe I should stop drinking so much tea. And I lost it for a little bit there, somehow. I don't know how, but I found it again. Because I went to go feed the dog, give her some more food, and after that I was like, now where did I put my water bottle? I had to look for that for a bit. I didn't end up getting food, I'm gonna wait, I'm not that hungry right now, so I'll be okay. I did eat a bologna sandwich before stream after all. So let me get the chat back up on my phone. Because I was replying to some messages. Okay. Alright, so we may continue now. So this is 5 years later, so our look probably has changed. So let's see, how do we want to change our look? Eye shape, maybe. Ah. The nice, like, really look. So we'll do that, and let's see, what new hairstyle do I want? Some textured hair. Ooh. I like the swept bangs. It kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you guys watch Niji Sanji, but Alvin Knox had a new outfit reveal recently. And his hair's kind of like this. It kind of reminds me of that. I don't know if I would like it, though. I do like the shaved look. That's nice. Let's see, what else? Oh, we're back to choppy. Now let's do a nice little shaved. Do I still want the ponytail? Oh, hair buns. Oh, I never really experimented much with the look in the game. I just kind of like usually take the same one, but I want to see what else I can do. Oh, let's go get a high ponytail in the back. No, I kind of like the high pony. The ponytail for me. Oh, that's what it looks like. Oh! I'm bowed. Let's see, do I still want that, or do I want to try? Oh, you know, that's not bad. Go back to the choppy, but the hair's longer, so just tie it back. Huh. Am I still muted? I didn't check to see if I changed that. No, okay, I'm not muted anymore. I'm okay. I'm a-okay. Okay, let me look through. Again. What's the vibes that I want to go for? Ooh, a nice messy look. That's like kind of what my hair looks like when it's down in the front. No, hey. What about swap bang again that I said looked like Alvin Knox's? There. No, I don't really like that. I thought there was another one that wasn't too bad. That wasn't it. Where did I hallucinate that? I thought I found something earlier, but I didn't comment on it. I'll probably just go with the choppy. Like, I'm old now. I don't feel like putting more effort into my hair anymore. But okay. Change page. Insights. Still medium glasses. Ooh. Ooh, so dignified. I could do that. And earrings. Let's color my earrings there, but you can barely see it. It's just so tiny. I don't know if I want glasses or not. Okay, I guess still thin lips. Change the game category? What do you mean? To what? I'm still playing the game. I'm still playing the same game. Is this still our life? Yeah, it's still our life. Oh, never mind. Yeah. We're playing the DLC now. We play the main game, but like we're doing the DLC. So it's still the same. Tattoos. I want tattoos. I don't have a nose ring. Yeah. I mentioned the I mentioned the other game, but that's just like a mentioning. I wasn't actually playing it yet because it's not out yet actually. Okay, I want an arm tattoo. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have tattoos at the moment, but I always wanted. I always thought arm tattoos. I mean, you know, I should put out an arm to like make up for like not having bare arms in the game, you know. So I'll do that. I'll have some arm tattoos and maybe a chest tattoo. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, done. My feelings for Cove relaxed. We're not as direct anymore. I mean, like, yeah, I love you. You know that. Actually, go back. Up. Shit. I went back too far. I decided I wanted to change my eyes, but it didn't work. Yes, you're welcome. Go back. I was hoping we'd do it all already. God damn it. I went too far. So at least I know what I want now. There we go. That's what I wanted. Fuck. Fucking hell, of course. Give me stars. And yeah. And yeah, that's fine. What else did I have? This and this. Okay. We're done now. Relaxed. Ready. No. Ready. Yes. I don't want to customize. Neither. Hi. Initiative. There we go. Alright, now we're getting into the DLC. Let's do this. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunsetbird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you moved out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. You... Oh, we gotta live with Cove, his fish, and the pet you picked. Yes. And you worked at a fine company, had a business of your own, co-owned a business with Cove. Oh. Oh my god, our pretzel business. Oh my gosh, should we make the pretzel business become a reality? Is it manifesting? Oh my gosh, there's so many decisions. I don't even remember what I picked the last time I played this. I guess we could do our separate own thing. We don't always have to do things together. You know, I'll flip a coin. I'm gonna flip a coin. I don't want to pick. Coin for heads. We own a business with Cove. Tails, we are doing our own thing. Separately. Flipping. Okay, it's heads. We co-own a business with Cove. Pretzels! In the... Where is it? STEM field. Oh. Gaming industry. Oh my god. Fashion, writing. I guess education. I was trying to think what was more like ocean themed, but I couldn't figure it out. No, go back. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. This is so hard to think about. Where's the animal industry? What's the STEM field? Hold on, what's STEM? I don't even know. For science, technology, engineering, and math. Oh, okay, that sounds better. Yeah, that sounds more like it. Yeah. Oh, STEM field. Click it. Okay. Your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your moms and Co's father still lived on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you, but there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your dull life, your friends were still your friends. Though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. The what industry? The STEM field. It's, science, technology, engineering, and math. That's the STEM field. And this, okay. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. Yeah, Terry's trans. Hell yeah. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. That's not what I heard. What did you hear then? Wait, what did you hear, Shaggy? I would like to know. One person who disappeared into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. That was a loss you felt. He had become someone you considered a friend during those days. And then there's what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. Next question. No. Answer the question. Well, what was it? He was, of course, still the man you loved and wanted to spend your life with, but you hadn't officially gotten married yet. Oh. No, we hadn't gotten married yet. What the fuck? With how fast the proposal was, you were content to have a nice long engagement. Cove and you wore rings to signify your relationship. Cove wore an engagement ring to signify your relationship. You wore an engagement ring to signify your relationship. However, you decided not against the getting rings to signify that part of your relationship. I don't really like wearing rings. Ah, we can both wear them. Why not? And the ring Cove wore looked like... what did it look like? No, it can only be gold. Oh shit, this one's funky. It looks like a poppy. Ah, actually, yeah. Oh, silver. I think he probably looked good in silver. Done. He truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating a loving and supportive relationship with his family and friends. You couldn't say his personality had changed exactly, instead it became more refined. Cove was a warm, inviting, and considerate man who took the lessons he learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it ended up being a surprise to most based on his past interests. Cove decided against pursuing a degree and focused fully on building up a career. He worked with you in your shared business, naturally teaching surf lessons on the side, and he still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cove was also able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went with it down the path you chose. It was strange and wonderful, but no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. The car rumbled down the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. Your driver didn't remark on it, just like anything else this trip. You went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. You did appreciate the spacious back seat of your ride. You hadn't known exactly when you would be coming in, so you decided to use a ride app rather than ask your mom to pick you up. It turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. Luckily, this hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that the travel hadn't turned into a big production. However, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your moms had decided to have the modest celebration dinner for their anniversary. Unlike when you were growing up and they preferred not to make a big deal out of it, this year they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they had found being the center of attention easier to handle. You were happy to see it. With this going on, there was no way that either you or Liz would miss your mom's anniversary. Both of you made plans to come back home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either. It reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Some things stayed the same, and yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day and knew sort of what she was doing anyways from osmosis. Today, you had no idea. She's just doing her own thing. She's a grown woman, grown independent woman. She can do what she wants. things were always changing. You mused on how at times it was hard to believe you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hard stops jostled you out of your own head. Your thoughts turned from introspective to observant. The landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed, the now entering sign for Sunset Bird. Excitement built within you. You were really here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off on a street, and you realized that their map program was taking you the way home that Mom preferred. You usually would have used the other side of the street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole town and pulled in front of your mom's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sound of waves. The air smelled like salt, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your moms would be to see you. After that, you notified everyone else that you'd made the trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked out your bag from down near your feet. Tap. Oh. I don't know if you could hear that, but I tried to, knock on my desk. You startled the sudden sound of tapping on glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure because you soon heard something else, the window on the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put it together that despite the driver's silence, you weren't exactly alone in this car. The driver must have pressed a button. Someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now open window. Ooh. Let's see. Let's see what he looks like now. There he is. Oh my god, I like his little necklace. There he was, leaning his arms across the window, your fiancé Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles. Hey, Dae. What a surprise this is. I didn't expect to see you in this neighborhood. He was joking, of course. Seeing your expression, he decided to push it further. It's not like I've been waiting for you out here all morning or anything like that. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. Cove, I've been the one waiting to see you. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. You survived. I've been the one waiting, he snorted. We've both been waiting then. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half his torso through the opening. That was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp hey. Cove did not seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. He pushed one hand down into the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheeks as he leaned in as close as he could. I missed you. Aw. He just can't help himself. He's always got to climb through a window. Why open the door when the window is right there? You cooched? The cooch? No, not yet. You scooched across the seats and kissed him on the lips. You leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. You covered his hands through as you flicked his nose. You did your best to hug him without knocking him down. Now we scooch across. He enthusiastically reciprocated. The arm holding him wobbled at your touch. You could feel him smile under your smooch. He was clearly struggling to avoid falling down onto the cushion. You pulled back just a little to get a better view of his face. I missed you too. Okay, now get out of the window, you crazy person. You're so cute. I really shouldn't have expected this, you and your windows. I promise this was unplanned. I know. Still doesn't make a difference. Cove's smile turned awkward as his arm started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver.
Sorry.
I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. After he successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened your car door. You threaded your arms through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, reunited once again on this street. You jumped into his arms. You gave him a friendly punch. You rubbed his hair. You held out your hand for a high five. I jump. But you're still holding your bags. No, I'll put them down. You dropped your bags on the paved road and got a bounding start to leap into Cove. He caught you, unsurprised at your action. When you were situated, he leaned back on the balls of his heels and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know just how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. He didn't have a problem holding you up. His especially large height allowed him to lift you well off the ground. With one last swing, he let you back down. You really were excited to be around him again, and absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. Even if it had only been a short time since you had seen him off, you had still missed Cove greatly. It somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedules and travel availabilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset Bird first. He only arrived the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. Until now, you never had to deal with the inconvenience of being in a touristy-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place to stay close by during the heat of the summer's vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point. You were glad to feel whole again. Oh! You idly shifted your luggage, then it struck you that you were short one. You got out in such a hurry it was left behind. You reached back into the car to pull it out. Cove stood aside as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relieved that you would be able to brush your teeth tonight. Not my toothbrush. We can't lose that. How do you guys think these pearly white fangs get this clean? Gotta brush your teeth. Got everything this time? You stood up straight. Everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the back seat one last glance and then nodded. Cove shut the car door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped off the street to give the driver some room. Cove waved. Sorry again. The driver said nothing and drove off. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down the street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, and growing into an adult who left their parents' house behind to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the times you headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that you as a young adult did when leaving home. It was hard to quantify the amount of history you had here, and now you were back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you've never lost awareness of Cove's present. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well. So many of your memories included him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there. You couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from days long gone. He had changed so much since you had first met him. Yet even with those changes, he was always recognizable. He was familiar like the sky was, in the way that you knew the sea. Every day they may appear different, but they're still an inextricable part of life. Oh, there's his ring. I didn't notice it, but it's right down there. It was the world, with help from Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill, that brought you together to begin with. But the two of you had chosen each other. We may have come together through money, but we stayed together, even though I didn't accept the money. You had never let your interactions fade. You had decided to nurture your relationship into what it was. And you continued to keep Cove close into all the rest of your adult years. He was the love of your life, your wonderful fiancé. The day when you would be officially married couldn't come soon enough. He was the one you wanted to keep spending year after year with, as you'd done for years before this. It would be impossible to imagine life without him. Cove noticed you staring at him after a while and smiled with his eyebrows, rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head, and returned it with a soft expression. You'd let yourself get carried away in the tide of memories, but now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to go see my mom's? Cove nodded, and then pointed at all your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help with any of that? No, it's like I'm carrying all my groceries in one go. This is mine. My luggage. I can do it. Well, fine. Who am I to get in the way of your task? Exactly. I'm glad you understand. He smirked your seriousness as something that was admittedly ridiculous. The back situation resolved, the two of you strolled over to the Ursa residence's door. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize that you no longer carried a key to the house. Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. It had remained the same, but your circumstance had changed. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about you being stuck out here, keyless. You heard muffled voices and shuffling from inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open, and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. Well, well, well. Mom twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Lonnie, guess who's here? It's the pizza boy. There are more distant noises. No doubt Mom getting up from wherever she was to come see. Her high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. It may be. Mom snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for a little longer. Cove flushed as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Mom finally reached the door and peered over Mom's shoulder. It is! Hello, Dae. She gave you a once-over, patting the tops of your shoulders and moving down the sides of your arms, for she noted in satisfaction that you were in one piece.
How sweet.
This is a wonderful surprise. She chopped her hair. Oh my gosh, Mom. But she got that nose ring, though. She still got that nose ring, though. You go, Mom. Mom inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I have double the surprise today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess so. You snorted at your mom's greetings. They never changed. Cove bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. Your mom moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Cove was a half step behind you, his eyes on a new painting your moms must have added since the last time you were here. Oh my god, what's that? Is that biscuits on the counter there? Some bread? It looks good. Things have been changing, oh my gosh. Mom may have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. It struck you how odd it was to be the guest, only observing their choices for the living space here rather than a full-time occupant. Ma came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here.
Fine.
You know your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. What matters is that you arrived safely. Mom appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciate that your kids, oh my gosh, you're my children now, that your parents respected you as an adult, even if mom still called you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd always be her kiddo, no matter how grown you became. It was a part of the whole parent-child deal with her. You hugged your moms, you grinned, you took your mom's hands, you gave them a thumbs up, and hugged them. You took another step forward and pulled Mom and Ma into a great big hug, squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return. You could feel their love for you in their embrace. I'm happy to be here. I missed you both. It's so good to see you. I wanted to surprise you. I thought you deserved a little break after everything I put you through. Yeah, you know, and growing up and all. Seemed best to let you off the hook for at least one thing. Your joke made Ma shake her head. We are always happy to have you, Dae. Plus, there are some things you can never recover from, no matter how much time you get. Sometimes time does not heal trauma. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your mom's giggled, pleased. I hope you've both been doing well. Is everything set up for your anniversary dinner?
Problem.
We're happy to help if there's something we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mom placed her arm around Ma's shoulder and gave her a side
Don't
hug.
worry about it.
Don't worry about the party. We're just planning to eat at the Cypress. Nothing fancy, which is kind of a fun thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. The biggest issue has just been making sure everyone could make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Dae. I'm the more grown one. Fuck you, Liz. Mom snickered at her own joke, and Ma lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin.
Hush.
As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's not space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in these old rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't, Pamela. It's okay. Cove already has a hotel room. I'm gonna be staying in anyway. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. Stylish and roomy. It seemed very nice. There's one... Oh my god. And there was only one bed. How scandalous. He claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that, though mostly you were looking forward to having him next to you as you slept once again. Your mom smiled, relieved. Kira's already here, isn't she? She directed her question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's gonna be staying with Dad while she's in town.
No.
Have you gone over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. He raised an eyebrow, said you had figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet. I should go do that now. I just wanted Dae to be there too. He caught your eyes with an enduring smile. Mom laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet but ridiculous.
Nice.
It's nice to know your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
Dae, do you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until late evening. You heard Ma. Let's go see your parents. Cove perked back up, excited once more. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. You set down your bags in the living room, tucked into a corner where they wouldn't be in the way. Cove helped. Your moms waved the two of you off as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks. See you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you're on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip put a special little pep in Cove's step as you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. You had known Cove's parents for a long time now. When it came to what you called his dad, you still stuck with the familiar classic, Mr. Holden. You switched back to saying Cove's dad. You were on a first-name basis with Cliff. You've been waiting for the right time to call him dad. You felt that could be, I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's just call him Cliff. Call him Clifford. Dae, Clifford. Although it was awkward on your tongue at first, it rolled off comfortably now. You appreciated how much he saw you as an adult and friend, and not just a kid from across the street. For his mom, you still on a first name basis with Kira. You called her Mom 3 in a non-serious way. You've been waiting for the right time to call her. Just call her Kira. I don't know. Calling your partner's parents like your parents. I don't know. That's kind of. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll just call them Cliff and Kira. She always preferred that even when you were still just a kid. Honestly, you couldn't imagine calling her anything else. Cove hopped up to the front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and it swung open. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up. You shook your head in disapproval, but you both knew that you hypocritically supported his behavior. Your dad is lucky we aren't criminals. They're coming in to steal your stuff. He brushed your comment aside and went right into his old home. Cliff was there, sitting in his kitchen and babysitting a pan on the stove. Oh my god, oh, y'all so close. His head turned at the sound of footsteps and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought he was lighting up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. But since you knew what Cove was actually like as a kid, you were aware that this level of happiness with Cove was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. Cove fucking hated his dad. Dad! Cove! Cliff gracelessly pushed what he was cooking onto a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to you both. Cove flew forward and met him halfway in a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Cliff soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. I missed you. I missed you too. It was sweet, and teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggling to connect. When the hug broke, Cliff hooked an arm around his son's neck. He let out a deep laugh. I still can't believe you outgrew me. I really thought I had that on him after you graduated from high school, but then he had to keep growing. He just kept on going. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. Sorry, Dad. I'm sorry, Dad. My body had other plans. Cove's cheeks turned pink and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added, but I was raised really well. His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion. He sniffled. Cove put an arm around him too and tugged him into a side hug. You observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. Cliff eventually turned his attention to you. Hi, Dae. So great to see you. He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. Hi, Cliff. Cliff, I see you. I missed you, Cliff. You didn't say anything. It's like, Clifford. Hi, Cliff. Let's have a hug. It's been a while. Propelling yourself forward, Cliff let out a huff as you knocked the air out of his lungs. You wrapped him in a tight hug. Sighing, you felt him slowly relax and hug you back. For a second, you could have sworn that you heard a quiet sniffle above you. I missed having you around. Nodding, you could feel a warm blush rising in your face. It felt good being back home. Cliff cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. But before we get too carried away, it's not a real union yet. Kira's still in the guest suite. I'll go get her. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distant knock. Kira, they're here! It was only seconds before there was the sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time. Oh my god, she is approaching!
My baby.
And there she is! Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kira stretched her arms out wide. When she spotted you both, Cove went to her easily. I'm coming in too. Oh, you went in for the hug too? You opened your own arms up for a big hug. You raised your arms up to pass. No, do not touch me. No. Big hug. She held you both tightly in her arms, and you squeezed her back with nearly the same intensity. You felt loved. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. After a moment, Kira let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. You're both looking well. That's wonderful, and just what I like to see. Thanks. And hi, Mom. Yeah, thanks, Kira. Oh, you looked great too, Kira. I mean, she do look great. One day, I'll let you in on my secrets. Ooh, secrets? I want to know the secrets. What's the secret? Immortality? Kira winked, and you had zero doubts that she had precious knowledge to looking your best. She was stunning every time you saw her. I'd be honored. So what's new? How have you both been? Kira gave a nod for Cliff to go first. Cheerfully, he waved a hand.
No worries.
Oh, same old, same old. Still got the shop, still got my friends and family, of course, and still the most exciting thing around here is seeing who will rent out that one free condo. Incredible. I always knew you were such a snore. Wow, I knew you were fucking boring, Cliff. God. They snickered, and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you, but the whole time there was still a happy smile fixed on his face. For me, things have been good. I've gotten a lot of interesting assignments lately. Oh, I recently went to Seattle, and... Ooh, why's she blushing? She meet someone? Kira twirled a strand of her hair shyly, and her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about, it made her happy. Things have still been going well with that guy from work, but it's a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. And her ex-husband. Oh, look at his face. He's like, Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear she appreciated the acceptance from her two boys. That's great. I hope she gets the seal of approval when he does come around. Now that's great. Good for you, Kira, putting yourself out there. Kira perked up at your reaction. She was clearly grateful for your approval as well. So that's us. Do you have plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room.
Great.
He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I just remembered that I was in the middle of cooking something. When a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. That's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore that old neighborhood for a while anyway, since we got the time. Cove directed that last part to you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go with him. You nodded automatically. You're already looking forward to it. That's a perfect idea.
Makes sense.
I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here so I won't be a third wheel, and then someone's got to keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arms against his side like a little child. A small smirk tugged at Kira's mouth. She winked. You know what I mean. Have a good walk. I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Cliff waved before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled warmly. Bye. We'll see you soon. I'm still checking everything's okay. Okay, yeah, we're good. Oh, that's not the game. Another drink of water. Cove trailed behind you as you walk into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch his arms in the warm rays. Satisfied, Cove turned to you and carefully took your hand in his. The heat of that was better and more comforting than any ray of sunlight that could shine on you today. Stepping closer, you squeezed his hand. Your mouth curved into a playful smile. Let's get out of here. Let's go. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, heading for the shopping district. Arriving, you rode past tourists who were taking in the sights for the very first time. Being a local was a badge of honor you wore proudly. You casually walked past the shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stalls were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. There was something you planned on saying, but the look on Cove's face made you pause. You watched incredulously as Cove's attention laser focused on something in the peripheral. As the two of you went down the stone street, his gaze stayed parallel with what must have been a stationary object. Then when his head couldn't turn any further, he stopped in place entirely. You were brought to a halt as well, since his fingers were still laced around yours. What is it, Cove? What do you see? What is it, boy? Tell me. Timmy fell down the well. Sticking your head out around his side, you were finally able to see that the subject of note that had captured his attention was a pretzel stand. After a moment of silence, his puppy dog eyes swung back to your face. Ah, no, don't look at me like that. With a cheesy faux wistfulness, Cove whispered a few small words. That could have been us. That could have been us. But you were playing. Yeah, it's a shame we might have been. No, Cove, it's not too late. We can still start our own pretzel stand. Stop trying to make me sell pretzels. You're so precious, Cove Holden. What could have been? He sighed dramatically, as if the world busted his dreams even more harshly than how his balloon popped the first time you came here together. You played along and moaned for your lost pretzel life, but it only lasted a minute before you were both laughing instead. But seriously, did you actually want a pretzel? Yes, I do. Oh, food? Hell yeah. The one that comes with the little frosting cup? That's right. You shared a fun smile with one another. It held a level of second-nature comfort that really didn't exist anywhere outside of the almost lifelong relationship between you and your former neighbor. Somehow all you ever had to do was simply be together in the same place, and it was special. Cove showed you how strongly he felt the same when he started to become visibly bashful. He plucked up enough nerves to keep the conversation going, though. So hey, do you think they'd give me more than one of the frosting cups if I asked? I mean, you gotta try. I don't know, Cove. We'll have to find out. With that, you changed course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and that was good to see. Pretzels. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, the day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. Let's go get wet! In seconds, you had your feet free, and your shoes abandoned in the sand. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight to the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. He wore a bent smile when he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than moments exactly like this, being here at sunset in Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now, we're just being neighbors, but still. Yeah, it's not the same. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered in the moment you met Cove's eye. Your mouth lifted into a pleased smile. I'm happy too. Of course we would have ended up like this again, sooner or later. This is a wonderful day. I guess it's not so bad being back in the old neighborhood. I mean, we would have ended up like this. You crossed your arms. Cove looked up from the sand, meeting your gaze with a bent smile. It's inevitable. It's fate. Cove murmured quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his pride. You knew without a single word, Cove found a new shell for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in comfortable silence. Your shadows stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking into the shore. For a moment in time, it felt there were only the two of you in your own little world. Eventually the bubble popped and you realized that your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping that you were going to be back soon. Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone, you pressed against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he had just had a funny thought. Dang, parents. Always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. I know, they're such a pain. There's no escape from the curfew as long as we're in this neighborhood. Am I supposed to have to leave already? Don't look like a little kid. Sure. Oh, man, we can't even escape them. We still got a curfew. It's like we're worked back into being little kids the moment we set foot at the entrance sign. Cove's nose crinkled in fake disgust, and you both burst into a fit of giggles. It'd be nice to not have to worry about the bills again. Sometimes. After one last glance, you put your phone away again. Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together, you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. The both of you ran off towards your mom's house, leaving the waves behind, but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up to the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet it wasn't a competition. Not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Oh, ghouls. The boys are here. Y'all ever watch BuzzFeed Unsolved? I love that quote. Your moms were seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they locked on you in your light dusting of sand.
Hello.
Welcome home. Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Ma sighed wistfully.
Aww.
That brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. I hope we're not too late. Nope, you're just in time, but you better start packing it up. Liz will be waiting. Ma nodded as she stood up from her seat. She lightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you had put your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? You shrugged and directed him to your bags. With Cove, your mom's, and yourself on the job, it only took one trip to the car to get everything. I could have done it by myself, but oh well. Cove firmly closed the trunk, and you thanked everyone for the assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, my family. Let's get in the car. She gave Cove a special look to make it clear that meant him. Nah, Cove, you have to walk. You gotta walk back to the hotel yourself. Cove climbed to the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. You got in on the other side. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Ma pulled out onto the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the back seat with Cove. Your mom's driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep, and it mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. When you neared the airport, Ma pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the current pickup area and asked for you to shout if you saw your sister. Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America.
Alright.
Tell her that we're right in front of the building with blue windows. She says she's outside, right by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. The back and forth continued, with Ma driving around in the wide circular airport road while Mom attempted coordination between her and Liz's location. Aha! You leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved to the car. Mom parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mom put her phone away with a cheer. Mission accomplished, team. We got her! Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hand, thrilled that both of her kids were back. That's right. Liz came closer and yanked open the back door beside her. She popped her head into the car, her smile ornery despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was that same familiar smirk that you had grown up with. There she is! Hello, children. I'm back. Children? Rude. Oh, hey, old grandparent who doesn't have any kids. You shouldn't speak to your elders like that. Well, I just did. You smiled at her, you reached over and hugged her, you poked her cheek, you took hold of her hand, you shook your head. Let's give a hug. You quickly unbuckled and then launched yourself at your sister. She wrapped her arms around you and squeezed. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. It's so nice that you're here. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. Baby boy. Evil. She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. She left the door open but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Dae. I'll keep it in the front of my bag so you can get it later. Mom's dropping you off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk. It's important. Yeah, my toothbrush. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Liz swung around to the open door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, but no doubt from a long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I am not sitting in the middle. I already had 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight. There's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove Holden and Dae Ursa apart? Cove puffed up indignantly yet again at her classic tease of your relationship. Liz continued along as she didn't notice. I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figure you can fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. Oh, thank God. I did not want... I did not want to sit in the middle. I hate sitting in the middle in the car. Thanks, Cove. I guess I'll always have to bossy big sister. I'm sorry you're always in the middle, Cove. Some people just get their way. Good job. I wasn't moving. No, I'll feign. I'll just say thanks. I'll be appreciative. No problem. I'm almost disappointed. It was so easy. I meant it when I said we weren't children anymore. It's just the middle seat. It's just the middle seat. Wow, Cove. How adult and responsible of you. Liz shrugged, not losing any of her smugness. Keep telling yourself that, and I'll keep taking the window seat. With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled, Mom began to pull out. We're off. That's right. Brum, 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 brum. Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. Hopefully we finish the journey. This car is almost as old as we are. And it's still just as good as you are. All the complaining definitely means Liz is back. We're equivalent to this junker. You put as much fake hurt into your tone as you could manage. Neither of your moms took you up on your teasing. I feel insulted being compared to this rust bucket. This doesn't even have enough cup holders, Ma. Oh my gosh, not the cup holders. Where am I supposed to put my water bottle? Mom turned up the radio as well. She's like, I don't want to hear this anymore. All-Star Code plays. But as Mom merged onto the highway, the station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person. That was hard to believe. With Liz, the conversation livened up despite it getting later and later in the night. Although I wonder, when did All-Star come out? Is All-Star old enough to vote? Let me see. When did All-Star by Smash Mouth come out? 1999? I'm older than All-Star? What the fuck? Okay, but yeah, it's definitely old enough to vote and drink, apparently. Shit. The time has passed. I cannot believe. She told you all about her week and all the travel preparations she made. By the time she made it to the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plane, Liz had sat next to a couple of girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Liz recounted their conversation with her in hilarious detail as they had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had refused to just tell them. However, the drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually, your group arrived. You yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Oh yeah, Liz should be in architecture now, because that's what she was in school for. I'm gonna sneeze again. Ah. Okay, we're at the hotel. Go clear it out after you. Liz gave a loud sigh of relief at all the extra space she found herself with. You and Co grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Co went to go find your room. What kind of luggage people are you buds? Like, how much luggage do you tend to carry? I tend to carry probably 2 at the max. I don't like carrying. I don't like carrying things in general, so I try to like be as minimal as I possibly can be. So I'll probably have like a suitcase with all like, you know, my clothes and like the essentials and stuff. And then I'll have like my backpack that has like my fun stuff in it, like maybe like a game to play during like the ride or the plane ride or something like that. Like other essentials as well. So like the suitcases for like necessities and the backpacks for like entertainment pretty much. And that's pretty much all I'll carry around. But I always hate it when like people bring like more stuff with them, like multiple bags, and they're like, "Oh, Dae, can you carry this?" It's like, "No, you should have packed light. I don't want to carry anything. I already hate carrying the suitcase." But no, I'll carry it. I'll be nice. It hasn't happened that often, but still. The last trip I went on, I had to carry a couple bags for other people, and I was like, I'm already uncomfortable enough as is with traveling. But what do you guys like? Do you guys tend to pack a lot, or do you try to pack light too? That's what I'm curious about. You and Co grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Co went to go find your room. You scanned the keycard to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out as a soft beep, and you turned the handle of the door. The door creaked open, then you craned your head in to take a look. It looks pretty nice. I like it. The first thing you noticed was the large king-size bed in the middle of the room. It was a prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. A smile played on Co's face as he watched you take in the space. That's nice, huh? Which one of us is going to use it? What do you think? You burst out laughing. You glared at him. Are you serious? Here we go again. Me, you can fend for yourself. That was a joke. Can we please share the bed? I guess, yes. Thanks. I gotta go to the hotel, didn't I? You did. Yeah, you picked up a nice one. It's passable. I guess we'll manage. Thanks for handling this. I say it's nice. It's the same hotel I would have picked on my own. Makes sense you'd go for this one. It looks like your room at Kira's place. But yeah, you picked out a nice one. Good job. Co smiled like a big, pleased puppy. He is the golden retriever boy. You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the room's amenities. Cove pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered to the room. However, the fact was you both were exhausted. It didn't take too many weons before you both changed into your pajamas and called it a day. You had to hunt along the wall to locate the light switch. When you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. You turned your head over to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces didn't match. He never minded that. We should get some sleep. Cove smiled, a soft expression that was adorable. Okay, let's go to sleep. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward towards you. He wrapped his arms around your back, and you leaned into his embrace. Then he lifted you off your feet. Oh my god, we're going on a trip. What? Still not putting you down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. The both of you crashed into the tight-tucked sheets of the hotel bed. He laughed the entire time. Cove bounced on the landing and absorbed most of the impact. You leaned on his chest, feeling a little jostled. Oh my god, you're an absolute madman. You could have warned me that was scared. Again. But no, you're an absolute madman, Cove. Always have been, always will. Just in different ways. You shook your head jokingly. His laughter turned into a snort. He smiled up at the ceiling, a thought clearly crystallizing. My dad used to do that kind of thing to me when I was little. Sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fond memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. I remember you talking about it when you stayed over at my house as a kid. He'd lift you up really high and bring you back down. Yeah, I have a cool dad. You made a small noise of understanding that turned into a yawn. When you yawned in return, you pulled at the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. Good night, Cove. Night, don't let the bedbugs bite. Sweet dreams. You stuck your tongue out playfully. Hey, so do you know why pigeons are called pigeons, but they're actually doves? Oh no, here we go. Cove blinked at your random tangent. You yawned and continued talking, your sleepy brain happy to info dump. Pigeons actually used to refer to a young cheeping bird, not a species like it does now. Cove nodded along as you continued, seeming interested despite the random topic, but by the time you finished, he was watching you intently. Then you kissed his lips, you kissed his nose, kissed his forehead, ruffled his hair, pinched his cheek. You shot him a sleepy grin. I kissed on the forehead. Good night. You pressed your lips to his forehead and then drew back to see his cute grin, obviously enjoying his goodnight kiss. Cove wrapped his arms around you and snuggled next to you. He let out a content breath. Give him a little reward for listening to that random tangent. You reached out to hold Cove under one arm and then used your other hand to comb through his hair. The two of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. Can't believe we're really here. You and Liz and everyone else are going to be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all this scenery going by while we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways it feels like it's been ages and everything's different. Some of that is definitely because I'm staying at a hotel instead of being in my room at my dad's, but yeah. It's so weird. It feels natural to me. I don't even know how I feel. It's exciting. I just hope things go okay. You couldn't even put anything you felt into words. It's exciting. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking... Jan forced an interruption into the statement. Cove was undeterred. I'm looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck. You felt his lashes flutter close against your skin. Same here. See you tomorrow. His words were a whisper you barely heard. They might not have been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way, whether you heard it or not. Or heard it, or only thought you heard. The sentiment was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and the sunlight returned to your hometown of Sunset Bird. You comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. And good morning! Your eyes gently opened to see a dim, unfamiliar ceiling. You recalled where you were, a hotel room. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. God, me. Morning. Cove's voice brought you back to consciousness. The heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your fiancé. His arm was draped around you, and his fingers were lightly drawing shapes on your pajamas. You twisted over to face him fully. Morning. Did you sleep well? I did. The expression on his face softened with a content sigh. You felt his index finger lightly trace out the shape of a heart. There's nothing but good dreams when you're around. Aw, damn. He's still so sweet. You squeezed him adoringly in your arms, you sat into his chest, you played with his hair, dozily, gently, you kissed him. He let out a soft breath, you slipped out of bed to start a kiss good morning for you. Eyes half-lidded, you reached forward and covered Cove's lips with your own. He exhaled slowly through your nose. Oh, he exhaled slowly through your nose. You exhaled slowly through your nose, and parted for only a fraction to take air in. Cove cupped your cheek delicately and leaned his forehead into yours. He brushed your skin with his thumb before pressing into a new kiss. Neither of you were making any moves to get up and actually start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove. You could indulge just a little while longer. Eventually, enough time flew by that there really weren't any minutes to spare. There were too many people waiting, so you both crawled out of the sheets together. Oh my gosh, they really do don't match. I didn't notice his pink pants before. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too. This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everybody is like having another chance at being a kid. We can do all the stuff we used to and all the things we never did but wanted to. Yeah, the world is our oyster, Cove. I do not want to think about being a little kid. It's gonna be back since I won't know what hit it. Yeah, hell yeah. The world is our oyster. Jumping up on the bed, you stood in a power stance in the center. We run the course of our lives. We're in control of our destinies. Exactly. Well, we better get back to it, huh? We've got a pretty full schedule ahead of us for your mom's big day. You smirked. So much for being a kid. So many responsibilities. I don't think seeing your friends really counts as responsibilities day. Fine, you got me there. After that, you and Cove moved around each other, busily getting dressed and ready for the day. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and phones were sought after. You suddenly tossed Cove his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You handed Cove his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You slapped his butt. Oh my god, as he stepped past you. You somehow lost a single sock, but Cove found it behind the headboard. You shook your head at Cove when he ran a hand through his hair instead of brushing it. Oh my god, there's so many of these. Which one do we want to pick? Do we want to toss him his phone? We respectfully smack that ass, or sock, or hand brushing, mayhaps. Gosh, I'm getting so many notifications for text. Let me reply to this real quick. Oh. God, fucking auto-correcting text. Damn. Oops, that's not what I... Where's my chat? There it is. I almost lost it. Almost lost you guys. Okay, let me get up the number generator. Number picker. I say generator, but it's a picker. Let's see, how many are there? There's 5. Okay. 1 through 5. Okay, I'm gonna look away and I'm just gonna spam the button a couple times. Okay. Oh. Wow. Wow. Number 3. Okay, well. Respectfully. Cove let out a small yelp. You met his eyes with an impish grin, and he shook his head. Careful! His shyness melted away as he put himself inches from you. I might have to do something to return the favor. Oh my god. Cove! You raised your hands in playful surrender. His mouth bent into a pleased smile. Not in front of the buds. God damn. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes, you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. It was another beautiful summer day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb it all during the drive. Cove sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window. His gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks the vehicle was passing. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you hopped out of the car and let yourself inside. Your moms knew you were going to be there that morning. But the second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes. Oh my gosh, Lee! Dae, you're here! And guess what? I'm here too! I didn't know. Oh my gosh, you're here? Who would have thought? As she dyed her hair, it's nice and pink now. So cute. While your heart rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you noticed that she really found her own groove. She was still the same loving person she'd always been on the inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. Lee was strong, kind, and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated college with a degree in history. History? Oh, I thought it would be fashion. I've forgotten. Though last year, she was pursuing her dreams working towards getting into the music industry. I forgot about all that. Damn. Lee! Hey, it's nice to see you. You look great. Can I get some warning next time you're gonna screech it? You know, Lee! Instead, you shouted just as loud as she did. Lee hugged you tightly, near knocking you off of your feet. Lee leaned into the side to glance past you and meet Cove's eye. The grin on her face widened while she waved. Hi, Cove. Hey, nice to see you, Lee. I got him practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here alive. Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the whole ordeal was. Liz is wearing... Is that a romper? Or I guess it's the 2-piece set, but that's really nice. She looks good. Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the ordeal was. Behind her, Liz made her OA over. She crossed her arms at the scene. I'm here too, in case you were wondering. I wasn't. I'm always wondering if they're there, somewhere. Nope, I wasn't, but thanks anyway. Lee giggled, and Liz's eyes narrowed at your remark. She seemed to stand up straighter, and the demure smile on her face didn't move. It wouldn't kill you to say hello, you know. You neither, but I'm glad to see you too. Thanks, the feeling's mutual. Another friendly shout rang out from the living room. It was as cheery as it was ever, for the many times you heard it over the years. Mama? Good morning, family. Your parents both came out from the side hall together. Morning. Now that everyone is here, I do have a little something to mention. Mom put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mom leaned her head into Mom's with matching affection. Oh my gosh, you're having another baby. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary. Just the 2 of us. Oh, without us? Please, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist. Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. We don't need to find a babysitter or anything. But Mom, you don't want to spend time with us? Yeah, have fun, Moms. Don't worry about it. We can survive that. Easy. Enjoy your brunch. This works out, actually. The afternoon open means there's time to meet up with Terry and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. Your 2 school friends lived around the area. They knew you were coming for your mom's party, but when or how you might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone. Definitely. We should call them. I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get her plans made before she was even done speaking. Arching an eyebrow, she then directed the next part to Lee. Would you want to come along? We've missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past. I'd love to. It would be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. Lee, I thought I was the favorite cousin. You don't want to hang out with us? Oh, damn. I'm being pushed up by everybody. No fair, Lee's meant to go with me. I didn't hear you ask her. Ah! You beat me to it. Deflating, your sister was right. She beat you to that. It was okay, though. You knew that they'd have a fun day, and they deserved some time together. Bring her back in one piece. We have plans tonight. I will. Excellent. It's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand. Her gaze took in the whole room, excited to have the house full again. Today's going to be perfect.
Yes.
I think so, too. I truly couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. There were ahs and sweet comments from the group gathered around the couple of the hour. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age that you could be as proud of your life as them. Mama's attention then fell on you, and the look on her face twisted mischievously. A shiver shot down your spine. What are you looking at me for? Hello? This is a very good time of year for marriage. Don't you think so? With snickers, all eyes eagerly slid over to you and Cove. Shocked at her implication, his cheeks burned red. There was no missing the meaning of Ma's words. She was clear as a bell, and she knew it. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove shyly twisting the ring on his left hand. A wave of affection drifted down your body. You knew someday would be your wedding. That filled you with good joy. Ooh? His stuttering never quite reached the full sentences. It instead turned into a silence. Cove's brain was shutting down. Ma had sympathy for him. You don't have to say anything. It's just a little thing to ponder. At that, Cove's mouth snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he quickly glanced at you. If it was only the two of you here, you got the impression he would have had something to say. For now, a meaningful look was all there was. Right then, let's get back to what we were doing. After that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet up with your friends. They were both able to come see you, having kept their schedules free for this, and you couldn't wait. Cove was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy, you imagined that he was letting his parents know about what he was going to get up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mom's brunch and your big meetup with your friends. Soon enough, everyone was out the door looking forward to their fun-filled afternoons and the dinner later that night. Once outside, on this neighborhood street, you looked to Cove. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Terry and Rennie were driving into town while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier-to-reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset again, having to rely on other people who actually have cars to really get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to whatever's nearby. No, we're reverting back to infancy. Return to baby. I mean, we never drive anyway. Cove rolled his eyes, letting them on you amusedly. Fine, you're right. I do like walking. Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. Old town road, gonna ride. Yeah, I can't no more. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking lots in Sunsetburg. It was completely empty. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in the group chat to let them know you'd made it. Someone must have answered already because Cove gave you a status update while still staring at the screen. Randy texted, "I can see you." Oh, the blare of a car horn cuts you off. You and Cove both turns towards the source of the noise. One of the windows rolled down. Hey, buddies! Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being the only car meant that they got the pick of the lot, so they pulled to a stop in front of you. The window closed back up, and instead the two front doors popped open. Terry and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. Hi, Cove. Hi, Dae. The cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezing him into a hug. Where's my hug? Oh, that's kind of weird. It's like one of those like guys that always go up to girls like, "Where's my hug?" And, like, try to get at her. Let me not say that. I'll wait patiently. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with the majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat with a large grin spreading across his face. There he is! But when he let Cove go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. You smacked his face over 5-5 to make a turkey. Your shoulders gradually began to shake harder while your lips twisted teasingly. Confused, Terry's eyebrows pinched together like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Gobble gobble! He wiggled your fingers, thinking of them as long, colorful tail feathers. Terry snorted for the moment the minge clicked in his brain. Gobble gobble. Yeah, turkey! It felt so nice to have your friend group reunited as adults. Oh my god, Cove is just so fucking tall now. God damn, I never really noticed that. Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach of town over. You were proud of him. He helped a lot of people in his line of work. Oh, he actually committed to being a lifeguard. He hadn't even replied before when he was talking about it. And in recent years, you and Terry were able to form an even closer bond. It was reassuring to have a friend who knew what it was like to go through changing parts of their identity. You could go to him for understanding, and you knew that Cherry felt the same about you. Miranda took Cove's hand and one of yours in her other. Her eyes like she gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
I'm so happy to see you again. Hi, Terry. Hi, Miranda. He answered assuredly. It was clear that he was equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school while continuing her own education. She also got busy running a small online shop selling crafted knickknacks she made on Etsy, maybe. Sam, it's good to see you too. I missed you. It's been forever. You look so you look cute, girl. Damn. Girl and guy. They're all a bunch of cuties, but yeah, I missed you. Miranda's expression softened. She gave your hand another squeeze. I missed you too, a ton. Miranda released your hands. Giggling, she eyed you both carefully. So, how have you been?
Nice.
Things have been nice. It's fantastic, even.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm really glad for you. You stood more confidently and straightened your back. That made her giggle again. You're sparkling. Ah, damn, like Edward Cullen. What about you? I'm super. Terry stopped up next to Miranda and put his arm around her shoulder. Sighing dreamily, Randy chuckled up at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable. He pressed his cheek against Miranda's, and she let out a light squeak. The sight put an amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they'd started dating. The corner of your mouth curled playfully when you took in the warm welcomes all around. At times, it was still kind of funny how your group of four friends evolved into two couples. Not that you were complaining about it. You thought it was an amazing thing. Cove then pulled his phone out and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion ever so often. You raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Cove was too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even stranger.
So...
Is there anything either of you want to do while we're here? Any place you'd want to see? I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually there is something I want to do right here. Oh yeah? What's that? Terry poked at Cove's arm playfully. Miranda met your eye, suddenly asking if you had any idea what Cove was talking about. You shrugged. I got no idea. I just want to see my friends. Huh. Cove, you're already doing that.
Oh.
True, but I could be doing it even more. You, Terry, and Miranda all turned to Cove with identical incredulous expressions. His stare moved to a point past you three, and you heard the scrape of sand and gravel underfoot. He's arriving! Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you jumped at the call of the warm voice shouting over.
Sup, guys, gals, and pals?
There he is! It's Derek! And he's buffer than ever. Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. It's been too long, even though it hasn't actually been that long, but long enough. Derek! Wow, I'm so glad you're here. Oh man, Uncle Alert. Listen, we ain't in that route yet. We give him a hug though. He was comforting and solid, but he was also big enough that it was hard to fit him in your arms. You could feel the rumble of his laughter against your cheek. Derek held you in return.
I missed you.
Aw, man. What a true homie. He spoke to you gently. You were thrilled just being there, reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. Hey. He went over to Terry and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they all had met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. Sup, big man? Hi, it's great you could come. Hi, it's great you could come. Cole put himself next to Derek. Happy, he clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hi, thanks for coming. Of course, thanks for inviting me. Sheepishly, Cole looked back at you and the others. That's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier, it was Derek the entire time. Derek is in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too, but I'm still involved with running the scuba shop when it's called for.
Very nifty.
Nifty? What's the business though? Tell us. Humming, Derek elbowed Cove. But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town! Eager to get going, everyone piled into Terry's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Bird, laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. You caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing, as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to go see your moms? Always. Let's keep the celebration going. You shimmied a bit right there in the street for added emphasis. He looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes. Let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. You'd barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversation moved on to the excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. But when he returned, you were shocked to see he had entirely changed outfits. Where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before the dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Didn't you? Or maybe you have stuff still here at your mom's place? No, Cove. I didn't do that. But your mom's party. It's at the country club. And that's also where Liz took golf lessons. Not everyone is in there in their Sunday best. This isn't like those summer stories where they were having a real party. We're only going for a regular meal. Cove was as befuddled by your explanation as you were with his actions. He threw his arms up, desperate for understanding.
Seriously?
How can you not dress up nicely for a country club? I don't think the Cypress is as special as you've decided it is. You saw Ma, and she wasn't in formal clothes. She's one of the guests of honor. You realize now that whenever you went to the country club on a normal day, it was family time with just you, Liz, and your moms. Each time Cove came, there had been more exciting things going on. You never would have thought of that before, but his perspective suddenly made a lot more sense. His frown wobbled, and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his own self regrettably as he pulled at the cuffs of ends of his shirt. Also, I don't know how fancy you think this place is if you didn't even button your shirt up the whole way. Like, what are you trying to show off here, huh? Cover them up, slut. You seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. I thought she was going to get changed while you and me were... Ma, no way. She'd need a whole lot more time than that. Well, it's okay. You look very nice. You are such a cutie. I love how much of an idiot you are. Himbo, himbo, himbo. You shrugged to come and he pet his arm encouragingly. Well, it's okay. You do look very nice, yeah. That earned you a sheepish smile, though he still clearly wished his look hadn't garnered any extra attention. Cove's eyes still glanced at the hall, as if he was calculating if he'd have time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. You must face the consequences of your action. The time to head out came far quicker than you expected. Cliff and Kira swung by the condo. Oh, that look like father, like son. To make sure everything was in order, and for your second surprise that night, Cliff was also in formal clothes. Cove's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time Cliff went to Kira's. The two men pointed at one another. See? He knows. It's like that Spider-Man meme. Exactly, sport. Kira was talking to me like I was crazy. The aforementioned Kira placed a hand delicately, yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you were the one who raised him. Cliff chuckled, his arm moving to scratch at the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The ends of Co's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid, in more ways than even he realized. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests of the entire club, all gussied up, but at least they could now take solace in one another. That looked to be good enough for them. All the members of your family headed out at the same time to the Cypress. It was to be a perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you on arrival. Smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for your group. I said that so quietly. I'm so sorry I'm like this. I can't read. Once you'd all settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little longer. Smiling, your parents faced a group of familiar faces, all gathered here together to share this special day with them. Mom reached over and took Ma's hand, clasping it between both of hers. Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady right here is the best thing I've ever done, and there's no one else I'd want to celebrate that with. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we've got such a large and loving family through all of you. You heard people saying "aw" and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Lee had clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her eyes shining. Your eyes met Liz's misty ones, and the affection she had for her mom's carried over to you two. A schmooch! You returned your attention towards the happy couple just as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the while. The table responded with cheers and clapping, shouts of happy anniversary and other congratulations continuing even after they'd broken apart. Mom beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily. Then her eyes met yours across the table. And of course, it won't be too much longer before we're celebrating another marriage. Oh my god. She leaned eagerly over the table towards you and Cove. Your fiancé blushed, but he still grinned proudly at the suggestion. Yeah, when is that happening? How speedy that engagement was, it's a miracle we've had the willpower to hold off on officially tying the knot already. Are you really still going to give us a hard time for that? Cove's plea was met with unsympathetic ears, at least those of them belonging to your family. Yep. Yes. Definitely. Cliff made a valiant effort to support his son. No. Yes. His mom, meanwhile, shared a wicked grin with your sister as she took the last word. The group burst into laughter. Ko, who only stopped pouting long enough to take an angry chug of his drink, did not join in. You laughed along with the others. Embarrassed, you sunk down in your chair. You placed your hand over Ko's. In solidarity, you stuck your tongue out at them all. Solidarity. The teasing was good-natured, but never failed to rile him up. Unfortunately for him, his guaranteed reactions probably made him a more frequent target of such jokes. Still, you knew it was easy enough for him to bounce back from, especially with a little support from you. Predictably, a smile already began to appear on his face again. The waiters reappeared, delivering a delicious plate of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were cleared and the event began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kira exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Cove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your moms were ready to head off. You were getting a lift back with your moms. It was already late, so you discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo, but Cove had asked if they'd mind taking him back to the neighborhood. He wanted to visit a little longer. Your moms had happily agreed. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your mom swung by their hotels during the trip home while you and Cove made the full journey with them. Riding in the back seat of your mom's car with Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. As your eyes drifted over to him, his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Mom stretched as you got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. No thanks. It's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. It's never any trouble to have you over, Cove. Let him do as he pleases, Lonnie. But you better not stay out too much later or there'll be trouble. Oh my god. Mom, I'm grown. I'm a grown adult. You can't make us come back home before curfew. Mom chuckled as Mom waggled her finger, her expression exaggeratedly severe as she reprised a role that, in truth, she never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you'd grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. You already had the answer for this. He wasn't yet ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road. You walked alongside him. You knew your destination long before you arrived on the dark. An utterly deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. The only sounds were the gentle waves rolling in and out, and the soft sound of the footprints you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile, then tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. He turned it over his head and lobbed it backwards, further up the beach and out of the reach of the waves. Haba, what are you doing? Didn't know I'd be getting a show. You were hit with an old memory. The conversation with Baxter about skinny dipping. Oh my god. You looked away embarrassed. You followed into the water. You better not go any deeper into the water. I didn't know I was... dinner and now the show? God damn. Ko froze, his arm still raised from where he'd thrown his shirt. Slowly, he came back to life, stiffly pulling his arm back down. Your commentary had made him self-conscious. Laughing, you clapped your hands in delight at his awkwardness. Ko slipped his dress pants off and tossed them back into roughly the same direction as his shirt. He was on just his polka dot boxer. Oh my god, are we actually skinny dipping? Shield your eyes. Sometimes you really were struck by the ways in which he was braver than his younger self. This was definitely one of those times. He never ever would have done this when you were both living on this street, but you also know he still wouldn't do it without anyone other than someone he's spent all those years with. You took off your shirt so that you could swim. You decided you didn't care if your clothes would go wet. You thought it was so wild that Ko was actually going to swim right now. Man, if you can't beat him, join him. Ko waded further into the water until it came up to his chest. You unfastened your clothes and left them behind you, just as Cove had done moments before. You didn't even bother to see where they'd fallen before following him deeper into the sea. Cove grinned as you approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble from Moms when we get back.
I guess.
Yeah? Oh well. Sucks to suck. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you spluttering and drenched. Ah, fuck you. Splashing back. This is war now. Seeing what you were doing, Ko put his hands up for protection. It was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Ko spotted it too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading to the park. Oh my god, our clothes abandoned. Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs with every step, cleaned thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wonder how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in that neighborhood now. Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet and dressed only in his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing sets, marveling at it all. I can't believe how tiny everything is. Were we seriously small enough to use these? We're just little babies. He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you first met, then walked over to the monkey bars. Once these had been a challenge for you, now they were a little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped up onto them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. I also sit. It was strange seeing adult Cove just juxtaposed with the baby playground, but you took your own place on the structure. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently it was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as he approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toe scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with little more care. You thought it was adorable. In this moment you were home. It was just so happened to be the place you'd grown up, but really anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. He had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your little life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen, from a young age, to share your life with each other. You wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood had shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip, the spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight, had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. Too bad I wasn't able to bring my surfboard along for this. Cove shrugged dramatically, trying to lift the mood a little. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had when he spoke those words fell as quickly as it had appeared. Don't by so fast. We all came out here for the party and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents, we'll all be going back to our own things now. What else can you do except say it's okay? He shook his head, a wry look twinkling in his eyes. If I really never wanted to see things outside this neighborhood, I would have actually followed through with that pretzel plan. This place and these people, they're our foundation. It shaped who we are now. Like making castles out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cole's voice was gentle when he spoke again. We had a good childhood, I think. It wasn't that bad. I think so too. We're really lucky. I'll always remember our days here. Wow, you're sounding so old now, he joked. He simply shrugged. He's an old man, but we're lucky old men. Yeah, you're right. He shook his head, sighing heavily. Alright. His smile took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist, and you had a feeling where this was going. You better get home before your dumb parents, who don't know anything, get mad. You had to laugh at the half-hearted impression of young Jeremy, the boy you met in this very park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The jokes kept coming. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mom somehow ground you as a fully grown and independent adult, but that their powers extended over to Cove as well. Pamela and Nolan are just like, Cove, you're grounded. No more swimming for a week. Like, imagine getting grounded by someone else's parents. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to grow now. It was late and your moms were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. You and Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You retrode the same path, following the footprints down to the shore you'd left in the sand only a little while earlier. Once you and Cove had scrounged up your abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home side by side. Showing up in our underwear back at the parents' house. Droplets of water slipped down your skin and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your earlier adventure, it was likely that you were leaving quite a trail in your wake. But you'd seen Cove's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense with moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footsteps that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hoped so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark on your hometown again, even if only for a little while. Despite being soaked through and mostly undressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with friends and family, and your eyes drifted over to Cove. Cove Holden, your fiancé. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. I love you, bitch. I'm never gonna stop loving you, bitch. I just want to be with you, Cove. You're truly my other half. You said nothing, still enjoying it. You're truly my other half. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring, and he bit his lip as he smiled shyly. You could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the same way. Exactly. He held your gaze a moment longer, looking straight at you as he spoke again.
I love you.
I love you forever. You enveloped him in a hug, you playfully bumped against him with your side, you kissed him, you reached for his hand. A kiss. Always choose kiss. Catching him by the hand, you stopped Cove in his tracks and pulled him close. Your heart somersaulted as your lips met. At this moment, with the quiet seaside town at rest, it felt like it was just the two of you in the world. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hand until you broke apart. You were full of joy. All other concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had nearly came for tonight. You had to get at least some rest and bring it all to a close. And so, the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms, as well as clean yourselves up as best as you could. Your moms, both in pajamas ready for their own sleep, hooted with laughter as you came inside, disheveled and damp, and their teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, placing the formal ones back in the bag he brought them in. You'd given Mom and Ma plenty of material for a mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering to change first. You just grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again. It had been worth it. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourselves to your hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time, and the lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You really were making the most of your trip. It was such an odd thought about this was almost over. You had settled into this new routine naturally. All the familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine and into your room. Cove set his phone on his bedside table, and you followed suit. Both started settling in for the night. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. You noticed Cove rubbed the back of his neck and yawned. His voice was quiet and distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, but you still agreed. I hope so too. Cove still kept fish after all these years. Delightful, colorful things in huge aquariums. He spent a lot of time when he wanted to relax just watching them swim. You also had adopted a pet, who you loved dearly. Your home was a lovely place full of critters that both of you cared for. That was why, with both of you gone, it had been important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you had caught him a few times texting the pet sitter and asking about his fish. What about my pet? It'll be okay. Cove turned his head to you, the nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you chose that person for a reason. You trust them. But they're all fine. They just miss you. Cove smiled, appreciative of your comfort. You nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Cove yawned wildly. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. You squinted at your wrist as if looking at a watch. Yeah, it's bedtime o'clock. Where's that on the clock? I don't see that. The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth. In no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you flopped onto your side of the shared bed. Cove headed over to his side, and you felt the mattress dip under his weight. You tucked yourself under the covers, and Cove snuggled in closer to the middle. You turned on your side to face him and scooted slightly closer. Your noses almost touched, and Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby. Good night, Dae. Night. Cove's eyes fluttered shut, and he let out a contented sigh. There was a warmth from Cove's body next to you. He was right there. His presence was comforting, perfect for lulling you to sleep. His presence was alluring. You really wanted— Oh, whoa. Either awesome or spicy. I mean, when have we ever backed down from spice? Your hand drifted over to Cove's, and you ran your fingers up his arm, across his shoulder, and finally to his face. Cove trembled at the gesture. You cradled his cheek, and his eyes opened slightly to peek at you, unsure. Are you tired? As nice as it was to be near him, you noticed that he might not be in the mood. You wouldn't mind if you both just went to sleep instead. Cove mumbled into the hotel blanket.
I mean...
Not anymore. Your eyebrows lifted. He flushed as a growing excitement replaced any previously held plans to rest. You leaned forward and lightly kissed his lips. He pecked you back affectionately. You could feel his smile and his affection. He rose slightly so that he was fully on his side and had a better range of motion. With the new freedom of his arm, he reached over to stroke the back of your head. When the first kiss ended, you immediately started another, then another. Cove stopped running his fingers down your hair to hold your head closer. Whoa. Keep going. Go all out. A deep kiss. I said deep, and I was like, wait, let me rephrase that. You synced your arms around Cove and pulled him as close to you as you could. You savored the heat of his body against you. You pressed into Cove as long as you could manage before needing air. He responded just as desperately. Now let's see, grabbed his shirt, hooked your legs around him, you kissed down his neck, you grabbed his butt. You nibbled on his ear, you pressed your foreheads together affectionately, you pulled back, feeling satisfied. Excuse me, sorry. That's so romantic, isn't it? I grabbed his shirt. You tugged and pulled at Cove's soft pajamas, and stretched it under your fingers. Cove started to run a hand through your hair again, sweetly cradling through the strands. It was never-ending reassurance that he was here and he cared about you. I kissed his neck. You bent over Cove, the covers wrapping around you, and kissed all the way across the side of his neck. Cove squirmed under your touch and made a new pleased noise with every touch. And then, I am a koala now? You tangled your legs across Cove. You needed to get even closer. He twisted his arms around your back and kissed the corner of your mouth. I bite his ear off. Cover your ass, kid! Children, cover your eyes. You don't need to see this. This is a tender moment here. You pressed your chest against his and toyed with his earlobe, peppering it with soft little bites. Cove spoke breathfully, inaudible words against the crook of your neck. I'm going in! You slid your hand down his back, lingering and caressing as you pleased. However, your touch had a purpose. You kept going until you grabbed his butt. A shiver went through him, and he gripped your pajamas harder. You smiled at the curve of his lips. And then we pressed our foreheads together. Cove happily looked back at you before he bent his torso so that he was in a position more over you. He kissed you and ran his tongue along the bottom of your lip. You kissed him back eagerly, encouraged further. Cove twisted his head towards his pillow and squished his face into it, letting out a sigh. You smiled, and you snuggled up against him, both of you starting to settle from the heated moment. Cove's face remained pressed to the pillow. You watched his chest rise and fall visibly with his deep inhales, but his arms stayed around you, holding you close. When his breathing slowed, he shifted back over and met your eyes. Cove nuzzled his cheek against you, lovingly, and whispered, "You really shouldn't stay up all night, huh?" I mean, I guess. You accepted Cove's judgment. He was right. You both needed sleep for tomorrow. You curled up comfortably in each other's arms, ready to actually settle down for the night. Your eyes fell closed sometime after. You were not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bittersweet and sweet emotions. You were happy to be here, but sad it was ending. There was a relief that you would soon be in your own home again, but also wondering when you could return here. There were many more feelings swirling around your head that hadn't even crystallized into thoughts yet. Paradoxically, you felt nice, but also confused, but then also nice from the confusion. In the back of your mind, you realized that you really must be tired. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you too much time to muse on your emotions, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. Good night. The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. You gotta wake me up, dude. I ain't got no alarm. You woke up feeling enveloped by warmth. Humming happily, you felt Cove's fingers trail up your arm. You opened your eyes with a smile. Groggily, you struggled to keep your eyes half open. You pouted and squeezed your eyes shut. Closing your eyes again, you snuggled into Cove. Go back to sleep. You nuzzled into his chest, letting out a delighted sigh. The warmth of your breath sent a shiver through his body. You wrapped your arm around him, holding him there. Not that Cove minded too much. He happily held you back. The sleepy morning couldn't last too long, though, and eventually you felt Cove's thumb rubbing circles into your shoulder, trying to ease you back awake. I don't want to leave either, but it's gotta be done. We have to get up, Dae. Once we get past today, we can spend as much time in bed together as you want, okay? Delilah, you nuzzled your cheek into him again. You could feel his fingers aimlessly drawing squiggles and circles on your skin. I like the sound of that. You sat up fully with a big yawn, stretching your back, then your arms, and lastly your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side while you swung your legs over the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Cove slipped out of bed on the opposite side. Today would be your last day in Sunset Bird. The only thing you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where the day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. I'm really looking forward to having a full wardrobe again. I don't have anything clean left, but oh well. Hey, Cove, is there anything you'd like to see me in today? Damn. You simply started sorting through the pile to look for something to put on. What do you want to see? Your teasing had Cove shaking his head, but then he gave his gaze looked with yours. His smile grew, and he raised a quizzical eyebrow. You already know the answer to that. An anklet? Good guess, but that's only second place. Really? What else have you ever said about that? His mouth curled into an enthused smirk. Cove clearly had some kind of setup, and now he was going to get it to pay it off. Nothing. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. Cove, I can't walk around naked. I'll get arrested. No, it made sense. Only this time, instead of that answer being a poorly worded deflection from a shy teen, it was an entirely literal statement from your grown fiancé. The amused smile slowly grew ear to ear on your face. I'll keep that in mind, then. Cove laughed, boisterously at the reaction he got. Alright, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you and Cove swiftly finished getting ready in the small hotel room. As soon as you had yourself together and were ready to go, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his dad's house first this time. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out onto the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your fiancé. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together, while the summer sun made him shine. Though he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. A playful grin spread across your face. It was a beautiful day, and a beautiful boy. Baby boy. Cove strode up to his old front door, and casually flung it open without bothering to knock once again. You followed at his side as he poked his head in. You closed the door behind you both. Hello? You found Cliff and Kira in the kitchen, getting breakfast ready. Kira was cutting an apple while Cliff was watching a frying pan sizzle. Cove's parents waved from across the room, not straying from their tasks. Good morning, you two. Yeah, morning, and hello to you. I hope you slept well. Thanks for swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here, if you haven't already eaten, of course. We haven't yet, though even if we had, there's always room for more. Free food, after all. Kira chuckled. She put down the knife she had in her hand so that all her attention could be on her son. You're still my giant, growing baby boy. Mom, please. Kira didn't pay Cove's whining any mind. Instead, she put a finger up to her lip as she thought, her eyes on you and then glimpsing towards the window. I wonder, do you think your family's eaten yet, Dae? I'm not sure. Cove and I came over here first. Your eyes flicked over to the clock on their oven. Given the time, your moms may have eaten, or they could be having a slower morning. It was a coin toss either way. Well, give them a call. They could come over. Cove nodded, a sage expression on his face. Making them breakfast is the least we could do after how much food I ate at their house growing up. Right. True, bud. Very true. Alright. You took out your phone. Even though your moms both had cells for years, the house number was the one you had memorized as a kid and the first entry on your contacts list. As the call connected, you tapped the speaker button. You figured it would be easier if everyone could hear what was going on. You heard a click and then a familiar static.
Hello.
Hello, Dae. It's nice to hear from you. Hey, Ma. Good morning. I'm across the street right now. Cove's family wanted me to invite everyone to breakfast. Do you want to come over? That sounds delightful. Pamela and I can do that. Liz and Lee should be able to make it too. Would that be fine? Cliff took a step forward and spoke loudly so that his voice would be picked up. It definitely would be. The more the merrier. We have gotten together for dinner last night, but there's no law that we can't do it again for the breakfast today. Enjoy the company while you can, is what I think. Ma giggled, and you could hear some rustling over the line. Thank you. I'll let them know, and we'll be right over. Cliff gave a thumbs up. Cove shook his head with amusement. Dad just gave a thumbs up. I'm telling you since you can't see him over the phone. Kira snorted. Ma's laughter rang out, filling the kitchen. Cliff switched the thumbs up hand to instead scratch the back of his head. Well, it sounds like we'll see you soon. Goodbye for a little while. You could feel her smile from her voice. Bye, Ma. You ended the call with a satisfying tap of the red button. Cliff's eyes wandered around the space. We better get cooking. I can help. Me too. No way, your guest. Kira and I have got this. Too many cooks in the kitchen. She grinned. There was something playful in the twist of her lips. I couldn't have said it better myself, Cliff. I've been in your spot before. There's no chance but to accept it. Cove sighed, but from the sparkle in his eyes, you could see that he was entertained. Fine, we'll just hang out over here, I guess. Good. Cove walked over to the living room and gestured at the couch. You both took a seat, getting a comfortable spot to wait for food and family. Cove tilted towards his parents with his chin, then shook his head with a gentle smile, finally asking if he could believe this. All he had was a silent shrug. Time passed, filled with light chatting. Cove kept a careful watch on his parents' culinary progress, and teasingly kept a running commentary. Oh, Dad added another pinch of salt. I wonder if that was a good idea. Cliff had to raise his voice to project over the living room. He sounded very amused. It's funny that you all of people are commenting on my salt usage. We were both born and raised in salt water. Besides, I'm sure you remember back when you were about 12 and tried to make... Cove flushed slightly, but his smile remained as bright as ever. Do you want to start talking about cooking mistakes, Dad? Because I remember a lot of things too. Like, what about that chowder that was supposed to be a pie? God damn, how do you mess that up? Cove and his family were quite a show to listen to. You chimed in occasionally, but mostly you provided the laugh track. Eventually, there was a rhythmic knock at the door. That's them. He said it loudly for his parents' benefit. You nodded and got up to greet your family. When you opened the door, surprisingly, there were no moms. Who? Who invited you lot? Terry stood in front with Miranda at his side. Derek waved from behind them. Hey buddies, we came to see you two before you left. The plan would have been to go over to Dae's house next if you weren't there. Luckily, you two aren't too hard to find. Wow. You made the right choice. What he said. And hi. Ko burst into happy laughter. His brows were high in surprise, not unlike how he looked after unwrapping a nice present. Wow, thanks for coming. Hello, Kira's voice carried through the house from the kitchen. Cliff likewise projected. Great, the whole gang will be here. You heard the sound of a cabinet open and shut. A pan clattered, and the faucet turned on.
We interrupting something?
Breakfast! My parents, sister, and cousin are coming over for breakfast. They should be here in a few minutes. Yeah, Mom and Dad always makes a ton of food anyway. It's no problem for you guys to join. Go wait off their concerns before pausing with a thoughtful hum. The only real problem is, do we have enough places for all these people to sit? He peered back into the house and started counting the dining room table, chairs, and bar stools. 5, 6... Cliff interrupted when Ko began trying to use his fingers to connect the different chairs to different guests.
No worries.
Don't worry, but some people can squish together on the sofas. It'll be fine. This really is going to be a party. Well, I'd be happy to accept the invitation. You have to be crazy to skip out on this. Thanks for making room. I'm really glad you came. Your three friends finally piled into the house before they had a chance to settle in. The doorbell rang. Only Miranda had sat down. Now that has to be them. They opened the door. It's Jeremy. You people are stupid. People laughed as you walked back over to the door and opened it up. There they are. He was right this time. It was your parents, Liz and Lee, all crowded on the front steps. They squinted into the house and were surprised at just how many greetings were said. The sheer force of the chorus of hellos was impressive. How did they beat us here? How early did Dae call you? We're literally across the street. We didn't have to do anything. They came on their own. They're just cool like that. Terry snorted at your sister's confusion. He seemed quite pleased with himself. We were a surprise. We called ourselves.
Cool.
Very cool. Cliff smirked as he adjusted the settings on the top. It's a little more crowded than expected, but we're making it work. Cove led the final group to complete the picture inside, and they took the chance to greet you along with everyone else. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view. The most important people in your life all together again. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then, you noticed Akira stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack. I hate to interrupt, but I thought you'd want to know that the food's done cooking. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped stuff off on the other surfaces around the rest of the living room. When he was done, he gestured towards the food.
Okay.
The plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and sit wherever you like. The guests happily formed a line, and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat in the Holden living room area. Some at the table, others on the kitchen island, and some situated at the couches. Conversation trickled across the various clusters of friends as everyone dug in. Hope finished his plate in record time with a pleased sigh. He put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool, just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course, there'll always be more reasons to get the game back together in the future. Yes, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary every year. The smirk on Liz's face grew only wider as your mom's giggled at her teasing. Ma shook her head, chuckling softer now.
Gosh.
Liz, shush. Honestly, we just might. You made a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. You gotta give them a chance. It's true. I know a lot of people to thank you for. There were more nods of agreement in around the room, and your moms took each other's hands for support. Neither were expecting so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Lonnie to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Pam! Good job, Mom. Now with that settled, let us continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. Actually, you want to know who else being here would make this picture? No. It's probably going to be like, supposed to either be like Jeremy, Shiloh, or Baxter, and it's like, enough. We're all good here. There was a playfulness in Kira's stare. She scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now to think about it, there's something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows were raised as Kira's incomplete thought. She was wordlessly urged to continue. Kira didn't hesitate. Look through all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't that be fun for all of us? What? Mom, why would you say that? Practically all of those photos are of me.
Very cute.
And that's why. Embarrassing my baby boy is just one of the perks of being a mom. Oh my gosh, she's really going to do that to him in front of all these people? Much to Cove's dismay, his mom was thoroughly entertained at his outburst. She winked in your direction. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up with a wave of proud affection for his son and completely missed Kira's teasing intent. I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures?
Yeah.
I am. Lee shot her hand up before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snuck each other a glance before nodding with matching grins. That sounds swell.
That's fantastic.
That would be lovely, Cliff. Mom tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but she couldn't stop the snicker that slipped out. Oh boy. I've seen them all before, but they never get old. I want to see them. Show me. It's been too long since I last saw Little Cove. Bizarre met your gaze with a soft look. I told you he was thinking the same thing. I bet this will be a goldmine of entertainment. Cove buried his face in his hands and sighed, slowly. His shoulders deflated in defeat. Fine, we can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Yay! Yes! They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Smaller cheers from your friends and family worked their way around the room, and even you bounced up to your feet excitedly. Cliff flipped open his faded album of physical pictures. He held it up to his face, the corners of his eyes crinkled, and though the book covered much of his face, you were certain he was smiling fondly. But he didn't keep it to himself long. Laying the family album on the dining table, you and the rest of the party gathered around to get a peek. Ah, there he is! He's a beach bum. He's just a baby, don't call him that. He's so cute. His angry eyebrows, too. The first picture on the first page was Baby Cove in a cute little onesie. There were several coos and ahs from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shining with tears as he sniffled.
Self-voicing enabled. Self-voicing disabled.
What the fuck was that? Damn, did anybody else hear that? I accidentally clicked V and that's what happened. Self-voicing enabled. What the fuck does that mean? But alright. The first picture on the first page was Baby Cove in a cute little onesie. There were several coos and ahs from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shining with tears as he sniffled. He's grown so much! Cove was such a cute kid. That's my darling angel. Nice onesie, Cove. How precious, even as the baby looked unimpressed. You smiled, enjoying the food. It's my baby. As a baby! You met Cove's eyes with the fondest smile, and you saw the second his breath caught. His mouth twitched until he let himself accept the compliment. Cove held himself even taller, pleased and uplifted by your comment. You reached out, placing a hand on his arm and giving him a gentle squeeze, feeling as grateful as always to be with him. Thanks, Dae. After breakfast and the photo showcase, everyone decided to stick around. Hanging around Mr. Horton's house turned into taking a walk around the neighborhood, and then for lunch you switched over to your mom's condo. It was a really good time, enjoying each other's company, but eventually the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family for going home. Inside your mom's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time to say their goodbyes. It was tough for you, your family, your friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around anytime. Ma wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently into her wife, and they both beamed. Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. Snorting, Liz crossed her arms. She leaned one hip out to the side while her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this was such a struggle. Some of these people still live here, and it was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kira clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in so he could hear her. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey now. Yeah, good luck with all the important grown-up things I'm sure you'll have to do when you're all out of here. Definitely. I'll give updates next time something exciting happens, or something lame, so I can vent about it. How nice. I'm glad Lee won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll keep in touch too. You better. Well, me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of ya. Nothing will get past us. Right, we'll make sure everything is okay. No need to worry at all. That's kind of you. Miranda and Terry gave each other pleased smiles, already committing to their self-appointed task. Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I have to leave this town. It happens too often, but at least there will be people looking out for Sunset Bird. That makes me feel better about it. After a pause, Mr. Holden gave the younger folks a thumbs up.
Great.
That's all great. You've got a lot to be proud of, and a lot to be looking forward to. Well said, Cliff. I'm thankful that I've been privileged to witness the growth you've undergone over the years. You've each matured beautifully. Cove was touched by his parents' words, and struggled to come up with something to follow. Yeah, it's been good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet, and you couldn't put this off any longer. It was time to say goodbye. Goodbye. just goodbye, and that's it. I'll see you again, I'll miss you. This was fun. Thanks for being here. I'm so glad we got to do this. Thanks for being here. There were heartfelt smiles and nods around the whole group. Thanks for the invitation. Yeah, thank you for letting us join. Seriously, this could have been just the family, so it means a ton. Today wouldn't have been right without any of you. We're all family here. Dae's right. Besides, after witnessing you kids grow up, you're all family. Your group of friends all wore various bashful and embarrassed expressions, but they appeared genuinely happy by your mom's declaration. Afterwards, there was no more sniffling and hugs. There was more sniffling and hugs, a lot of hugs. Then people started trailing out into the street, seeing others off. Scatter! Your friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized that the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car to pick you both up. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It would be a little while longer before to be there, though. It was the right choice, as both sets of parents shot you weary looks. The four seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either you or Cove very long to assure them that it was okay to head home and go to bed. With one more round of goodnight and goodbyes, your families returned to the condos. And the only people left on the street were you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily. While he waited for it to pass, he stared up at the sky. The moment was comforting, but suddenly, your face scrunched up, amused. Something was wrong, something that made you feel somewhat empty. And then it dawned on you, Cove's wind chime wasn't here anymore. The feeling of the wind washing over the street just wasn't right without that familiar tune. But Cove had taken it with him in the move. With a bittersweet smile, you knew that you'd be able to hear it again when you got home. Cove's hands were in his pockets, and his shoulders were relaxed when he caught your attention with a tilt of his head. Can you guess what I'm thinking? Well, at that moment you were in the neighborhood that you grew up in together with some time to spare. You rolled your shoulders back and pretended to crack a few of your knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cove's face while he observed you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now? Right. Do you want to go to the Poppy Hill before we leave? Always. There was an eager bounce in your step as you and Cove crossed over towards the hill behind your mom's house. Side by side, you stared out at the view in awe. As you imagined, the hill was dotted with the glowing firefly light. It perfectly reflected the memories of childhood held closely in your mind. Cove sighed contentedly, seeing them across the hill, weaving in and around the blades of grass and the stars above. Cove cocked his head to the side before his expression twisted playfully when he met your eye. You were about to prod him about what was on his mind when he took off running. Oh my god, he running. Gotta get him. I bet I'll catch one first. No, I don't think so. You're looking at the master catching fireflies here. Look, do you see my paws? You see how big my bear paws are? I can catch anything with these. You laughed and watched him try to catch. No, you went chasing after the next fly that caught your eye. I'm going. We ain't gonna let him win that easily. A particularly bright firefly zipped past your face, and you just couldn't let it go. You chased after it all over the hill. Every so often, you and Cove would pass by each other, moving in opposite directions. This time, you gave his shoulder a light shove to get his attention. Any luck? Not yet. The pursuit for fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin that could ruffle every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between both his hands, Cove carefully held a firefly. The corners of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling well. The way the firefly would buzz around, tickling the palms of your hands. Cove's eyelids fluttered open, meeting yours. He watched you with a complicated mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history, of memories. It's really a relief that I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spotted another firefly lowering to your eye level before looping up to the top of Cove's head. It landed right on his hair, and you smirked. What? You have a very tiny firefly hat. I do? Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last very long. That's too bad. I'll remember them as my tiny hat forever. Forever, you were fashion. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you waited for him to make his choice. It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird. But unless one of us went on to a trip somewhere. And both our families took trips together. Remember that? He chuckled, losing himself to fond reminiscing. You couldn't help but match his grin. I liked that road trip one a lot, though I don't think we all could squish into that RV again. We're way too big. Laughing, Cove shook his head. His brow creased the longer he sat with thoughts spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom, I remember what a big deal it felt like then, to be away from here without anyone else coming for a whole few weeks. Oh, how little I knew. Oh, you sweet summer child. Hey, what did you used to tell your mom about me when you were on those trips to see her? Oh, yeah, tell me. Spill the beans. Thrown a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all. Both of his eyebrows raised, and a part of you wondered if he had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kira always kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either. Well, were you... talking shit about me when you were on your trips with your mom? We about to throw hands? Cove couldn't meet your stare for a second longer, but actually he turned away and his voice grew smaller. Mostly I just tell her about the times we'd hang out, but I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was because you are someone really special to me. And I admitted that much to my mom. Not sure if I used the word crush exactly, but she knew that you were the highlight of my young life. And look at that, you still are. Consistency. I'm good at it. He delivered that final thought earnestly, thought earnestly enough that you stopped breathing altogether. Cove beamed at you, pleased with his confession. Thank you. You're welcome, and thank you for being my favorite story. Finally, Cove parted his hands and released the firefly back into the hill. It flew up around his face before darting away up to the sky, but your gaze was fixated on him. There was a touch of wistfulness in his features as he watched the bug disappear into the night. It wasn't until Cove turned his attention back to you that his demeanor warmed. Okay, I'm ready to go now. Yeah, I think I'm ready to- I'm not. Do we have to go? I ain't ready. Oh? Cove awkwardly fidgeted with his hands at his sides like he wasn't sure what he wanted to do with them. You put the inside of your cheek because you weren't sure what to do with yourself either. Was there anything else you wanted to do while we're still here? I don't know, I know that I don't want to leave yet. The corner of Cove's mouth pulled into a frown. You watched your shoulders slump with a sympathetic look.
Don't worry about it.
That's okay, Dae. You've done a pretty good job bookending things, I think. We've enjoyed this trip the best we could, right? I suppose. He rubbed at his arm awkwardly, nervously waiting for your response. You sighed. Well, you do have a point, but it's still sad that we're leaving. I don't want today to end forever. And ever. You can always come back. Whenever you want to. We can try to make it work. I promise. Cove stood tall and studied you as his reassuring words sank in. You knew he meant every word, and you believed him wholeheartedly. Okay. With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill. With the same stars above trailing the way, your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep with a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you even there, his presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the consciousness world melting around you. Something jolted you from your slumber. The visions you constructed slipping away even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated the room so thoroughly that you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch onto, a smiling face cozied itself right above you. There he was. Good morning, Dae. It's still dark, though. Hey, morning. The room was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Good morning. Wow, my dream come true, you said sarcastically. Oh, it's my dream come true, you cooed. What you got up your sleeve today? Please, stop being a morning person. Please, just let me rest. But no, you're my dream come true. Naturally, you weren't surprised to see him, but that didn't stop you from enjoying it every time. His expression softened at your voice, the tender affection in his gaze obvious, despite the dim space. Good night. It was too early for this. With any luck, Cove would take your not-so-settled hint and try again after you had gotten a decent night's rest. But you were without luck, as Cove made no attempts to leave you be. Would you prefer me to wake you up by tapping on the window? Maybe. Cove simply smirked, amused by his own wit. I mean, you really should have expected this was gonna happen. I did. I was waiting for it. Good. Glad I didn't disappoint. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason. Are you ever gonna let me know? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might still be asleep, but if we get up now, we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you want to? Of course. With you, definitely. And the reason that you didn't tell me this plan last night is... the reason why you didn't tell me so I could mentally prepare to wake up early? Here we go yet again. You just nodded. I doubt I have a choice here. Nah, of course. Let's go.
All right.
Great. Then he held out one of those hands to help you get up too. You held up both arms, wordlessly asking, pick me up, uppies, pick me up. Cove complied, crouching down to scoop you up before gently settling you down again. Before you could head out, you and Cove both needed to get dressed. You did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your body seemed less coordinated than usual. Each article of clothing is a new puzzle, but you managed it. The two of you were eventually ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn still hadn't broken when you left the hotel, yet it was easy enough to get a ride down to the Sunset Bird. The journey was peaceful. You might have expected sleep to attempt to claim you once again, with the sky still so dark, but Cove's excited energy was infectious. Morning was finally starting to come over Sunset Bird as you arrived, almost like the sun itself wanted to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? One more summer beach trip. You laughed, nodding to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you were here, and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time getting there, dawdling under the morning sun, or you could have taken the short walk at a regular pace. And both of those would have been just right for some other occasion, but this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. The two of you toured gleefully down the street towards the beach, as excited and as ungainly as the kids you'd once been. You were laughing with joy, and at the absurdity of it all, being here at the break of dawn with the boy you'd once discovered on the nearby hill, who never completely grew up. As it was still early, you did your best to keep the noise down. To the side, you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggles, similarly aware of the people sleeping in the condos around you. You thought of what the mean old and not grandparents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling down towards the beach, away from the residences and their sleeping occupants. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the waves tickled his ankles. Get in there with him. Don't be a coward. After slipping your shoes off, you let the sea flow over you. It was cool against your skin, but not as cold as when the wave pulled back and your feet were exposed to the air again. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued its ascent over the horizon. Silence fell between you until finally, dawn had broken. Fully broken. Even then, Cove spoke in a whisper. I can't believe it's over. I can't either. How are we already at this point? It all went by so fast. Boy, you really sound like a kid again. I think it was good enough. It was too fast. A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face, like the sun peeking out between clouds on an overcast day. Cove reached out and enveloped your hand in his, pressing your palms together tightly. The silence returned, just for a second. I'm glad we came this morning, and that we came on this whole visit back.
I'm so glad.
More than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town in the first place where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't have wanted any other life. I'm most grateful for meeting you too. I feel the same way, Space Cadet, like what we first called him. Cove looked over at you out of the corner of his eyes, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to his clear, contented brow. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks. I love you. You counted yourself lucky. Even though you were leaving now, this place had gifted you with so much that you'd carry with you whenever life might take you. The memories you made, the lessons you learned, the people you built relationships with, you'd keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Bird forever. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night shadows until the day truly arrived. Your spirits were high as the sun rose ever higher in the sky. The two of you had found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on sandy feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. This was where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you first encountered Mr. Holden, sitting dejected on the curb. He wasn't like that anymore. Now he sits dejected in his own home. Still, you couldn't forget that day it began, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting had turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Code's voice calling your name that you remembered when you were and realized what you'd done. And what a present it was. A shining sun, a clear blue sky, and Cove James Holden by your side. All the most natural things in the world. So, what's the next step? Watch Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. Me? You're giving me too much power. Aren't you worried about it going to my head? Cove smirked, shaking his head. Don't worry about it. I'm listening, so go ahead. His eyes met yours, holding your gaze. I believe in you, Dae. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, and all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it. It was one of those things, since the beginning and for always. Oh my god, they said the title. Somewhat. Knowing they were there, and you would never be truly alone, made the future look all that much brighter. Can we go to Poppy Hill? Want to find somewhere private? Make out, damn. Do you want to keep walking and go through town? Want to grab something to eat? Oh, we see who can reach the end of the street the fastest. I just want to wait and see what happens, maybe. The world was full of possibilities. Even in this little town, you never knew what you might stumble across, even in the places you knew best, if you kept your eyes and mind open. Cove nodded, his gaze shifting from you to roam across the little place that you both called home. There's a lot that's still out there in the world. A lot of different ways things could go in the future, but for this, I think that'd be the perfect choice. You beamed, his approval of your suggestion lifting your spirits ever higher. Your days growing up in Sunset Bird had been so wonderful, even the prospect of leaving again made your chest ache, yet you weren't going to let that stop you. It would be hard, but you knew that it would still be there, waiting, whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, who'd been by your side through it all, you knew that one day you'd look back on these moments now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing from there. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be, but that was what life was, and that was okay. As it was from the beginning, continuing that way for always, life took another step forward. Thank you for beginning a life here. You can come back again, always. Always and forever. The end, we ain't ending yet. They say that. But yeah, there we go. There's the wedding DLC. Let me hurry up and save. I mean, we've come this far. I was kind of sitting here considering, should we save the wedding? But I don't know. I don't know. I'm also kind of like, maybe we should play it anyway, you know? Just do it from start to finish. Let me go ahead and, like, take a potty break real quick again. So I will be right back once again. Take another short break. And then let's finish this. Let's finish the route. Oh, let me crack my back too. God damn, my fucking hips. This is, oh my gosh, this is, we've been like 6.5 hours. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should save the DLC. How long is the DLC actually? I'm wondering if, is it enough length of time to have like a full stream for it? Let me see. How long is the Cove Golden Wedding DLC? Because I thought the epilogue we just did now was going to be short, but it was actually like an hour and a half long. Kind of crazy. How long? It won't tell me how long it is. It's just telling me. How long? Oh shit, I'm broken. Let me look this up. How long is our life beginning? Can be able to break it down for me. And always. It's very long, I'll tell you that much. In each part. So what, tell me that? Ooh. No, it won't tell me. Just tell me how long it is. Finish then Minecraft. Minecraft? Do you mean finish as in finish the DLC? Like do the wedding DLC, or do you mean just finish right now? I'm trying to see. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, okay. I was like... I'm looking at the wrong one. I was looking at the completion trial. Yes. What? Which one? I said two things there. I said two different things. Yes, to both. I can't do both, Shaggy. Finish the DLC. Okay, okay. There we go. Thank you. Alright. It has been spoken. Let's get married. We're getting married. It's so exciting. But yeah, okay, so since we're doing that, I am going to take a break then. For just like a minute or so. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and this time I'm definitely going to heat up some food. So you guys, take your breaks as well. So I'll be right back. Behave. I'm going to heat up some fettuccine alfredo with some chicken and broccoli. It's going to be good. I'm going to eat that during the DLC. But alright, I'll be right back, and behave. Because BB is watching, after all. Okay, I'm back. I have my food, and I'm ready to party. I did not realize how hungry I was. I said earlier, like, I'm not that hungry now, I'll be okay. But now I'm like, I was like, oh, I'm starving. So yeah, I got me some chicken Alfredo pasta from left up. Shaggy, my pasta. All right, let's do a stretch break too. But that means you have to do it too, Shaggy. I'm gonna eat my pasta while I'm stretching as well. Where's my fucking clock? Alright. 5 minutes. I really should make that shorter, but I don't. Alright. 5 minutes. Let's go. Get up. Start stretching. I'm gonna do some squats while I eat this broccoli. But I got to eat at the Cheesecake Factory yesterday for my business, and that's where this pasta came from. And oh my gosh, I got this cinnamon cheesecake, and it was so fucking good. I love that shit so much, but I didn't have enough room to eat all of it, and I was so sad. But I think I liked it because I don't typically usually like cheesecake, but I like that one because it actually had a piece of cake in it, so it's pretty much like a little bit of cake and like a lot of icing. So I was like thriving eating that. I'm still thinking about it to this day. To this day, it's probably been like 24 hours. But it was so fucking good. Nice and cinnamony. The vanilla. I still dream of her. Maybe one day I'll get to see her again. But yeah, and I couldn't finish the pasta, so I'm having it now. Well, at least I was until somebody decided I needed to do a stretch break. How dare you look out for my physical health, Shaggy? Like, how dare you indeed? At least Sam's in here. Sam's just kind of chilling on the floor. Sam, you missed it earlier when I was eating a bologna sandwich. You could have had that last piece, but you weren't. But yeah, we'll do this stretch. I will eat a couple bites, and then we will continue with the wedding. My gosh. We're getting married. It's so crazy. I care about your well-being. That is a crime. I go to jail. Yes, you go to jail. How dare you care about me and my health? Jail. Jail forever. A crime that cannot be forgiven. I guess I'm going to do the stretch though, because you know I am about to eat. Gotta get prepared for this food. Sam's still just sitting here like, what the hell are you doing? I do need to make like a little asset to put on here whenever we're doing stretch breaks too. And I have to figure out how to like put like a little kind of stopwatch effect on here so that people know like how long is still left in it. I gotta improve my streamer skills here. I can't be scuffing like this forever. I'll figure it out. I'll learn. Oh, she playing with her monkey. You playing with your monkey, Sam? Ah, there's no squeaker in that paw. I stepped on it and it didn't squeak. See if I can crack my hips. Been sitting all day. Okay, let me try to get another bite while I'm moving around. Oh, that's a long noodle. Oh, okay, we're good now. Oh, I dropped it. Sam, there's a noodle on the floor. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. There you go. She figured it out. Sam, I'm giving you an opportunity here to eat this. It was a tiny noodle. She'll be okay. Eat that taste of a pasta. Alright, we got about 40 seconds left, so get your last few stretches out. Bum, bum, ba-da. 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Dismiss. Dismiss. Stop it. I don't want to hear it anymore. No, stop that. I don't want another one. There we go. Alright, that was a good stretch break. Thank you for the stretch break, Shaggy. Thanks for looking out for me. Gosh. How dare I be careful. Alright, let me eat another bite. Honestly, this kind of tastes better than when I had it fresh yesterday. Oh wow, thank you for the sippy sippy too. Helping me with my meal, huh? Have to eat this broccoli before I sip it. Right, there we go. Wawa. Delicious. Okay. Yes, I want to play the wedding DLC. Please and thank you. Basically, what that was like explaining was that this is getting into the play now. So if you wanted to play it now, you could. But if you wanted to save and come back later, you could as well. Pretty much. We said yes. Okay. This was set after step 4, but it's not specified when. It could be during that same summer, the next summer, a year in the future, or springtime in California, etc. So whatever we want to decide. Whatever needs to be makes sense for the choices you made to progress a relationship. I feel like it might be like the next summer, pretty much. I feel like during that the events of step 4, we kind of got to thinking a little bit more. It's like maybe we should get married. Now it's the next year. Which initiative level would you like Cove to have for the wedding? High initiative, always. We hope you have a truly wonderful wedding. Thanks. Oh my god. This first few minutes of the DLC are going to be a little rough because I'm still eating. I'm hungry. But I like how it said, our wedding. So it's our all wedding. We're all getting married to Cove. Oh my gosh. Isn't that great, guys? Side by side on a purple-dyed faux leather couch, you sat with your fiance Cove. There in the chic office smelled non-distinctly perfumed, though luckily it was a demure touch rather than a smothering. A soft hum came from the air conditioning, gently flowing the scent around the room. I have missed so much. Welcome back, Jack. Listen, it doesn't matter. You're at the best part now. We're in the wedding DLC. The final part to Cove's route. I am also eating, so if I ever randomly pause, it's because I'm taking a bite. I left at 3 hours. Yeah, you said you had to drive, like, home, or you're driving somewhere, and I was like, damn, I guess Jack got lost. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD. Yeah. I had to go home and went on a date with her. Oh, that's, you know, don't worry. Don't be crying. You went on a date with your girlfriend. That's all good. The VOD will always be there to watch. Okay, I have a little bit more chicken in my mouth than I can read these next few sentences. Too, but I can't react live anymore. That's okay. Just message me your reactions. The live commentary on watching the VOD. Alright. There in the chic office smelled non-distinct perfume. Oh, I already said that. It was the first time either of you had been there, and you weren't sure if the atmosphere was meant to comfort or impress visitors. Could be both. It'd be like 2 a.m. and you'll be getting my reactions. I'll wake up in the morning when I go to work, it's like, what the hell? For some people, it wouldn't make a difference either way, like with your own partner, for example. Cove's hand was intently gripping yours. You could feel him trembling and hear the squishing noise the couch made each time he shifted around. One part came from his usual nervousness over these kinds of matters, and the other came from an almost uncontainable excitement for the same reason. Oh, you'll get to see what Cove looks like now, too, because it's been 5 years. First reaction, you can react to that. That was from the past. This place was the headquarters of a well-known event planning agency in the area, and this office belonged to their planner for a very particular type of special occasion. Weddings! Oh my god, we're getting married. You were here to plan your wedding together. Soon he would be only your fiance, Ko would be your husband, and on that occasion there was going to be a ceremony, reception, and everything. You felt truly content. You were overwhelmingly filled with thrilled energy. You matched with Ko, shaking from nerves. It felt totally natural and like no big deal to you. Your focus was on being concerned for Ko. Oh my gosh, it's definitely not no big deal. God damn, it's like a kind of a big thing. Like I know I've said weddings are a bit of a, like, it's a formality that don't really matter, but also like planning one, if you are doing one, it can be nervous. It is a bit nervous. So we have some thrilled energy. It's exciting too. With your vibration and Cove shivering, you hope you both didn't slide down off the cushions. Today's meeting should be straightforward. Introducing yourselves to the planning team, getting familiar with one another, and going over only some basics. The entire process would take multiple visits here and trips to other locations. Before setting up the appointment with the planner, you and Code decided that you were going to set the wedding in, or at least near Sunset Bird. You also had a good idea of who would be attending, how large the wedding needed to be, and a few other details related to your lives together going forward. That was as far as you had gotten in the process when you decided to bring in assistance. While the plan was going to be great, you thought, it was going to be a pain but worth it, you felt. You were thankful you had a professional to do this with. Planning the day with Cove as a team was something you looked forward to. Oh yes, I like that. Together, we plan. There he is! First peek for Jack. We also already saw him. Take a bite. Of my food, not Cove. Well, I mean, never mind. His hair is short, no! Listen, that's what the game randomized it as. That's what the game thought he would wear. Unfortunately. You're practically bald, Cove. Oh my gosh. But he's got such a cute little necklace though, too. Oh, but okay. I take one more bite. Okay. Cove noticed the dreaminess in your eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted hopefully. His second hand reached over to clasp both yours and his first. A metallic sensation pressed into your skin, the engagement ring securely on his left ring finger. Your feet shuffled against the black and white striped rug that covered over the center of the hardwood floor as you returned a smile back. Here we are. Here we are. It's really happening. His fingers squeezed your hand deeper into his hold. You know I'm not really good with, well, any of this, but I'm sure that whatever it ends up being, like, it's going to be amazing. It has to be, because I'm marrying you. Oh. Bitch. Aw, bitch. You're so wonderful. I completely agree. I'm glad you're feeling good about things. Yeah, and hopefully you'll only panic a moderate amount along the way. You gotta turn your face away out of shyness. You gave an earnest odd nod. I'm glad you're feeling good about things. You could let yourself relax some, knowing he wasn't worried. And then there was a series of quick knocks. Your conversation stopped as you shared unsure looks between one another. Come in. This is your office. Come in. In response to Cope's words, the shiny wood door off to the side swung open. Hello, lovebirds. Standing in the entryway was a tall man about your age. His dark gray hair was swept to the side, and on his neck was a distinctive mole. What? I wonder who this could be. His curved grin and brown eyes grew wide and sick. Love would have been a lie if you two dolls had broken up. No, Baxter there! He's back to his natural hair. Cope stared while frozen in place, a deer in the headlights, his mouth opened and closed again soundlessly. Baxter? The former tourist stepped further into the room while chuckling.
That's wonderful.
I'm flattered you two people of excellence remember me too. Purple guy! He's normal now. He is. Oh, for those that missed it, for a little context, after the summer we met Baxter. We hadn't heard anything from him at all until now. So it's been 5 hours later. FNAF takeover. But he doesn't work at a pizzeria. He works at a wedding planning office. Oh my gosh. Five Nights at Freddy's wedding edition. I mean, I am a bear, so it kind of tracks. Now it's a good time for me to eat a little bit more of these bites of pasta. Just let it all sink in. There he is. Who is your favorite FNAF character? I don't know too much about the lore in FNAF. I think I watched Markiplier play like a couple, like maybe like the first 2 games. But after that, I'm not, so I don't really know all the characters. I guess off the top of my head, I'd be Foxy. It was kind of a shock because, you know, Foxy's a fox and Freddy's a bear, but Freddy just didn't hit it for me. I liked Foxy. I liked how he ran into the door. Bonnie. The bunny. Glamrock Freddy. Oh, is that the one from that one game with like the kid? It like sits in his chest sometimes. Let me look up real quick. Okay, yeah, that one I like, but I don't really know him very well. As if I know Foxy. That one game? Yeah. You knew what I meant. Now that one's, you know, that's a good one, but I haven't seen any gameplay of the game, really. Just maybe, like, a couple scenes. But well, from what I did see, I did like that, so... He's alright, he's alright. He's nice and buff. He looks like he's in the shape of a himbo. Maybe one day we'll play Five Nights at Freddy's series on this channel. And I'll cry. But not as much as I cried through Subnautica. Okay, I've eaten by taking a drink of water, and now I'm good. I'm re-energized. Now I didn't even have to dress in black and white. His style choices might have changed, but you realize now the design of the rug might not have been an entirely arbitrary choice. Though excited to see it was really him, you could always feel shock and disbelief. You were ticked. Ooh. Anky. Shock and disbelief. This was an incredibly unexpected reunion. It's been a while. Years. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, it has been. Cove dropped his response heavily. The tone likely would have been even firmer if he wasn't still in disbelief that Baxter had reappeared in front of both of you. And as a wedding planner of all things. Your wedding planner. What happened? Do you have an explanation for it? Well, as professionally as possible, Baxter strode to the other half of the room and took a seat in the rolling office chair opposite the couch you were on. He used the tips of his feet to smoothly twist the chair's position so that it fixed you completely as he continued the reply. I went back to college, eventually graduated, joined the great wide career world, grew up, and learned some more. I'm still learning. To fully settle in, Baxter dropped an elbow on the armrest of his seat and rested his cheek against the propped-up fist. That's the curated version. Life is a wonderful journey. That doesn't really explain anything, though. Why did you ghost us? I thought we were friends. The words were spoken flatly, inauthentically, and punctuated with a dismissive gesture of his free hand. It was impossible to tell if the sarcasm was purely in response to Cove's own sharpness or if there was something else. Even Cove raised an eyebrow at how clear this pleasure was. Baxter was aware of the impression he was given, but only half shrugged with one shoulder over it. His eyes drifted away from you and your partner. Whatever the story was, you definitely weren't getting the full version of it. Well, I'm happy we got to meet again. Okay, I hope you've been alright. This is so weird. I missed you. Well, I'm happy we got to meet again. A bend formed in his brows. A small sign of regret. It is nice.
No.
That's my introduction kit taken care of then. Let's swing things back around to the real reason you came. You're getting married! Congratulations! You were given an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience of one. You have been able to tell Baxter about your engagement before he left. Baxter never found out about your proposal that summer night. I don't know. When did he say? Did he really say he was leaving? When he was leaving? Huh. We'll say, you know, we'll make it a little bit more deep. He never found out. You didn't see him in person again after it happened, and never had a good chance to bring it up. How did the engagement happen? It must have been wonderfully emotional. A shame I had left town before I could find out. Ko clears his throat in an attempt to distract him from his own embarrassment. Actually, remember that night near the end of your vacation, Sunset Bird? We said goodbye and everything then? Yeah, I remember that evening. Sometimes it feels like it was only yesterday. Cove's levels of humiliation continued to rise as he struggled to finally get Baxter back into the loop after so many years. Okay, cool. Well, me and Dae went to the Poppy Hill after that to hang out, and they proposed to me. You're telling I just missed him proposing? You missed me proposing, actually. I was the one that proposed. And yeah, it was during the epilogue. Not the epilogue, the ending of step 3. You missed it, Jack. You missed such a tender moment. Honestly, I didn't know what was happening, so I was like, oh, maybe Jack will be back in time for that. He's like, no, you weren't. You were gone. Unfortunately, you're just like Baxter, Jack. You left without saying it. I'm going to family content post now. But it's okay. We're married now. we're fiancés, so it's okay.
What?
Huh? That's Jack right now. What? No, Jack, turn around. It's okay. The timing of your engagement gently stunned Baxter, causing him to drop his normally unflappable pose. He leaned forward enough to make his chair roll back. You got engaged that night? I was still there? It was dawn when it happened, but yeah, you were still in there in the condo. Ko's reply was still sheepish, almost apologetic, but he said it without hesitation. With an amused shake of his head, Baxter rested back against his seat. You don't let anything stop you, huh, Dae? I can commend that. You've been engaged a long time. That's... Ko clears his throat in an attempt to distract from his own embarrassment. After how fast it happened, we decided it would be good not to rush anything else. It's like we could have afforded to hire someone like you at 18, right?
Understandable.
I understand. That makes sense. Don't cry. It's okay. Baxter slipped a pen out of his jacket pocket and taped it against his desk counter at his side. He looked between you and Cove, satisfied. Considering we're already acquainted, it should make the process that much better. I'm sure your special date is going to be one to remember. Cove's uneasy single word was directed towards you. In a whisper, he elaborated on what that was supposed to mean. Are we really going through with this? Having Baxter plan our wedding? I'd like you to. And Cove was like, are we really having him do it? Cove quietly yelped. It wasn't unreasonable that the person on the other side of the room could hear the conversation, but Cove had not expected him to answer. I mean... I think I could do it well. I can do it right. And there's very few weddings I'd like to see go off like a charm than this one. He spoke in a conciliatory way. Baxter's normal boldness was entirely missing while asking for this chance. You and Cove faced one another on the couch. The somberness in his eyes and the sloping of his brows shared his thoughts without him needing to say a word. He was being swayed. Swayed by another man? Cove? Bring it back. Reel it back in, man. You're supposed to be swayed by me. You nodded to your partner. There was a pause, and then Cove spoke. Okay. While still on the couch, Cove brought his torso up to its full height and held his head high. The look on his face was determined. Since this is actually the reality that exists now, I've got a question for you, Baxter. Yeah? Cove's shrunk stance began to crumble as he shrunk into himself once more. Is your offer for dance lessons still open? Your new planner gasped before quickly settling into laughter with a clap of his hands. Of course. Always. That's a relief. I'm probably going to need them.
I'm here if you need me.
I understand completely. I'm here for you. And you as well, Dae, if there's a need. You're a good dancer, but it would be nice to practice with someone. You were a good dancer and didn't need help. You were a good dancer, but didn't want to take Spectre. You were a good dancer and could use the guidance. I'm not a good dancer, I'll say that much. But didn't want to listen to anyway. You weren't a good dancer. Okay, I need the guidance. Yeah, I like that. Got it. That works for me. Hey, yo! Now, he shifted closer in the rolling chair with a glint in his eyes that made him look like a teen he used to be. Let's roll up our sleeves and get into the details, which I don't mean literally. No need to crumple my jacket, but I am going to have to ask you quite a few questions. I'm ready. So am I. To start, have we thought about possible surnames? Yours, his? What do you think, imagining? I don't care. I just want to marry them. But we have actually talked about it. Yeah, we're going with... Oh! Both of us using my last name, Ursa. Both of us using his last name, Holden. Both of us using a hyphenated name, Ursa Holden. Holden Ursa. Both of us keeping our last names. Save. I don't know what. Just Ursa Holden. Holden Ursa. I don't know. Ursa Holden might sound a bit better than Holden Ursa, but I don't know. I never really understood the idea of like just one, like a couple having just like one last name, like choosing. How do I explain? Of one person taking the other's last names. Like, I never really got that. So I always kind of imagined, like, I would just keep my last name. And the person would keep theirs, unless they wanted my last name. So, like, I don't really feel like changing it. But I don't know, hyphenated names could be alright, too. I don't know. But Cove Ursa? That doesn't really sound too good. Dae Holden, though. Dae Holden. It has a nice ring to it. My last name is super common, so I really don't want it. That's understandable. Yeah, I didn't really think of that. Like, some people wouldn't really want the last name, too, and would, like, prefer to change it. Because, I mean, how many people have the last name Ursa, so... I guess that's just me. Now, let's see. You know what? We'll keep our last names. It's iconic. Good to know. Nothing wrong with that. And what about titles in the wedding? Bride, groom? Give me whichever you like, honestly. Can I be a groom?
Of course.
Of course, it's your day. I wanted you to be the bride, Cove. I'm a groom too. He's a groom and I'm the bride. Can I be called? I'm a groom. I'll be a groom. Wonderful. 2 grooms for our couple of the wedding. Baxter flipped open a notebook set on the desk. Can I get an idea of scale? Only an estimate. It doesn't have to be a complete guest list. And even if it was, you never know how many of those invites will accept the RSVPs. Don't stress too much over who's going to be in attendance. Oh. Cove stepped off the cloud 9 he had been hovering on since the start of the conversation and planted himself back firmly on the purple couch in Baxter's office. For sure there's going to be our parents, 4 of them, Dae's sister and their uncle, aunt, cousin. Some grandparents should be there, but not all of them. We'll have our friends Miranda, Terry, and Derek. You're still friends with Miranda and Terry? That is wonderful. Yeah. You're not agreeing as Cove filled Baxter in? That's right, but I was also going to invite Jeremy. Oh my god. Should we invite Jeremy to our wedding? The tiny child that used to harass us one summer? Like, I don't know. Do we think that we're that close with Jeremy? No. Okay. Now people have decided. Yes. You and Cove continue to come up with family members, friends, professional relations, and the like to make an estimated size of the wedding. All the while, Baxter jotted down the information like an attentive student sitting at the front of the class. And of those who you most want and expect to be there, would any of them make up wedding parties, or is everyone a normal guest? We were thinking of having a wedding party. We hadn't really planned on something like that. Ooh. Oh my god. The last time I played this, I just kind of breezed through it, but now I'm like, oh my gosh, I really want to think about it now. what even is really a wedding party? Like, is there really any difference to them being a normal guest? I mean, I guess there's like bridal showers or like groom's bachelor parties or whatever, but does it really matter? Oh my god. I'm glad this isn't a real life wedding because oh my god. I'll be out of it. There will be no groomsmen or bridesmaids. Oh, okay. Do I want any of that? I don't think so. You know what? We hadn't really planned on something like that.
Right.
Everyone is there. It's just someone we want there. Understandable.
So,
I didn't consider the groomsmen and bridesmaids, so yeah, thanks for bringing that up. That helped out. It's like, we don't really need any. On the topic of guests and that sort, are you open to attendees giving speeches during the reception? We can make it so only select people are arranged to say some words about the couple, or have a mic open for anyone interested in taking it, or discreetly circumvent anyone from gathering the attention in order to talk. It would be nice to have some specific people to talk. I'd be fine with having anyone making a toast or giving a speech if they want. Can we not do speeches? As long as I don't have to give one, anybody can make one.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that too. People are going to tease us whether it's in a speech or not. Good. You do it along casually, accepting all your input. And are you thinking of writing anything yourselves for custom vows? Just remember, it's an option, not an obligation. There's no pressure to make a custom declaration if you're not comfortable with it. Oh. I had custom vows in my mind, if I'm honest. Truly, I hoped on doing the normal ceremony speech. I wanted to let Cove decide what he felt up for. Oh yeah, you know what? You think? Well, I think I want to write my own vows. I'm gonna be nervous either way, and there's a lot I could say. Then that's what we'll do. Cove's eyes squinted up from his cheeks as he smiled at you so sweetly. You were feeling butterflies already, and the vows hadn't even been said.
lovely.
Just lovely. And that is highly personal, so you can each work on them privately outside of our appointments. Baxter relaxed back into his chair and looked you both over. His smile curved widely. It was a look that made Cove nervous. You could feel him begin to fidget uncomfortably at your side. Let's talk a little more about traditions and wedding norms.
To be honest,
We're all friends here, so I'll be frank. If one of you sincerely asks not to get splattered with cake or for the whatever else, and the other does exactly the opposite because they think it's funny, I will personally see to it that your marriage ends. Ooh! I will make you divorced. That's what he said. Yeah, you want to see my scare hands? Your scare hands? Okay. Show me your scare hands. Baxter's based. He do be. Just a bit. Yeah, what's your scare hands? My computer is shitting itself. One sec. Okay, well, I'll keep going until you got it in. If you can't treat your partner and their boundaries with respect on your own wedding day, you don't deserve them as your spouse. Now, I sincerely doubt that's going to be a problem with you two, but it's an occupational hazard.
in that case,
With that said, do you have any requests pertaining to either the ceremony or the reception? We can arrange for anything special that you do want included. Well, I definitely don't want anything to happen with the cake. It should just be breeding. I'd like to do a proper cake cutting with Cove without all the mess. I want to smash some cake. Cove, you can spirit on me too. If I want to smash some cake in Cove's face, but I wouldn't want to get on it myself. Cove should, but I wouldn't want to smash cake on him. A smash! Baffled, Cove's gaze remained fixed on you silently. He didn't appear opposed to the idea exactly, but then he rocked with a surprised laugh. Are you really? Your grin grew in amusement at his stunned expression. You drew an X over your heart with your finger. Cross my heart. I promise not to make too much of a mess. It'll be fun. Okay, let's smash some cake. It's ours. He added a quick addendum to that statement, but only part of it. The rest is for eating, right? Right. Totally enough for seconds and thirds. I promised sold Cove completely on the idea. Very well. Alright, let me see your scare hands. Ooh, I love those scare hands. Very spooky. We love to see it. Oh my gosh, man, you're really popping off on this model here. 10 out of 10. Would love to be scared by those. Low rar. XD. Baxter clapped his hands together, pleased with the direction of the conversation. That's another important detail done. We should discuss who you'd like to officiate the ceremony
I
next.
can do that.
I can arrange for a standard justice of peace to be there, but if there's a pastor, minister, rabbi, judge, or anyone else you have in mind, please send me their contact information. Preferably right away. I can work things out with them, so we're all set for the ceremony. Unsure what to say, Cove glanced over at you. He scratched his cheek contemplatively. I don't mind having adjusted the piece of fishing. There is a religious figure I have in mind. I do have a survived figure. No. Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
Me neither. He shrugged, glancing over at you to make sure. A simple justice of the piece was all you needed. Wonderful. I'll get that emotion right away. Now, have either of you considered how you want to arrive to the ceremony? Will one come in first and then the other come down the aisle? Or perhaps you both want to enter together? Okay, I love to see Cove come down the aisle. I have my heart set on walking down the aisle. Cove, would you want to walk together? Oh, what are you thinking, Cove? I really like this DLC too because it's like, usually when in games, it's always you that has to make the decisions, but in this one, as this DLC, it's like, what do you think, Cove? Because, you know, I don't really mind either way. He closed his mouth, thinking over the question. His eyebrows pinched together as he imagined the various possibilities. Would you want to do it together? I would. I'd love that.
Yeah.
Great. Cool. Exhaling his tension away, Cove closed his eyes. A weak laugh rattled through him. I think I can handle that distance without my legs giving out from under me, especially if we're doing it together. Thank you for doing this with me. I'm so happy. No matter what, I promise that everything's gonna be okay. Leaving you. I laughed at the idea of him tripping down the aisle. No, don't manifest it. I mean, it's gonna happen anyway, but you know. Thanks for doing it for me. Me? Dae, thank you for agreeing to all of this. I mean, you're the one that said yes to the proposal, so... He trembled with emotion, his gaze dropped away, avoiding yours. He reached over and gave his forearm a gentle squeeze. I want to do everything with you. Me too. Cove's face was a shade of pinker from the conversation, but he was pleased with what you both settled on. You were too. That sounds lovely. Baxter clicked his pen before dropping his attention to his paperwork. He glanced back up, giving you his full attention.
Does that sound alright?
Oh, and are you intending to exchange wedding bands? It is possible to skip that. Okay, we've got rings. No, we don't have rings for that. Cove answer, explain how you would exchange rings. Cove answer, explain how you wouldn't exchange rings. Yeah, we got ring. We could easily save a moment for that in your ceremony. And a small reminder, couples generally take off engagement rings before the ceremony to wear just a wedding band during the wedding. Thanks. You couldn't help picturing the matching wedding bands you had gotten together. They were... I'd say silver. And... a V-shaped band, what the fuck? It's just a round band. They were incredible, but before you could completely lost focus, Baxter spoke again. So do either of you want to have a bouquet? A small chuckle fell from Cove's lopsided grin, but Baxter was serious and waited attentively. When Cove realized that, he shrugged. I like flowers, but I don't need a whole bouquet. I'd like to have one. I don't need one either. Don't be shy. You should have one, Cove. We should both have one. It'll be nice. Yeah, I don't want one. I don't want to carry anything. After that tangent I went on earlier about, like, having to carry luggage when going on trips, I don't need one either. Poppy! Oh. Actually, you're right. I'll have one. You know what? You're actually right about that. Jack is like the voice in the back of my head while I'm sitting in this wedding planning session. Poppy! Get the poppy bouquet! The shape and color of it hadn't fully formed yet in your thoughts, but part of you could already feel the weight of the flowers in your hand. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of your mouth. Excellent choice. Let's discuss what it'll look like then. He leaned forward and interlaced his fingers together on the table. Excited, you glanced at Cove, and he gave you a supportive thumbs up in return. Would you mind if it had white poppies? There's so much meaning! No, it needs those. Since the instant Baxter brought up flowers, you had been positive Cove was going to ask for those. Are there any others that you'd want highlighted? Ooh. No. Just white poppies. I don't think any of these would really, like... I mean, they look fine with them. I don't think it's anything going to really enhance the white poppies. Only the poppies! Okay. The people... my voice is screaming in the back of my head. Only white poppies. White poppies it is then. They'll be gorgeous. It's always been our favorite flower since we were kids. Now you're bringing that to your wedding together. Ah, the epitome of romance. Bashful Cove averted his gaze. That decided, Baxter picked his pen up again and took note of your specifications. He subtly nodded as he wrote. Well, since you're having that, this means that you have the option of a bouquet toss during the reception. Oh, that sounds kind of fun. What do you think, Dae? Yeah, if you want to do it, we can have one. Definitely, we gotta do it. You know, honestly, I'd rather keep the bouquet instead of her. Yeah, throw it. Someone else get married. Cove's grin curled excitedly. Baxter's gaze lifted from his notes. Marvelous. That's about all the basics sorted out, but we still have time to talk about the ceremony itself. There's vows, but from there you can personalize it with more rituals and such. If there's any particular tradition that you'd like to have, you're welcome to let me
Don't
know.
worry about it.
I don't have things I need. I'm not very traditional. I just want it to be whatever Dae hopes for. Dae? Simple. I'd like to jump the... I don't know what that is. Sand pouring. Hand fasting. Can there be confetti tossing when with the... Oh, that's like the only one I know. I'll just keep it simple. Everyone gathered together. That's all I really need. Of course, it'll be straightforward, but still lovingly refined. Content with your wishes, Cove nodded agreeingly. Very well, so that's the ceremony. Now, any reception venue you choose will be large enough to have room for casual dancing throughout the evening, but I need to know if we should schedule for any particular kinds of dance. Such as a first dance between only you and Cove at the start, for example. Both of you turned to each other curiously. A deep red blush crept across his cheeks, and when he felt overwhelmed, Cove's gaze dropped to the floor. Well, only if you're good with it. I would want to have a first dance. Yeah. I am so sorry, but I don't want to have a dance where I'm the center of attention. Oh, damn. I mean, that's valid, but still. Jumping the broom is basically what you do when you elope. It's a saying for, oh, okay. I did not know that, thanks. I don't go to any weddings. I want to have a first dance with you two. Cove perked up at your answer. Despite still being nervous, he gave an eager shimmy in his seat to his seat. You were overjoyed with the idea of your first dance together as a married couple. It would also be nice if we had dances with our own parents. It would be sweet if we had songs where we dance with each other's parents. I want to play a money dance. A money dance? Parents with money dance. Just parents that have money dance too. You were looking forward to that moment, Cove. Now let's dance with our own parents. There are already a few songs playing in your head, reminding you of the times when you were small and your moms would spin you around the kitchen and living room. A rosy blush dusted his cheeks a deeper pink. A parent dance. That'd be great, actually. Then it settled. I do not want Mr. Holden to dance. Mr. Holden will not be putting his hands on me. What about Kira, though? What was both of them? Before Baxter continued to keep track of details by jotting it down on paper, he kept up with the pace of the conversation with words and writing easily. Oh, and speaking of the ceremony reception, that's my area of expertise. If you're going on a honeymoon afterwards, that'll be something I'd recommend perhaps a travel agent for, or honestly, a bridging between only you two without any middleman. Cove didn't blink at the caveat. We'll handle that. While we're here, it's just about the day of, I get it. Fantastic. Now back to the wedding. Do you have a sense of style you're aiming for? Is it formal, casual? Are the clothes for the couple meant to be a surprise for the ceremony, or would you prefer picking that out together? I'm not sure. And also, what about the hair? I can brush my hair back so it could be fancier, though if that's not important, I can keep it the same. Good question. What do you think, Dae? If it was Kira, then yes, not Cliff. Just no Cliff. That's it, period. You considered the series of inquiries and responded by saying, I like a casual feel. Personally, I was hoping for a formal occasion. We could do something in between formal and casual. I can go with whatever for level formality Code was good with. Casual. I don't like formal stuff. Yeah, cool. Also, so you with my outfit during the wedding. I'd feel a lot better if we helped each other get outfits for the wedding. I don't care if the clothes are a secret or not. Should we keep our outfits a secret? A surprise? Or should we help out each other out? What do you guys think? Should we try to plan accordingly together? What if Cove shows up in a nice suit and tux and I show up in my Mothman t-shirt and starry basketball shorts? I think coordinated science. Yeah, that's probably true. It's probably true. Don't worry about it. I could be there for sure. And Cove, it'd be wonderful to see you with a fancier hairstyle. I think your normal hairstyle are perfect. Do whatever you want with your hairstyle. Okay, I'll figure it out. Do what you feel. Excellent work. I know this has all been a lot of Q&A. There's much to consider for this big of an event. And Baxter's pen was placed back into the pocket it had come from. He ran his now free hands along the smooth inside edges of his jacket. Thank you two for being so forthcoming. I've got a strong idea of where this is going now. I'm already looking forward to the next meeting when we can truly get into specificities. That's everything? We're leaving? Yeah, you can go. Or you can stay if you want. That's the end of the actual session, but I'm not throwing you out. That's alright. Bye. Cove awkwardly waved Baxter off, despite still being seated and not going anywhere yet. He had gotten so into the discussion of the wedding, he'd forgotten his usual stiffness around Baxter for a time, but that spell broke. Baxter accepted the answer and pushed off the armrest of his chair to stand up straight. You and Cove followed his motion, getting up out of your own seats together. The wedding planner took one stride closer to the center of the room and reached out his hand towards you. You shook it, you gave him a friendly nudge to the arm set, you offered a fist bump, you shook your hip lightly, you opened your arms for a hug. We'll shake it. He grinned while giving your hand one satisfying shake. It's great that you're back, sir. I'm expecting special treatment since we're such great friends. Don't work too hard. He snored loudly, highly entertained. Goodbye for today, Dae. I'm glad to have seen you. Then he offered the same gesture to Cove. Your partner accepted it casually, giving Baxter's hand a solid shake. Take care, Baxter. Thanks, the same to you. You've got a wedding to be ready for. Don't forget to look out for yourself and your fiancé. I'll remember. The fist puppy. Make a turkey. Oh my gosh. Like, into the palm of his hand. Juma released the other's hand, sealing the agreement to take this chance and put a new foot forward in their relationship. With that, the two of you found your way out of the office building. The pop and subsequent click of the opening and closing of car doors played out in sync between you and Cove. As he buckled in for the ride back, Cove commented on the experience. The sentence was hesitant and had an upward bend that made it sound like a question.
So...
That went well? Before you could respond to that not exactly a question statement, Cove continued on with a new actual question. I mean, we got Baxter Ward as our planner somehow, but he seems good at what he does, right? He put his hands on the wheel and peeked at you through the reflection of the overhead mirror. Right, Baxter Duelerfully, I just hope he doesn't suggest a monochrome color scheme, he joked. He's absolutely a good guy for the job. I don't know. As long as he's going out hitting on both of us, he should be fine. He didn't have an answer for him. We turned the wedding into a 3-person wedding. He'll do wonderfully. Cove had pulled out of the parking lot as he spoke. The wheels rumbled easily down the newly developed city streets of the area. But that was the end of Cove's attempt at conversation making. He went entirely quiet. The pensive look on his face didn't allow you to relax into a normal, comfortable silence. Cove? Are you okay? His mood easily lifted back up at the sound of his name. Forgetting all the Baxter stuff, I'm just really happy we're doing this. Sometimes I still can't believe we're together. We're engaged, and soon we're gonna be married. It's incredible. It never stops feeling like that. I don't think I'll ever be used to it. Not really. Yeah, I love you, bitch! I feel the same way about it. It's like living an incredible dream. Put your hand on his shoulder, you felt relieved he was okay, and settled in. I feel the same way. His cheeks squished at his eyes, and the size of his grin. Nothing could stop him from looking forward to the upcoming occasion. Finally, the lack of words felt right between the two of you. You took the chance to let the day sink in as best you could. After all the years you've known Cove, and you were now going to have a wedding with him. The scenery slipped by faster than your eyes could keep up with as you got further and further into your own thoughts. Then suddenly the day had ended and you were drifting off to sleep in Cove's arms. A new day and another visit to your new wedding planner came down the rushing river that was your life at this time. You, Cove, and Baxter were each settled into the same spots at the appointment prior, but there wasn't any of that initial shock. Instead, things started off with a simple greeting.
afternoon.
To you both. I hope you're excited for this. Yes! You bet your ass. I could take it or leave it. Good for not. I couldn't be more. Hey, you bet your ass we are. Cove stutteringly giggled over the conversation. Well, he pulled out his pen while crossing his legs in a fluid motion. Our company has its own in-house photographer for your event, so that's taken care of. But there's the meal catering, cake, and any other dessert you want. I want a cake. Baxter coyly grinned at the abrupt interruption, unbothered. I'm sure you'll get your treat then. Along with those are the outfits for you both. And you'll naturally need to decide where the ceremony and the reception will be held. If you're feeling unprepared to make a call on any of that now, we could always start with the dance lessons. What are you feeling? Knowing where the wedding is going to be is pretty important to get done, but on the other hand, it's such a big thing, it's kind of intimidating to think about. Cove tilted his head back and forth, mentally working through his opinion on the matter. Baxter watched the struggle for a moment before bringing it back up. Dae, any thoughts for your to-be husband? Ooh. We could decide the venue now? How about we pick a caterer? Let's design a cake? We could go clothing shopping. It would be nice to begin the dancing. Alright guys, what do you want to do first? We have many options, or I can bring up the number picker again. And we can let fate decide. I'll go ahead and get it up in case we want to do that one. Bum, bum, bum. Let the numbers choose our fate. Okay, it is 1 through... Oh, there's only 5. I put 6 in there. Let's get to the numbers. It's 5. Let's do the dance lessons.
Exciting.
Oh, you want to get started on that? Exciting. Baxter gestured down to the other door in the space, rolling his wrist to point with his whole hand in an extravagant gesture. There's a room here in the building you can use for dance lessons. I'll need you scheduled, of course. We'd need to be certain there wouldn't be any conflicts. If you could wait a moment, please. He pulled out his phone and swiped his finger a few times, his brow furrowed as he checked some sort of calendar. He tapped something with a flourish and looked up with a grin. Cove watched with open antsiness. Cove and I can attend lessons in the afternoon, then Dae, we can have the evening. I believe I can pencil us in as early as tomorrow for the first sessions. Happily, there's enough vacancy in the vent room for individual sessions. One-on-one lessons are ideal for this. Every person is at their own level and will need guidance with different aspects. I can get everything arranged today if that works for you. Cove nodded seriously. There was no hesitation coming from his corner, despite his jitteriness. Let's do it. He shot Cove and Baxter a please thumbs up. Yeah, that's good. Baxter placed the phone down to clasp his hands together. His enthusiasm was hard to miss.
Excellent.
I'll make it happen. And he did. Baxter made the necessary arrangements right afterwards. He asked for your input occasionally and finalized the times. He planned each detail out exactly. Any specific idea that Cove or you had was jotted down and added to the considerations. What kind of music are you thinking of? Would you rather go with something fast or something slow? It doesn't have to be ballroom staples. I'm more varied than that. Recent wedding I helped with went with classical music for the first half and then early 2010s dance music for the last half. There is no wrong answer to this. Cove shrugged and left space for you to answer. Ooh, 2010s. I want love songs. I'll enjoy theatrical music. Pop music. Could we keep the traditional wedding music? More alternative music. I think it'd be fun to dance to video game soundtracks. Get that Pokemon music in the background. We could have throwbacks from when we were growing up. My preference would be jazz. I like country songs. I would love Harvard. Okay, well, throwbacks from when we were growing up. That's a good one. There were a lot of nostalgic songs that were already coming to your mind. Baxter nodded prudently. Cove was even more supportive of your recommendation. Cool. I think I can guess some of the songs you're hoping for.
Absolutely.
Y'all know All Stars playing. And Cha-Cha Slide. Of course. And speaking of, let's chat about particular tracks. After continuing to discuss music selections for a while, your office time with Baxter finished and it was time to leave for the day. Goodbyes were said, knowing that the separation wouldn't last long. Tomorrow wasn't far. The hours passed by quickly. It felt like a blink by the time the session rolled around. But after lunch, you drove Cove over to his first solo dance lesson with Baxter. He was definitely nervous on the drive there. Despite his usual anxiousness, he insisted he wanted to do the lesson on his own. He would show you his moves after he practiced. Ooh. Cotton Eye Joe, Cupid Shuffle, yes, those as well. You wished Cove luck and dropped him off, hoping he had a good time. You drove off as soon as he disappeared into the building. The plan was to run errands until it was time to pick him back up. You had heard about a new store that had opened recently. It was close enough that you decided to check it out and see if they had anything worth getting. Unfortunately, the store didn't have a good selection compared to other options, but you stalled in the snack section. You made him buy something in order to not leave empty-handed. Ooh, chips, chocolate bar, sugary fruit snacks, healthy fruit snacks, pre-portioned packages of cheese and jerky. The fruit snacks are getting to me. You remember the colorful ads for the fruit snack from when you were a child. It felt nostalgic that you brought the box to the checkout. And the store that you knew would have what you needed was minutes away. A short drive later, and you were on your way to finish your errands. It was nice to keep busy while waiting for Cove. When the time came, you drove the car up to the front of the building, stopping where Cove stood on the sidewalk. Cove greeted you with a smile and hopped into the car. He closed the door behind him and buckled his seatbelt with a click. How'd it go? Cove shifted in his seat while rubbing the back of his neck. It was awkward, as you probably guessed, but not that bad. He brightened as he thought back. You listened to the vivacity in his voice even as you focused on driving through the parking lot. Baxter is a kind of a good guy, not a bad teacher. You pulled out from in front of the building and started making your way through the first intersection. What did you talk about with all your time together? Miss Gray, you knocked. What did you guys talk about? To yourself, you admitted you were really curious. From what you could remember of that summer years ago, Cove and Baxter never spent time with just each other. Cove hummed and thought. We mostly just focused on the dance lesson. I think we also talked about some general wedding stuff. He asked me about the material of napkins I liked. Nothing personal. He didn't bring up anything from back before, when he wasn't our wedding planner. He paused for a moment, then continued. It had to have been on purpose. I guess he didn't forget how I'd get uncomfortable when people acted too friendly too fast. Weird Cove tapped the car door with his fingertips as you made a right turn. I wouldn't have minded talking a little more now, so we kind of made progress in more than just my coordination. A smile tugged at your lips. That was good to hear. You finally pulled into a parking space and parked the car. You couldn't linger in the car too long given your own lesson. It was time to go. You looked at the grocery bag in the back seat with the snack you had bought. It's mine. You can't have it. But no, I'll give it to him. You're hungry, feel free to snack. You probably needed some fuel after dancing for so long. You pointed over at the food, and Kobe's eyes widening at the sight. It's perfect. I'll see you later. Bye. Love you. Love you too. Kobe leaned over and gave you a quick kiss. You beamed back at him. You left Kobe at the car and walked with the bounce on your set to meet up with your wedding planner turned dance instructor. The doors to the office building let you in after a firm yank. The air was cooler than what was outside. You followed Baxter's directions from yesterday to navigate the wide halls, a left past the fire extinguisher and then a right at the first set of doors. You found a set of thick glass doors. You peered into a large event room. It had to be the place. Oh, I'm going dancing. Dancing? Aw. Poor Sam. Her blanket's been pushed around, so it's kind of like balled up, and now she's still laying on it. Aw, she's trying to get comfy. You entered the space and noticed the towers of chairs on the sides of the room. It was easy to imagine the room filled with a crowd, but for now, it had all been cleared for your private class. You walked across the empty tile floor to the counter at the back where Baxter was. He raised his head and waved you over, setting aside some notes he had been reading. With the paper and an elegant fountain pen left on the counter, he strode forward and met you in the middle of the large room.
Hello.
Welcome, Dae. I'm glad you could make it. Hey. You waved at him and smiled warmly. I hope you've been well. I'm ready to boogie. You pantomimed a few dance moves enthusiastically. Baxter chuckled. You've come to the right place. Baxter pulled a remote from his jacket pocket and clicked a button. A speaker system you hadn't noticed before crackled to life. Familiar music filled the room. He must have been busy to already have the songs that you had talked about yesterday ready. He tucked the remote back into his pocket and then Baxter turned his attention to you. He offered you his hand.
Well.
I'll lead. At least at first. We can switch later if you prefer. His gesture felt grandly formal. He'd had enough performance practice to really feel as if he'd step out of a fairy tale ball. You took his hand, ready to get started. His fingers linked around yours, and he put his other arm across your back. Your other hand hovered awkwardly in the air. You weren't sure where to place it. His shoulder? His back? He noticed your confusion and directed you in the proper form for a slow dance. When you were comfortable, he guided you into the steps. You watched your feet, carefully following his lead. He was a good teacher and a reliable partner for dance. It didn't take long for you to start moving to the music, following the rhythm rather than worrying about what foot went where. Baxter suddenly smirked, the twitch of his lips getting your attention immediately. Oh, you know, I recall that it wasn't just dance lessons that was available for, was it? I also offered to give you rides whenever you needed them, didn't I? Hopefully I haven't let you down with that. It took a moment before you understood what he was talking about. You laughed, clear and bright. I think I'll be alright. We have our own cars now. You were impressed he still remembered, but then again, you also remembered it. It had been a particularly memorable summer all those years ago. Being firmly in the flow, the discussion died down. The only exchange was the music and the sound of your shoes on the sleek floor and the time with each other's. So tell me, how did things go with Code? Do you still dance often? Why did you never go? Woo. Alright, so should we leave it or should we confront him? Thank you for the sippy, Shaggy. I'll let you guys decide while I go run and get another water bottle. I'm actually gonna head to the BRB screen again. We had a BRB screen like 3 times this round. Wow. I think we leave it. We leave it? Okay. So we'll come back and be like, just ask, does he still dance often? Okay, I'll be right back. Be good. Again. What crimes are you committing in my stream chat? How dare you? Also, I'm back. Let me do the sip. Also, sorry, I got a little distracted when I was down. I was trying to decipher if Sam needed to go outside or not. She does not. She just wanted a snack. Okay. Do you still dance often? I don't compete anymore, if that's what you mean. I haven't even kept up with it as a hobby lately. I do it for weddings, if the couple would like me to assist. He gazed into the distance, somewhere else for a heartbeat. Then he came back to you and smiled. I still love dance, clearly. Yeah, I found a new site for buying figures. Ooh, what site? Tell me about it. He wiggled his eyebrows and put emphasis on his movements. You had to admit that he appeared happy enough during this session. There just isn't room for everything. I imagine that you dealt with similar situations in your adult life. I see. Thanks for giving me an excuse to make time for dance. No, thank you. You appreciated his expertise in this area. He was incredibly fortunate that he had the skill. It's jfigures.com. Well, let's check it out. I haven't heard of that one. You appreciated his expertise in this area. It was incredibly fortunate that he had the skill. He felt grateful for all the hours upon hours that he must have spent to get as good as he was. Oh, how do things go at Cove? They're having a sale, you say? I love a sale. jfigures.com. What kind of sale? Off it is 70% off. We love to see it. Oh, they got a lot of One Piece figures, damn. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll look at that later. As he led you to the left, you followed, watching his reaction more than your feet. Kof is a remarkably sweet man. You have nothing to worry about, in more ways than just his dancing. But I won't say anything else. Instructor-client privilege. That response piked your interest past simple curiosity. What had happened? The question was plain on your face, but Baxter suddenly focused on your heels. With them staring downward, you paid more attention to your timing. Very nice. It was clear that you weren't going to get more out of him on the topic. Okay, we'll leave it. Let's just focus. The acoustics of the room were surprisingly good for dancing. The music was at a good volume, and despite the tile flooring, the tapping of your steps echoed distractingly off the walls. Both continued to dance as the song cycled through and back. Thoughts played in your mind about the surrealness of reconnecting with Baxter again after all of these years without contact. However, that was secondary to your goal of dancing well in your upcoming wedding to the love of your life. It wouldn't be too much longer until you'd be doing this with your husband. You asked to lead. You wanted Baxter. I want to lead. Can I lead now? I was about to suggest that, if you want to give it a try. You both rearranged your positions and you were off across the floor. It was different from following Baxter, but it didn't take long for you to rediscover that right tempo. At the end of the session, night had fallen. You said goodbye to Baxter and Cove came to pick you up in the car. You mirrored his actions from earlier in the day, climbing into the passenger seat and clicking in your seatbelt. He took the opportunity to copy you as well. So how'd it go? The amused sparkle in his eye let you know that using your words was completely and utterly intentional. It was really nice, it was fine, it was awkward as you'd expect. I'm glad I did it. You held one of the songs with a grin, you raised your shoulders and said, I'm not sure what to think. I'm glad. You bounced in your seat, full of energy despite all the exercise you'd had. It had been a good experience. Cove grinned wildly, happy for you. I'm glad this was a good idea. Also, did I thank you for buying me a snack earlier? It was good. You're welcome. I hope there's some left. Yeah, I was supposed to share, not just eat completely. You craned your neck to inspect the backseat. You saw an additional sack and Cove laughed. Okay, good. Don't worry, I didn't need everything. I bought some drinks to go with them. I thought they'd be nice for a post-band pickup. Cole better know how much you loved him, especially in moments like this, when he cares. Oh my gosh, what did you talk about? You couldn't forget Baxter phrase it all. You were too curious. When we were together, did something happen? I don't know. He sounded truly confused. He tried to think back, but it was apparent that nothing came to mind for him. We didn't talk about anything important. Why? Did he say something to you? It seemed like he was implying something. The angle of Ko's eyebrows crept into concerned territory, so you elaborated. It wasn't bad. It actually seemed good. He thinks you're sweet. Ko's brows then pinched together. They were approaching deep thought. I guess, well, I'm not good at dancing. I never have been. You know that. It was hard and nerve-wracking. And I made it clear why I was going through with something I'm not cut out to do, who it was for. He showed you a soft smile and his eyebrows evened out to normal. Maybe that's what he meant. You blushed, your eyes straying to a window. The parking lot had emptied out from earlier this afternoon. It really was just you and Cove. Maybe it was. Felt very lucky to have such a loving fiancé. The day's arrangements taken care of, Cove pulled out of the empty lot and started to drive away. Next time you were scheduled to come by, it would be for the usual kind of office visit. No dancing required. You highly anticipated meeting back up with Baxter. You had a good feeling about where this wedding was going. When you were out for your session that day, you noticed Baxter's foot was tapping against the floor in a steady rhythm. It seemed the lessons from the day before were still on his mind. Hey, hi.
Afternoon.
So nice to see you again. Now, we can keep going over the steps here and there in between other aspects of the planning, but our main focus should move beyond that. What shall we be doing today? Alright, let's get the number picker. Okay, 1 through 4. Close my eyes. It's 3. We are going to design the cake. Baxter nodded his head, confirming that he'd registered your choice. Beside you, Cove's excitement had bubbled over. He was bouncing in his seat, too eager to restrain himself. Cake, cake, cake.
Yeah.
Good idea, Dae. I'm definitely ready to play in treats. His open enthusiasm tickled you, eliciting an enduring chuckle that slipped out. Across the table, Baxter joined you with a soft laugh of his own. Meanwhile, Cove seemed oblivious to your amusement. You figured he was too lost in imagining delicious cakes to notice what was happening around him. What you needed now was for someone to turn those dreams into reality. The agency had worked with the suppliers of all kinds, so Baxter had a list of bakeries that they recommended for weddings. You and Cove had a few personal favorites too. Together, you reviewed the website for all potential bakeries. Baxter had a wealth of handy tips of what to keep in mind when it came specifically to commissioning wedding cakes for you to take into consideration. The three of you whittled away the options until you finally settled on the one you wanted. With that decided, Baxter contacted them to arrange a meeting so you could select the flavors and discuss design ideas before working out practicalities. He easily secured a time that worked perfectly for you both, you and Cove. That brought you to the end of the meeting. The decision of which bakery to choose, scheduling, briefing them on your basic requirements, and taking up all the remaining time you had with Baxter for today. The three of you rose from your seats one after the other.
For today.
It's been great to see you. Yeah, I can't believe next time we'll see you, we'll have our wedding cake picked out. Right, everything goes to plan. Of course. I'm sure you'll have a great time together. I look forward to hearing what you decide on. Though I won't be there in person, you could always text me if you want advice during the process. Thank you, Omaze. I'm not sure I trust your taste. He picks black and white cake. I appreciate that. I'm pretty sure Cove's going to be on top of this, you joked. Yeah, he's got it. Cove puffed his chest out proudly. Thank you, Dae. He waved goodbye as you and Cove left the office for the day. Now here we are. Oh my gosh, you're so tall in this fucking building, Cove. God damn. The light tinkling of a bell over the door announced your arrival as you and Cove stepped inside, where you were immediately welcomed by a pleasant waft of sweet scents. The bakery was a delight for the senses even before you'd taken a single bite. Decked out in a pretty shade of pink, it was impossible to miss. Cove closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. There was a soft air of cakes and pastries baked in the oven, tinged with warm spices like cinnamon and nutmeg. The display case was full of the daily selection of mouth-watering delicacies, neatly lined up and ready to be taken away. The selection ranged from intricate specialty cakes to more rustic, homely brownies and cupcakes. Usually those kinds of treats would be everything you needed, but today was a special visit. You were entirely focused on the even better desserts waiting for you on the horizon. You could tell Cove shared your feelings. He waited beside you with every outward appearance of patience, but you could tell his anticipation by the way he kept a close watch on the kitchen door as you waited for an employee to come to greet you. This uncharacteristic restraint was a stark contrast to any other time he'd visit a bakery, where he'd have rushed over to the display case and immediately began picking out cakes to take home. As he shifted from one foot to the other, you knew that he was fighting to hold back those usual urges. Luckily, his self-control wasn't tested for long. Soon the door to the kitchen swung open and a friendly-looking face emerged. Spotting you and Cove, the person smiled and began heading over. As they approached, you saw that the name on the tag said Xavier, with a little purple button pinned to one strap of the apron that said the words they, them printed in black letters. Xavier walked right up to you and gave you a welcome so warm you could have sworn it had come fresh from the oven. Hello. Thanks for coming to... Zake, is there anything I can get for you? Cove paused, pointing first at himself and then you as he spoke. We're Cove and Dae. We've got an appointment here. His voice, which you had started out measured even, became hushed as the thrill of what you were about here to do started to get to Cove. When he resumed speaking, it broke further still, evolving into a rushed whisper that Xavier needed to lean in to catch. It's to plan our wedding cake. We're getting married! No way, he said. We're so glad to be here. Thank you for making time for us. Cove was off for days and we skipped out on this part. Xavier's eyes lit up at the introduction. Of course! Welcome, Dae and Cove, our two grooms. Cove preened ever so slightly at those last words, his chin jutting out with confidence. I'm Xavier, the head cake artist here. We're so happy to be working with you for such an important event. You can take some seats right there in front, and we can start talking options. They gestured to a nearby table. You and Cove obliged, taking your seats. As you sat down, your stomach somersaulted. You were really here to pick out a wedding cake, the cake that would be served at your wedding. It hadn't quite sunk in before, but being invited to begin had made it feel more official. But knowing that you weren't alone and feeling that way comforted you, and you grinned at the love of your life. Cove beamed back at you. The baker had taken a detour over to the back shelf, where they picked up a binder before coming to stand before you at the table. I went over the info our baking assistant took when the appointment was arranged, so we can dive right into things. So let's get to it. Starting with the size of the cake, how big do you want to go? You can go as big as 5 tiers high.
Maybe.
2 or 3 maybe? Cove tilted his head to the side as he looked to you for input. I don't want to do over 2 and 4. 3 would be wonderful. Would 4 be okay instead? If they can do 5, let's do 5. Let's go 3. Cool. Seeing as you've reached a conclusion, Xavier noted it down in the binder. A 3-tier cake it is. They glanced over the binder, smiling. That will give us a lot to work with. In terms of decorating, is there any kind of direction you'd want us to aim in the overall style? Cove pursed his lips, stumped by the question. Artistic vision had never been his strong suit. Though you'd reviewed ideas for decoration and color schemes together, asking Cove to distill those visions and themes into words was doomed to failure. You took it from there and said, traditional, modern, elegant, and usual trendy, simplistic, beachy, floral, rustic. Ooh. Just go to the beach each? Might as well. Cove sighed, relieved, and expressed his approval. Right. Yeah, that's right. We can work with that for sure. Any color ranges in mind? Again, Cove fell silent, like a kid hoping not to be called on in the classroom. Even though it was just the 3 of you and he had no chance of hiding, you could swear that he was shrinking lower in his seat as if hoping to go unnoticed. As entertaining as that was, you decided to spare Cove before he slipped under the table. You spoke up and said, pastel or shades, muted tones, dark shades, bright tones, mostly white with color pops. Ooh. Rainbow. For the gays. I don't know, I'm thinking either a rainbow or pastel or mostly what with color pops. What is it? What should we do? What do you guys think? Maybe pastel? Maybe? I don't know, it doesn't really fit though. Maybe like the pop? I don't know, there's too many decisions. Why do they have to be so extravagant? White with color pops, got it. And what's one color you really want me to keep on top of my mind? Shit. I saw we consult the coin flip. The coin flip, but there's 3 options. Purple. Okay. Nice, I'm getting you. Steven looked up from the binder. Right, so we're going for a 3-tier purple cake that's beachy. Purple. You could picture the cake clearly now. It was just what you'd wanted. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it kind of works out because Cove's more like a blue feeling person. I'm more red, so together it makes purple, so yeah. Cove, who was staring at you like you'd saved him from a life or death situation rather than answering a couple simple questions in a pleasant bakery, gave you a thumbs up. Xavier watched you both with a smile. This cake is really shaping up. Time for the fun part. I'll be right back. Flavors? Testing? Cake testing? Taste testing? There we go. They got up and made their way to the kitchen. The fun part? Cove echoed the words, puzzled but intrigued. He peered after Xavier, trying to catch a glimpse of the magic happening behind the closed doors. Craning his neck didn't grant Cove X-ray vision, but that was just fine. As you weren't kept in suspense for long, Xavier quickly returned with a large covered serving tray. Cove gasped, his fingers curling with anticipation. Careful, coming through. They lowered the heavy platter onto the table, where it clattered against the hard surface as it settled. Cakes! Xavier lifted the cover to reveal several plates of little cake slices with mounds of different frosting and filling flavors. The beautiful array of colors and breadth of the selection made for a wonderfully presented array of treats. Cove gaped, wowed by the revelation. We get to try samples? Xavier giggled at Cove's reaction. Given just how much enthusiasm Cove had, you bet there weren't many previous grooms whose response could compare. Bro, I can't wait for the day I get married just to try new cake flavors. I only want the cake. That's very valid. That's what I'm into as well. A little assortment of cakes to try. You do. They pointed at the tray and began talking you through the selection, starting with the neat little slices of cake. So we got a few cake flavors for you today: vanilla, chocolate, red velvet, citrus, and such. They moved over to the frosting and fillings. There's vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, maple, and mocha buttercream. Over here we've got chocolatey and fruity fillings, though the inside can simply contain more frosting if you prefer. Having you talk through the samples, they straightened up. These are some of our most popular options, but not everything. You can see all our options on the order forms. As they talked, they took out 2 copies of the order sheet and presented you with each one each. All the possibilities for each element of the cake were laid out for you. That's everything. You're welcome to eat whatever parts look appealing, or you can have everything on the platter if you've got the stomach for it. Oh, you know we got the stomach for it. We're ready for that. Cove's eyes sparkled with anticipation, knowing Cove suspected that he intended to take Xavier up on the offer to sample everything. Cove said, "Alright, bet." He Sorry, I'm choking on cake apparently already. He picked up the fork provided and began systematically working through the platter. He took scoops out of the cake, frosting and filling options in turn, moving from left to right and from top to bottom. He chuckled softly, amused that your hunch had been correct. Though Cove was evidently intent on eating a bit of everything, you noted that he was careful to leave at least half of each sample in case you wanted to, too. You started trying everything as well. You only want to try the ones that look most appealing. You only wanted this one small tasting. You didn't eat any of it. You didn't eat any of it. Try everything. It all looked delicious. Dae Ursa. Picking up a fork, you joined Cove in sampling the cakes, frosting, and fillings on offer. You remembered your delight to each other as you discovered new combination and enjoyed the sheer variety laid out before you. Cove's eyes shone as he looked at you, glad to be sharing the experience. You were so enraptured that you nearly forgot that you weren't alone with Cove, but this too was by design. Bigger stood by approvingly, careful not to do anything that might interrupt your enjoyment. You held your fork to feed a piece to Cove. You gestured to Cove that you wanted to eat the sample on his fork. You cozy up next to him. You see the last bite of cake before Cove could get it. You relax into the moment, enjoying the experience together. Ooh. I either feed him, or I seize it. Alright, coin flip. Heads, I feed him. Tails, I steal his bite. I steal his bite. Mine. You deliberately scooped up the last one of the cake flavors and wolfed it down. Cove gasped at your audacity. His stricken face was so hilarious that you couldn't help laughing at him. You snooze, you lose, sucker. You know, I could eat way faster than this. I was just going slow for your sake. He was pained. My true expression dissolved into something mischievous. There was a glint in his eyes. But I guess not anymore. You giggled. Oh no! Cove shimmied happily in his seat. The different varieties had gone down very well with him. They're all so good. He cracked a grin. Hey, can we get a tier for every flavor? Xavier laughed. Unfortunately we can't. At least not a single cake. And I'm guessing you don't want several different cakes for your wedding. Yeah, we should probably just go with one, even though Cove definitely wants more. No idea how we're going to choose with so many great choices. We're definitely ready to get our own cake after having the samples. It's okay, Cove. We can always get cakes for our anniversaries in the future. He shook your head at Cove's antic. For anniversary, it would be nice to taste the experience over again, year after year, especially if you could continue getting to get cakes from the same bakery that had provided your wedding cake. The suggestion made him swoon for you. The promise of food and staying together was a perfect hit. Now that you and Cove were experts in the bakery cakes, it was time to figure out the details. We can do the cake all in one flavor, top to bottom, or let you choose 2 sets of different flavors. What works for you? I think one flavor... Oh, we have different tiers. 2 different tiers. Yeah, let's do that. Cove lifted himself up off the chair briefly to switch his position. He moved over from leaning forwards towards the tray and shifted to be situated on the side of the chair facing you. What's your thoughts? You don't need to stick to it forever, but we were thinking something kind of plain, chocolatey, fruity, or what? You picked up a copy of the form to review the options again. After studying it carefully, you said... Simple and vanilla, chocolatey, fruity. Something that people probably haven't had before, but it's still good. I like vanilla. Okay. He rested his chin in his hand as he stared thoughtfully into the distance. A smile drifted across his face as he pictured the possibilities for your cake. It could be a white cake with white buttercream, but instead of more buttercream inside, maybe there's a vanilla custard? Ooh. That sounds wonderful. Let's go with that for one of the sets. It's really nice. Can we take a part of it? That's an option, but can I tell you my idea too? Ooh, no, let's him take over. He's very excited about the cake part. Cove straightened up at your words of approval, amazed that this idea had been helpful. The batter! The baker joined him. How's the wedding? We're getting the wedding cake figured out. I'm good with that. How about the rest? haven't gotten there yet. We just gotta plan it first. Thinking about the type of cake you wanted, you decided to suggest white vanilla cake, chocolate cake, vanilla chocolate marble cake, spiced cake, ew, carrot cake. I want spiced cake. For the frosting, we like the idea of vanilla. I'm basic. When it came to the filling inside, you proposed more buttercream. Ew, carrot cake. You don't like carrot cake? Carrot cake's good though. I love carrot cake. How dare you? I should go back and change it, just to spite you. Kofu had been nodding along with your suggestions. Recap the idea. So you're thinking of a spice cake with vanilla frosting and vanilla buttercream on the inside? That's right. Sounds really good to me. Then your mouth-watering cake flavors were all set. You were sure it was going to be a hit at the wedding. The inside of the cake is great. All that's left now is the cover. How should we wrap your baby up? Do you like fondant or maybe ganache? Kof shrugged. You said... Red velvet all day. Red velvet's okay. As someone who is not a fan of carrots, I think it is pretty on brand. I mean, I'm not a fan of carrots either, but I like carrot cake. That fucking fight with me and Mel were having about carrots in your stream though one day. Mel going, I see you have bad taste. Well, I see you like the bland taste of carrots, so I don't know how about that. But carrot cake's good though. We were talking about it at dinner, really. Alright, what a dinner conversation. She says you're still wrong. Well, she's even more wrong, so... If she's fine with eating bland-ass carrots raw, then, you know, good for her. Okay, but I've heard that fondant isn't actually all that good. I hear that it's, like, pretty bland. Ganache is chocolate, isn't it? Is it like a hard chocolate? What is the ganache? It's like a glaze. Okay. Ooh. That could be good. I'll do that. Got it. Almost done. Let's scribble that down in the binder. Finally, what elements would you like me to include in the design and presentation of the cake? A double groomed cake topper, royal icing piping, meringue detailing, edible ooh. Sugar-made decorations, ribbons around the tea, fresh flowers, edible paint, chocolate-made decorations. Oh, I want sugar-made decorations. Maybe some edible pearls and maybe some piping. And that's everything. Nice and straightforward. I like it. Awesome. We've got ourselves a cake plan. The baker's words made it official. You picked your wedding cake. You couldn't help but being especially thrilled about that. The wedding cake was such a focal part of the party. It would be featured in photographs and shared among your family and friends. The joy of the day distilled into a beautiful confection. Just thinking about it left you breathless. You glanced at Kobe out of the corner of your eye, wondering if he was feeling as excited as you were. He was leaning forward in his seat, a rapt expression on his face. As Xavier continued speaking, you pulled yourself back to the present. I'll take all the info you've given us today and use it to think up the finished design. I'll keep you in the loop on how it's going. So before you go, are you wanting any other dessert on the side? Maybe cupcakes? Or cookies? Or we could do something else if there's anything specific you have in mind. Ooh, Cove's like, ooh? Okay, we could have cupcakes, cookies. Can you do ice cream? Are cinnamon rolls doable? Ooh, cinnamon rolls and crepes. Do you make fudge? Oh, like from, oh my gosh. What else should we have? They gotta have at least one. We could do like fudge or cinnamon rolls. I feel like maybe it should be different. So maybe not cupcakes from the cake, because we already have cake, you know? Though the cupcakes are pretty good. Wedding pretzels. Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe like cinnamon rolls or fudge. The coin flip. Head, cinnamon roll. Fudge, tails. It's heads. Okay. Oh yes, that'd be delicious. Unexpected but not impossible. We can make you some cinnamon rolls. Your own personal cinnamon roll beamed with delight. The three of you talked over the details of your additional dessert. Xavier skillfully guided you through it all to determine everything from your preferences for flavor and texture to the quantity you needed. Eventually, it was all set up. Xavier reviewed their notes in the binder. So you're getting a 3-tier cake with a beachy kind of feel that's multi-flavored. And you're also getting some cinnamon rolls along with it. Your heart fluttered as you imagined the cake once again, you and Cove standing over it and ready to take the first cut. The side dessert beautifully complemented the cake, completing the picture perfectly. Yeah, those are our desserts. Cove bounced in his chair again, his hands clasped against the edge of the table. His excitement was as palpable as your own. This is gonna be so good. Xavier grinned, pleased to see the two of you so happy. Thanks again for coming to us for your wedding. We'll make the desserts of your dreams. You worked through the outstanding specifics of your order with Xavier, who was determined to get everything right for your big day and had an answer ready for everything you could throw at them. Once the final arrangements had been confirmed, you left the bakery feeling confident that your wedding cake was going to be just wonderful. Cove, naturally, shared your optimism completely. As per usual, you, Cove, and Baxter met up another day for another session. A few lighthearted words were engaged as Baxter watched the two of you amusedly. Cove's mood was still shining, and Baxter could tell. I take it that the cake designing went well? Like a child who was excited to show their latest work of crayon art to the teacher, Cove shared the news with pure happiness for getting a really big one. I'm so pleased to hear that. What shall we be doing today? Alright, the picker. 1 to 3. It's 2. What's 2? We pick a caterer. That goes with it. Alright. Cove's brightening enthusiasm was no surprise to you. Food always excited him. Baxter placed his hands on the arms of his chair and lightly tapped it with the tips of his fingers. That should be a nice time. I'll make sure you find the proper service to meet your needs, but don't worry, I won't get in the way of deciding any of the details for the menu. Thanks. I appreciate that. After that, the rest of the session circled around finding a specific catering company, and eventually you all agreed on one in particular. They were able to make arrangements with you right away. One phone call and you had scheduled a time to go over details in person. That included a meeting with the chef too. Oh my god, Gordon Ramsay? And as an added bonus, this would all happen before your next appointment with Baxter. It was a relief knowing that the menu would be taken care of by the next time you saw him again. Until then, there wasn't much else to do. It was time to leave. Thanks again for your help.
See you.
It's my pleasure, of course. I await your next visit. We'll be back soon. Bye. Baxter nodded with a genuine smile as he watched you head out the door. Once you were outside the offices, you noticed a little pep in Cove's step. You were both in good spirits. Chipping away at the wedding planning had a special way of doing that. On the scheduled appointment with the caterer, you and Cove eagerly arrived at the location specified over the phone. Oh my god, he's a real chef now. You were led inside the building past the seating room and directly into their commercial kitchen. It was sleek silver and so clean that it sparkled. That observation alleviated some worries right away. Next to you, Cove's eyes wandered the space with intrigue. Along the back wall, you spotted a woman at a sink large enough to be an arm's length deep. She looked over her shoulder and grinned broadly. Hold on, I'll be right there. Rhonda! She finished washing up and swiftly crossed the room, drying her hands on her apron. When she reached you and Cove, she gave a little bow. Hi, I'm the head chef and your caterer. I hear you're getting married and are in need of sustenance for your friends and family. Yeah, we are. Well, I can assure you that you've come to the right place. We provide a full course meal with a menu tailored to your taste and requirements. We'll also include all the plating, silverware, and glasses, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourselves? With stunned by the speediness of the chef's candor, Cove took the opposite approach and slowly, awkwardly pointed to himself. I'm Cove, the groom. My name's Dae, the other groom. I love it. You can call me Rhonda. Okay, hi Rhonda. Hey, nice to meet you. Marvelous. Now, I have a little pamphlet that I'm going to go grab. You can read it, leave it on the counter, use it as a coaster. It's okay. I'm going to explain everything myself anyways. Think of it as an extra guide. Rhonda waved the idea of any formality with both hands as she also shrugged nonchalantly. Cove chuckled shyly, leaning towards you while she lightly jogged to the other side of the kitchen. She scooped up 2 information sheets and came right back. Rhonda confidently stretched her arm out all the way to offer you each a pamphlet. Both of you accepted one. Cove turned it around in his hands, inspecting it carefully. You studied the one in your hands too. Oh, fancy pasta! I thought pasta. Well, now I've remembered that, we can get into the nitty-gritty. Let's shop talk the menu. You can choose to have a single menu that's consistent across the board. Easy peasy. Or we can do up to 2 fully separate types of menus based on different dietary needs. Guests could choose between them, and we'll prepare as much of both as needed. And it practically goes without saying, but we'll be able to accommodate individual plate changes if any comes up. For example, a situation where just 1 or 2 people need some specific elements left out. We can work with that without needing to make another full selection for it. So what kind of menu did you 2 have in mind? Oh shit. Let's see. One with no special requirements, vegetarian, lacto-vegetarian, pollotarian, pescatarian, one with full-scale exclusions for taste and allergies, kosher, halal, vegan. Let's see. What do you think, Cove? Cove's attention moved from the pamphlet to you. He breathed out evenly, understanding that he would be the one to answer here. Well, I don't think we have any special requirements. Nodding, you were in agreement with Cove's answer. You appreciate him speaking up and handling the situation for you. Sure thing. Chef smiled warmly at his choices and then pulled out a notepad and pen. She made sure to write down everything that was requested. That's the biggie already done then. Let's keep the ball rolling. Yes, please. I remember that our sister Liz was vegetarian, so I wasn't sure if we should pick one for that or not, but you know what? I guess she can get fucked. At the minimum, there's going to be a main and entree in our service, so that's one course automatically. And if you're having cake or another dessert, that'll technically be another course for your guests. Although that doesn't count as one of the portions that we offer here, I can go up to 6 courses, the dinner, and as many as 5 additional portions. So we're looking at salad, soup, a hot appetizer, cold appetizer, and or a palate cleanser. Do you know how big you want the service to be? Ooh, how big? I think we only need 1 course meal. What about you? I feel like 2 course meal is enough. What about you? 3 course meal should be plenty. Don't you think so? Having a 4 course meal would be fantastic. Don't you think so? How do you feel? This is the 6 course. Why not? Let's do 1. Oh, he looks so disappointed. You're happy with simplicity, but the faltering smile on Cove's face told you might not be agree. Just the entree itself then. Wait, no, I thought you could get the entree and the portions. Wait. Nope, never mind. Actually, go back. Okay, how about a 3 course meal? That sounds really good. It's like, wait a minute. 50 courses? Oh my gosh, you're right. Why didn't they have a 50 courses option? The wedding won't be over until you both finish all 50 courses. Exactly. And they're all full-size meals, too. They're not just, like, little baby ones as well. The food marathon. Exactly. Just keep on eating. Alright, I took a drink of water. That sounds really good. Code brightened, contemplating the possible combinations for 3 courses. He picked up the pamphlet again. I really did want at least one of those other options. 3 courses then, eh? Sounds like it. Do you know what you'd like for it? I want one of them to be a soup. Sure, I'm not going to say no to soup. Okay, we have an entree and a soup agreed on. Yep. Chef glanced up from her notepad. She twirled the pen with her fingertips in anticipation. It's coming along nicely so far. What else were you thinking? I want hop appetizer. I want mozzarella sticks. Perfection. This will be tasty. Oh, and how much heat are you expecting for the dishes? We can keep it all very mild or can easily push the spice levels up. No, I don't like spice, so I don't think so. Make it all spicy. Do you want me to want spice with my entree and hotter for... No, I don't want spice. That'll keep everyone happy. Maybe there could be sauces on the table for people to add their own. We can do that. Yeah, do that. Like, I can't handle spice at all. No, thank you. Your lips pulled into a happy smile. No, not that you were surprised, but still you were grateful to have Cove's full support here. And... The chef backtracked through her notes for a second. She thought over everything that you all had discussed until she could pin down exactly what was slipping her mind. What about the drinks? Are we just water please party, a coffee and tea group, or hard drinkers? There's always at least going to be water, even if you have other options, so don't worry about that. Oh, I like that to be... Oh, I want... Y'all got juice? Oh, fruit juice. Y'all got some juice. Fruit juices. And maybe... I don't want any alcohol. We ain't that party hardy. I'm not ready to be an alcoholic yet. I can't really imagine tea or coffee at a wedding, though. Nah, that's probably everything. I think we covered it. There's nothing else I'd want to add. We'll make it happen. So that's the menu type, meal scale, spice level, and beverage basics. Please, Rhonda rolled her sleeves up. Her gaze fell on you and Co with a new determined gleam. Let's go deeper. Co smiled nervously at the chef's intensity, but he didn't wilt completely. You had a sneaking suspicion his remaining strength came from the topic still being about food. The conversation continued from there. It dug into the specifics such as the main protein and side ingredients, the style of cuisine the foods would be based on, and so on. Hey, are you... I think Sam tore up a toy behind me. Hey. Stop pulling at that. She's trying to rip it apart, damn. It took a fair bit of time, but eventually a finalist selection was arranged. You couldn't get over how delicious everything sounded the longer the conversation went. By the end, Cove appeared just as relieved and excited as you were about the food. Most of all, you were so grateful to have set the menu plan for the wedding. Rhonda, however, hadn't slowed down at all. I see that you're both settling down for a rest, but just hang on and stay with me a little longer. We're not done yet. Oh, there's something else? Yes, and it's called presentation. We can do all levels of flair for your meal. Were you picturing a plain Jane approach or something more hoity-toity? Ooh, stuff just needs to be on the plate. I like it. Some care was put into the arrangement. Taking extra steps to have an excellent presentation would be appreciated. What do you want, Cove? Cove held your eye for a moment. He warmed under your affectionate gaze. Well, I just think it should look nice. Kind of special because it's a special day, but it doesn't have to be crazy fancy. Cove rubbed at his arm nervously. His lips pulled into a hopeful smile, and you understood where he was coming from. That works for us. So, as I started to talk about way back then, when, we'll provide the plates and utensils and such. Our plates are white, but they can be completely plain or have a little swirly details around the edges. What do you think of that? Before you or Cove could even consider giving an answer, she held both her hands up to stop that, and stole a glance over her shoulder. Ah, wait. Give me another sec. I'll grab some stacks. You could see before choosing anything. Again, without leaving a window to say anything in response, Rhonda started off deeper into the kitchen. Cove stared at her as she went. His expression was deadpan. You can pick the plates. Alright. Thank you. Yes. Alright, I'll handle it. What, does it look like I want to pick out plates? Do I look like I want to pick out plates? Alright. An abrupt clattering came from the direction she disappeared down. And a moment later, your caterer had reappeared. She kept her word and had piles of plates balanced in each of her hands. She stepped up to clear the counter space. Rhonda spoke cheerily, almost musically, while laying out the first set of plates and some forks to go with them, perhaps so you knew for sure what they'd look like together. Here's the whites. Cove looked on distantly, but you leaned forward to properly scrutinize the pure white dinner plates. And here's the swirl. Ooh. As promised, this time there was an extra design element on the plates. You considered it carefully. Now what are you thinking? I like the swirl. Got it. Thanks for humoring me. You're welcome. I'm good at humor. At least I like to think so. And because you're getting the hot appetizer course, there's an extra piece to this puzzle. Now what we could do is just bring it out ahead of the meal and place it in front of each guest in their seat, but that's not our only option. We could have all the appetizers set out on a single tray from the very start of the reception so guests can go over and eat as they please. Or we could even have servers walk around the room with platters of appetizers to offer guests throughout the party as they mingle. Oh my gosh, there's so much to consider. It makes sense to me to serve it on the table for the entree. I would enjoy having servers walking around. I think it would be best to leave it out on the single table. Let them get it themselves. And that way everyone can go at their own pace. It makes sense to me. Righto, that's what we'll do. Thank you. And now you can breathe. We're done. Rhonda laughed happily as she closed her notepad and put it aside. Okay, cool. I'm glad we have that worked out. Thank you very much, Rhonda. Thanks so much. It's my pleasure. We're looking forward to knocking your socks off. It'll be a 3-course, no special requirements, mild meal that your guests will be talking about for years to come. I promise. Neat. One last question. Sure thing. How do we get out of here again? Rhonda clapped her hands and let out a deep laugh. Cove's face reddened with embarrassment. Go down the hall and take a left to another hall, then a right, and then you'll find the exit. It was so nice meeting you two. Thanks, again. After that, you and Cove left the kitchen and made it out of the building in one piece, following Rhonda's instructions. You both returned to the car with a vigor in your strides. It was amazing to get such a nice meal arranged in exactly the way that you both wanted it to be. The food was definitely something you were going to be daydreaming about from now until the big day. When you arrived at the office again, Baxter was already comfortably seated and scanning over his notebook. He glanced up from it at the sound of the door opening. Welcome back. What's on the menu? Cove smirked, but Cove answered with complete earnestness. A lot of things. Delicious. What shall we be doing today? Yeah, let's do the venue last. Let's get our clothes. Wonderful. He clapped his hands together at the thought. Wow. I can imagine you'll both look incredible, so I recall that you both were planning on getting your outfits together. Is it a couples only time, or are there plans to bring anyone else along? I want my dad to come. I know my mom would want to come too, but she doesn't live close, so, you know. Cove shrugged weakly. Baxter nodded with a faint quirk of humor in his expression. It'll be nice for him to see it on our actual wedding day, though. You fell for Cove, familiar with the issue yourself. You could think of a few geographically unavailable people it would have been nice to bring with you as well. Alright. I thought it was sure it'd be a fun surprise for her. Yeah. Even though it would have been nice for Cove to share the experience with his mom, he was sure that no matter what Cove wore, Kira would still be just as excited to see him on the big day. Do you mind my dad coming along? No. It's great to have him there. A small smile crept on Ko's face. You're welcome. I'll give Dad the heads up so he'll be ready. That's great. Oh my gosh. My mama. Like, gotta let them come too. Definitely. He scratched the back of his head, unintentionally mussing up his own hair. I don't know anything about wedding clothes. It might be good to have more people to talk to about it. That decided, Baxter rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. I heard in a video once that when deciding who's coming to like your wedding clothes fitting, when the person would talk about, they meant it like a dress, picking out the wedding dress for brides. But they said don't bring anybody along unless you also want them in the delivery room when you're having your first child. I was like, wow, that's a really good perspective to put it in. It's like, don't just invite everybody, just invite the most important people that will have your best interests at heart. So I think Ko's dad and our moms would be a good fit for that. Perfect. But before you run off on the next outing, it would be best to choose where you're going. Do you have a preference on which store or stores you'd like to visit? There are two excellent local shops that should be able to set you both up with whatever you need. One is primarily a dress boutique, but it also has a romper and skirt options. The accessory selection is also divine. But there's also a shop that focuses on suits, pantsuits, skirt suits. They have it. They also have all the relevant additions that you'd be likely to want. I'm gonna wear a suit, so I guess I'll need to go to the suit shop.
What do you think?
A new day, I will also go to the suit shop.
It's doable.
Well then, I'd say that's settled. Cove nodded, happy with the plan.
Lovely.
You make this so easy for me. You're welcome. Jumpsuit! Boy, there's a jumpsuit there. Jumpsuit wedding! Baxter sounded pleased as he reached over for his notebook on the nearby desk. He clicked his pen and jotted something down. I'll leave the rest up to you, and I'll see you both during our next session. Good luck. His smile was curled but bright. He waved you both off. Thanks. Ko's voice was nervous as he started to shuffle out. You got up following him. Bye. See you next time, Baxter. Thank you. We appreciate you making this easy for us to... Toodaloo! Time passed from your meeting with your planner, and soon both you and Cove were going out for the big shopping trip. The time came for the big shopping extravaganza. You and Cove piled into his old car and drove off, ready for what was to come. There was a pit stop at the old neighborhood to pick up all the parents. Luckily, it was on the way. Mom ended up squished in the middle of Ma and Cliff in the backseat. Despite the lack of room, they all were happily chattering about possibilities.
Now.
I'm sure the kids will find something perfect.
Well,
I don't know. Do they sell tuxes that can also double as swimsuits, or are at least waterproof? That's a good question. Do you think that'd be on the label? Cove sighed loudly, but you could tell that he was enjoying his dad's off-the-wall ideas. You could tell your mom was having too much fun encouraging him. You could always search for something that's not dry clean only. That's a step in the right direction. Oh, there's a shop there. Oh my god, they look so old. I know. It's like, oh, only been 5 years. Up ahead was a very proper, fancy building. You could tell it was going to be really nice. Hey, don't you talk about my mama like that. Don't call her old. The door was heavy when you pushed it open. You entered the formal shop and took it all in. Go fall behind you, blinking at the bright lights of the shop. The floors were slick and shiny. If you ran your shoe over it just right, a squeak could echo through the space. It was unsurprisingly well lit, showing off all the strikingly prim wares available. Each rack of clothing had its own dedicated spotlights. You shivered a little at the temperature, but it was appropriate for the heavy formal wear customers would be trying on while in the location. Kova made his way to the center of the room and then froze. His eyes wandered all around, his head a swivel. He was clearly intimidated by not only the large amount of available options, but also the classy vibe of the shop. Cliff rolled the back of his neck as he gave the merchandise a wide berth. Now I remember why I've never owned a full suit in my entire life. This'll do nicely. Phew, that's a relief. I don't want to know what would happen if this place wasn't up to snuff. Ma rolled her eyes at Mom's teasing and grinned. You were glad that they approved of the place. A man in a pressed gray suit and a green spotted bow tie approached. He brought a hand up to his chest. Hello, I'm Thol, and I work as an assistant here. How can I help you? I'm Cove, and this is Dae. We're getting married. He ducked his head as if his face broke out into a wide grin. We need something to wear to the wedding. Thol perked up as he inspected the two of you. Of course, I'd be thrilled to work together to help the both of you find something. Who would like to be helped first? Oh. Cove stopped shifting around and directed all of his focus to you. I guess I'll do it? That's fine with me. well saddled up to Cove with a sparkling white smile. What do you want to see today? A suit with pants and some other stuff? Maybe? Cove glanced back at you, lost and unsure. We can start with a suit and pants. That'd be good. The two men chatted more. Mostly it was the assistant listing off ideas and Cove waffling around with uncertain answers. Ultimately, Thol measured Cove and then brought out a few pieces of clothing that would hopefully strike the right chord. Cove had selected a nice white suit pants with a colored button-down shirt. The shirt was a soft shade of white that would work well. He held the button-down out to you. Do you think this is the right one? The shirt is good. How about you should try orange for the shirt. Would you do a yellow shirt instead? Pink, purple, blue, green. Oh my god. Why are they gonna add all these color options here? Damn. I mean, the one you picked out is good. And the pants work. Cove happily accepted the feedback, trusting your preference. We're getting there. Cool. He rubbed his palms against the other, finally seeming more optimistic than uncomfortable. You liked his grin. Cove wandered around the room, poking into the various walls and racks. There were only a few more decisions to make. Thol followed him around, asking questions and pointing out options. He chimed in if you had an idea. Between the three of you talking, excuse me. Decisions were made. In the end, Cove's final look would have... Oh, he had a white pants and like an off-white shirt. So maybe a black jacket. Oh, wait. Never mind, go back. Go back. A white jacket and a black vest. And a tie. Yes. I think that works. With the selections finished up, Thol hung the complete outfit in a dressing room. Now, to try it on. Cove nodded uneasily. He disappeared for long enough that you started to feel anticipation building in your stomach. There he is! Oh my god! He's so beautiful! It took some fumbling around and a bit of muttering, but eventually Cove came out. His expression was bashful, blushing in his finery. He was nervous about wearing it, but even more nervous about you seeing it. Oh! He started, his idea knocking him out of his embarrassment of being the center of attention. I just remembered, what if I tried having one of those flower things? You know, those flowers that get pinned to stuff? A corsage? He grinned when the right word came to him, and he tilted his head towards you, asking for your opinion. Yeah. Okay. It would go with my bouquet as well. He walked over to politely get Thol's attention. He turned away from the jackets he was sorting and smiled. That's fantastic. Do you need anything else? You saw Cove force himself to not direct his eyes to the floor at the compliment. His cheeks still turned pink. Can I have a corsage? Do you have them? We do. Just follow me and we'll find one that you like. Ah, yes! My god. That's gonna be my husband. This isn't like Cove off to a corner with different kinds of accessories. When Cove came back, he had a white poppy corsage pinned to his lapel. He let out a stuttering breath and stood up straight for your evaluation. Cove stiffly spread his arms out, letting you get a good view at the suit. How does it look? Incredible! Flawless perfection, unbelievable, glamorous. You cheerful, gorgeous. It's definitely nice, but can we change a part? No. That's good. Elegant, magnificent, delectable, Dae. It matches all the good adjectives and the thesaurus. He covered his eyes, but you could tell from his blush that he had enjoyed your reaction. His posture relaxed, and he seemed more confident in the clothes. Thanks. Cole flushed at your overt approval. He sniffed once before beaming back at you. You're really grown up. Cliff's words were choked as he stared at his own son in wonder. So handsome.
Nice.
What a keeper. Cove peered at himself closely in the floor-length mirror. He ran a shaky hand down the front of his shirt. It's smooth. Hi, Allison. How are you today? Jack? Jack is here. Jack's always here. Yeah. Is that the real pumpkin ruler Jack? This is my buddy. Ah, yeah, we're best buds here. He stretched his limbs and watched how the clothing laid on him. He wasn't quite posing, but he was definitely running the outfit through its paces. But you just came in time. We're picking out our outfits to get married to Coven. He turned back to you as his fingers tapped on the fabric of his trousers. This is it. This is what I'm going to get married in. This is what I'll look like when I'm marrying you. His excitement hung in the air like a star, bright and full of energy. Yes, it is. This was better than you had hoped when you had first walked into the suit shop. No longer was he blushing or hiding. Cope was ready to marry you in this suit. I'm so lonely. But you're here with us now. Hopefully we can make you less lonely. Oh, we're all buds here, Allison. It's alright. Just hang out with us for a while. We got you. We're all having a little party here. I mean, it technically is a party. It is going to be a wedding. So it's going to happen. Cole gave a thumbs up to Cove, satisfied at a job well done. Congratulations. After admiring the outfit for a little longer, and Cliff sneaking a few pictures, Cove changed into his normal clothes. He finalized the details with all. My wedding is in a year? Oh, hell yeah! Congratulations, Allison. I hope it will be great, and the planning process goes smoothly if you haven't finished it yet. But hell yeah. Phil pulled out a measuring tape and took a few more quick size checks. They'd be used for tailoring the outfit so that it fit Cove like a glove. All the arrangements of getting it paid for and prepared were taken care of as well. With Cove's suit all wrapped up, it was your turn. Your turn to be assistant. You turn to the assistant. Are you ready? Yes, thank you. Let's get started. Phil took a step closer to you. What do you want to wear in terms of the basic pieces? Oh, they got no jumpsuit here. Just shirt and pants or shirt and skirt. Well, shirt and pants. Roger that. Do you have colors in mind? For the top, I'd like... Ooh.
Hello, people.
Hello, indeed. I think... Well, since white has a mostly... Wait, do I say white? Since Cove has a mostly white outfit, I think I should probably go with more black. But I don't know what to do for the... I'll do a... off-white. For the bottom, let's make it black. You can do that. What are you thinking about with the style? Use it. Not sure the best way to explain it. But, okay, but hear me out. Gold. Oh! Gold for what? Like, what parts do you think should be gold? Gold pants? Give me a gold booty? I don't know. Just gold. I don't know where the gold will be, but just do it. I didn't think that far. Did you know me and someone else had an argument and we used Twig to argue and we killed him? Oh yeah, I think I... Sorry, I kind of choked on my water. But yeah, I think I popped into the stream where that happened. Yeah, because I remember, because I was streaming and Jack came in and said, Dae, Twig's on strike. And then I came in later and he was still on strike. I think I remember seeing that. But he's revived now. He was speaking again last stream that Jack had. Oh my gosh, Twig was resurrected. Twig was like Jesus. Actually, let me go back. Wait, go back. Gold for the bottom. Black. There we go. Yeah, he is good now. I was so sorry. No, listen, it happens. I don't think there's really... The models... The TTS models, they kind of just go on strike randomly. It just be like that sometimes. I could do that. What are you thinking about with the style? Yes, not sure the best way to explain it. Tell you what, I'll list out some words and you can pick what matches your vision best. You nodded and listened to him speak, picking the descriptions you liked, one after another as he recited them. In between. Texture. BP has done it twice. He has done it twice. One of them was actually when we were playing this game, too. Me and the same person had a meltdown on stream. It's like, oh no, we're accomplices in the murder of Twig. That's okay. He was not murdered. He was just having a little moment. A moment of silence. But yeah, it has happened to BB a lot. Okay, prolong seat, unbuttoned jacket, button vest. Ooh. A bolo tie? I like it. Just let me measure you and I'll bring the parts out for you. Jack know the whole story, yeah. Phil took out a measuring tape from the inside of his own suit jacket and took your measurements. I will be right back. Reach over to Cove's hand. You felt Cove take your hand. You tapped your hands against the sides of your legs. No, we feel Cove is here. You let your fingers lace around his. Cove's hand was warm around yours and comforting as you waited. Bill reappeared in no time at all, with your described outfit draped over his arm. He lifted it up and let the full length of it flow out for you to admire. You could definitely say that it had a fanciful feel to it. And that was all because I wanted to pay the bill $400? What? It was a $400 bill? I thought it was about coffee. I really did miss out a lot, damn. That's so seriously charming. Gorgeous. Aw, Dae, this is exactly the kind of thing I imagined when I knew you were having a wedding. Oh, Pam, it does seem like something out of a dream. Perfect. You're welcome to put it on. Can I bring you anything else? We have plenty of accessories to pair with your set. A train? Oh. Why did when I saw that I was thinking like an actual like choo-choo train, not a wedding veil train. Yes, I want a train. I want to come down with my own train, conductor's hat on and everything. God damn. A crown? Where do you see the crown? There is a crown there. Oh my god. Also, hi Hugo. It's been a while. Hugo, I thought the tornado came back and took you. I'm glad you're still here, Hugo. But welcome. We're getting married, Hugo. To Cove. Okay, but there's not a train. But you know what? A crown? A crown could be nice. And also an anklet. And earrings. I don't need a corsage because you were getting that, bouquet. Oh, well, we're having a flash flood. Oh, damn. Tornado-kun just couldn't stay away. Tornado-kun was like, oh, Hugo-senpai, I just can't stay away from you. Oh, I just want to fly you away into the sky. And it just took you. You got sucked up right into the eye of the storm. Right, I think that's everything. You and the assistant went back and forth over what styles and colors you wanted with accessorizing. You went to grab your accessories while you changed. You stole a glance at Cove, who had sunk deep into his seat. The cushy leather couch had just about swallowed him, just like the tornado did to Hugo. I can show you the world. And we're about to have a tornado warning. Ah, well, I hope the weather situation calms down for you, Allison. When Hugo was having his tornado issue, we were like, ah, the tornado's gonna come and catch you right up. And then it did. Tornado-kun is cheating on me? Oh my god, no! Tornado-kun, how could you... You... Baka! Tornado-kun needs to stick to one person and one person only. Yeah, no, it's been like this for a month now. Ah, I see. Well, that sucks. Maybe someday it'll free you. He was wild with anticipation, smiling but barely breathing. You shook your head fondly. There were changing rooms in the back, and you closed the polished wood door behind you when you entered. You got into the perfect press shirt and pants, the pieces laid on you nicely, not overly large or too uncomfy tight. OMG, an ad? Yeah! Ads! You checked yourself over before exiting the room. The view from the mirror was breathtaking. You truly were about to have a wedding. You pushed the solid door aside and stepped back into the main floor of the shop. You paused in front of another well-lit mirror and beamed. Belle returned to your side and helped you accessorize you. The look was finished. Checking on my Animal Crossing island and Flurry has moved in. Hell yeah. The assistant grinned, satisfied. In the mirror, the day you were planning for looked back at you. You in the shirt and pants you'd wear to the ceremony. It felt real. I'm so excited. We're getting married. You felt like jumping for joy and struggled not to run around telling everyone in the shop how lucky you were to be marrying Cove. I've learned how to be fluent in Animal Crossing character. Oh, ooh, bilingual. This is almost the second month with tornadoes. God damn. Tornado could really be persistent, apparently. You nodded at your reflection and then spun around to face the others. Ma hugged around Mom from the side. It's amazing, honey. Mom took a moment to recover from being bowled over from the unexpected hug, but rallied. You never looked better, kiddo. Oh, hello. Well, hello. Thank you so much, Hugo, for the 100 biddies. Thank you so much for feeding BB. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I bet that's what got Tornado-kun interested. Probably. The Animal Crossing speak. You never looked better, kiddo. Hey, where did this movie star come from? Cliff elbowed his son with a smile. Cove held his hands over his face, hiding himself rather than blocking you out. He peeked through the gaps between his fingers. His hands weren't able to contain the tears that dribbled from his eyes. He twisted around, looking back at the mirror. It was the right choice. With your perfect outfit chosen, the only things left were details. You had a few more measurements taken, a tape measure recording your every inch so that the shirt and pants could fit you perfectly. Hello, I came to my parents' house where it was for a week and they came there twice. Damn, Tornado-kun can't stay away from bilingual money bag people. Tornado got lots of taste apparently. Goddamn. Tornado-kun gotta chill out. Payment and pickup for the outfit was also ironed out. You would receive the tail clothing in time for the wedding. You and Cove got into this car once more. He turned the key and started up the AC. After spending all that time in a cold shop, the outside air was warmer than comfortable. Don't drive off without us. Maud joked as she took her seat. Maud buckled her seatbelt. Cliff climbed into the back. He had an accomplished expression on his face. We did it! He spoke as soon as all the car doors closed, pride in his voice. We really did it. It's wonderful and amazing. Is Tornado-kun a boy? Maybe. What do you think, Hugo? You're the one that has the most experience with him, apparently. What does Tornado-kun identify as? Maybe? Maybe. Maybe they're non-binary. We never know. I can't wait to wait for an actual wedding. You're right. Both our outfits are perfect. It's a good thing we decided to go together so I could give you feedback. Damn. Thank you for doing this for me. I can't wait to wear it.
Me too.
You look fantastic in yours. It's kind of too bad that these are supposed to be one-time clothes. Feeling like, Cove checked his rearview mirror and started to back out. It was time to go. After a while, it's time for you and Cove to say goodbye to your parents. Cove parked in the familiar street to drop off his dad and your mom's.
Thanks.
Thanks for letting us come along. Hopefully we didn't cramp your style too much. Gender fluid. You know what? That's fair. You know what? I think that works out. Tornado-kun is gender fluid. Cove's hair is so what? I'm sure we'll see you soon. I learned more about formal clothing today than I have over the rest of my years combined. Mom chuckled at Cliff's declaration. And you haven't even picked what you're wearing to the wedding yet. This is why I'm using my sister account for Twitch even though I'm a boy? Hmm? Oh, you're using your sister's account for Twitch? Interesting. Why he's so? Why is he so? His eyes widened and he shot a furtive glance at Cove. I don't have to dress up that fancy, right? I just gotta wear what I got, can't I?
Yes.
Yes, Cliff, you should wear something nice, but it can be simpler. So let us know if you need any assistance. I wouldn't mind another shopping adventure, and I think Pam's the same. Why he's so fine? I mean, it's genetics. Could be fun. Cliff considered it. He still didn't appear to be jumping at the chance to find himself a matched suit. Thanks for the offer. The parents strolled off together, still chatting, and Cove was back on the road with you in shotgun. In the car with the scenery flying past you, you reflected on the day. You thought back to what you had put together and felt your heart flutter. The image was crystal clear. You could see yourself in it, and the view of your wedding day had become that much more defined in your mind. Right on time, you entered Baxter's office for your next meetup. He was waiting there for you. Hello, were you both able to find pieces you're happy with? We did. It was wonderful. Yeah. Moms look so elegant, they do. And so refined with age. As it should be. What shall we be doing today? Well, there's only one thing left. We gotta pick the venue. Baxter rubbed his hands together and grinned at you.
Absolutely.
Alright, now we're getting serious. Cove gulped, his Adam's apple briefly retreating up to his chin as if afraid, but he nodded in his assent. Dae is right. We should decide this. It is literally the only option we have left. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. Let's do it. You sat up straight, your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa's cushioning as you readied yourself for such a critical discussion with your wedding preparation. Here we go. Good. There are stunning buildings in the area which used to be private locations but have since opened up, specifically for wedding ceremonies for any couple who'd like to make use of them. Naturally, there are also plenty of commercial locations which could easily host a full-sized after-party for a reception. His mouth twitched into a sly smile. Or if you prefer something outdoors, there's always the beach. He chuckled, fully aware of what an obvious suggestion that was for his current clients. You could go for a spot that can host both parts of the wedding, so it's entirely in one location, but there's no harm in making a little trip from the ceremony to the reception afterwards either. I wonder if I have to wear the dress. I don't know. Cove's hair makes up for the eyebrows. Why are you going for his eyebrows like that? They're beautiful. They're just a little wavy. It's entirely up to you. He held up a hand, stopping himself mid-flow, but continuing to smile wryly. But I don't wish to get carried away with in a preamble. Where would you like us to start? He leaned in, not planning on missing one word, the hand which he'd held in the air now propping up his chin. Can you figure out where the ceremony will be held first? Can we check more reception options? Doesn't matter to me. Want to prefer? I don't know why I'm thinking about pulling the wedding to August. August is a pretty good month. It's not when it's going to be too hot in the summer. If you're having an outdoor wedding is what I'm thinking of, but... You know, August is be a solid month. Can we figure out where the ceremony will be held first? Yeah. He bit his lip before speaking again. His voice was soft and sweet, but a little sheepish. Like, literally this August. Oh, so, like... Not next year anymore, but in, like, 2 months. I mean, if you can do him, I mean, might as well. It's whatever you feel is best. That's the one I'm most excited about, too. Gladly. He relaxed back into his rolling chair, then took out a phone with one hand while extracting his pen with the other.
I can do that.
I've got photos of the places I mentioned to let you actually get a feel for the scene. Baxter tapped away at his screen, pulling up the previews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was partially preoccupied with that, he rattled off the specific kinds of locations you could use. 1 month? Oh. They still living in June? I am still living in June, apparently. Dae would force Cove in the dress. Listen, if you wanted to, I wouldn't question it. I forgot that. I can't pick. You're indecent. You mean indecisive? I think Dae has a calendar in the cave. I don't. I forgot it's July. Yeah, no. I mean, you should probably talk to your partner and see what they think. That could probably help you decide. But yeah, yes, I know. Next month is August, not 2 months. Listen, it's early July. It's the 7th. It's only been a week. I haven't caught up yet. So there's a few spots I'd like to show you. There's a mansion that was formerly privately owned, as well as a church, mosque, or a synagogue in the same vein. There's the beach, as always, or perhaps a different outdoor spot. Cope's eyes darted over to Baxter and back to you as he spoke up tentatively. So we're allowed to mention our own ideas for places? Baxter nodded immovably. They out of town. Well, wait till they come back in town.
Certainly.
What did you have in mind? Well, he was looking down at his shoes as he spoke. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at you. There's the Poppy Hill. You grinned sheepishly as you rode the back of your neck, with a starring role in your shared story. It made sense. Kike, yeah. Cove, still flustered, returned your awkward grin. He was clearly pleased to see that you'd been happy with his suggestion. He turned back to Baxter. That's, it's where we first met.
That's sweet.
He tilted his head away and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Cove's gaze was fixed on Bastard. I keep stuttering and trying to call Baxter Bastard. The monochromed bastard, with rapt attention, awaiting his verdict. It's rather small and round. Cove deflated, his shoulders sagging. Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. If you don't mind your guests having to stand, there's just not room for chairs. We could still set up a simple ceremony there. Cool toast, yeah. Cove chuckled as he straightened up in his seat. It could be worse. The confidence had been restored to him, having Baxter take his suggestion seriously and even offer ways to accommodate it that had helped put Cove at ease. Then he checked over to you. You don't have to do it there, though. If it's poppies you want, there is another option.
Does that sound
I know a bigger, flatter field with those flowers in Sunset Bird area. It would be spacious enough to have a full setup there. Cove tilted his head as he peered at the phone, genuinely intrigued by the news of another source of his favorite flower. That's cool. It did sound like it might be quite a stunning location. You began considering the possibility. Good to hear. Then Cove jolted in his seat, his head snapping up as another idea came to him. Are people allowed to have weddings or whatever in Redwood Forest? Even though it's kind of further away, that's an amazing place to be in. He drew his feet in close to the sofa as he looked down, growing shy. We've made some special memories there. Are they standing or sitting? They're supposed to be sitting, but the sprites are standing. You have to just use your imagination. Baxter nodded surely. It is an option for certain spots. We could get it set up if you want. Cove grinned, delighted. Baxter spread his hands wide, holding the pen and his phone with his fingers so that you could see the palms of each hand.
Well,
Those are the ideas, it sounds like. Tell me, what's standing out most for you? Oh shit, okay. The beach, the Poppy Hill Bar House, the Poppy Hill Field outside town, historical mansion, historical synagogue, the Redwood Forest, the historical church. I don't want any of this. I want a place that has meaning to it. Fucking historical places. My history ain't there. Special memories, aka ducking out on his first kiss. Exactly. And his dad waking everybody up to yell at us. But what do you guys think? You think maybe the beach? Or maybe the Poppy Hill? Or the forest? These are like the four I'm kind of like thinking of. I don't know, can I pick all of them? And they talk about more about it? Because it goes, actually I already know what I want, so I don't know. Everyone wake up, emergency! What's the emergency? Oh yeah, that's right. The emergency is my son just cowered out on his first kiss. How dare he? What about the beach? You saw Baxter pause over his phone for just a second. In that moment, you could read his mind. You and Cove knew every inch of the beach in far more detail than even the best photograph could capture. Still, for the sake of what it must be his normal protocol, he pulled up a picture of the local shore for you and Cove to examine. Cove replied promptly, I love it. And you don't say. What, you tease? Cove? Loving the beach? Oh my gosh. And no, you don't say. There was an outcome anyone who had met Cove, even briefly, could have predicted. Cove glanced down demurely as he scratched his cheek. You spent so many days there growing up in Sunset Bird, and so many of those were with me. It's definitely a place with history for us. Baxter smirked. If you went with this spot, it wouldn't be the first little party I've had with you on the shore. Oh yeah. Cove smiled nostalgically as that memory came back to him. We got together with pretty much everyone and hung out all day that one summer. That was nice. It was. I wonder if people are able to get married in a treehouse. Ooh. Probably. It had to be a pretty decently sized treehouse, I think. But I think it could work. I'll always remember that day. Baxter smirked and mellowed into an easy smile as the diversion came to a close. And let's talk about another. How about? Let's see the Redwood Forest. Ooh, a big tree. Baxter swept through his sources to show you a clearing in a redwood forest that was used for events like yours. You knew those towering trees well, and you'd heard that they were some of the oldest living trees in the entire world. A lot of history would have happened under those boughs, and your ceremony could be another addition to that long list.
It's nice.
Those are the best kind of trees in the world, I think. The trips we took there were always great too. Though, if we did have it here, Elizabeth would definitely crack jokes about how she totally called us getting married right there over a decade ago. That sounds like it would be amazing. The treehouse wedding? Or like... Another drink. Yeah, good, we can thank her for the little fee. She was only kidding my friend, so it doesn't count. I can't believe how long we had to put up with this. It's been years. The treehouse wedding? Yeah, that would sound pretty good. You shook your head, wondering how you had managed to live with it all. Those eyes sparkled with curiosity as you watched you, wondering how you felt about it. Okay, let's talk about another. See the Poppy Hill behind the house.
oh,
Ah. He lifted his head up from his phone to face you instead, a note of amusement in his voice. I don't have a photo for that. I do. Wonderful. The gas, my partner is back. Oh, there you go. They have returned. Baxter leaned back in his seat, crossing his legs as he left Cove to manage the presentation of this one. You saw the trembling in Cove's fingers as he tapped through his gallery, looking for the photo of the hill. In spite of Baxter's earlier show of support, he was still nervous about that idea. Even though you weren't looking at his screen, you knew the instant he'd find the photo he'd been searching for. Just seeing the picture on his phone made him draw a deep breath through his nostrils. Cove held out his phone for everyone to see, and there it was. Your childhood self had been wrong. People could have hills, and that was yours and it was his. He started before drifting off. He tried again, pulling his thoughts and feelings into words as best as he could explain it. It's our hill. Okay, bye-bye. I'm busy for the whole night. Bye. Alright, bye. Thanks for stopping by. It's our hill. It's not that impressive or even flat enough to put out chairs for guests, but we could get married there if you want to. Where we met. Where we spent our life growing up together. Co's voice was sweet as he spoke, but his eyes were earnest and open. You knew that he was really asking for your honest opinion, whether you'd want to get married there or not. I don't know, do we think that's the one? Oh my god, it was so tender. Why he gotta be so sweet like that? Like, I thought, oh, maybe we could do something different, because, you know, I've had this wedding thing before, but it's like, but wait. The hill is just so good, though. I mean, there is the bigger hill that we could take a look at. But there's also the beach. The beach is pretty alright. And the redwood forest. Like, I don't know. What y'all think? What y'all cooking up in your little heads there? Excuse me. I'm also cooking something up in my body, apparently. Why did he have to stab us in the feelings? I know. He's like, it's our hill. Where we met for the first time. We had so many memories together. Just took that knife and just stabbed right in. You know what? You know what? We started at the White Poppy Hill. I mean, you said you owned that hill when you guys were kids, I know. But we started at the Poppy Hill. Let's end it at the Poppy Hill. Cove's eyebrows rose in response to your statement. The Poppy Hill? His wavy brows relaxed, sloping gently as he smiled softly. I would love that. It'd be perfect for the two of us. Yeah! Your body tried to gasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulting in a short breathy snort followed by an exhilarated giggle. Something like that. We're going to have a Poppy Hill ceremony.
Exciting.
He smiled indulgently, like a teacher allowing the class a moment of levity before bringing them back to their studies. Before you get fully carried away, there's still the reception location to consider. Baxter glanced down at his phone, nodding almost imperceptibly, whatever that word is, as he clicked away to get the information he needed. There's a couple of big halls you can consider, one of which is frequently used for dances and other for more formal events. There's also a large room in a historic mansion that could... enough with the historic mansion! I don't want to go there. Goofy laugh and the high-pitched giggle. The best reaction. Exactly. Same one that I mentioned before. A rather new option is actually the aquarium in the city over, which now has the bandwidth to host private events. Cove's jaw dropped, and he uttered a single word. Really? Really? They'd be in the main display room, with the floor-to-ceiling tanks. His mouth continued to hang open, his face frozen. It was certainly a rare opportunity. You couldn't think of anyone who'd be as excited by that option as Cove. As such, the news had temporarily stunned him. The man was too stunned to speak. All at once, he blinked rapidly, closing his mouth in a hurry. Your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were many other appealing choices to consider. Or if you wanted something outdoors, there's always the beach, of course. And even though you didn't want to use the redwood forest for your ceremony, it could also work for a reception. So you're welcome to keep it in mind as an option. Like before, if there's anything you want to bring up yourself, that's perfectly fine. In fact, I recommend it. He pursed his lips as he dug around in his mind, pondering the possibilities. As a thought struck him, he shifted to face you. What about that country club your moms are a part of? He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to dredge the name back up to his tongue. They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one. The Cypress. He closed his eyes, brow furrowed deeply as he tried to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out. Before you'd come to a decision, Baxter caught on and filled in the blanks. Ah yes, the Cypress, I believe. You nodded. Baxter returned to the gesture as Cove opened his eyes again, looking both relieved and like victory had been swiped from under him. They would absolutely be able to host your reception, especially since your family are already members. Cove beamed. It's cool if we go with one of the other things. I just thought it was an idea. I agree. It was a smart suggestion. I have no doubt that they'd do an excellent job if you chose them. But it's really what feels comfortable for you. Baxter leaned in, perching his chin on the knuckles of his left hand. He was still holding his pen and his phone, ready to leap into action. What's holding the most interest for you right now? We can talk it over. The country club? It's very nice. Baxter brought up the website for the Cypress and presented the screen to the both of you. Though you've been there many times with your family over the years, you still appreciate him making the effort. Having recent photos of it made it easier for you to eye it critically and consider what it would be like as a venue for your reception rather than relying on the cloudy lens of nostalgia. Cove hummed, smiling sentimentally at the picture. We had our first date there. Honestly, I couldn't believe it when you asked me. He shifted his eyes away and repressed the shudder. I was so bad at everything. It's amazing that I didn't ruin my chance with you after that night. I don't think you could have managed anything to turn me away. True, true. I'm very kind. You did perfect. Perfect for me, anyway. It wasn't that bad. You tried your best. You've gotten better. Kind of. Nah, you can't make me turn away. It's been 15 years. Cove chuckled at the old memories. You sighed dreamily, remembering the night as clearly as if it had been yesterday, rather than many years ago. You could still picture Cove's expression of determination as he worked his way through everything the buffet had to offer. Some things didn't change. The conversation distracted you. It was only when Cove raised an eyebrow at you, interested in your take on the Cypress as a venue, that you remembered there was a decision waiting to be made. Let's talk about another... let's talk about... Where's the aquarium? We already saw the beach. Bowling Cove, even while planning the wedding. It never ends. Baxter held up a finger to indicate that he would be a moment. That was very nearly all it took, as he was able to locate pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. The water, the fucking whale shark that they have somehow in that aquarium. I don't know how big that place is, but goddamn. He showed his screen to you and Cove. As he glanced at his beloved watery world, Cove bopped his shoulders from side to side. With his attention locked on the screen, he wondered if he was even aware what he was doing it. It's like they made it available for weddings just for Cove. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder to you. You could tell that he was trying to figure out what you were thinking. Cove is stuck with us forever. Yeah, exactly. Since we're about to get married. And you're stuck with me forever! As I'm like twirling the wedding ring in my finger. Okay, so I'm stuck on either the beach, the Cypress, or the aquarium. What do you guys think? Or do you think I should get the number picker to decide? Should we let the... Do you guys want to pick the reception area, or do we want the numbers to decide? I am fine with either. It's just so many decisions that to make. I can't... It's like, I don't know. What is the event hall? Okay. We can look at the event hall. Oh, it's where we... It's where we had that charity event. Numbers always know all. That's true. Oh my god, it's that place. He pointed at the phone in its excitement, though there was no question of what he was talking about. He jabbed his finger towards it as he continued gushing. Orca holds events there. He turned his attention from the phone to Baxter, his eyes wide open. We could have our own event there? Excuse me. Baxter gave the tiniest nod, smiling serenely as he continued to hold out the phone. Cove gaped, the realization still sinking in. You could understand how he felt. Being able to host an event in the same space as an established organization was something you never would have thought possible only a few years ago. Especially such a grand venue like this one. I'm amazed we can afford it. That one. This one? You think this one? Okay. We really are grown-ups now. So marveled at that fact. Even these days, after quite a bit of practice, it was sometimes hard to believe. It was especially hard at moments like this when Cove was practically bouncing in his seat with excitement. Finally, Cove seemed to return to his senses. He blinked away the last of his shock and stared at you, eager for your input. I feel like that's going to work. What do you think, Cove? Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. The event hall for a reception? His voice lilted at the end as though he was asking a question, but he didn't seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was as though he was contemplating the feel of the words on his tongue, checking that they felt right as a final test. Cove broke into a grin. I think you're right. It would have matched with us for sure. You had been holding your breath as Cove mulled over the venue one last time. You let out a sigh of relief. You'd already begun picturing the day with your reception here, and now that Cove confirmed that he felt the same, the tension drained out of you as swiftly as it had come. Your energy was mounting. With the venues picked, your idle daydreams of the big day moved from hazy imaginings to sharp clarity. The excitement radiated off of you and onto Cove. He pulled himself close to you on the sofa, your legs brushing against each other. Sensing that his audience was becoming distracted, Baxter quickly spoke up. A ceremony at the Poppy Hill and the reception at the event hall after, Looking thoughtful, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk. Your eyes were drawn to the source of the noise. Tiny teeth smile. Damn it, Cove. Damn it, Cove. Damn it, how do you be so precious? He tilted his hands as if to tap it once more, the pen idly rolling between his finger and thumb, and then he smiled. Sounds like a wedding. I'll make it happen. Cove spun to face you, his eyes alight with glee. You got your wedding locations. You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest. It was a thought so simple, and yet so monumental that you were struck and accepted all at once. You knew where your wedding was going to be. You squeezed cocaine as you put a hand on his shoulder. A kiss! Your lips lingered on the skin for only a moment. Yet Cove was still flushed when you pulled away. The sudden display of affection had caught him by surprise. We're getting married! With one of the most critical elements sorted, the big occasion was really coming together. Cove chuckled at your words. Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all he could think about was the day that you'd just taken another step towards planning. Reviewing the venue options had taken up the bulk of your allotted time with Baxter. He would now need to reach out to the location managers and make the arrangements, so you came to the mutual agreement that you'd end it here and let him take care of matters right away. Yeah, he doesn't have glasses. Oh yeah, he got that contacts now. Goodbyes followed, then you and Cove giddily left the office and spilled out onto the street together. It was a great way to end that day's work. You and Cove arrived at Baxter's office on the dot of the allotted time. Emotions were still high from the preparations of the previous day. After having settled down as the process had gone on, Cove's nerves had shot back to their initial appointment levels. Greetings were exchanged, and Baxter didn't leave a space open for Cove to get lost in. Your planner went right to the point. With all of the work, planning, and effort a thing of the past, you were having your final appointment with Baxter. The two of you situated yourselves on the purple couch in your normal spots, though Cove was unable to treat the visit as anything near normal. His legs had stiffened from nervousness so badly, the bends in his knees were like a snap of two branches. He nearly fell into the cushion. Baxter, on the complete opposite end of the comfort spectrum from Cove, smiled with a natural ease. Well, well, well then. This is the last time we're likely to see each other until the day of your wedding. Are you feeling prepared? Yes. No. I'm not sure. After how many meetings and appointments we went through, definitely. I am, but not sure Cove is. Maybe Cove is, but I'm not. Yes, we're ready. Cove didn't react whatsoever. Not to Baxter or you. He was frozen solid. Baxter ran his hands along the inside edge of his jacket and placed his most encouraging smile on his face. In all honesty, you've both done beautifully. Your wedding will be an event to be proud of, and I'll be there to make certain it flows smoothly. All you need to do now is enjoy yourselves. Each line Baxter spoke chipped away at the frosted shell around Cove until it cracked. Your fiancé replied in a small voice. Thank you. Well, thanks. Now... Having broken the ice, Baxter easily shifted back into work mode. Touched his tiptoe his fingers to a pile of papers on the desk to his side. I've got the details for the hotel for you here. I was able to book 2 standard single-bed rooms for you to use to get ready in. The hotel is minutes from the ceremony venue, so you won't need to make a trip out there the morning of. Thanks, Baxter. Bastard? Fuck! You're good at this. Be bothered by the amount of visits. I should've. I didn't see in time. Cove's admittance was almost embarrassed. He scratched his cheek and shared a look with you. You remember how hard of a time the two of you had getting a room when you had come to Sunsibird for your mom's anniversary. It was an ordeal. Cove chuckled, knowing you were reminiscing over the same experience. Baxter accepted the compliment earnestly without prying. He leaned an elbow against his chair's armrest and propped his head up against his hand.
Glad to hear it.
I'm glad to hear that. I do strive to be. You're the best bastard. I can't spell. I gave up on speaking. It's okay. He continued to relax, following up his proud motion with the cross of his legs. And I very much appreciate your great patience with a series of questions throughout this experience. I do still have yet one more topic I'd like to discuss. When you leave here, the wedding planner is over. Do either of you have an opinion on seeing your beloved before this ceremony? That's not something Cove had considered. He didn't have words to back up the hasty interruption. Baxter smoothed it over by re-elaborating. It's okay, Dae can't read sometimes. Listen. You're right, but you don't have to attack me like that. I know some couples follow a tradition of completely cutting contact in the lead up to the wedding, so it's a reuniting when they come together for the ceremony. Others stay apart physically to communicate over the phone, and there are those who don't participate in that whatsoever and stay with one another. This time Cove gave himself space to consider it, letting the concept sink in.
Don't know.
I mean, I didn't have plans to be away from Dae, you know. I like being around them when that's an option. But I guess maybe we could do that, if it's a special thing for weddings? He left breathily and sent Baxter a question of his own. Are you going to make fun of me for being clingy now? Never. I won't never make fun of you for being clingy, Cove. Out loud, at least. Oh, okay. Good, people should make fun of him for that. You really should change your stance. Teasing Cove is fun. You should change your stance. Teasing Cove is fun. And bully him now. Looks like for the both of us, I'm clingy too. You're very sweet, Baxter, but he is definitely clingy. You patted Cove on the shoulder reassuringly. You had to laugh at Cove, calling himself out for that. I mean, I'm also clingy, so... In disbelief, Cove's eyes bounced back and forth between you and your planner. He was able to express his want to always be around you, and no one in the room had given him a hard time for it. Cove absolutely beamed at the revelation. It was a pre-wedding miracle. You were charmed by both his overt affection for you and by how cute he generally was. But you made an effort to not be entirely distracted, and you gave an answer to the question at hand. You're staying in a separate hotel room. We can meet at the wedding later. We can talk over the phone. I want to share a room with you. This one. Cove's shoulders and head slumped down and sank. His stance deflated like a balloon. Okay, I said I could do it, and I will, but it's gonna be hard. I know, it'll be hard for me too. Cove shuffled the balls of his feet against the carpet, all the while glancing over at you bashfully. You held onto his sweet gaze as long as you could. You were going to have to go without it for a while soon. With our struggles together, we make a blind and mute person. I know. Wow, what a power duo. Name a better duo than that. Off to the side, Baxter watched the two of you from his spot on the office chair. The fondness in his expression for you and Cove had tipped past his usual professional distance. Not wanting to ruin the moment, he spoke in a soft voice. Very good. Everything is settled then. From there, the rest of the meeting was spent going over the final details and the whole plan, step by step. Baxter wanted to make sure you were on the same page and prepared for the events ahead. He shared amusing and anecdotes of past weddings he planned. Some highlighted actual potential pitfalls you could intentionally avoid, and others were one in the million debacles. That was unbelievable was the story of a particular orchard ceremony from that year before. The stage was set with flowers, a walkway, seating, and a wooden arch at the end. He was looking on in the final survey, primed for the guests to arrive, when an out-of-control truck with a back end full of apples drove straight through. The driver was unharmed, and when he got to the truck to stop, the couple were still married, albeit in a much simpler arrangement, but Baxter distinctly remembers the almost comedic surrealness of it. Seeing a completed wedding and then having it flattened back to the ground in a blink of an eye was something he never expected or hoped to experience. While the planner chuckled in recollection, Cove leaned over to ask if you thought there'd be any reason if a food truck might have to be at your venue. You're pretty sure there wasn't, but I don't know, stranger things have happened. The stories and laughter continued until the end of the appointment. It reminded you of the final day of class before summer vacation. Technically you were still in school, but everyone was eager for the fun to begin. Then goodbyes were exchanged as usual, with promises to see each other soon like there had been every time you had visited. However, when you left the office, you had to wonder if you would ever go back there again. When you saw Baxter next, it would be at the wedding location. Maybe you'd return someday, if you and Co decided to renew your vows and needed a planner again. Or maybe you try a different planner next time. No thank you, bastard. Food truck wedding. Yeah, a food truck come by. That'd be good. Or maybe you could just visit as friends and not as customers. Under a wide starry sky, you and Cove hopped into his car to head back. Despite having done it many times before, it felt completely different that time. After the clip of seatbelts being snapped into place, there was a silence in the cab. None of the boisterousness from minutes ago had come along with you. Cove's expression was pensive as he rounded the curve and got the car out onto the street. A gentle rumbling resonated over you from the wheels rolling across tarmac. That sounds amazing. Yeah! More people should do food truck weddings. That was the only word he managed to articulate before his mouth clamped up tight again. He had an internal struggle made visible, and ultimately he made enough peace with it to finally smile. Right now I have a lot going on in my head. You probably guessed that. There's so much I want to say to you about us and what's happened, all of this. But it would probably make more sense if I said it during the wedding, right? His voice dropped to a complete whisper, but his grip on the steering wheel intensified. It's so close now. Cove took in a deep breath through his nose, allowing his fingers to loosen again. That was followed by him answering his own question. Don't worry about it. Pretend this didn't happen. Okay. Well, damn, I'm curious now. You can say it whenever you're ready, if you ever are. Oh, come on, you can give me a hint of what you're planning. I can wait for you. There's no way I can act like I didn't hear it. You simply nodded. You whined a disappointed protest. I can wait. I've waited plenty of times for this, boy. I can wait a little longer. Thanks. You're always nice to me. Am I, though? Am I really, though? That warmed you up inside. Nothing felt better than knowing he could rely on you. But there's a lot of other things I'm thinking about, too. Like, the fact that these are the last moments of our lives together not being married. After this, I'll be your husband. You'll be my spouse. Unbelievable. Yeah. I love you, bitch! I love you too. Twisting in your seat, you let the side of your face rest against the back of the chair. You rested there at the end of such a long project, watching your almost husband as he continued to drive ahead. You love a wedding that's goofy and fun. I'd rather wild things and not proper and stiff atmosphere. Me too. I'd love to have that. Not that stiff-ass, bland-ass weddings. No fun allowed. The two of you were moving forward, full of hope and anticipation for the very near future. After days, weeks, years of waiting to commit yourself to the love of your life, the morning of your wedding arrived. It was the realization that hit you as you laid in the dark hotel room. You're still half asleep and totally cozy. You're awake and feeling peaceful. You're fully awake and full of excitement. You're wide awake from nerves, yes. You weren't able to tell exactly how long you'd been up at this point. You rolled over to check at the time. Sat on the side table next to the bed was the stock standard digital clock, flashing the current hour and minute in red lines. It was time to get up. At least it was if you didn't want to be late, or show up to your wedding in pajamas. And thinking of that, it struck you that Cove had to have gotten up as well, if he hadn't woken up even earlier. You indulged in a bit of daydreaming, and picturing in your mind what the man who would be your husband in a matter of hours might have been doing. I have that if a poor fool even fails into the trap of loving me. Exactly. Oh my, I survived it. Congratulations on surviving. And thank you, Shaggy, for the sippy sippy. Delicious. Hydration. Don't forget to hydrate, everybody. He could have been staring into a mirror, struggling to make his hair look neater than his normal level of styling. Perhaps he did the bare minimum like you'd always known him to do. But imagination wasn't nearly enough. You wanted to see him. With great effort, you pulled yourself away from the safety of the blanket. You had to do it. You wouldn't be able to see him if you stayed there. Your clothes were hanging up against the door under the small hotel closet, and you went over to double-check the outfit. It all looked fine. You assured yourself that taking slow, calming breaths, everything would go alright. From there, you went into the bathroom to brush your teeth and shower before anything else. Good morning. I can finally watch you? Hell yeah. Also, thank you, Shaggy, for promoting the Twitter and Discord. If y'all haven't followed or joined yet, feel free to do so if you so desire. You'll be notified when I go live, when the schedule is uploaded, so you can see what I'm streaming throughout the weekend at what times. And also, on the Discord especially, we do polls that affects the streams that we have. Discord battle! Exactly. But we've been doing polls on Discord. We did our first poll the other day on what...
Hello, Dae.
Hello, how are you? BB. I give you a kiss. Mwah. I'm making a goofy updated pic. Oh, hell yeah. But we have a poll going on right now on whether you guys want us to see me and Pumpkin Ruler Jack play Pokemon Violet together. It is...
Okay.
Good. Happy for you. Well, and the results are... Well, let's see. All the answers so far is for yes, so... That's true. But also, we're going to be having another poll up here soon. After I finish this, it's going to affect future Our Life streams, so if you guys are interested in, like, putting your opinion in that, feel free to join.
And did you just kiss me?
Yes, I did just kiss you. It was a kiss. See, I'll pick you up. Right now, BB. Oh! No! I made a mistake. I got confused. I've been going for a while. I had to look into the void real quick. A little kiss on the forehead. Mwah. Yeah. There you go, BB. My eyes! Don't worry. It's fine. Nothing happened. I can't wait for Key and Tamara. Me too! Oh my gosh. I'm so excited.
Yay.
On that note, Minecraft. Thanks, Shaggy. I'm so excited too. I can't wait for the Kickstarter to come up. I will be backing it. But yes, if you're interested in participating in polls, you can do that in the Discord. But back to this. Once clean and dry and half-dressed, you went back out into the main space of the hotel room. You carefully took your shirt off the hanger. You were going to have to get dressed and do your hair. You were going to have to get dressed yourself, but you had a stylist coming to your room. You're going to get dressed, do your hair and makeup. You're going to have to get... No, I just needed to get dressed and do my hair. You had to make sure you stayed on task. You needed to be ready in time. You got yourself tucked, zipped, and buttoned into your fanciful shirt and pants when a series of rapid but not especially loud knocks struck the door. Only few people could come to the room without approval, and the sound was not Cove. There wasn't any of his usual notable pauses between knocks. That left one other main option. You thought as you went over to answer the door. Oh, hello. Good evening. Welcome. There on the other side was your partner in this wedding journey, Baxter. His outfit looked as though he'd reverted back to his teenage self. It was all black. But you were aware that staff would be dressed top to bottom in dark shades to be recognizable to guests as employees and not as possible long-lost cousins twice removed. Hello, and a very good morning to you. Hi, good morning. You look incredible already, but don't fret, I won't interrupt the process for long.
How are you?
I'm here to check in. Is there anything you need? Everything's good here. Do you have a way to slow down time? You happen to have a cove on you somewhere? I've got it under control. Do you have a cove in your pocket? You might probably discussed about the wedding. Oh, what did you guys decide? No, Bastard lost color. I know, he's back into his ways. The cover's smile pulled ever so slightly higher. Unfortunately not. Though let me add, I also came in order to keep you informed of the wedding status. Oh? A word bend came through in your tone. Yes, and the status is, it's ready when you are. It should go off without a hitch. That was music to your ears. You were so grateful. Baxter had gone to as much effort as he had for this. With absolute earnestness, Baxter wished you well. Take care, Dae. I'll let you return to your preparation now. Bye. Thanks for coming. The frantic mood of wedding work swept back in with no further distractions. Cleaned up your nails, you painted your nails. I'm gonna throw out my nails. They're short. You placed yourself in front of the mirror and got to work on your hair. There was a time investment, however, the look did eventually come together. The clothes in your hair were all set to what had been planned for the day. You glanced down at yourself, fully dressed to get married. You did a happy twirl. So we went for August and we were getting everything ready. Hell yeah! Nice, nice. You're gonna be married soon. Congratulations again. I hope y'all have a great wedding. You grinned, satisfied yourself. You swallowed hard, wiped your brows, relieved. You said, released a sitting breath. I'm gonna do a twirl. I'm gonna twirl. We're so happy. And then the moment had arrived. Your body felt hot under your expertly tailored clothes. You couldn't hesitate any longer. Your wedding was about to begin, and Cove would be there when you arrived. You took a deep breath, setting breath, and stepped out into the hallway. Rapidly, you made your way to the elevator and took it down to the lobby floor. It didn't take you very long to weave across the hotel lobby and exit to the front doors. Outside, you immediately spotted the rental car that was set to bring you to Poppy Hill. And I learned that I have to wear the fucking dress. Aw, that sucks. Why you gotta wear the dress? Why can't you wear what you want to wear? Closing your eyes, you tried to get comfortable during the drive, but it was in vain. The car was bringing you to your own wedding. Glancing out the window, your eyebrows raised in surprise because you recognized just how far you were from the Poppy Hill. It would only be a few more minutes until everything you'd be working towards would finally come to fruition. Your nerves hadn't dampened at all. You were beginning to settle down, and your nerves were replaced with a bubbling excitement. All your nerves were gone, and you were filled with pure happiness. Nothing felt real at all. Building excitement. I have to feed my army of puppers soon. Ooh, puppies! What kind of puppies? Little puppies. You weren't exactly sure when the switch happened, but you were fidgety with exhilaration. You absentmindedly tapped your index fingers to the tune of the wedding march. When you realized what you were doing, a happy laugh rocked you. Baxter wasn't kidding earlier when he said that the hotel was near the ceremony. The trip was already over, and there wasn't another second to spare. Not able to remain contained for a second longer, you exited the car, went forward, and finally took in the first sight of your ceremony. There it is. Because I let my partner's choice. Well, if that's what they wanted, then I guess that's what you gotta do. At least it's only for a day. Poppy Hill, the quite literal backdrop of your childhood, forever nestled behind the home you grew up in, and the place where you found a sad little wavy-eyed, browed boy years ago. The distant scent of the sea carried up on the wind mixed with a gentle floral fragrance up in the poppies. There was comfort you couldn't get anywhere else. Their ceremony's decorations consisted only of a white arch on the crest of the hill, but it didn't need anything more than that. Your hill was perfect just the way it was. Beagle, Chihuahua, and Jack Russell mix, German Shepherd, and Springer Spaniel. Four puppets. Well, that's so cute, though. Little babies. Love to see it. Dae. Your planner had immediately been informed of your arrival and came to greet you right on schedule.
Afternoon.
How good to see you again, and so soon after the last time. He tilted his head in your direction casually while chuckling. You stood tall, smiling wholeheartedly, which was all you had been able to do this entire morning. You could imagine how tired your face would have been once it was over, but that was a problem for future you. Then all presence of casualness for the day left Baxter's poise. A bright fire lit up his dark eyes. It's showtime. Let's get into our proper positions. Guests are already being directed to open places to stand in the audience area.
Does that sound alright?
Dae, please go back further with me so you can be ready for the aisle walk. I'll send Cove over next. Lucky, I'm be happy with my partner for life. Yeah, that's the most important thing. On the promise of being reunited with Cove, you let yourself be led away by Baxter. You only had to hold on a little longer than you get to see him. You went back down the bend, and there was an eager hastiness to your pace. The corner was turned, separating you off in the main scene. Good luck, Dae. I'll congratulate you when it's over. Baxter trusted you enough to handle the rest, and waved coyly over his shoulder as he left. He had to handle more of the arrangements behind the scenes so that you and Cove could have your spotlights. You stood there alone, foot tapping, resisting the urge to pace. You'd never been more grateful for how quickly Baxter worked, when only a minute later you heard someone approach. At long last, what you've been anticipating came to be. You saw him again. Mr. Holden. No. It's Cove Holden. Oh, he's already crying. Without a word, Cove lifted his arm for you to take. His blue eyes were crystal clear. You could see your future together, sparkling within them. Seeing him like that, completely ready to marry you, was breathtaking. You wrapped your arm with his gleefully, creating a secure link. The touch coaxed one of his precious, wobbly smiles onto his face, though he still couldn't say a full word. An assistant joined in only briefly to hand you the delicately crafted white poppy bouquet you had designed with Cove. You gratefully accepted it, taking hold of the base with your free hand and gripping tight. The assistant made their exit. While you tried to relax by breathing in the gentle perfume of the bouquet, it was sweet and beautiful, reminding you of Cove. You peeked at him from behind the petals. He was watching you too. While waiting in the wings, footsteps, the distant chatter of a crowd, the heavy breathing of your partner, and your own heartbeat pattered in your ears. Your eyes closed as you trained to hear the cue above the rest of the noise. But there was no need. You knew the moment had arrived when everything in the distance fell silent. It felt as though your heart froze in place, not wanting to be the one thing to interrupt. Your first note was struck. Cove's hold on you tightened into a trembling squeeze. We met him crying, and we married him crying. It all comes full circle. My partner's mad at me because all I do is watch you. Why? I mean, they can watch too. I mean, as soon as this is over, that will be it. So, I'm not sure how much longer this is. It's probably going to be for like another half hour, maybe. And that was all you needed to move forward. You began to walk forward with the love of your life. He was right there by your side. His legs were shaking too, and from the corner of your eyes, you could see his cheeks were wet with heavy tears. You never beamed brighter. You were an absolute sobbing mess of emotion. You smiled softly with tears gathering in the corners of your eyes. You were stone stiff from nerves. You were unsteady on your feet, afraid you might faint even before Cove had the chance. No, because I don't do anything. Oh, okay. Had to resist the urge to drag him down the aisle to get to the end already. We're beaming. You watched as his mouth opened then closed, as if he was speaking to you, though if he was saying actual words, they were too quiet for you to hear. The crowd was full of joyous smiles and loving glances, but no one made a move to distract you or Cove away from each other. You wouldn't have noticed if they had tried. All you were aware of in the entire world was a wonderful man holding desperately onto your arm, and how, on one of your shared strides, his knee locked and Cove stumbled. No, Cove, no! You rooted yourself in place, pulling up against Cove to keep him from falling completely. He leaned into you, and you both swayed to the side, but he stayed on his feet. The two of you straightened yourselves out and kept going. You were equally committed to reaching the end of the aisle. It may not have been graceful, but to you, it was beautiful. And you made it. When you arrived, you loosened your hold on one another to change positions. You stood in front of him, face to face. Softly, Cove's lips parted again, and finally, at that time, you knew it was what it was, your name, Dae. He lifted one hand to caress your cheek. He brought his head lower to be closer to yours, his fingers advancing further to touch the edge of your ears. And because I know what he wants to do today, Tears of joy began to fall from your eyes. You felt overjoyed. Tears of joy began to fall, and you pressed your forehead against his. You felt overjoyed and pressed your forehead against his. Oh, I'm crying in the club right now. It couldn't be helped. The delicate way he held you had made your emotions swell more, but you embraced it, nestling against the one person who impacted you in such a way. A hush came over the crowd as the justice of the peace began to speak. It was time. The ceremony speech flowed over you. You listened to each word, but sentences faded out of focus the second they had passed. It was like being in a comfortable dream. There was a safe sense of distance from the world as your subconsciousness drifted around within it. What did break through to you were Cove's bashful gestures, shuffling feet, quivering eyes, a palatable nervous energy that was barely swallowed down. Not one single movement went by unnoticed. Before you could completely lose yourself in Cove's gaze, your attention crystallized in an instant. The justice of the peace had said, vows. It struck Cove as well because his knees visibly locked from underneath him. In slow motion, he began to tip backwards. No! Stop it! Come back! Must check my message? Oh. What happened? Oh, why are they, like... What was kiss her? Okay, whatever. Apparently saying kiss is a bad word. And shit. It struck Cove as well because his knees visibly... Okay. You instinctually grabbed onto his wrist, pulling on his sleeves in an attempt to keep your beloved from leaning further. Cove regained control of his legs and caught himself by anchoring back on the ball of his right foot. He kept that firmly planted. He was still so absorbed in the moment that in the notion to be embarrassed by his near faint didn't take up any space in his mind. It was as if he hadn't happened, at least for Cove. In other words, it's gonna spread cooties. No! I'm gonna test it. I'm holding on to your life. My iPad, help. Poor Allison. You're getting taken away. Okay, allow. Yep, a kiss her is apparently bad, according to Twitch. Oh well. Damn. Oh, one sec. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, a person came in. Okay, my name is Noah. If you forget, I'm a boy, but I don't mind. Okay. Well, I knew you said you were a boy, but I didn't know what to call you. But Noah, gotcha. Oh, I see. I see Twitch blocks him and her. Fight the person. Yeah, just fight them. I will fight them. But nah, it's okay. They were letting me know some stuff that was happening, so it's all good. Okay, he was still so absorbed in the moment that the notion to be embarrassed by his near faint didn't take up any space in his mind. It was as if it hadn't happened, at least for Cove. The Justice of the Peace, however, lifted a brow, assessing if your groom was physically capable of completing the ceremony. I think I'm going to need to go. Someone needs me. Okay. Well, I hope you're going to be alright, Noah. Have a good day, yeah. Appreciate you stopping by. The Justice of the Peace, however, lifted a brow, assessing if your groom... Yeah. For all his trembling, Cove stood stiffly, a pillar that could not be moved. It was enough to appease your Justice of the Peace into continuing. The couple has chosen to prepare their own vows, and they will share them now. Cove Holden, please begin. Yeah, no, my leg's going to me messed up. Ooh. Oh no. He took in a long breath through his nose. After so much build-up to the wedding and all the effort that it took to create it, this was the final hurdle for him, articulating his deepest feelings about you out loud. Cove looked into your gold eyes, searching for the words he needed. He waited, impressing as much encouragement as you could into your gaze. Finally, Cove began his vows. Dae, we met when we were 8 years old, and well, I wanted to run away to Nevada somehow that first summer. I moved into the neighborhood. Truthfully, I planned to do it before my dad and I had even made it to Sunset Bird. It didn't matter what it was going to be like. How could it ever be okay? But I saw you the first day I was there, and nothing went the way I thought. You changed everything in my life. Actually, I've hated you this entire time, and it was just a prank. Haha, you got pranked. You've been a fool for the last 15 years to think I liked you, but actually, I hate you. See ya, loser. And he just walks off. Imagine. That'd be so awful. He sank lower into himself sheepishly and offered a goofy grin.
Well,
I did still make an attempt at my child mind genius, but it was gonna be for a visit. It's just gonna be for a visit. And you came to find me. You tracked me down all the way to the end of the town. You're the person I needed when I was so little and so lonely, and you still are the one I need right now. You and me are a couple of rotten eggs together. Forever. Praying, get dunked in the ocean. Drown, bitch. Every far-off image playing out in his mind brought further joy to Ko's features. He laughed nostalgically. You'd pick my side over your own sister and put up with me even when I'd be pretty selfish. You were there for me when I was actually upset. I got to have a childhood thanks to you. You didn't let me lose it all because I was sad. I had someone I could make those memories I cherish with. Making sandcastles, watching the clouds, catching fireflies, and everything else. But a really big deal to me then was my dad's deal. How he offered you $20 to be my friends with me, and you told me the truth about it. Ko's voice broke completely. He swallowed heavily before trying again to get the words out. Felt really bad about that. I don't even know for sure why. Maybe I felt like nobody could ever really want to stay with someone like me. All I did was cause trouble, and my dad was proving me right. If he thought he had to pay someone to be with me, it must have been true. You didn't leave, even though I tried to push you away then, and you've never left. I was wrong. I wasn't just a problem, and I could believe it because of you. No, you are a problem, but you know, go on. I just kicked my partner. Oh. Like, a bad kick? They okay? Was it in self-defense? Oh no. I mean, I kick people all the time. Actually, no, I punch people all the time. Say, what exactly is the context here?
I'm so glad.
I'm still amazed at how we kind of got together when we were just 13. He looked at his collar while bouncing on his feet, an exact picture of his giddy schoolboy. We kissed, and it was wonderful. He wanted to do something. Okay, yeah, well, if he deserves it, then he deserves it. But even still, when puberty happened, so many things seemed harder than before. I'm definitely glad you were around to help me survive it all. Especially my, in hindsight, painfully obvious crush on you that felt unbearable to me, and I bet it was probably frustrating to everyone who was watching too. I could barely manage sitting next to you on a bed and sharing a smoothie with you. Ah! Been going on for so long my headset died. Okay, we're good now. My battery ran out. Could barely manage sitting next to you on a bed and sharing a smoothie with you. Thank God that hormonal nightmare didn't screw things up for me. Genuine relief came out from Cope in a sigh. But I don't know how I was supposed to act normal when you look at me with so nice and with such beautiful eyes. So, you know, I was trying to save my legs, so yeah, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do to defend yourself. He began to get taken into them as he spoke it, his own eyes growing hazy and his smile wobbling. Cope shook his head to force himself out of the self-inflicted trance. That was the time I started sneaking out to visit you through the window. I wanted to be with you when I was happy or when something was wrong. I couldn't stay away. Lucky for me, you didn't miss spending your days or nights in my company. With a light touch of wistfulness, Cove recalled experience after experience from those years. Going on trips together, big ones and small ones, just hanging around our houses in the neighborhood, talking about who we were as people, playing cards. And the time there was a sun shower, we stick together during parties, and you could even make it fun for someone as socially awkward as I am. As he continued to reminisce, he chuckled adorably.
Whoa.
I started getting closer with your family too. Well, at least your mom's. Elizabeth wasn't exactly interested in being good friends when we were teens. I appreciate that you always put up with my parents and their wild plans, by the way.
I remember.
I can still remember how badly I wanted to be grown up as an awkward tween. Then suddenly, we graduated high school, and it really was time to be an adult. Getting my first job, taking my first long drive without parents, accepting how small our little town was in the grand scheme of things. Just trying to figure out what I was even going to do with my life. I was lost, and all I wanted was to make sure I didn't lose what mattered when things had to change. Most of all, you. You were my special someone. That was when I had fallen in love with you. You're the first person I was able to open up to about my sexuality, when I finally knew for sure what that was. And you were the one who would tell me when I was wrong. of all that he treasured about you went on in an uninterrupted stream. He couldn't stop himself. I could talk to you without anything. Like the accident when I got my scar. I knew you would understand. And as mundane and drudging adult stuff could be, I had a source of relief from it because you had been around. You let me have a taste of your food, and you always gave the best gifts.
For waiting for
And
me.
you lived with how long it took for me to finally be able to do anything romantic. I was feeling a lot, and I didn't do great at managing it, but I was so clingy too. I never wanted to be apart then. I think I'm a little more of a big boy about it now. Maybe? No. No, you're not. He at long last stopped to breathe before his emotion-driven attempt to convey himself continued in full force. You make me happy in ways no one else ever could. It was the happiest moment of my life when you proposed to me. Until now, anyway. I couldn't believe you wanted to be with me as much as I wanted to be with you. And well, a lot has happened, huh? We're definitely adults. We're at our own wedding.
Okay.
We made it through it all. All the months and months growing up and through making this day happen. Though, with how nervous I was, I think I might have worried the planner that I would convince you to elope just to get away from it all. But you breezed past the pressure like it was nothing. I love your sense of humor. He's so baby girl. He is so baby girl. You're such a charming human being. I'm not human, though. I don't want to try to imagine how many tears you wiped away from me in all those years. You helped me have the confidence to grow into a man, and you can still make me feel like a kid again. With you, nothing ever really ends. It just begins again in a new way. And basically, what I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard I try, I can never thank you enough for being mine and letting me be yours. Ko wept heavily, and no longer able to stay above the water of emotions. Wave of emotions that opening himself up so fully had wrought. So much, Dae. And he futilely wiped his sleeve against his eyes. Every tear the fabric caught was immediately replaced. Those are my vows. I don't know how you're supposed to end them. I hope you'll marry me. I mean, we're already here, so bro, the vows he did. You were touched by his words. You couldn't stand how sweet he was. You giggled how the way he closed it. It was just like him. You struggled to keep your own feelings in check. You were absolutely stunned by Ko's vow. My own feelings. My eyes are glossy. Thank you, Cove. Dae, you may say yours. The justice of the peace had all but disappeared from your mind. All that you had been aware of was Cove. But that request couldn't be ignored. Now you would have to take on the endeavor of explaining everything Cove was to you and everything he'd been to you throughout the knowing him almost your entire life. You chose to say. Okay, wait, he acts like my fiance. Oh, wow. I promise. Oh my god, there's so much! I promise to always no, go back. To continue letting you have tastes of my food. To let you have joint ownership of my shell collection. To wipe your tears when they fall. To wait as long as you need for everything. To get your house directly on the beach. To comfort you when your anxieties make you scared. Choice is the pretzel backup plan. To cherish everything you've given to me. To go along with your spontaneous dawn adventures. To sell pretzels with you if we ever need to resort to a backup plan. To wear an anklet on request whenever you want. To never stop trying to make you happy. To still love you even as we both continue to grow and change. And to always leave a window open for you. And along with that, I adore your wavy eyebrows, your laugh and your smile, the way you angrily sip at your drinks, how you rub your arm when you're nervous, how easy you are to fluster, how excited you get about food, how clingy you are, the way you're somehow always a bit of a mess, the awkward way you try flirting, that you're so open with your emotions, that you've been such a beach bum ever since you were born, the adorable way you text, that you're such a troublemaker. And also, I want to thank you for really getting to know me. And oh, wait. That was the actual one, okay. For all the times you used to get to bed, for teaching me search, for being there for me when I found out about my biological twins, for always thinking that I was worth that gold medal. You're killing him! I'm killing him with love. For remembering things about me, even stuff that wouldn't matter to anyone else. It matters a lot to me. Oh, and we do get to do everything. For really getting to know me, for loving me, for helping me feel comfortable in my body. You've always been able to reassure me about that. For sharing your parents, the real perk of being with you. For being brave for me when I was scared. You're my hero. For always thinking I was worth a gold medal, even back when we were kids. For being there for me when I found out about my biological parents. That was important, and I'll never forget your support then. For teaching me how to surf. So much fun. And for all the times you insist that I get to bed. You're a very stubborn gentleman. You're sleeping on the floor tonight. And besides that... Ko's blush had crept all the way to his neck after you let yourself get carried away listing every little detail about him that charmed you. Oh my god. You're my beautiful, beloved crybaby. You're a wonderful man. You're my precious ocean boy. You're my sunshine. My soulmate. You're my space cadet. And... I'm the luckiest person in the world that I get to say that. Oh my god. He's a little tomato, ocean boy. Cove covered his face with trembling hands. He was laughing, crying, and all around about to pass out again. Your justice of the peace nodded contentedly, accepting those vows as your sworn oath to your very nearly husband. Cove Holden, do you take Dae Ursa to be your lawful wedded spouse? He let his hands fall, ready to face you directly. Cove shaking, dripping wet eyes stayed locked to yours. Actually, no. And with the confidence of a man who'd been waiting for this moment for years, he answered with complete certainty. Oh my god. Baby, I go say. Okay, go say. It was absolutely heart-stopping, but your turn to respond had come. And do you, Dae Ursa, take Cove Holden to be your lawful wedded husband? I do! Cove's smile was radiant and his tears were constant. You sincerely made him happier than anything ever had. And then the ring bearers stepped forward. They each held out a small box that contained a wedding band. Cove's hand shook as he reached for the tiny treasure chest. With a furrow to his brow, he accepted the silver ring. Cove says, yeah, never mind. You gratefully offered your hand to Cove. He cradled it gently in one of his own. For a few seconds, all he could do was stare at your skin. Cove was so still for a moment, but then he used his free hand to bring the band towards your fingertip. Wait, this wing. My beloved. I don't know what the fucking quote is. What's the quote in weddings? I don't know. He carefully slid the ring to its proper place on your finger. Your gaze locked onto it, utterly amazed. Swallowing thickly, Cove raised his hand out for you. You held it in return and brushed your thumb across his palm. It was your turn. With that, you retrieved the matching ring from its box. It slid onto Cove's finger beautifully. He gasped under his breath, fixating on the ring. You gently squeezed his hand, and Cove finally met your eyes again. He held your gaze with an electrifying stare. You were in awe of the whole moment. And by the power vested in me by the state of California, I'll pronounce you husband and spouse. You may now kiss. Cove's knees may have started knocking together once more, but his gaze was nothing but eager. You reach for each other in a loving kiss. You kiss Cove on the cheek. You passion. Waiting even a second longer was impossible. You sprang forward like a shot and tangled yourself around him. Your husband stumbled, but was able to keep proper hold of you, as you knew he would. Your lips connected with Cove's in an urgent expression of your love for him. He returned the kiss just as neatly. You used the thumb to carefully push away the tears, still clinging to his eyelashes. The beautiful flowers of your bouquet tickled against your skin as Cove's body pressed it up against you. After, your face shifted away just a hair's breadth, so you could see one another fully. His expression was wholly adoring, and you could still feel his warmth lingering. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause around you. Giddy, you ducked your head towards Cove, his shoulder, and laughed. We did it! He trembling! Peeking over at Cove, you realized that he was barely paying any attention to the jubilance around you both. Instead, his gaze was solely fixated on you. He gently took your hand. He linked his arms and yours. He walked by your side. He scooped you. Scoop me! The corner of his mouth pulled into a bent smile, and then Cove swept you off your feet. You giggled while he secured his hold on you. Beaming, you loosely wrapped your arms around his neck. His skin was reddened, and you took the opportunity to rest a hand on his cheek and put a kiss on the other one. You went down the aisle gleefully. As you passed by your friends and family, you caught several thumbs up, proud nods, and cheery waves. Some were even still clapping. Sniffling, your vision threatened to fill with tears after witnessing more than a handful of people dabbing their eyes with tissues. When you briefly came close enough to Mr. Holden, he patted Cove on the shoulder. Despite his weepy expression, you could tell that he had the greatest pride for his son. Swooped. I kiss for all of you. No, I already kissed him on the cheek. A kiss for the rest of you. The kisses you blew out to your guests were met with new rounds of cheers and whistles. We're all married now. After leaving the ceremony in late afternoon, it was time for wedding photos. You and Cove met up with a photographer while the other guests headed over to a reception spot. The excursion was filled with fun and laughter while the photographer set out to get the ideal shots. Cove lovingly held your face, not afraid to show his affection in front of the camera for a change. His thumb brushed slightly across your cheek, and then he pressed his forehead to yours. His breath was warm on your skin, and you closed your eyes to shut to relish in his love. When he pulled away, you were speechless. But you also had a feeling that was going to be one of the best shots of the lot. When the sun began to set about an hour later, you knew it was time to rejoin with everyone else. You married the rest of the town too? Yeah. You heard, sister wives? Get ready for town spouses. Exactly. When the sun began to set about an hour later, you knew it was time to rejoin with everyone else. And so, you eagerly got back into the car again to finally see the second location. You and Cove entered through the main doors and into the reception space. There, your friends and family were patiently waiting for this moment. The room filled with familiar cheers, whistles, and applause at your arrival. As the noise lessened, you began to hear various calls of congrats and welcome backs. The love emanating from your friends and family was palpable. Baxter made his way to the center of the room and began to gesture people back. The rest of the staff followed his lead and made space in the crowd. When the path ahead cleared out, you took a deep breath. It was time for a burp. The beginning note of your first dance song played. You heard a few of the guests speak in hushed tones, anticipation rising as the melody kicked in. It was moderately paced. Cove met your eyes, as ready as he could be, and you took his hands. You heard the high-pitched whine of a microphone and saw Baxter smiling. And now, the couple will have their first dance. You eagerly led Cove to the dance floor, mood still sky high. Cove did his best to keep up with the cadence of the track. Every so often, he'd have to take a cautious glance down to make sure he wasn't about to crush your toes. They were worth it. You performed beautifully and mentally said thank you to Baxter for the dance lessons. Because with that work, your dancing was perfect. With Cove's hands in yours, you both made your mark on the dance floor and gave the crowd a show. The two of you gallivanted across the floor, hearts pounding and expressions bright. Partway through the dance, the music reached its slowest part. The dance for this section was simple and allowed you a chance to prepare for the more complicated steps coming up. Cove took a second to speak to you softly to you, leaning in just close enough that you could hear him over the music. This is the first moment to ourselves since even before the wedding. Cove clearly was grateful for the chance to finally talk to you. You're stunning. No one is more lovely than you, my boo. He truly looked divine in his suit. Cove flushed a light rosy pink and beamed at you. This makes me think of that night of the summer soiree. Soiree. Cove let out a stunning laugh. His face went through a roller coaster of emotions before settling unamused. I hope that I'm at least a better dancer now than I was then, but honestly, I was thinking about that too. I remember exactly how it felt dancing with you years ago. I had a lot of hopes then. I wanted it to last forever, but I also desperately wanted to skip ahead so that I know what things would be like for us in the future. And now we're actually here. We made it. Cove sighed dreamily as he looked into your eyes. Thank God the ceremony's over and we can just be married now. Not that the wedding was bad. His scream. Woo! He winced as soon as he realized how his words sounded. He shook his head. I just kept thinking that I'd ruined something, or something terrible would happen. At this point, a truck full of apples could come through and destroy dinner, and I wouldn't care. But the food, though. I'm touched that you wouldn't get depressed over missing out on a meal. You pictured him sulking, sad that he didn't get any wedding cake. Then the music reached a bridge of the song with complex choreography. Both of you had to focus more on the dance. That stopped your conversation in its tracks. The two of you became absorbed in dancing once more as the song's end grew closer and closer. The final note was struck, and with a spinning flourish, and up with you dipping Cove, with Cove dipping you, the dance ended with both of you landing the final step. Put the stumbling, but you kept. I dip. You! Cove had to bend his knees to help with the dip due to the height difference between you two. You made it work, though. Cove's lips brushed over your ear. You're a really good partner. Well, thanks, partner. And a howdy to you, too. Your face felt hot, and it was only from the dancing. You heard a clap that steadily transformed into wild applause. Turning to face the crowd, you looked over your friends and family cheering. You bowed. You did your own mini celebration dance. We do bow. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the performance that we both put on together. He kept his shoulders back and formally bowed to your audience. The clapping got louder. Tilting your head back to your husband, you caught his proud smile. Cove continued to watch you rather than switching his attention to the guests. He twisted his wedding band bashfully around his finger. With the first dance done, you both left the open floor to join the others and properly greet your seated guests. Cove offered you his arm to take once more. Gimme. Your arm wrapped around his, fitting as snugly together as matching pieces of a puzzle. It was a hold that could not easily be broken. Physically and legally linked to the other, you and Cove went forward as one. After only a few strides, you'd arrived at the nearest table in the arrangement. It had close family all the way around, including your mom and ma. The two had scooted their chairs closer and were eagerly whispering to one another, trading words of excitement back and forth. Feeling awkward by having to interrupt, though realizing there's no reason to feel that way, Cove cleared his throat to announce you're in his presence.
Hey.
Hi! Stepping out of their private fervor, your parents turned the enthusiasm straight towards the two of you. Good evening. His mouth got more wiggly than his eyebrow. It's a talent, isn't it? I give you a hug. The two leaned into your shoulders, returning the embrace. After keeping hold long enough to be warmed up at the shared body heat, you let go in order to stand up straight. Kiddos, it's great to finally get to talk to you today. Ma folded her hands together on the tabletop daintily, and followed Mom with her own greeting. Congratulations to you both. It's so good to see you today. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
The ceremony was a memorable one. Those vows, huh? Well, let's not talk about the vows. You also nailed the theming with that venue. It was truly unforgettable. All the effort paid off then. Hearing people actually discuss the wedding as a real event, Cove became tongue-tied. Your ma watched over the both of you with gaze that doting as it was knowing.
Fun.
Have fun greeting everyone else. We'll be here if you need us. Yeah, we still gotta try the food while you're busy with your big day. Okay, You're lucky you have such lovely children. Agreed. Thanks again, Moms? Mom looks so evil even now. She's always evil. The wholesome evil. Oh, you know why it's probably like that? It's because her glasses are always covering, like, the pupils of her eyes, so you just can't really tell. She just be like that, you know? Mom's fingers squeezed together even more tightly, a visual representation of the strength she was exerting not to cheer inappropriately loudly. While Mom attempted not to look spook over his tepid attempt to use a new title, Mom had no qualms saying something embarrassing. Woohoo! We got upgraded! It's about time. Pam! Cove's gaze immediately dropped to his feet, and his near-constant flush when the day reappeared. You gave your husband a reassuring pat on the arm, proud and pleased at his braveness. Okay, bye. Cove scuttled off, needing an escape, and you gave your parents a wave as you stuck by him. Goodbye. Good luck out there. You and Cove's mom reassumed their schoolgirl-style chatting and good cheer. He barely fits into frame. You know, he's so tall. Located at the same table were Cove's parents, they were taking it easy until Cliff noticed you and Cove had eyes on him. He's ramped up to 1,000 watts. That's the same outfit he wore before.
Hey!
It's our local celebrities of the day. The wedding's been going so smoothly, your planner's a real pro. Though if there's anything an average guy like me can do for things, just give me a shout. Cove brightened in a similar way, so much full of affection for his father. Hi, Dad, and thanks. Thank you for the sippy, Shaggy. Delicious. Hi. You clapped his back happily. You walked around the table to give him a hug. You held a thumbs up. You smiled shyly. We'll clap his back. Not like that. There was a satisfying smack against his shoulder blade as Cliff didn't budge from the gesture. He found it invigorating. Cliff slyly winked, waving you and Cove off. I don't have to hog you. Everyone wants to see you. Okay, see you later. Should we... Do we call him Dad? Oh god. The game. It froze for a second. After all this time, Cove is taller than him. No way in hell. Oh my god. He's a growing boy. Even after all this time. Jack still hates Mr. Holden. He's still too sussy. Alright, goodbye. Not Dad. Cliff surveyed the two of you proudly with his chest puffed out. I have to say, well actually I'll say it a little later, you'll have to wait for my big speech. Here comes. Get ready, Dae. Me. Go on, sport. It's gonna be great. Now go on. Thank you for being here all these years. I wanted it to be anywhere else. And finally, you rounded the table's edge and reached the side where Kira sat. She was patiently sipping at a chilled cup of water, placing it down when she noted it was time for the meet and greet with the two of you. Hey, Mom. Hello, babies. Hi, babies. I hug her. It took some stretching, but you were able to gain enough access to Kira's space in order to give her a solid hug. She put her arms around your shoulders gladly. You shared that affectionate touch for a moment and then shifted yourself back up. Thanks for coming. It's really nice to see you. It's fantastic to be here. This has been wonderful. Also, that was a marvelous dance. Such an incredible way to make an entrance. And I'm impressed you found this place. Talk about the perfect locale for my little ocean man. Ocean man. Won't you come and lick me around my hand? I like the fish. Cove kicked the tip of his shiny shoes at nothing in particular, and his shoulders shifted from side to side shyly. Cove was forever incapable of seeming like a full-grown man in front of his mom. Kira's brows bent as she looked on at him adoringly. But then she stuck her eyes and brought out more energy. I'll see the two of you again soon. You should go explore the rest of your exquisite reception. Alright, we probably should do that. Bye. My Kira looks so pretty. She does look pretty. Okay, what about Kira? Do we call her mom, or is that too weird? Like, I know how the public feels about Mr. Holden. But what about the other one? I may not be a little minorly distracted. We'll just say bye, Kira. She's mom. Oh, okay. I'm glad you said that. I was about to say, we'll just say Kira. She froze for a split second. Her hand flew to her mouth as her gaze laid it back on you. Slowly, she lowered it, revealing the widest smile you'd ever seen on her face. In her gentlest tone, Kira cooed, "Goodbye, baby." Oh, no, we're baby. Coze was positively melting from happiness seeing you and your shared mom speak to one another that way. I'm not your goddamn baby. Gasp. I hope you have the great rest of the night. I really appreciate that all that you supported us. It was no trouble. You're good for him. Then you had to continue on to the next table in the seating arrangement. There were still guests waiting to see the both of you. You had a pleasant conversation with your aunt and uncle on mom's side. They couldn't have been more pleased that you had found someone who made you as happy as Cope did. Right by it was their daughter, your cousin, as well as your older sister. They were throwing looks, not so subtly waiting to speak their piece, but didn't interrupt your chat with other family. There they are. But when it was officially their turn, the ladies placed down their glasses of juice and put on a matching curved smiles. Cope shifted on his feet embarrassedly. They didn't even need to say anything. You sighed in a teasingly long-suffering way. The two of them were always ready for trouble. Double trouble. They're both so pretty. I know they are. I especially love Lee's dyed hair. It's so nice. The day went by so fast. It's hard to believe it's evening, and this is the first time we've been able to talk directly. It's so amazing to finally get to see you. Well, I saw you before in the ceremony, but now you're really here with us. You're both beautiful. It was just touching and amazing, and perfect. Cove laughed airily. Lee's energy levels were as high as ever. Oh my god, he's like... There's like such a small silver space between him and the top of the screen. Hello to you two. OMG, her hair, yeah! Lee chimed up once more, placing a hand to your forehead and leaning against Liz for support. It's so romantic how you got married on the hill where you met. Oh, I didn't even know you knew that. Only our parents were there. It's pretty common Ursa family. The lore! Our lore! I also know that's where you met, and so did half the rest of the crowd. Cove tilted his head bashfully, realizing it was probably a little dumb to not realize other people had found out about that. Well, that makes sense. Thanks for all that and everything. It was nice to see you. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Yes, you are welcome. And thanks for coming to see us on your wedding tour. Bye. It means a lot to me to have you in my life. The feeling's mutual. I meant to say it, well, we can't say the same. With everyone at that spot properly greeted, you and your husband began to stroll along to the next one. Where's our homies? But Cove's then stopped in place. Oh? Pairing that with a half-turn as a body, you recognized the laser-focused stare on his face. He had noticed something appetizing. And it was a simple to pinpoint what? On one of the nearby tables were your carefully chosen appetizers for the reception. Without needing to be prompted, you went along with Cove to peruse the spread. Cove plucked on the hot morsels and stuffed it well in his mouth, and he made sure to grab a second to take with as well. Mine? What are you screaming about, Shaggy? The two of you munched on the little delights, enjoying the much-needed pit stop. The food was delicious. Cove swallowed a full-sized bite and took a break from filling up his cheeks to smirk instead. Our appetizers are way better than the ones at the Cypress's fancy parties. Of course, the Cypress can stuck it. Cove snickered, but left the topic there. The last appetizer Cove picked out disappeared behind his lips, and then he instinctually shifted his fingers to his pant leg before stopping himself. Not your wedding outfit, sir. I'm proud of you and want you to know that you had amazing Aww. Thanks, Shaggy. That's so meaningful of you to say here on my wedding day. But thanks, bud. I'm proud of you too, and all that you do. The last appetizer Cove picked out disappeared. Yeah. Being on his best behavior, Cove instead borrowed a napkin from off the table to clean his hands. You polished up your snack shortly after, and for once followed Cove's example for tidying yourself. Your arms were linked as they had been before. Then you ended that intro to get right back into the thick of the party. One of the more boisterous tables had Derek, Terry, and Miranda huddled together. Now the homies. They were celebrating the wholeheartedly. Hi, everybody. That pleasant greeting was paired with a little wave. Your friends turned in unison after realizing you were there. And the trio of buddies lifted cups full of juice and cheers to you and Cove.
What's up?
Sup, and congratulations. Hi, thank you for letting us come. Hey, congrats you two. Hello, you grinned. You went around the side table. Give me some high fives, buds. The homie is Derek. There he is. Oh my gosh, that green shirt can barely handle him. Miranda, Derek, and Terry gave your hand a slap, each racketing up the speed of the smack when their turn arrives. Just bam, bam, bam. This wedding is so chill. You nailed it. Derek is so... baby girl. Cove shyly basked in the affection of his closest friends, sucking it up like a delicate sapling in the sunshine. Thanks, and thanks for coming.
Come on.
Come on, dude. I wouldn't have missed it. We had to be. Cove and Dae are having their wedding. It's momentous. We're really enjoying the reception. Don't worry about us if you have to go do important groom stuff. Wait, that's Terry? Yeah. Terry's came out as a trans man. So Terry is now a boy. A man. They go by he, him. Things have changed in 5 years. Ooh, yeah. I appreciate that. It's weird to say, but we do have important groom stuff to do today. We're greeting all the guests right now. Uh-huh. We'll see you later, though. Okay, bye.
See you later.
Safe travels. Enjoy yourselves. Bye-bye. Be invited me to your wedding if you have any. So we met. Yo, you guys, my best friends. I didn't realize because the hair is different. I was like, huh? It's like, who is that? Who is this man? It's like, that's Terry. Miranda and Derek awed as Terry wiped a dramatic imaginary tear from his eye. Thanks, Dae. And Terry kept his name. He just changed the spelling of it. So before it was spelled with an I, but now it's a Y. Cove skipped ahead, buoyed by the brief but fun interaction, and you went right along with him. Table to table, you continued to greet each attendee of your wedding. From family who flew in from Hawaii to be there, to those who lived right by your place, you appreciated everyone who took the time to come celebrate this day. There was so much love to go around. Every conversation was just as enjoyable as the last. The one person you hadn't seen during your rounds made himself known was Baxter's voice echoed through the space, amplified by a microphone. Good evening. Thank you all for attending the wedding of Dae Ursa and Cove Holden.
Exciting.
We will now begin the bouquet toss. A smattering of applause and light murmurs followed the announcement. Baxter let that settle before continuing. Cove, Dae, please come to the open area in the center. Anyone who wants to play can. You and your husband eagerly obliged to start their tradition, going over to stand alone on the cleared floor, but it wasn't for long. Lee hopped out of her seat right away, taking Liz by the arm to bring her along for the ride. Your sister wasn't as impossibly excited as your cousin, but she was intrigued. Miranda rose to her feet as well, her boyfriend pumping her up to win the whole walk over. She giggled bashfully and waved to Terry while waiting in the forming crowd. Derek decided to get in on things as well, grinning amusedly among the rest of it. Derek's gonna, like, just reach over everybody else and grab the bouquet. Hello? Like, he's not as tall as Cove, but he's still pretty tall. And Baxter's voice shook my soul from my ear. Yes. His voice is very deep. James did a really good job in voice acting him. Oh, wait, Miranda and Terry together? That's cute. Yeah, they're dating. That's right. You weren't here for that reveal, but yeah, they're dating now, too. Derek decided to get in on things as well. Yeah. Kira looked out at the group, taking a second to consider, but ultimately she became another member of the game. She strolled over to the collection of younger folks and called out for Cliff to join with her. Come on, don't be such a snorer. He shook his head, sinking lower to the chair. Lee, Miranda, Kira, and Liz all began to wave and jump, encouraging Cliff. Terry spoke up from the next table over. You can do it, man. Alright, alright. We love that, we do. He used the edge of the table to push out his chair and stood up. The ladies cheered as Cliff strode towards the crowd. Your moms giggled, leaned closer together, and whispered amongst one another. They were eager to be audience members to do the spectacle. And no one else motioned to join, so Baxter kept things moving. Thank you for grouping up in such a timely manner. We've got a wonderful crowd for this. Now, keep your eyes on Dae. They will be tossing the bouquet in only a moment. Dae, all you need to do is look the other way and throw the bouquet to the waiting audience. Cove can stand by. As instructed, you turned your back to the crowd. Cove took his place in front of you. His shoulders were drawn in out of a sympathetic tenseness for your task. They're definitely ready for you, Dae. Thanks. Everybody's just like throttling at their mouth behind me. He's like, hey, give me that bouquet. Give me it. Mom being the gossip old ladies with the wine. Yep, they are. The room became silent as you wound up for the toss. You paused and then... Ooh. You gave it a solid, steady throw. You set off your bouquet delicately. You did a tricky side shot, keeping the players on their toes. You attempted a good throw, but it was awkward flail over your shoulders. You tossed it as high as you could. You hurled it back as fast as you could. Ooh. Yeet! Who do we think is going to catch it? Oh. Pfft. Wait. Yeet! Who do we think's gonna catch it? Everybody put your guesses in. I think... Who do I think's gonna catch it? I think it'd be funny if Cliff caught it. Lee? Okay. A flurry of heel clattering, jewelry clinking, and lighthearted yells burst into the space. Miranda. Okay. The bouquet would land in seconds, and the crowd was vying for that prize. If anybody else wants to put in a guess, feel free to put it in. The clamor rapidly reached its peak volume, with nearly everyone in the crowd either gasping or cheering. The game had ended. And the winner? You took a glance over your shoulder to see what the results were. And... Your father-in-law was off to the edge of the group with a baffled look on his face and a bouquet in between his arms. Oh my god, Cliff's getting married! The position of it was uneven, almost slipping through. He hadn't caught it with precision, but he did have it. Someone else can take this if they want it. I don't need it. Dae cheat. Listen. When I played the wedding before, I didn't have a bouquet, so I haven't done this before. I didn't know who was gonna win. I swear, I didn't know. This was a pure guess, I swear. I may be a veteran, but there are some options I did not pick, and this was one of them. I just thought it'd be funny. A little tee-hee meme. I didn't think it'd be real. Listen, I don't know what it is, but every time I think something's a meme, it becomes reality. You know, Miranda and Terry marriage. Oh, damn. No way, Clifford, that's your win. You can't just pass it off to someone else. He looked downwards shyly, then felt nervous again, seeing the flowers in his hands, and ultimately settled on looking off to the side. Huh. Alright. Dae, that's me! Becca, welcome! How's it going, Becca? I'm still here. Well, welcome. You missed my wedding, but it's okay. I'm glad you're here now. Your player took to the mic again to make the results official.
Bravo.
Stunning work by our winner, Clifford. I'll buy his government name too. Oh my god, I swear, God, I did not cheat for that. If I wouldn't have made everybody guess and then I wouldn't have put in my own guess and then made everyone else guess. And if I even do, I would have been like, I wonder who it could be. And what do you guys think? I swear, I did not cheat. I'm glad somebody got it. Congratulations on your future wedding. There was laughter all around. Your guests were good sports. Well, shit, I made my stream schedule next week. It's gonna be packed. Ooh, good. Becca here for the after party. Hell yeah. I mean, you know, if I could pick to just go to the reception at a wedding, I would. Just for the food. I'm excited to see your schedule, Jack. It's gonna be fun. Mine's gonna be different. A little bit. Not too much different. I actually don't really know what I have. I know one day for certain, but the rest is kind of, I'm not sure. Splatoon 3 is beckoning me. Yes. I've never played Splatoon before. I want to get the game though, and I'll probably play it. I'd say I'll probably play it, and then I'll play it. If I get the game, I'm gonna play it. Goddamn. The gasp. As ever, Baxter was able to manage the flow of the day on your behalf. He took the mic and addressed the assembled crowd, his clear voice resonating through every speaker. Don't say that. Okay, I won't say it. Please, could everyone return to the seating area for our next event? The couple has arranged a special dance between themselves and the parents of the grooms. You know what happened last... I do know what happened last time. I will get the game myself. That's what I was referencing earlier when I said, when I try to meme, it comes true. Fucking Jack being like, alright, bet. Alright, your eyes met Cove's aquamarine once as you instinctually glanced towards each other. Your expressions brightened before you stepped apart, ready for the event. Your moms radiated joy as they approached. They each took one of your arms and entwined it with their own. The three of you made your way over to an open spot in the dance space, in the front of the stretching area. Close up like this, you could see not only the pride evident in their faces, but the telltale shine of teary eyes. As the music began, Mom broke away to allow you and Ma to dance together first. While you flowed and swayed in time with the two, Ma took the opportunity to speak to you. Her voice was soft and low, preventing her words from carrying outside your little bubble. It means so much to me to see you like this. All we've ever wanted for you and your sister is for you to have a good life. I hope you'll always be as happy as you've been today. Touched, you felt a pricking of emotion in your own eyes. Ma spun you around and handed you over to Mom. She picked up the rhythm instantly, and you got into the swing of things just as you had with Ma.
You're fantastic.
You're doing great, Dae. I am good, Becca. Thank you for asking. I'm glad you're doing alright. Oh, you're gonna dye your hair. What color are you gonna dye it? What color is it gonna be this time? But I'm doing pretty good. This is the longest stream I've ever done. And I'm still thriving. I love this game. Red. Oh, hell yeah. She squeezed your shoulder where she was holding you as you bopped to the music. She always had been very physical in her affection, though not always conveniently so. You were somewhat relieved that she'd not chosen to pinch your nose in front of the people on your wedding day. Man, you're doing so good. Thank you. She gripped your shoulder again. You really are. You smiled back at her, lost for words. You loved both your moms so fiercely. You were overwhelmingly grateful that they could be here with you for this day. During a turn in your dance, you caught sight of Cove happily twirling around with his own parents, hand in hand, on the other side of the floor. Even glimpsed from the distance, you could make out the huge smiles on Cliff and Kira's faces. They made you giggle as you drew back towards your moms. Mom made you break away and let Ma have a turn dancing with you, but Ma snatched her hand in yours and drew you into a dance together as a group. They accidentally going to end up doing a 12-hour stream. Listen, I can't do 12 hours, but listen, I also need to finish this too. I'm gonna hope it's not 12 hours, but if it is what it is. I'll just call off work tomorrow. Laughing even stronger, you danced with both of them until Ma released Mom's hand. You let Mom go with a wave and danced with Ma one-on-one. Before long, you'd swap back to dancing with Mom. You took turns dancing with them both individually as well as dancing as a group, changing it up so often so that no one was left out in the cold for long. Thanks to me, sorry. I mean, that is true. Cheggy did say to do the DLC, but no, that's okay. Sleepover with Dae. It is what it is, yeah. We can all have a little sleepover together. Oh my gosh, sleeping stream? But eventually the song came to an end, bringing your dance to a close. Your moms enveloped you in a hug, sandwiching you from the front and back.
Wonderful.
That was such a lovely time. You really know how to put on a party. You held them back just as tightly, glancing from one to the other. Thanks, I learned it from watching you two. Cove and his parents rejoined you, their spirits as high as your little groups.
You're good.
That was wonderful. Bravo. Baxter's voice rang out through the speakers once more. We are now opening up the dance floor. You are all warmly invited to come up and join the family for dancing. With that announcement, the nostalgic songs got turned up, enticing people to come forward and enjoy themselves. 24-hour stream a day, just constantly being bullied by chat. No! Oh my god. Why bully me? Why not be my friend? We just have fun friends to be times. Like, why I gotta be like that? The dance floor bustled with more and more attendees, and over in the seating area, family and friends were catching up over animated
bully,
concert
Papa.
sessions. No bully. I'm not your daddy, but no bully. Satisfied that people were having a good time, you decided to dance with everyone. You happily shimmied into the crowd, ready to make the most of the occasion. It wasn't often that you got together of the people most important to you like this, and even rare for it to come with good music and the opportunity to dance. Friend stream works too. I mean, you know what? Just have a mix of both. Why not both? Lee, Terry, and Miranda had already kicked the party off, jumping and strutting around exuberantly to the music. Miranda scooted as you approached, grabbing your hands and pulling you into the group, and you easily got into the rhythm of things with them.
You're excused. And I'm not your bra.
Ah. Excuse me, bruh. You're excused. And I'm not your bra. You continue to spend time with the whole bunch for a song after song, but of course you made sure to save some dances with your new husband too. The merrymaking continued right up until it was time for dinner to be served. All the action must have helped them to work up an appetite as guests complied readily. They quickly filed back to their tables, ready for a delicious meal as soon as it was announced. You settled right into your seat at the head of the table. Cove sat up in his own chair excitedly, reaching over for the napkin-wrapped silverware in preparation. He was ready for dinner. It's time to eat. Outrageous, clad in black from top to bottom, came to stand across from you. She had a frosty pitcher of water in her hands. While setting that down at a spot on the tabletop between you and Cove, she spoke out in a friendly tone. Can I get you anything else to drink? Could I have some orange juice, please? I want juice, too. I've got it. I'll get that right to you. Time to wait league till I'm tired. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Jack. You both thanked her as she spun on her heels and made a beeline to the drink counter. At the same time, more servers began pouring into the space coming from the opposite direction. They were spreading out between the tables, collecting orders from the rest of the guests. One of the darkly dressed figures stood out from the rest of you. With perfect poise and not a hair out of place, Baxter stood on the sidelines to supervise the process. He was well into his work. Servers ebbed and flowed between the tables as drinks
Thought
were
you were
provided.
bae, but it turns out you were just fam.
Thought you were bae, but it turns out you're just fam. Oh, the quotes. Give. Servers ebbed and flowed between the tables as drinks were provided to each individual who requested one. That wasn't where it stopped. Bowls of soup were then carted out before the main course. Cove took in a satisfied inhalation of the steam coming off the soup. You could catch a whiff of the scent yourself. It was savory in which some good soup. Some good fucking soup. What kind of soup is... What's your guys' favorite soup? I like baked potato soup. That's my favorite. But I also like chicken noodle soup with the home-style noodles. And chocolate. Chocolate? Broccoli cheddar soup. I tried to say both broccoli and cheddar at the same time. And chocolate soup. He scooped a spoonful out and dug right in. The rest of the guests followed, taking first taste of what you had to offer them. Spirited discussions were had between bites. There were plenty of compliments. Your mom, Miranda, and Liz sounded especially pleased with how it came out. They were chatting to the others at their tables about the subtle flavors. And many of your attendees made use of the extra spice that had been made available. Cliff, Kira, Ma, Terry, Derek, and your own lovely husband each added their own levels of added heat. For your meal, I kept it as is because I don't like spice. It's not really a soup, but it's like beef, potato, carrots, in a crock pot. Is it more like a stew? Maybe? Like, is it wet? I got that liquid? That's probably a stew. It was delicious and exactly the way you had wanted. Mom's jovial tone carried itself above the rest of the voices. So how much are we getting here? There were those appetizers from before, now there's more, and the meal hasn't even shown up yet. I lost count keeping track already. Oh, I asked. So it's a 3-course meal, not counting dessert. Nice. Not 50 course, unfortunately. Yes, a stew, yeah. I consider stew a soup, just thicker. It was definitely a difference, of course, but like, if I asked somebody what's your favorite soup and they mentioned a stew, I would be like, oh, okay, valid. Like, as long as it's like, it's wet, you know? See, that's the only requirement, it's just gotta be wet. When the bowls were polished clean, the servers began to reappear, clearing the dishes away to make room for more. The main course was ready, and the guests were ready for it. You and Cove had the dish placed in front of you first. Cove shifted back and forth, even letting out an excited squeak. When the rest of the plates were brought out, you could pick out oohs and ahs about how amazing it looked and how generous portion size. You were mentioned of the swirls in the dishes by some discerning guests. Very few words were spoken as the dinner truly began. Everyone became fully immersed in their food. It was quite the hit. Guests were given time to enjoy their meals, but they were fresh before the reception events continued as you had planned. Baxter strolled up to a side counter set on the opposite end of the head table. He had a perfect view of it. Casually, he took up the microphone that he'd used throughout the rest of the event to make another announcement. Good evening. From the staff and I'd like to thank you all for being such lovely guests to serve. We hope you've enjoyed your dinner. Now this mic will be left open for our time to allow anyone who wishes to make a speech about the couple. You are all welcome to come share memories, words of congratulations, and or your appreciation for Dae Ursa and Cove Holden if you feel comfortable doing so. Alright, let's get the tissues back out. More tears are coming, I bet. I don't remember the speeches. He didn't hog the mic any longer than necessary, placing it back down on the center of the stand as soon as his brief message had been made clear. Baxter directed a soft smile down to you and Cove as he left the space open for others to speak. A nervous rhythm began to play out next to you as Cove's fingers were drummed against the edge of the table. You watched the furrow grow deeper into his brows. He was preparing himself for whatever was about to be said. It was about to become a roast sesh. There would likely be some friendly teasing, and almost certainly he was going to get emotional again. Once the mic was available, the first person who stood was your ma. She hopped right up and made her claim to the front table. Softly, she spoke across the space directly to you and Cove, her words being carried through the air to where you sat. Congratulations once more, my wonderful children. This wedding feels like a dream, as much as my own did when I was around your age. Her head tilted to the side, towards the other guests, and began a formal speech.
Well,
Our day has been a joy to our family's lives and everyone else who's met them since the day we were brought together, but watching how they've grown with Cove has been special. The way Dae treasured the little stuffed crab keychain Cove had bought for them, even using it as their cell phone charm as soon as they got one. Seeing how sweetly they shared their treats together when they could. Cove's nervousness over attending a formal party but doing it anyway because it was with Dae. There was the one long weekend where Cove came day after day to take Dae on charming trips for no special reason at all. And then in return, Dae came to me and Pam, needing our help to cook a proper treat for him. Her eyelids rested closed as she let out a sentimental sigh. When Dae walked through the door at only 18 to announce that they had proposed to their beloved Cove on the Poppy Hill, I thought Pam and I would faint. Maybe Liz too. But they knew what they were doing, and I believed them then. And I could keep going. There's so many memories. Dae can clear the tears from his eyes better than anyone else, when they weren't the ones causing them. Happy tears, of course. It was beautiful, and it still is. Her tender gaze shifted to the two of you once more, signaling the end of her talk had arrived. I can only hope you will be able to continue growing together for many more years to come. I love both of you very much. Your husband's eyes had already began misting. After knowing her for all this time, Cove developed a steep affection for Ma. Hearing that she cherished those important memories the same way you and he did had an impact. She slipped the mic into its proper place, brushed at her bangs, and walked to her seat again, on light steps. She casually walks back to her table, not leaving us the sobbing mess. Your mom brushed down her dress as she stood on her feet and began to walk. This was her chance to take the stage, and she was going for it. When she put one hand on the mic, the tip of her finger tapped the top of it, doing a sound test. The puff of sound echoed out, and your mom was satisfied with that. She lifted her head high, facing the crowd and smiling merrily. Thanks everyone for coming today, and for all the gifts you brought. I don't know how we're going to pack all that up to get it to their place, but we'll make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way. She had to lower the mic a bit, already snickering under her breath. Well, Dae, Cove, our families went through a ride with you two being brought together. Talk about a force of nature. You were attached to the hip as soon as you met, and have been ever since. You even ran away together the very first summer you met. You were only 8. And then I almost had a heart attack when we all took that RV out and Cove banged his head on the ceiling after sneaking in the loft for Dae. Grinning ear to ear, lost in those old memories, she shook her head. But at the end of it all, I think you were both good influences on each other. Or at least you've made one another very happy. That's good enough in my mind. You really took that promise when you were 13 to treat Dae well to heart. Huh, Cove? Thanks. Cove smacked a hand to his cheek automatically. It didn't do anything to hide the color burning into his face. Mom's going for all the punches here. She's getting every memory. She's like, I'm gonna say every single damn thing that you've done in the past. And you know, we really did need a son in there to round things out. Mom snorted in laughter at her own line. She waved that away with her free hand, wanting to be more serious. When she could muster the even tone she had been aiming for, your mom finished her speech. I love you, kiddos. And it's true that you're hardworking adults now, but don't ever forget that your ma and I are here if you need something. Your family will always be there. She had been able to coax out some chuckles from Cove throughout. He was mostly amused over her penchant for jokes than the actual jokes themselves, but the laughter had been shaky with emotion. He really had come to love your mom. With quite a pleased grin, Mom left the mic behind to return to her spot right by her wife. Smooth as silk, Liz rose from her seat and glided across the floor to the speaker stand. But Liz took her time before saying anything, evening out her bangs, clearing her throat, fiddling with the angle of the mic when she did take hold of it. She didn't give a care in the world. That couldn't have been said for everyone. Cove tensed in apprehension of whatever she was going to say. He had to know what she was planning. Luckily for him, she did eventually begin her speech and end his suspense. As I'm sure many of you know, I'm Dae's older sister, so one of the very few people who had been around them for longer than their husband. She was smirking already, 2 sentences in. We're pretty close, is the thing. She flicked the hand without the mic into a non-committal half-shrug. But honestly, Dae, if I realized you'd be marrying that new kid back when I was 10, I might have had to disown you. A scrawny, grumpy boy who didn't even know how to play pretend right? Certainly not. Even I did joke about it and happening. Hey! Cove gasped indignantly that she would say such things, but things being said continued on regardless of his objection. You come here on my wedding day and say this to me? Been looking but just want to say carrots are good. Depending. It depends on the situation where carrots can be good. I like carrot cake, but that's about it. I can tolerate baked carrots, but the rest? No. And yet here we are, at your wedding to that very crybaby. Unbelievable. Exasperated at Liz's angle for her congratulations speech, Cove sunk lower in his seat, took his drink in both hands and sipped at the juice like a furious elementary school kid. Her head slowly shook. The ends of eyebrows bent and a less crooked smile came to her face. The tone wasn't silly anymore. But with all that out of the way, what I actually want to say now is you made the right choice. He's the one for you. Day after day, week after week, year after year, Cove was there, even more than I was a lot of the time. Don't get your hopes up about this meeting, I'm done teasing you about it. But for today, I want to thank you, Cove. Those big water reservoirs have never lost sight of day since they caught them.
Thank you.
It brings peace to my heart to know that there's another person out there who cares about them as deeply as they deserve to be. Oh. He didn't have another comment then. His grin widened as she knew exactly the reaction she'd been getting. Congratulations to my good old baby sibling and their special boy. Love you. With that, she tilted the mic towards the two of you as though she was toasting a glass. At the last moment, Liz had made Cove smile, and his wild eyes were as damp as she had described. Liz daintily left the microphone where it had belonged, and returned to her chair, fully satisfied. There was a clattering of silverware and dishes as Lee sprung out from her table. She skidded away, not paying any mind to that. She was too impatient for the chance to talk. Somehow it reminded you of all those times you chatted over the phone, the fun and excitement of sharing what was going, even when you weren't right next to each other. She took the mic right in her hand, projecting plenty of stage presence, standing in front of the audience. My cousin Dae and I are the same age, and got to grow up together. Because of that, I've gotten the joy of watching the story of them and their next-door neighbor, Cove. They were totally just friends first of all, and then when romance finally happened, I was invested in the twists and turns of the tale. So let's just say I wasn't caught off guard when I heard Dae propose to him. She giggled with as much joy as when she first found out of the big news. This couldn't have ended better. I'm your biggest fan. But as happy as I really am about your adventures in love and marriage, the best part for me has been my own relationship with the two of you. Leandra took a moment to slow down and express her thoughts with complete honesty. Dae, you're among my closest family and very best friends, and Cove, you're not just my cousin's husband, you're my friend too, and my family just the same. Congrats on your stunning future together. I love you both. Aw. Cove had to bite his lip to keep it from wobbling. The earnestness truly touched him. Her high-energy attitude quickly returned, though. Lee dropped the mic down and blew a couple kisses your way before she switched back to her seat. Derek came out from the seating area to give his own talk. He had a relaxed stance when he grabbed the mic and waved over at the head table.
Congrats.
Hey, congratulations again to you, Dae and Cove. You found your other halves. Anyone can see it. You're good for each other. You're good to each other. Whether you got married or not, no one would have questioned that commitment. Though it's been a hell of an event, too. The first lines of the speech were for you and Cove, but Derek then turned outwards to address the rest of the crowd. One time when we were barely teenagers, we went to the mall, and there were these wind chimes that Cove was eyeballing but wouldn't stop to get. And then Dae got him one, and Cove still has it. That's impressive. Derek! Every time Derek appears, it's just, Derek! Your jaw dropped. You never realized Derek had noticed any of that. You snuck a glance at Cove, and he was sending you the same side-eyed look of shock. The two of you sat there, having to accept that you weren't as settled with your affections as you assumed. Derek had been polite about it. Derek beamed with a boyish charm, looking just like he did the first time you'd met him. Thanks for being my friend. It's been a pleasure to know you two. Derek's heartful appreciation had to awkwardly be endured with one quick addendum. I want to hug Big Bo Man. Me too. Oh, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting that talent management thing under control. He took the chuckles from the crowd in good stride and wrapped things up for real. Thank you for letting me talk. Carefully, Derek hooked the microphone back into its stand. When he let go, he hovered his hand nearby for a second to catch it if it fell. When he was sure all was well, he nodded confidently and lightly jogged to his seat. Cole watched the entire exit with a smile growing larger and larger on his face. Our fucking homie, Derek. I love you, Derek. You're my best bud. A beat passed, and then Miranda stood. She gripped the front of the flowing dress. pulling it from the ground as she walked over to the mic. Her shoulders were shyly hunched up and her head was low. If she wasn't surrounded by tables full of people watching, you might have thought she was sneaking out of bed while trying not to get caught by her parents. Miranda finished tiptoeing to the front. She gathered up the microphone in both of her hands, her eyes closed rather than directly facing the crowd. She may not have been comfortable with public speaking, but her desire to participate outweighed that. Hi. Ko's focus was set ahead, but you caught out of the peripherals of your own gaze that your husband mouthed a high back to her instinctively. Thank you, Dae and Ko, for inviting me. It's been a wonderful day, and I'm so happy for you two. The stiffness of her presentation smoothed out the more she got to talking. She was even able to giggle, as her affectionate feelings for her friends eclipsed the worries of saying them in public. It's been a great attending a party of yours, after you two were always nice enough to come to mine. Cove laughed along with her. Warm, far-gone days of bounce houses, noisemakers, and pin the tail on the donkey reflected in this jubilant face. You're both amazing, and I really appreciate the support you've given me. But being there when I needed someone to talk to. You've had such a positive impact on my life. I'm just really lucky to be your friend, and I hope we'll always be friends. Congratulations, Dae and Cove. Cove nodded firmly in silent agreement with her wish, while scrubbing at his eyes. Miranda put down the mic with some oomph, then trolled around to return to her seat, her steps much lighter than before. Terry was waiting there with open mouth to give her a squeeze, clearly proud of his girlfriend for doing so good. Her smile stayed bright even from a distance. Terry jumped up onto his feet with a grin, strolling right over to the counter. He scooped up the mic in one hand and gestured ahead of him with the other. I met Cove and Dae in high school. I didn't know them the longest out of everybody, but I could tell there were some cool people right away. Them and Randy were my best group of buddies back then. We've kept that friendship train going despite all the stuff that's happened. He tapped a finger against the tabletop in time with every specific he mentioned. Graduating school, moving to different places, me and Miranda dating, the two of them getting married, and things about us not being what other people thought they were. Also, we lived throughout that one summer when it wasn't just the four of us. Sometimes it was the five of us. Right, my pal Baxter? He brought the mic even closer to his grinning mouth for emphasis and dramatically pointed off to the side. Now we're all here again. You probably had a plan for that. And he was right. Having been quietly discussing next steps with the server, Baxter's mouth hung wide open mid-word. Suddenly being brought into focus outside of his expertly laid schedule knocked him completely off rhythm. Cove barked a gratified laugh, equally as shocked but far more amused. Terry's calling you out, Baxter. Baxter's head turned in the direction of the sound, his mouth finally closed into a wry smile. It seemed Terry brought the gift of teasing someone other than you or Cove, and it was more than a welcome offer as far as Cove was concerned, especially since it was taken in good spirits. There was something remarkable about being able to include Baxter in your group's merrymaking, the same way as anyone else. Terry nodded knowingly, then casually transitioned into his main point, and I guarantee our friendship is going to stay on track. No matter what, there's no one who could take your places. From me to you, and from two to each other. Good work trying to tie the knot. Your catches. Terry left his speech and the mic there. He paused to applaud your reunion graciously, before flipping his hand out into a wave as he walked off. Cove gave a big friendly wave in return. His eyes were glossy. As soon as Terry hit his chair again, Miranda took his arm and happily began whispering to him about the speech. Kira pushed herself up from her seat and went right to the front without hesitation. Eagerly, she lifted the mic to her lips and said, I can't believe my babies are having a wedding right now! The unexpected declaration sent chuckles rumbling throughout the crowd. Kira continued with a wink and a smile. It was a treat getting to meet Dae in person for the first time, though I already felt like I knew them thanks to all the stories Cove loved to recount about them. In a pouting whisper, Cove spoke out about the description of events. Mom. Whenever I got to visit Sunset Bird or you visited me, I came to see firsthand more and more what marvelous individuals you were growing into. You bloomed right before my eyes, like perfect white poppies on the hill where you were married. Every moment I've been able to spend with each one of you has been a gift. We had some pretty wild times over the years. I count my lucky stars that I got to be the mom to such an amazing boy. And Dae? The buoyant tone of Kira's words faded into something softer, sweeter. I'd like to thank you personally for helping my baby make himself a home again. I'm truly grateful for that. There was sniffing at your side after that. Cove tugged at the tablecloth in front of him unconsciously. He needed to do something. Mom. Congratulations, both of you. I love you. I love you too. It didn't matter that she couldn't hear. She knew. Kira used the bottom of her palm to wipe her eye, placing the mic on his stand with the other hand. She took an additional moment to look up at you and Cove gently, and then Kira strode back to her table. Every day I want that hair more and more. Someday you will have it, Becca. Someday. Cliff leaned over towards her and gave two thumbs up for that speech. His zealousness made Kira cover her mouth in amusement and embarrassment. And then Cliff raised from out of his seat. the most contentious figure in your husband's early life who grew to become one of his closest relationships. Cliff took large strides to reach the speaker's stand, but his fingers froze in place before they could grasp the mic. He stared down at it, collecting his thoughts or his emotions or both. When he was ready, his hand locked around the base of it, and as he lifted the mic up higher, a grin pulled across his face. There was a crinkle around the corner of his eye.
Hey.
Hi, Sport. Hi, Dae. Hi, Dad. Cove's reply was barely audible. He might not have realized he'd done it. Cove's irises were shaking as he looked ahead intently. Well... Cliff's expression turned distant. He was facing the crowd, but his gaze had drifted even further away to something in the past that was long gone. I remember the first day Cove and I moved to Sunset Bird, when I met Dae. I didn't know where my boy was then, or what I was doing, or anything at all really, as you'll soon be able to tell. He chuckled weakly over the self-derisive comment. It didn't do much to lighten anyone's mood, including his own. He remained wistful. I was sitting on the curb, when Dae strolled up the road, heading home. I knew them. Or I knew of them. I'd met Pamela and Nolani already. Talking to them is how Cove got away from me. Cliff shook his head, trying not to get too lost in his complicated mess of thoughts on those times. But that's not the point. What matters is that I'd heard Dae was their 8-year-old, the same age as my Cove, and that Dae was the only one that age in the neighborhood. In my infinite wisdom, I picked out a place that wasn't exactly a family-friendly community. It was mostly a bunch of retired vacationers. He gritted his teeth and placed a hand to his forehead, feeling the sting of that day as if it was fresh. And speaking of, did I mention that it was the start of summer break when we moved? What was my little boy going to do now that I dragged him out of there? I wanted him to have someone to play with, someone he could talk to. I wanted him to be happy. There was a heart-wrenching crack in Cliff's voice as he spoke about what his feelings had truly been. At that point, everything was going wrong. It felt like a dead end, no matter which way I went, and I was so sure that there wouldn't be anyone for Cove if it wasn't Dae. In one more valiant effort to try not to make the mood of your wedding too heavy, Cliff gave a goofy shrug. So I offered Dae $20 to be his friend. It's just funny to me. The straight line of his shoulders lowered on each side as like a roof sagging after years of having to stay solid. Maybe that's not the word. What I'm saying is that all my worries and regrets were at their peak. I was acting crazy, I know it now. But somehow, it still turned out that there really wasn't anyone else for him. Or not anyone better for him anyway. Nobody else in this world who can be there for Cove the way they can. The sentence remained unfinished as much as he tried. Cliff couldn't put the words together to express what it meant to him. Cliff placed a hand against his chest as his gaze lowered to the ground. His delicate words continued to be shared, a full gathering of people thanks to the mic, but it was as if Cliff speaking only to his son. That day, such a long time ago at this point, when you found out about why me and Kira divorced, they were there. They was there when the plan was just to go get jet skiing. Then when that emotional bomb happened, they were still there. And when you felt ready to head back out, to keep going forward, you just had to turn your head to see someone who was ready to go with you.
I'm so glad.
You had someone who supported you in ways I never could. It was just what I had hoped for. I was so relieved. He glanced forward once more, offering a smile directly to you. You're an amazing person, Dae. Inhaling deeply through his nose, Cliff's stance pulled together a tall and solid. His dark blue eyes shone with a depth to them as they met the far brighter blue of his child's. Son, being your dad will always be the best thing I've done in my entire life. And getting that corner on the street with the luckiest card I ever drew. I bet you two would have found each other with it or without that eventually, but because of it, my kid got to grow up right next to the person who could make him the happiest. I can't ask for more than that. I love you both, and I'll keep loving you for the rest of the time I've got. Tears streaked down Ko's face freely. He didn't fight their falling. I love you too. Watching you and your husband from where he stood, Cliff got misty-eyed himself. He reached to wipe his cheeks, completely forgetting there was a microphone in his hand. Cliff set it down, shyly waved over to the two of you, and stepped away. He was then able to rub at the ever-growing tears. No one spoke or even moved as Cliff returned to his spot. When he was seated, Kira reached over to give his back a pat. He had done good. Then the mic sat there, untouched. None of the attendees wanted to pick up after where it had been left off. That was going to be the final speech from your guests, you were certain. Ko's breath was shaky, taking in everything. A weepy smile reappeared on his face the more it sunk in just how much he was cared for. He leaned against your side, pulling at the tablecloth and burying his face into your shoulder. Let's see. My eyes are glossy. I'm not gonna lie. When Cliff kind of stood up, I was like, oh my god, I'm getting emotional. I tucked my face into his hair. The two of you curled up together in a lopsided oval. It might have been a little silly to try hiding when everything in the vent was pointed right to you, but you did it anyway. When a voice was amplified out across the whole space once more, it was expectantly your planner, giving his appreciation for the cooperation again and announcing the closing of the speeches. Rather than leaving the microphone on the counter, he strolled up to your table with a device in hand. Before we shut this off of the night, would either of you like to give your own message to your loved ones? Oh. Cove lifted his teary face up to acknowledge Baxter, pausing to sniffle. I'll do it. Dae cries, real, not clickbait. No, I'm not crying yet. I'm just... my emotions are getting a little more amplified than they usually are. Yes. I would like to say something to you. Here you are. Cove used one hand to scrub his eyes and the other to accept the mic, drawing it in close. Too close. His murmur crackled uncomfortably loud, and Cove's arm sprung out straight instinctively to get the noisemaker away from him. He winced before much more cautiously, lifting the mic towards his face. He cradled it in both his hands, and his gaze dropped to the ground. Thanks, everybody. Really, seriously, I'm... His eyes closed completely as he pushed to bite his lips. So glad to be here. And all those things you said was a cracking strain to Cove's voice. I'm not crying, my eyes are just protruding water. Yeah, listen, the dam's just leaking. It's nothing serious. It wasn't caused by technical error. He was choking up. Each word had to be pushed out with dedicated effort. Really nice. I love you. As roughly stuttered as it was, what he meant to express came through to you and the rest of the people there to hear it. Cove's earnest affection. In a full emotion that screeched out even more unintentional feedback, Cove passed the mic to you. His now free hands moved to cover his mouth. As you rose up from your chair, your eyes casting out over each individual in the crowd, you had to accept the bittersweet notion that this truly was a special occasion. You had no idea when everyone you cared for would be gathered together in the same place again, or when you'd even see some of them next. You wonder if Cove had been cognizant of the same thing while he was speaking, that this message had weight to it, that it was your last big chance to share your thoughts with them. All you could think to say was... I'll be saying... You passed the test. I'll always be grateful to get to have each of you in my life, and that brought the speeches to their last sentimental note. Your eyes remained focused ahead as you extended your hand out for Baxter to take the microphone and lowered back down into your seat. Imagine I just take the mic and I just go, "Ba-ba-booey." I just set it down, and
It's
that was
enough
it.
to make a big, strong, grown bear man like me crazy.
Mm-hmm. It do. It really do. Applause erupted from table to table, and Baxter grinned approvingly.
Perfect.
You took the microphone back with him as he rejoined with the other staff members in order to give you and Cove some space to yourselves. When the clapping subsided, emotions remained high. Further conversation was tentative and hushed for a time, but eventually the happy chatter that frequented your reception filled the air again. It was an evening of good food and good company. The evening continued to slip by in a dreamy haze. Before you knew it, all the attendees had finished their main courses and the dishes had been swiftly cleared from the tables. In spite of this, everyone remained rooted in their seats. It was no secret that there was more to come. People were waiting eagerly for the dessert, though none of them could match the vibrating anticipation of your husband. It was time for the cake. Let them eat cake! But before the big event, you had something else up your sleeve. The servers returned to bestow the extra treats to your guests. Truly delightful trays of fancifully plated cinnamon rolls were delivered to the tables and distributed to the guests. The dishes have been carefully selected to match your color scheme. Derek had something of a chuckle over your choice. Catching your eye, he gave you a thumbs up. Very fitting for you two. The servers vanished from the floor with impressive efficiency, allowing the wedding cake to take the center stage. Okay. Sat on the center table was your fully realized creation, a three-tiered beachy-style purple masterpiece. And you were pleased to see that your guests were as smitten with it as you and Cove were. It's so charming, and the little details are beautifully done. Aww. Kira's voice rang out sweetly as she gazed at the cake. That's perfect. It's so cool that you went with purple instead of just white. Totally unpredictable. Baxter beckoned for you and Cove to come forward. You rose from your seat as one and crossed the floor to the display table, where a waiting server offered the cutting knife to you both. The two of you took hold of the handle, hand over hand, so that you could make the incision as a team. Together, you hovered the knife over the lowest layer of the cake. You glanced at Cove, who smiled wryly at you. It really was almost too beautiful to cut, but just almost, and your guests were waiting for their portions of the delicious cake. Carefully, so as to preserve the structure as much as possible for as long as you could, you pushed down with the knife. It slid through the cake easily, leaving a smooth cut all the way through. You and Cove drew the knife out, then made another cut in order to create a neat triangle of cake. The server produced a plate, ready for the first slice. With a bit of shakiness and the motions between the two of you, you slipped the knife under the piece and transferred it to the waiting plate. The first slice was done. You nodded, satisfied, before reaching down to plunge your hand straight into the cake. The soft, spongy treat squished beneath your fingers. Cole's fingers brushed against yours as he scooped the remaining cake from the platter into his own hands. You pressed your whole hand into his face, you flung the cake at him, you rubbed the cake across both his cheeks, you frosted the tip of his nose. Let's go, oh, eat it! Scooping up a chunk of cake, you smashed your palm right into Cove, smearing the confection across his nose, cheeks, and chin. Even his wavy eyebrows got caught in the action, with crumbs and sponges of frosting clinging to the hairs. Then, with fingers dripping with creamy confections and crumbs, he delicately caressed your cheek, leaving a trail of cake behind. Ah, you can't be so sweet like that when I just assaulted you. The frosting was cool against your skin, while the fine crumbs of cake itself tickled as he streaked them across your cheeks. You tried to continue your giggles until it was done, not wanting to move at the wrong time and get cake in your eye. A few rogue chuckles still escaped. When Cove's furrowed brow relaxed into his normal expression and he brought his hand away, you finally judged that it was safe. You exploded with laughter at his novel approach to cake smashing. It was just like him. The two of you were then both caked in cake. A towel was laid out on a nearby serving platter, almost certainly for the purpose of helping people clean up after this exact scenario had played out. Cove wiped himself out with it as you laughed. When Cove removed the towel from his face, he revealed a tickled smile. He'd taken the smashing with humor and grace, like an absolute champ, and he held out the towel to you. It was good that Cove was there to assist. You'd been so engrossed in watching him that you'd completely forgotten the cake still clinging to your face and fingers. You both happily made your way back over to the head table, accompanied by the cheers of your family and friends. Though you'd spent a lot of time on your feet today, each step was buoyant. When you and Cove were back in your seats, a couple of waiters smoothly placed freshly cut slices of cake before you. Cove let out a throat squeak as he picked up the provided fork. Each aspect of it had been painstakingly planned to suit the occasion as well as your taste. Now, at least, it was finally there for the eating. You're just as eager to eat it. We're going to hold back. Mine. And in short order, servings of the cake were set down at each table, and a triangular slice in front of every guest. As the crowd dug in, along came the discussion on the dessert. I'm gonna play Project Sekai after this. Oh, hell yeah. I've always wanted to play, but I haven't yet. Someday. Mom exclaimed with delight, very much enjoying the dessert. This is great stuff. Terry paused briefly in order to give you a double thumbs up. Cove, too, stopped shoveling ganache into his mouth long enough to give you his own praises. All I saw vanilla things were kind of boring, but they're nothing like this. He shook his head in wonder, reading his next bite of cake on his fork. It's so nice, creamy and nice. Vanilla is actually amazing. You were hooked within one bite. It was just as wonderful as you'd hope, and more. The bakery had outdone in themselves. You and Cove wolfed down the delicious cake with gusto, polishing off your slices easily. You couldn't believe how quickly it was gone. Your plate scraped clean, but it had been much too good to resist. Yummy! Luckily, there was no shortage of cake. Both you and Cove flagged down a waiter for more. By the time the meal was officially over, Cove had not only devoured 3 full-size slices of cake, but he double-checked with Baxter about what would happen to any leftovers. Baxter needed to reassure him that any remaining sections of the cake would be wrapped up to go home with the two of you. It was pleasant to sit back and relax for a while, giving your feet time to recuperate from a long day, but the lull did not last for long. Newly fueled by cake, the party was beginning to start again. Well, I heard some people do this thing where they, like the bakery would give them like a portion of their cake that they would have to try on like their first year wedding anniversary. So I wonder if we get to do that too. Like it's your wedding cake and then a year later on the anniversary you get to eat it all over again. That would be nice. Put it in the freezer. The celebration was able to continue in earnest. Derek, Lee, Terry, and Miranda got the dance floor going. They took turns pulling silly moves and cheering each other on. Liz sung all along to all the songs she knew that never an old favorite from your life growing up together came on. Your 4 parents made their table base camp and cycled between catching up with other family in town and rejoining with one another. They spent much of the time trading sentimental stories about when their babies were just babies. Cove's one uncle showed off his classic magic tricks to celebrate the day. Oh hell yeah! Your husband was far more enthusiastic about the stunts as a 23-year-old adult than he was as an 8-year-old child. During the entire time, more casual photos were snapped at the best and funniest moments. One was when Miranda got Terry to hold up her dress so she could do a handstand. You couldn't wait to see them fully developed. And many guests had been generous enough to bring gift presents that you and Cove might need. You finished opening each one and offering your thanks. Seafoam green towels, dishes, a water purifier, a framed picture of the sea with the words "Life's a Beach" were just some of your takeaways for the day. The most common gift, however, was the safe bet of simply giving cash. Hell yeah, they get that money. Never seen so many $20 bills in one place. Oh, I see now. Your families had a sense of humor. Of course, the relationship that began with someone offering money would reach its head with that repeating. Your husband caught a glimpse of that silent amusement on your face. His mouth curved into a smirk as he watched you. You'd bet money that he knew exactly what was on your mind. Good evening. The distinct voice of your planner caught your attention. He approached with a polite wave. The people you know are as welcome as you are. They've treated the staff, including myself, well throughout the reception. Cove popped right up in here and Baxter complimented the people he's close to. He could easily have been mistaken for a proud parent. As pleasant as he kept the pleasantries, Baxter was certain to get to the point of the conversation quickly. Well, I'm here to say that you've got the space for a few more hours, but there's no more planned events or responsibilities on your shoulders. The day went off exactly as intended. He pressed his hands against the bottom of his spine and leaned his torso back against them to stretch. For a single side word, Baxter let himself clock out of the work mindset. Hallelujah. But the metaphorical bell rang, and he returned promptly to providing his service, standing up perfectly straight and pointing his toes forward. You're free to simply enjoy yourselves however you want with the time that's left. Of course, I'll personally put out any fires if they do appear. The two of you don't need to worry about anything. Cool, thank you for all of this. You really were the perfect guy to do it. Baxter's brows curved, his eyes softened, and even pausing to steady himself didn't hide the emotion rich in his voice. That means a lot to me. You're fantastic. I knew you'd pull this off. You knew co-stars. It was so wonderful putting this together with you. The smile already prominent on his face warmed further. Baxter ran his hand down his shirt, smoothing it out in a casual, fluid motion.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome. It's been a joy working with you two, truly. The mood was like all around until the feeling really hit Cove. He shifted in place uncomfortably, not knowing how to proceed from that point that was reached. So does it mean we're friends? Oh. No. He blinked rapidly as though his mouth closed into a tight line before saying a full thought. Baxter always needed a second to recover on the rare occasion that something knocked him off his game. In a flash of memories, you were transported to your childhood bedroom, 8 years old, your first sleepover with your now husband. In the tiny, dainty voice he used to have, Cove had asked nearly the same question to you then, if you were friends. Sweet and unsure, he'd always been the man you loved and always would be. Well, that's your call, I'd say. Despite the prompting to talk, Cove couldn't put together an answer. We're definitely friends. We've always been friends, actually. Two pairs of eyes from two very different men set on you, though eventually moving to look at one another. Smiles returned to both their features. As Baxter would say, it was settled. To solidify their friendship, Baxter offered you his hand to shake once more. Your hands gripped together affectionately, lifting up and down once. Bastard, you're not a friend, loser. Just kidding, we're not friends at all. Next, his hand went towards Cove. He held it out evenly with confidence, not from a want to be self-assured, but he was actually certain that they had a closer relationship now. Cove looked down at it considering, but he ultimately raised his arms and shoulders, an emotion that was both an awkward shrug and an invitation to hug instead. The lopsided grin he gave was contagious, and Baxter took hold of Cove while positively beaming. Baxter was only tall enough to bring his chin to Cove's shoulder, but he rested it there comfortably. Oh, they're hugging. Cove chuckled in amusement. It took a long time, but he had been won over to Baxter's side. Day at 9:40. It's like 30 more minutes. You thought it was. Listen, my time management skills are not the best. I don't know if we're actually going to get that 12-hour stream, but we're definitely getting a lot. I don't want it to be 12 hours. I'm going to have to call off. He gave his new friend a pat on the back before they ended the embrace amicably. I hope you enjoy your post-wedding bliss as long as you can, but when life settles back down to normal, we should have dinner. I know some good places.
Yes.
That'd be nice. I guess we'll call you. Definitely. We'd love to get together again. And congratulations on your lovely day. He then, quite literally, bowed out, tipping one foot back and inkling forward. He kept his head lifted up with that curled grin you'd been so used to featured prominently on his face. Baxter left the two of you there, disappearing into the crowd of figures all in black, to help keep the event running as smoothly as possible. You thought back to the very start of the special day, and Baxter promised he'd congratulate you when it was over. That gave his parting words an extra sense of finality. But it wouldn't be a real goodbye. This time Baxter would be a part of your lives for as long as he was welcome in it. You believed him in that. With the staff busy and the guests mingling with each other, you and Cove had a moment completely to yourself since the wedding first began that morning. You knew for certain that you could relax when you caught Cove pulling into a big stretch, his torso twisted to one side as his hands were up as high as he could get them. He had to fight a bit against the crisp, fitted shirt he was buttoned into, but Cove was persistent. His eyes had been closed, though he worked out the last of the jitters he'd carried throughout the day, but his gaze landed on you as soon as he finished. There was a radiant warmth in his expression as he spoke to you with an eased heart. If you don't mind, I want to dance with you again, before it's over. No. Absolutely not. Alright, I would love to. He smiled openly and welcomely. It was more inviting than his direct words had been. As he had in the past, and as he were certain he'd do in the future, Cove lifted his hand for you to take. You accepted then, as you always would. You and your husband slipped away from the main seating area out to the center of the space. By that late hour, the dance floor had mostly emptied. Your fingers remained linked as you both took hold of the other with your second hands, taking form for a dance. Cove brought his chest near enough to brush against yours, and rested his cheek on the edge of your forehead. He was careful not to mess up your hair. Slow, calming music drifted through the air. It enveloped you and kept out the buzz of distant conversations still happening. You began to sway to the sound, cozy and content. It felt as though you and he were in your own world. Well, Mix Ursa, congratulations on your successful wedding. Ah, congratulations to you too, Mr. Holden. And if you're wondering, my plan is to be the last person who gets to congratulate you tonight. He waggled his wiggly eyebrows, being intentionally silly. I'm rooting for you. You're such a goofball. In that case, I'll cover my ears if anyone tries to congratulate me. I know I'm rooting for you. Wow, so nice to have such a supportive partner. I'm officially retiring from Minecraft. It's been a long day in Minecraft, hasn't it, Shaggy? He sighed softly and his shoulders lowered comfortably, but Cove suddenly perked back to attention when something struck him. Though I could just say it again when we get to the hotel room. I'd definitely be the last person to do it then. That's one of the perks of being married. I pretty much always get to be the first and the final with you. You for me too. I'm good with that. There's no one else I want to be my first and last for everything. I guess I can manage it. I don't know, I could always call someone. But no. Thank you. In his glistening eyes, you could see how treasured you really were. Cove whispered heartfelt words. Oh, and I also get to say this for sure. See you tomorrow, Dae. I'll see you tomorrow too. Cove pressed himself into you even more snugly, and letting out a tiny thrilled squeak. Is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? He seemed like he had something on his mind. You gave him an encouraging smile. So did you notice that I'm wearing an anklet? Oh. I spent all day building a hub for my new home to World Spawn, and I almost died at the end. Oh, damn. That's a lot. So, what are you hoping? Oh. Nerves creeped back over Cove's features, but he took in a deep breath and answered you honestly. Well, did you still want a kid? You felt a pounding in your ears, and your breathing became more rapid. You and Cove have been on the same page about that, but the idea that he was ready to put it in motion had an impact. Oh my god. A little Dae Ursa. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's adopt. For a second, he completely stalled. He winced as he potentially fainting became a real possibility once more. Instead of falling, he spoke. Okay. The door was so quiet, and you needed to hear him so much, you instinctually pulled closer to him. You regretted that choice immediately after because he reaffirmed himself in a shout. Wait, can I adopt a baby? Not right now. I mean, unless you want to do it right now? No, not right now. Goddamn, we just had our wedding. Cove was panicking, bouncing up and down on his feet enough to shake both of your bodies. You knew his heart was right in the right place, though. It filled you with joy. Don't worry, we'll take our time. We're still young. It's just a future thought. He panted out uneven breaths, but calmed enough to still himself.
Yeah.
Good idea. Thanks, Dae. Thank you, too. What did you have on your mind? He chewed on the inside of his cheek as the sounds grew longer. You remained patient, communicating your willingness to listening through your eager eyes. There's something I want to say. The sentence faded out as his lips clammed up in a trembling line. He had to force it back open. I wanted to say without crying, but your vows were so nice to hear, and I loved them, and thank you for doing that. My vows were not good. Y'all heard my vows. They were not the best. Baby. His baby. Simply remembering the scene had gotten the tears flowing again. He couldn't help it. Listen, I meant all those words as I breathlessly said them all at once. He sniffled once and twice, and then he grinned back at you. So did you notice I'm wearing an anklet? He let out in a genuine gasp. No!
Seriously?
Are you serious? I had no idea you were wearing one. With the initial shock wearing off, Cove shamelessly craned his neck to try to getting a peek at it. You could only laugh at the reaction. Hey, sir, my eyes are up here. Honestly, I thought you'd have checked for that.
Well,
Cove dropped his face completely, suddenly feeling bashful. You do look really great in that outfit, but mostly I've just wanted to see your face. I haven't been able to focus on much else. Sorry. That's so sweet. You were swooning. Cove still had a knack for the unexpected compliment. Now we let ourselves enjoy his company. Only a kiss. His eyelashes fluttered when your lips touched. No matter how much time passed, it still amazed him that you would kiss him. Cove kissed you back lovingly. It was so warm, but then you heard your husband sigh wistfully. It all went by so fast. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't only mean the wedding. It's everything. Where did the years go? Where did you and me become grown up? How promiscuous, Cove. You looking at my anklet? Whore. I don't feel grown up. Legally, it was when we turned 18 years of age. I think it happened a long time ago. Just didn't notice. You? The crybaby grown up? I'm not sure about that one. Wow, thanks. Though his spirits carefully rose again as he spoke more lately. I feel pretty good about getting older, not being a kid anymore. Because I'm doing it with you. Before we could only pretend to play adult, and I was bad at it. This is right on that one, unfortunately. And now we're at our wedding. I know what it's like to be an adult, kind of. Just do it and keep going. I guess it's as simple as that. I wish I could have figured that out from the beginning. No, actually, I'm glad everything went the way it did. I am too. The song that blanketed your discussion was at its final course as guests were saying their goodbyes to one another. It was almost time to go. Too soon you would know what the ending note of your wedding was. The final glance. The last word. Those thoughts swirled in your mind until Cove brought you back to existing in the present where you
It's
belonged.
nice.
I think our life is really nice. It is. Now letting the review get lost in contemplation again, Cove suddenly clapped both of his hands against your shoulders with the utmost seriousness. You know, if you ever want to have another party like this, I'll do it. It could be every year, multiple times a year, whenever you feel like it. We'll keep Baxter in business forever. I mean, Cove, we're not millionaires here. If it's with you, I'm up for anything. Tiny, delicate water drops pooled in the corner of his eyes. Cove let his hands travel from shoulders up to touch your face. He cradled you tenderly, never wanting to let go. What did I do to get to be with someone who's there for me? Someone who honestly cares about me? Well, I don't need an answer, really. I'm just grateful. The answer is all you had to do was go out to the hill behind my house and cry. That was it.
I love you.
I love you too, Dae. Always. And that's it. It just ends like that. Oh my god. We did it. We beat Cove's route in our life. Oh my gosh. It's been 11 hours. I didn't think it was gonna be 11 hours. But you know what? If I had a chance to redo this day, I think I would do it the same. This was pretty good. I almost fell asleep at the end. I mean, it's been a while. And truly. I appreciate y'all staying here for so long, because goddamn. Wait, no. Open the game back up. I want the music back on, actually. I closed it for no reason, actually. Woo, yeah. Thank you all so much for your endurance and your patience for being here. I know some of you guys came in here during certain parts but all that, but I'm glad you guys are here at the end. Happy wedding. Thank you. Oh my gosh. There we go. Got the music back. It was such a dream come true, getting married to Cove. Getting married once again. It was so lovely, wasn't it not? But oh my gosh, that was a lot. I'm glad I got to share this game and this route with you guys, and I'm so glad that we get to keep playing it too, because we also have Derek's route and Baxter's route. And it is gonna be amazing. So I will have a poll up regarding future playthroughs of this and how it evolves. I'll explain the poll. I won't get too into it now. I won't keep you guys here for too much longer. Derek! Yes, we're going to do Derek's route next, and then we'll do Baxter's route. Oh my gosh, I feel like there was so much I wanted to say at the end of this, but now I'm kind of blanking. And you know what? That's probably okay. It's probably just to leave things as they are and let them settle from what happened. But yeah, I really do appreciate that, guys. I'm gonna probably go to bed immediately after this. I got work. I have to get up at 4 a.m. It is 11 p.m. I may or may not call off of work. Oh, what the fuck? I tried to take a screenshot during the wedding and I didn't fucking do the right one. Hello? My screenshot for my Twitter post. God damn it. But yes. Thank you all. Once again, I'm gonna keep thanking you all because again, I have said so much. This game is such a core part of me, and I'm glad I got to share with you all, and you all enjoy it as well. I got two screenshots. Ooh, what are you screenshotting? What do you got there? But I'm glad we get to continue experiencing it together. And this time, there'll actually be new content. So anything, I won't be a little sussy and be like, oh, I wonder what's going to happen next anymore. Because then I'll generally not know what's going to happen next. Tomato Cove. Tomato Cove. That sounds like a little song. I'm gonna have to try to get a different screenshot. But yes, this was actually, you know what? This is a record here on the Twitch channel. 11 hours. I don't ever think. Oh wait, I think I remember what to say. You know, this hasn't been an 11-hour stream, but honestly, I haven't felt tired. You know, I feel like I keep going for such a long while. Like even before we were getting into the wedding DLC, I was like, I mean, I could keep going and not feel anything really. And that's always, hello, raid time. It is raid time, Bach. Welcome. Bach sliding in at the last moment. We could do a raid. I don't really see anybody. I guess we could raid. I don't know. Does anybody have any suggestions for a raid that they would like to give? Inklypuff? Okay, Inklypuff. We can raid Inklypuff. Who is Inklypuff? Let's check him out. Oh, okay, there is Inklypuff. They are drawing some art. I don't know what they are drawing right now. It is just a canvas, but you know what? Let's find out. Let's go ahead. Get up Inklypuff. Thank you so much for the suggestion, Buck. I appreciate that. I think I'm going to sneeze again. Why are you clowning on me, Hugo? But yeah, so if you haven't joined the Discord yet, I will be making some polls for how the gameplay is affected in the future, because I guess I could talk a little bit about it. We won't be necessarily playing. I'm going to ask you guys whether or not you want me to play through like all of the moments again, except just for like Cove's friendship route along with Dae's romance route, or if you just want me to like kind of like zoom past everything. But yeah, I'll explain it in the poll, and you guys can decide what you want to see for pertaining to the other routes. But yeah, nice work on 11 hours. Thank you so much. It didn't really feel that long. Like I don't feel like I don't feel like busted or anything. Actually, I feel pretty good, but I am gonna have to force myself to sleep. But yeah, let me go ahead and start the raid. Yes, thank you once again for being here all this time. Not just today, but, you know, in general. You know, I appreciate hanging out with you guys and being able to share my favorite game with you guys, too. And thank you once again for reaching our last follower goal. I hope we can beat this new one, too. And yeah. So I will not be streaming over the weekend. I will try to have a new schedule out on Sunday. I'll post on the Twitter and the Discord. So if you haven't seen those yet, let me just... I'm taking Shaggy's job. He's not looking. Twitter. Yes, you shall see me Sunday. Jack, I will be in your chat. And yeah. So make sure... I hope you guys have a great weekend. Hugo, what are you doing? Don't... Thank you for the one cheer. Goddamn, Hugo. You crazy. You a crazy guy. But yes, have a great weekend. Tell me all about it on Monday. I think it's starting to hit me now. But till next time, guys. Take care. I'll see you next time. Bye.